You used the evolution points you traded for 5 sausages to max out the deterrence skill. The next second, a defiant Teddy saw an ancient black tiger in your eyes. A stray cat? You're filthy. Facing the rich kid's mockery and Teddy's frenzied barking, you simply leaped coldly from the girl's arms. Just as that stupid dog lunged at you, you activated your new skill, Fear Gaze skill. In an instant, in the Teddy's eyes, you were no longer a scrawny black cat, but a primordial black tiger as massive as a mountain, its body shrouded in black flames. The primal fear rooted in its bloodline froze it solid on the spot, causing it to shit and piss itself. You moved an elegant, swift takedown that slammed the Teddy, twice your size, hard onto the ground. You landed with composure, not even turning your head. The entire scene fell deathly silent. Chapter 1, Blackie, Evolution Panel. On the main thoroughfare of Jinghai University in Longhua, Blue Star, a jet black cat, not a single stray hair on its body, lay motionless with its eyes closed. The students passing by didn't find this sight the least bit strange. In fact, they would actively go out of their way to avoid it as they walked past. Just then, a girl wearing a floral dress and a large bow in her hair suddenly ran up to the black cat with a look of panic on her face. "Blackie, our dorm room door accidentally got locked, and none of the 4 of us brought our keys. Can you help us open the door?" However, her words didn't prompt the black cat to open its eyes. It merely twitched its tail a couple of times. Seeing this, the girl quickly opened her bag and deftly pulled out 2 sausages. The moment the sausages appeared, the black cat opened its eyes, revealing its pale golden irises, and slowly stood up from the ground. After stretching gracefully, it licked its right front paw to give itself a facial. Once it had finished this routine, it took its time examining the girl in front of it. She is not bad looking, but her fashion sense leaves something to be desired, and her perfume is a bit too strong. Still, she knows her manners. She brought some ham. Muttering to itself, Lin's gaze fell on the sausage in the girl's hand, and it meowed twice. Seeing that the girl hadn't caught on, it simply extended its right front paw again and pointed at it. Only then did the girl realize what he wanted. She hurriedly opened the package and held the peeled sausage up to Lin's mouth. Inhaling the rich aroma wafting from the sausage, Lin couldn't resist any longer. He opened his little mouth and began to eat. As he ate, he purred contentedly. Although this made him feel quite embarrassed, he had long since gotten used to it. At first, he had tried to force himself to correct the behavior, but he eventually gave up. This instinct was ingrained in a cat's very nature, just like grooming and stretching. In less than 2 minutes, Lin had devoured both sausages, which were swiftly converted into 2 warm currents. At the same time, a screen visible only to Lin slowly materialized. Consume substandard bone pulp starch sausage, energy reserve plus 10. Consume substandard bone pulp starch sausage, energy reserve plus 10. Energy reserve has reached maximum capacity. You have earned 1 evolution point. Reading the text on the screen, Lin couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. As for the words substandard bone pulp starch sausage, he chose to ignore them. I've earned another evolution point. With the ones I saved up a few days ago, I now have 5. I'm curious to see what happens when I raise a skill to advanced or higher. With that thought, his gaze shifted to the left side of the display. Name, Lin. Age, 2.5 years. Race, Mystic Cat. Base attributes, Strength 5+, Agility 10+, Intelligence 10+, Constitution 5+. Spend 1 evolution point to increase an attribute by 1 point. Skills, Bite Advanced plus Jump Advanced plus Tree Climbing Advanced plus Swimming Advanced plus Night Vision Advanced plus Pounce Advanced plus Deterrence Skill Advanced plus Stealth Advanced plus Rapid Digestion Advanced plus Roar Advanced plus Dynamic Vision Advanced plus Super Hearing Advanced plus Spend 5 evolution points to advance an advanced skill. Energy Reserve, 0 increase to 100 to gain 1 evolution point. Evolution points, 5. Looking at the interface that had accompanied him for 2.5 years, he finally clicked the plus sign next to the deterrence skill without hesitation. As the 5 evolution points vanished, the original deterrence skill instantly transformed. Fear Gaze skill basic, stare intently at the opponent to unleash their deepest, hidden fears. Consume 10 evolution points to advance this skill to the next stage. At the same time, Lin felt a brief burning sensation in his eyes, though it vanished in an instant. Fear gaze skill? So this is the next stage after advancing the deterrence skill? Even at the basic level, it could already scare off stray dogs. I wonder what kind of effect it'll have after advancing. I'll have to try it out sometime. Just as Lin was immersed in his own transformation, the girl's voice rang out again. Blackie, by eating my ham sausage, you've agreed. I'll take you to our dorm right now. Whether we make it back to the dorm today depends on you. Hearing this, Lin meowed at the girl as he processed what she said, then spread his two front paws. The next second, the girl happily scooped Lin into her arms, as if it were the greatest honor in the world. Seeing this, many students nearby looked on with envy. Last time I tried to pet Blackie, it wouldn't let me, but this time it actually let someone hold it. You don't know anything. Blackie usually only lets girls hold it, and only pretty ones at that. You might not believe the school's most beautiful girls list, but Blackie's strict standards are definitely reliable. Just watch, this girl will soon have a whole crowd of guys chasing after her. The last person to hold Blackie was Luna, the music department's goddess. Hee, I once had the privilege of petting Blackie with a can of cat food. Its fur is as smooth as silk. It's just a cat. Why do you all call it senior? A freshman who had just enrolled couldn't help but ask. You wouldn't know that, would you? Even though Blackie is a cat, it's been at this school for over 2 years. It's definitely our senior. I bet this girl's run into some trouble again and is going to see Blackie to sort things out. Remember, if you ever run into a problem you can't solve at medical university, just take 2 sausages to Blackie. He might just be able to fix it for you. Just as the students around them were buzzing with speculation, the girl in the floral dress, clutching Lin, headed straight for the women's dormitory. Before long, the girl and the cat had entered the women's dormitory building. Along the way, they passed countless girls, all of whom looked at Lin with curiosity. Hey, isn't that Blackie? It's been ages since it came to Building 8. What is he helping with today? I heard the door to room 401 accidentally locked, and none of the girls in that dorm have their keys. Huh? Why not just ask the dorm supervisor? Why go to Blackie? That's because this has happened to them several times already. If they ask the dorm supervisor again, they'll probably get chewed out. So can Blackie handle this? Take the if out of that. Just wait and see. As they spoke, several girls pulled out their phones. Blackie, this is our dorm. We're counting on you. Arriving at the door of room 401, the girl first set Lin down on the ground, then looked at him with pleading eyes. Lin simply gave her a reassuring look in response. After a quick scan of the surroundings, his gaze finally settled on a ventilation window above the main entrance. The window was about 3 meters off the ground, and it wasn't closed. Setting his sights on the window, he didn't even bother to take a running start. He simply pushed off the ground with his hind legs and landed steadily on the windowsill. Amid the cheers of the crowd, he hopped inside the dorm. In less than 10 seconds, the door to room 401 slowly swung open. Then, under the gaze of dozens of pairs of eyes, Lin strode out of the dorm with an elegant, cat-like gait. Meow. A soft meow, as if to say, don't bother me with such trivial matters in the future. Witnessing this scene, some freshmen couldn't help but marvel, while simultaneously uploading the video they just recorded to their social media feeds and video apps. Unsurprisingly, the video quickly garnered significant attention online. Chapter 2, I'll Get You. On the Douyin short video platform, a video tagged as cute pets had already garnered 80,000 likes. In the video, a black cat leaped through a small window, smoothly unlocked the dorm room door, and then made a stylish exit. The star of the video was clearly Lin. Perhaps due to Lin's agility and exceptional intelligence, the comments section was already flooded with reactions from netizens across the country. Wow, this black cat is so impressive. It jumped right up from that height. My silver tabby can't even get onto the dining table. I just showed this to my cat, and it said it was staged. How can a silver tabby compare to a muscular black cat like this? One is a fat couch potato who never leaves the house, while the other is a fit, athletic black athlete who works out all the time. This black cat is so black, not a single stray hair. It's so dark it's actually reflecting light. It can even help open the dorm door? That's incredible. Judging by its expression, it must do this all the time. Well, you should know who it is. It's Blackie from Jinghai University. I graduated over a year ago, and I never thought I'd see Blackie on Douyin. Blackie's heroic deeds don't stop there. A while back, a girl at our school lost her cat. She found Blackie that very day, and after offering him 2 cat treats, Blackie brought her cat back in less than half an hour. Is this cat really that amazing? Here's a cool photo of Blackie. See for yourself. At that moment, Lin had absolutely no idea he'd become an internet-famous cat. Even if he did know, he wouldn't have cared much, because his fame had already spread throughout the entire Jinghai University. Striding elegantly out of the women's dormitory, he didn't return to where he'd been sleeping. Instead, he glanced at the time on the electronic bulletin board nearby, and the next second, he headed toward a nearby academic building. No sooner had he reached the building than a group of students carrying books emerged from inside. Seeing this, he immediately crouched down in the middle of the path, his golden eyes fixed straight ahead. Until a slender figure appeared there. It was a girl wearing a white long dress, with long hair cascading down her shoulders and skin as fair as ivory. The girl had been chatting with a classmate, but upon seeing Lin, her face immediately lit up with delight, and she quickened her pace. Upon reaching Lin, she immediately picked him up from the ground. Blackie, how did you know I had class in teaching building 2 today? Did you come here just to pick me up? Looks like I didn't feed you for nothing. As she spoke, the beautiful girl rubbed her cheek against Lin's. The girl walking beside her saw this and immediately looked envious. Luna, why isn't Blackie as affectionate with us as it is with you? Does it really know who is pretty and who isn't? That goes without saying. Luna is the belle of our department, after all. Blackie is famous for loving beautiful women. Luna, since you and Blackie get along so well, why don't you just adopt him? Hearing her friend's question, Luna, who was holding Lin in her arms, first stroked Lin's chin, then shook her head with a smile. Cats are creatures that crave freedom. I love Blackie very much, but I don't think he should be cooped up in a small house. After saying this, she looked at Lin with a radiant smile. Right, Blackie? Meow. Lin let out a soft meow, as if to agree with her. Come on, you look like you haven't eaten in ages. I'll take you out for a nice meal. How about some salmon? Meow. Don't feel like fish? Then I'll buy you some freshly sliced beef. Meow. Alright, let us have Wagyu. I'll take a look around the supermarket while I'm at it. Soon, Luna left the school building with Lin in her arms. Just then, Lin, nestled in her embrace, suddenly noticed a girl in a striped dress on the school steps, staring intently at Luna. Lin didn't think much of it, assuming the girl was just one of Luna's classmates. A few minutes later, Luna arrived at a large fresh food supermarket near the school, still holding Lin. While she stocked up on a variety of household essentials, she didn't forget to buy Lin a portion of freshly sliced Wagyu beef and some salmon sashimi. The whole time, Lin sat in the shopping cart like a well-behaved little kitten. Other shoppers in the supermarket couldn't help but marvel at the sight. After all, cats are typically very wild animals, and a cat as well-behaved as Lin was indeed a rare sight. Once she had finished shopping, Luna walked out of the supermarket, holding Lin in one arm and carrying the groceries in the other. However, no sooner had she stepped out of the supermarket than a boy walking a Pomeranian approached her. Luna, why didn't you answer my calls? Hearing this, Luna immediately frowned. Ming, we're just classmates, aren't we? Please don't call me Luna anymore. Also, please don't call me out of the blue in the future. After all, you have a girlfriend. As soon as she said this, the boy named Ming became flustered. Luna, Lu Qian, and I broke up a long time ago. I have absolutely no connection with her now. After saying this, he seemed to think of something and quickly pointed at the teddy on the ground as if showing off a treasure. Luna, I know you like animals, so I went to the pet store and bought this puppy as a birthday present for you. Look how well behaved it is. Do you want to hold it? Clearly, he was trying to use this as a way to bridge the gap between himself and Luna. However, Luna merely glanced at it and shook her head. Sorry, I don't like dogs. I prefer cats. At that moment, Ming also spotted Lin in her arms, and a flash of distaste involuntarily crossed his eyes. Isn't that the stray cat from our school? It's so dirty. Luna, be careful, it might have parasites. Hearing this, Lin immediately protested, opening his mouth and letting out a series of meows. You're the one who's dirty. You're filthy from head to toe. I've been dewormed, you know. Meow. But his furious expression, paired with his cat form, made him look more like he was acting cute than anything else. Just then, the teddy on the ground seemed to be provoked by his meowing. He started barking wildly, baring his teeth at Lin, and to make matters worse, he even adopted a posture as if he were about to attack Luna. Luna backed away in fear, and in her haste, the things she was carrying slipped from her hands and fell to the ground, including the beef she bought for Lin. Seeing this, Lin couldn't take it anymore. You damn dog, I'm gonna kill you. He immediately jumped down from Luna's arms. Perhaps the commotion caused by the cat and the dog was just too loud. A crowd of onlookers quickly gathered. Whether intentionally or not, Ming suddenly let go of the leash. The next second, amid the crowd's gasps, the teddy, which was significantly larger than Lin, lunged at him. Just as everyone thought Lin was about to be attacked, a barely perceptible glint flashed in his golden eyes. The teddy, which had been full of aggression, immediately changed its expression at Lin's glare. From its perspective, Lin was no longer a scrawny black cat, but had transformed into a black tiger countless times larger than itself, radiating a menacing black aura. In an instant, a wave of intense fear welled up from the depths of its being, causing it to lose all control of its body. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Lin charged toward the teddy. With a single body slam, he hurled the dog, which was twice his size, violently to the ground before landing gracefully, without even looking back. Chapter 3, Entity, Black Aura. From the moment the teddy dog attacked Lin to the moment Lin slammed it to the ground, the entire process took only a few seconds. It happened so fast that no one had time to react. By the time they realized what had happened, the teddy dog was already lying on the ground, and Lin had deftly jumped into Luna's arms. Blackie, are you okay? Luna, having snapped out of it, immediately looked at Lin with concern. Meow. What could possibly be wrong with me? After a brief meow, Lin looked down at the Pomeranian on the ground with disdain. The Pomeranian was so scared it was about to wet itself. It struggled to its feet while scrambling to run off to the side. Seeing this, Ming hurried after it. After all, he'd spent over 1,000 yuan on it. If it ran off like that, he'd be heartbroken. As the man and the dog walked away, the onlookers suddenly burst into applause. I didn't expect this cat, Blackie, to be so impressive. Exactly. I thought it was about to get into trouble, but then it flipped the dog right onto the ground. Its moves just now were so cool, especially when it landed at the end. Elegant, truly elegant. I always say felines are unbeatable, especially when they're about the same size. Most importantly, it protects its owner. When that dog was about to bite the girl just now, this cat charged right in. They say black cats are spiritual. I've definitely seen proof of that today. Listening to the praise from the crowd around him, Lin couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up slightly. He extended his right front paw, elegantly licked it, and then smoothed out his slightly disheveled fur. Blackie, did you hear that? Everyone's praising you. Luna couldn't help but pat Lin on the head, her face full of affection. Blackie, you're so amazing. But next time you run into a mean dog like that, remember to stay far away. Meow. Don't worry, I've got enough lives to spare. Come on, let us head back. After gathering the scattered items and putting them back into the shopping bag, Luna picked up Lin and walked toward a luxury apartment building not far from the school. As the daughter of a wealthy family, she had chosen not to live on campus but had instead purchased a small apartment off campus. By the time she arrived at the building with Lin in her arms, Lin spotted the girl in the striped dress again. She stood quietly beneath a camphor tree by the roadside, her gaze fixed intently on Luna. Seeing this, Lin was suddenly filled with confusion. What is going on with this person? Why am I seeing her here again? Is she following Luna? Before he could figure out the reason, Luna had already opened the apartment's front door. The strange woman vanished from Lin's sight. At the same time, inside the Anomaly Guild building in downtown Jinghai City, several men and women dressed in distinctive black uniforms were gathered in an office. A young man in his early 30s, exuding an aura of menace, was pointing at the projection screen at the front of the conference room as he explained. He was Chen, captain of the Anomaly Guild's Earth team and a Tier C ghost tamer. According to information compiled by the relevant departments, there are currently over 8 victims in Jinghai. Coincidentally, they are all young women between the ages of 18 and 24, and they were all exceptionally beautiful in life. As he spoke, he flipped to the next page, and 8 photos appeared on the screen. Each photo corresponded to a victim, and judging by their appearance, they were indeed all very beautiful. The kind of girls who would turn heads if they walked down the street. Captain, could this be the work of the lust ghost? Isn't tormenting beautiful girls its favorite pastime? A young man with a buzz cut and dark skin couldn't help but speak up. It couldn't be the lust ghost. If it were, they wouldn't have been killed so quickly, and their skin certainly wouldn't have been completely flayed off. No sooner had Chen finished speaking than the projection switched to the next image. At a single glance, everyone in the office felt a wave of nausea wash over them. For what appeared in this image were none other than 8 intact human skins. According to the investigation team's on-site examination, these skins are exceptionally well preserved. It even appears that someone applied makeup and bathed them before they were killed, a behavior inconsistent with the lust demon's modus operandi. It does, however, align perfectly with another entity documented in the record of 100 demons, known as the jealousy demon. The jealousy demon is born of jealousy. Because she is hideously ugly, she envies all young women of striking beauty. After hearing Chen's explanation, the other team members in the office immediately furrowed their brows. Based on the danger classification, the jealousy demon is a Tier C entity. We must track her down as soon as possible, otherwise, given the frequency of her attacks, who knows how many more young girls will fall victim. But Captain, we don't even know where she is right now. How are we supposed to catch her? A tall, striking young woman couldn't help but ask. The other team members remained silent, but they clearly shared the same concern. Just then, Chen suddenly opened a map. After analyzing and marking the locations where the 8 victims were attacked, I can pretty much confirm that the jealousy demon is operating in the vicinity of University Town. And within this area, Jinghai University likely has the highest concentration of young, attractive women. I just logged into Jinghai University's official forum and found their student-voted campus queen list. Given the jealousy demon's jealous nature, I think these girls are very likely to become its targets. No sooner had he finished speaking than photos of young women began appearing on the projector screen. Among them was Luna. Meow. In Luna's cozy room, Lin was lying bored on the bay window, with a cat tree Luna had specially prepared for him sitting nearby. Just then, Luna, wearing a cartoon print apron, emerged from the kitchen carrying a large platter. Before she even got close, Lin caught a whiff of an irresistible aroma. Blackie, your dinner's ready. Come eat. No sooner had Luna finished speaking than Lin turned into a black flash of lightning and dashed to the dining table ahead of her. With his hind legs perched on a chair and his front paws resting on the table's edge, he wore an expression of eager anticipation. Seeing this, Luna couldn't help but laugh. Blackie, sometimes I feel like you're not a cat at all, but a person. What cat eats like you do? As she spoke, she placed the plate in front of Lin. Then she picked up a white napkin from the side and tied it around Lin's neck. All right, you can eat now. The next second, a series of purring sounds, like a car engine, came from inside Lin's body, and his cat face was buried right into the plate. The plate was half filled with salmon and half with beef slices, and on the side sat a bowl brimming with warm, freshly brewed goat's milk and a pile of finely chopped catnip. Meow. This is so good. Meow. Maybe I should just become her pet cat. Meow. No, no. I can't give up my freedom for a single meal. At worst, I'll just come by every day to scrounge for food. Hee hee. Seeing Lin's satisfied expression, a faint smile also crept onto Luna's face. Blackie, take your time eating. I have an early shift at 8 a.m. today, so I'm going to catch up on some sleep. If you want to leave later, just open the door and go. You know how to use the elevator on your own. With that, she yawned and, without even taking off her clothes, headed toward her bed, which was piled high with stuffed animals. Before long, the room was filled with the sound of soft breathing. Once Lin had finished everything in his bowl, he walked over to Luna's bed. Looking at the sweet-faced Luna, he hopped right onto the bed, picked up the blanket beside her, and gently tucked it around her. After doing this, he was about to turn and leave. But just then, he suddenly saw a cloud of black mist slowly rising from under Luna's bed. What the hell is that? His little cat brain was filled with question marks. Chapter 4, Devouring Entity, Ghostly Stroll. It had been 2.5 years since Lin had been reincarnated as a cat. He'd been hanging around the Jinghai University campus all this time and considered himself well-traveled, but this was the first time he'd ever encountered a situation like this. Instinctively, he assumed there was a fire under Luna's bed. But when he peered under the bed, he found no signs of fire, only a strand of hair and a note. The note faintly read Luna and a string of numbers. Before he could figure out what it all meant, an intense sense of danger suddenly washed over him. Every hair on his body stood on end. And the source of this danger was, to his shock, the bed. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped onto the bed. The next second, a scene that defied all his previous understanding appeared before him. The black smoke from earlier twisted and contorted, eventually taking the form of a hideously ugly woman clad entirely in black veils. Her eyes blazed with jealousy as she stared intently at Luna's beautiful face, as if harboring some deep-seated grudge. What the heck is this? A ghost? Staring at the hideous woman before him, Lin's mind raced, and his expression grew more serious than ever. Under normal circumstances, he would have turned and run without a second thought. But this thing which appeared to be an entity was clearly after Luna. If he left now, she was bound to be harmed. There would be no one left to make him delicious cat meals, let alone groom him or give him baths. No way. I absolutely cannot abandon my human, my source of food. With that thought, he hurriedly tried to rouse Luna. But no matter how much he called out to her, Luna remained as if in a deep coma, completely unresponsive. That damn thing must have done something to her. This can't go on. If it does, she'll die. Looking at the unconscious Luna, then glancing at the entity reaching its ghostly hand toward her, Lin didn't hesitate any longer. He let out a threatening growl at the entity. At the same time, he activated the fear gaze skill. When his golden cat-like eyes locked onto the hideous entity, a look of terror actually flashed across its face, and its body trembled slightly. Seeing this, Lin lunged forward without hesitation. He had expected to miss. After all, ghosts have no physical form. However, to his surprise, as he lunged forward, he not only sensed a physical presence, but when he made contact with the entity's body, its trembling grew even more intense. Without pausing to ponder the reason, he immediately unleashed a bite attack on the entity's throat. With a single bite, his sharp fangs tore open the entity's throat, and immediately, a chill seeped into his body. Consumed entity's resentment, energy reserve plus 50. Seeing the prompt that suddenly popped up, Lin froze for a moment. What? Eating this thing actually replenishes my energy? Is there such a good thing? Amidst his shock, a hint of excitement flashed across his face. If that is the case, then I'm going to bite you to death. How dare you harm my cat owner? Meow. With a furious roar, Lin lunged at the entity before him once more. When the entity tried to fight back midway through, he immediately followed up with a fear gaze skill to force her into submission. Consumed entity's resentment, energy reserve plus 50. Consumed entity's resentment, energy reserve plus 50. After dozens of such notifications popped up in quick succession, every last bit of the entity's resentment was devoured by Lin, becoming part of his energy reserve. When the final wisp of her resentment dissipated and was swallowed by Lin, her entire spectral form vanished into thin air. At the same time, a new notification appeared before Lin. You have devoured the entity jealousy demon and acquired a new skill, Ghostly Drift. Ghostly Drift Basic. Activating this skill transforms you into black smoke, briefly entering a ghostly form for 3 seconds, granting immunity to physical attacks. Cooldown, 1 minute. Upgrading this skill requires 10 evolution points. Seeing the prompt, Lin was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that devouring this entity would not only grant him a massive amount of evolution points but also a special skill. However, he knew now wasn't the time to experiment with this new ability. Looking at the note and strands of hair left on the ground after the entity's death, he had a vague hunch about what was going on. This entity clearly hadn't come to harm Luna for no reason. Someone was definitely pulling the strings behind the scenes. And that person was very likely the girl who had been following Luna all along. It seems this world is even more complicated than I imagined. Even ghosts have started appearing. I have to find a way to eliminate this threat. Just as he was thinking about how to expose the girl who was manipulating the entity to harm Luna, who had been in a coma, suddenly woke up. Looking at Lin crouched by her bedside, then at the blanket covering her, a look of pure happiness instantly spread across her face. The next second, before Lin could react, she pulled him into a tight embrace. Blackie, you're so kind. If only you'd been in my life when I was a child. As Luna pulled him into her arms, letting him feel her body heat and scent, Lin's face instantly flushed. He was under her spell. Meow. Woman, don't even think about using this trick to win this old man's heart. I'm destined to be a stray cat. Meow. Don't stroke my cheeks. Damn it, you pervert. Captain, that entity has indeed arrived at Jinghai University. The concentration of resentment here is significantly higher than in the surrounding areas. On the main thoroughfare of Jinghai University, several men and women in plain clothes scanned the surrounding crowd while fixing their gaze on a girl standing beside them. The girl held an electronic device shaped like a compass in her hand. As she kept adjusting the compass's orientation, the readings on the screen flickered continuously. The concentration of resentment is highest in that direction over there. I think the entity must have gone there. Hearing the girl's words, the young man leading the group wearing a baseball cap immediately nodded. It looks like the jealousy demon has found its target. We need to hurry, or someone else might get hurt. Let us go. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 6 of them hurried off in the direction the girl had pointed. That direction led straight to the apartment building where Luna lived. It took them only a few minutes to enter the building and pinpoint Luna's room. Just as they were about to knock, the door suddenly swung open on its own. A beautiful girl wearing a long white dress stood behind the door, holding a black cat in her arms. Chapter 5, Anomaly Guild, Ghost Tamer. Looking at the group outside the door, Luna's face was filled with confusion. And Chen and the other Anomaly Guild members standing outside were no less puzzled. Before entering, they had all prepared themselves for a battle with an entity. They had also considered the possibility that Luna might have been injured by the jealousy demon. But what they hadn't expected was that Luna showed not a single sign of injury. Nor did they see anything unusual inside the room. After standing there in stunned silence for quite a while, Chen, as the team leader, finally pulled out an ID card from his chest. Hello, we're from the Jinghai City Fire Department. We're currently conducting a fire safety inspection. Would it be okay for us to come in and take a look? Upon learning their identities and purpose, Luna hesitated for a moment before nodding. However, just as the group was about to enter, Lin, cradled in her arms, suddenly let out an alarmed yelp. Meow. At the same time, his fur stood on end. He had detected a scent on these people that was strikingly similar to that of the entity they had just encountered. There was no way these people could be from the fire department. Just then, the female team member following behind Chen looked at Lin and Luna's arms with a look of delight. Wow! This cat is so black. And it's actually growling at us, how cute! Hearing the female team member's words, a hint of apology flashed across Luna's face. Sorry, Blackie has probably never had so many strangers show up at once, so he is a little stressed. As she spoke, she ruffled Lin's head. Blackie, don't worry. They're not bad people. Come on in. At Luna's invitation, the group quickly entered her apartment. Throughout the entire process, Lin remained highly vigilant. What puzzled him was that although these people all emitted the same aura as the entity they just encountered, he sensed not a shred of malice from them. Once inside the apartment, their eyes began scanning the room, and they pulled out a strange electronic device. Every so often, they would extend the antenna at the front of the device into every corner of the room. Who exactly are these people? What connection do they have to that entity from earlier? Just as Lin was pondering this, the female team member from before walked over to Luna's bedside. She quickly found the strand of hair left behind by the entity, as well as the note bearing Luna's name. Upon retrieving them, she immediately nodded to the others. Then she quickly stuffed both items into her pocket, all without Luna noticing. Once she was done, the girl approached Luna. Hello, ma'am. We've thoroughly inspected everything and found no safety hazards. Alright, thank you for your hard work. Then we won't disturb you any further. Have a pleasant stay. With that, they turned and left Luna's room. The moment they were gone, Lin jumped down from Luna's lap and, ignoring her calls, dashed straight out the door. In the very last second before the elevator doors closed, he managed to squeeze inside. Ha! Isn't that the black cat from that young lady's place? How did it end up in the elevator with us? The girl noticed Lin immediately, a look of confusion crossing her face. Maybe it's just coming down for a walk, another team member said nonchalantly. Let us put the cat aside for now and talk about what just happened. Chen, the team leader, pressed the button for the first floor as he asked the girl, what did you discover just now? Well, under the watchful eyes of the Anomaly Guild members, the girl pulled out the strand of hair and the note she found by Luna's bed. What is this? A medium used to summon an entity. This hair must be Luna's, and the note lists her name and birth details. I don't think the jealousy demon sought her out on its own, someone is controlling it from behind the scenes. The girl explained her analysis to everyone. Are you saying there is a ghost tamer at this school? Chen asked, frowning. Yes. A ghost tamer who commands the jealousy demon, and most likely a woman. She must have harbored a grudge against Luna for some reason, so she used Luna's hair and birth details to create a medium, sending the jealousy demon to kill her. But the problem is, I just scanned the area with my equipment. Aside from a small amount of lingering resentment, I found no trace of any entity in Luna's room. That jealousy demon seems to have vanished into thin air. She clearly went to Luna's room, so why didn't she go through with it in the end? Maybe she didn't have time to act yet. Since we now know a ghost tamer is secretly meddling, our top priority is to track down that ghost tamer. A civilian ghost tamer operating outside the control of our Anomaly Guild poses far too great a threat. No sooner had Chen finished speaking than the elevator reached the first floor. The six of them quickly strode out of the apartment building, then began searching the grounds of Jinghai University with their equipment. Watching their retreating figures, Lin, crouched on the steps at the entrance of the apartment building, looked deep in thought. Ghost tamer? Anomaly Guild? What on earth are those? Are they psychics and psychic organizations in this world? Things are getting more and more complicated. I hope they can catch that girl who has been staring at Luna. She must be the so-called ghost tamer. But then again, why would she want to harm Luna? Is it because she is jealous of Luna's beauty? Just as he was pondering this, a sudden scream rang out from a girls' dormitory building not far away. Hearing the sound, Lin immediately sprinted toward the source of the scream at top speed. When he arrived, he witnessed a truly horrifying scene. On the concrete ground in front of the girls' dormitory, a girl wearing a striped long dress lay face down in a pool of blood, her face completely mangled from the fall. It's her. That ghost tamer. Why did she jump? Could it be because the ghost she was commanding was devoured by me, causing a backlash? Just as he was speculating to himself, Chen and the others hurried over. Seeing the mangled corpse on the ground, his expression shifted slightly, and they immediately made a call. The ghost tamer from Jinghai University is dead. Send a cleaner over. The cause of death appears to be a backlash triggered by the death of the entity she was commanding. There is not a trace of entity energy on this ghost tamer's body. The jealousy demon she commanded seems to have been devoured by a higher tier entity. At this point, Chen's tone suddenly faltered. There may be another, even more powerful ghost tamer at Jinghai University, one whose strength is likely above tier C. We need to keep a close eye on them. Seeing Chen and the others arrive, Lin immediately jumped into a nearby flower bed. The ghost tamer who had tried to assassinate Luna was already dead, and he had no desire to delve any deeper into the matter. He'd leave the professional work to the folks from the Anomaly Guild. After all, he was just a little kitten now. Just as he was striding gracefully along the top of the school wall, a voice rough as a rooster's crow came from below. Night King, Big Dumb's been cornered by that pack of strays, hurry over and check it out. Hearing this, Lin's eyes turned toward a crooked tree nearby. Beneath the tree, a plump orange cat with a tabby-patterned left front paw was looking up at him with a worried expression. That was his underling, Sang Koan. Beside Sang Koan stood another large tabby cat with an orange right front paw. That was his other underling, Sang Biao. How dare you! To actually block my loyal lieutenant, let me see what's going on. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he leaped down from the 3-meter-high courtyard wall. Chapter 6: The troublemaking stray dogs fall into an ambush. As a stray cat who had been roaming the grounds of Jinghai University for 2.5 years, Lin not only lived a carefree life himself but had also gathered a group of underlings under his wing. These underlings were required to pay tribute to him once a month in exchange for his protection. Even newcomers had to earn his approval before they could make a living on the Jinghai University campus. Among this group of stray cats, he had a new name, the Night King. Upon receiving a report from Sang Koan and Sang Biao, he immediately rushed to the scene. When he arrived, he saw a plump silver tabby standing on the top of a large tree, trembling all over. At the base of the tree, a big yellow dog was barking furiously at it. That plump silver tabby was none other than Dehan, the new recruit he'd taken in just last month, an unlucky soul abandoned by his owner. Due to inbreeding, he wasn't as sharp as other cats, and before Lin adopted him, he'd gone hungry 9 times out of 10. At that very moment, besides the cat and the dog, a crowd of college students had gathered around, watching the spectacle on their phones. Night King, look at that! Those stray dogs are getting way too bold. We clearly agreed that the East District is our cat gang's territory, but today that big yellow dog actually went rummaging through our trash cans for food. It's bad enough that they're encroaching on our turf, but it's also chasing Dahuan. Dahuan's already a bit slow, and now it's trying to scare him. Watching the big yellow dog barking furiously, Sang Koan said with a face full of anger. No sooner had he finished speaking than Sang Biao fanned the flames from the side. That's right, Night King. The dog gang clearly doesn't take our cat gang seriously, or you, Night King. Enough of that, you two. I won't let Dahan be bullied for nothing. Yesterday, he even brought me the cat food someone fed him. Today, I'm going to settle this for him and make that big yellow dog pay. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin pushed his way into the crowd, with Sang Koan and Sang Biao close behind. The big yellow dog, which had been barking furiously at the tree, sensed something was wrong and turned its head toward Lin and the other 2 cats. Upon seeing Lin leading the group, it immediately stopped barking, its expression turning incredibly grave. It let out a series of low growls. The college students gathered around to watch the spectacle instantly shifted their gaze to Lin. Wow! It's Blackie! Is Blackie here to save the day? Even Blackie's right-hand man is here. Looks like this is no small matter today. You bet. All the stray cats on our campus are under Blackie's protection. If that big yellow cat dares to bully the one up in the tree, it's really pushing Blackie's buttons. That's hilarious. Is that really true, or are you guys just making this up? Can a single cat really recruit underlings? Of course. I saw with my own eyes how Blackie went from being just an ordinary stray to becoming the boss of our school's cat gang. It's a pretty inspiring story. Last time, I saw a stray cat being chased by a stray dog, and Blackie led a pack of cats to beat that dog to a pulp. That's nothing. The other day, I bought some cat food to feed a stray, but it didn't eat it itself, it called Blackie over instead. It only started eating after Blackie had eaten half of it. Wow, Blackie is seriously involved in some shady business here. What about Black Cat Police Chief? Doesn't he do anything about this? Black Cat Police Chief is actually one of his underlings. Just as the group of college students were buzzing with discussion, Lynn walked up to the big yellow dog, coming within 2 meters of it. The next second, Lynn opened his mouth and let out a low growl. Meow. You've got some nerve. Don't you know the West District is our cat gang's turf? Woof woof woof. Just because you say it's yours doesn't make it yours. Other dogs might be scared of you, but I'm not. You're just a cat, after all. The big yellow dog didn't back down either. Meow. You're asking for it. The moment the words fell, a cold gleam flashed in Linus' eyes. He lunged forward, and mid-air, he executed a rabbit-kicking and eagled move. Before the big yellow dog could even react, his powerful hind legs slammed into its snout. The sheer force of the impact made the big yellow dog's head buzz. He lost his balance and fell to the ground on the spot. Lynn, meanwhile, used that momentum to land back where he started. After casting a cold glance at the yellow dog on the ground, he grinned crookedly, then stuck out his right front paw and licked it with his tongue. His movements were so fast that no one had time to react. By the time they realized what had happened, the yellow dog was already lying on the ground, blood oozing from the tip of its nose. Holy crap! What just happened? How did that dog end up on the ground? It's Blackie. Blackie just kicked it. That was so cool. Check out the video I took. I'll play it back in slow motion for you guys. He took down that big yellow dog in a single move. No wonder Blackie's the boss of the cat gang. His fighting power is off the charts. I never would thought a cat could actually have the upper hand in a fight against a dog. Cats are cats, but Blackie is Blackie. Just as the crowd of onlookers was expressing their shock, Sang Kuan and Sang Biao, two of his underlings, also gathered around Lin. Night King, you're so awesome. That big yellow dog couldn't even block a single move from you. Night King is invincible. But why do these bold two-legged beasts call you Blackie, Night King? Ha! Lin glared at Sang Biao, then delivered a sharp swipe to its feline face. You're the one everyone calls Piggy. Hee, what Piggy? Night King, you're joking again. I've always been called Sang Biao. Look at the tattoo on my arm, how could I possibly be called Piggy? Saying this, Sang Biao revealed his right front paw, adorned with orange markings. Just as the three cats were chatting among themselves, the big yellow dog scrambled to its feet. Its eyes were now filled with hatred, and it looked as if it wanted to devour Lin. You stinking cat, just you wait. Don't let me run into you again next time, you'll pay. With that, it turned and strode away. Hey! That lousy dog actually dared to call you, Night King, a stinky cat. I've got a temper. Charge. Take it down. It thinks it can just walk away after messing with our brother? It's not that easy. As they spoke, Lin, along with Sang Kuan and Sang Biao, quickly gave chase. Up ahead, a big yellow dog was running behind it, 3 cats were chasing. This strange scene soon caught the attention of many students on campus. As they passed a classroom building, a tall girl with a hint of spirit in her face, dressed in a tracksuit, spotted Lin sprinting by and waved at him. Blackie! Why are you fighting with a dog again? But Lin merely glanced back at her with a glare before continuing his frantic pursuit, looking as if he intended to kill the big yellow dog. Seeing this, the girl couldn't help but let a hint of exasperation show on her face, but in the end, she followed along just like the rest of the students who had gathered to watch the spectacle. A few minutes later, Lin had chased the big yellow dog all the way to the East Zone sports field. Just then, the big yellow dog suddenly stopped. Under the puzzled gazes of Lin and the other 2 cats, a smug look suddenly appeared on its face. What is going on? Is this dog crazy? Let us go get it. Just as Sang Koan and Sang Biao were about to move in, Lin suddenly sensed something was wrong. Wait, this is the East District. It looks like we walked into an ambush. No sooner had he spoken than a massive pack of stray dogs burst out from all around the sports field. In less than a minute, no fewer than 30 stray dogs had surrounded them. Leading the pack was a filthy black dog with a scar over its right eye, and by its side was a border collie. The moment Lin saw the border collie, he knew this was no coincidence. At the same time, the group of college students who had been watching from the sidelines couldn't help but look stunned at the sight. Chapter 7: Give Me a Boost. On the sports field, over 30 stray dogs of all kinds had completely surrounded Lin and the other two cats, creating a scene that was indescribably bizarre. The college students who had originally come to watch the spectacle couldn't help but let out a series of gasps. Vocal. I just wanted to see a cat-dog fight, but what is going on here? 36 stratagems? The Triad Chronicles, Cat and Dog Chronicles? I knew coming here was the right call. That dog just ran over to the West District on purpose to stir up trouble, then lured Blackie over, didn't he it? Hard to say. Are dogs these days really that smart? They even know how to lure the enemy in. They must be possessed. I've figured it out. From the moment that big yellow dog started chasing that silver tabby, it was a trap set by the dog gang all to take out Blackie, the leader of the cat gang. It really pays to read more. Even stray dogs in college have at least a high school level of intelligence. This plot is familiar. Isn't there a scene like this in Young and Dangerous? That's how Liang Koan died. A cat and dog fight instantly turns into a gang war. In a situation like this, do you think we should call the Paw Patrol or Inspector Black Cat? We're screwed. Blackie might just meet his end on the sports field this time, and the cat gang will lose their leader. It must be that border collie's evil scheme. No ordinary dog has that kind of intelligence. Film it, film it. Posting this online is guaranteed to go viral. This is even more intense than those action anime. Just as the group of college students were watching with wide-eyed excitement, the girl in the tracksuit was frantic with worry. She wanted to rush in and rescue Lin, but upon seeing the 30-plus ferocious stray dogs, she simply couldn't muster the courage. With no other choice, she could only pray that Lin would manage to break through the pack of stray dogs. Meanwhile, Lin's expression was more serious than ever, his golden eyes fixed intently on the filthy, massive black dog. He knew this wasn't going to end well today. Just then, the big black dog suddenly spoke up. Night King, I bet you never expected this. Today is your day. There's no way I'm letting you leave this time. Hearing the black dog's voice, Lin showed not a hint of panic. Instead, he replied with a look of contempt. Wang Kai, I never thought you'd be so despicable luring me here just to ambush me. Damn it, don't call me Wang Kai. That's the name humans gave me. My name now is Scar Eye, the big black dog snapped furiously. Alright, Wang Kai. You're asking for death. After letting out a furious bark, the big black dog prepared to lead the pack of stray dogs in a direct assault on Lin and the brothers Sang Koan and Sang Biao. But just then, Lin suddenly spoke up again. Wait, Wang Kai. You can kill me if you want, but you have to let my two little brothers go first. I know you hold a grudge against me for scratching your eye, but I take responsibility for my own actions. It has nothing to do with those two. As long as you let them go, I'll let you do whatever you want with me. As soon as Lin said this, the Sang Koan and Sang Biao brothers immediately turned their gaze toward him. Night King. But what met them was Lin's furious roar. Stop blabbering. You two are just holding me back here. After yelling at Sang Koan and Sang Biao, Lin turned his gaze back to the big black dog, Wang Kai. What do you say, Wang Kai? Fine. I agree. All I want today is your life. Once you're dead, the cat gang will be nothing but a name. Make way for those two stupid cats. Let them go. At Wang Kai's command, the stray dogs parted to clear a path. Seeing this, Sang Koan and Sang Biao turned and began walking out. Just as they were about to break out of the encirclement, they suddenly sped up. Night King, hold on. We're going back to rally the brothers right now. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were gone. After they left, the stray dogs tightened the encirclement once more, trapping Lin firmly within. If it were an ordinary cat surrounded by over 30 stray dogs, there would be no way out but death. But Lin was clearly no ordinary stray cat. As he watched Sang Kuan and Sang Biao vanish from sight, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he opened his stat allocation panel. After devouring that jealousy demon earlier, his evolution points had reached an unprecedented 30. Now, finally, it was time to spend all 30 of those evolution points. Deep Blue. Allocate the points. With a single thought, he immediately invested 10 evolution points into the agility attribute, then another 10 into strength. The final 10 points were distributed between bite and pounce. The next second, these two advanced skills underwent a transformation. Bite Advanced became Bloodthirsty Assault Basic. Bloodthirsty Assault Basic enters a state of rage, increasing physical attack power by 25%. When teeth and claws strike an enemy, they inflict a laceration effect, causing the enemy to continuously lose HP for 5 seconds. This effect stacks. Pounce Advanced became Tiger Leap Basic. Tiger Leap Basic, when performing a frontal leap attack against an enemy, the target is automatically locked on and hit with 100% accuracy. Upon hitting the target, there is a 25% chance to trigger a forced knockdown effect, ignoring the target's form. As a warm surge rose from within him, Lin felt his body grow several times stronger than before. His small frame was filled with explosive strength. At the same time, his body became increasingly light, as if 4 whirlwinds were lifting him from beneath his feet. Feeling this transformation, his gaze grew even colder. Just then, the big black dog Wonkai launched an attack at him. Woof! Its massive frame more than 10 times larger than Lin's charged straight at him. Facing the attack, Lin immediately assumed a fighting stance. His fur bristled, his back straightened, and with a powerful push off the ground with his hind legs, he unleashed the tiger leaping over the ravine technique. Meow. In an instant, the two black shadows, one large, one small, collided mid-air. Seeing this, many of the college students present couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Some timid girls even covered their eyes, unable to bear watching what was about to unfold. To them, given the size difference between the two, it seemed almost impossible for Lin to gain any advantage. But what happened next left them speechless. After the cat and dog met in midair, Lin pounced fiercely onto Wonkai, slamming him hard to the ground. The moment he hit the ground, he launched a bloodthirsty assault. A crimson glow instantly surged from his originally golden eyes, and the same red light shone from between his claws. In less than a second, he raked the big black dog's face with dozens of swipes. His sharp canine teeth tore open the flesh on the big black dog's neck. Only when the other stray dogs rushed over did he leap off Wonkai, landing steadily on a trash can several meters away. Then, with grace, he licked the bright red blood from between his claws into his mouth. As for Wonkai on the other side, his condition could only be described as a gruesome sight. Its face was torn to shreds, a flap of flesh dangling from its neck, blood streaming continuously from the wounds. As soon as it managed to stand up, Lin immediately unleashed his fear-gaze skill on it. In the next second, from Wonkai's perspective, Lin transformed into a terrifying black tiger radiating black flames. His panting breath turned into a spine-chilling tiger's roar. Wonkai's legs gave way, and he wet himself in terror. But that wasn't the end of it. After taking down Wonkai, Lin charged straight back into the pack of dogs. He intended to teach this pack of strays a lesson they would never forget. Chapter 8: One Cat versus a Pack of Dogs, a Complete Victory. On the sports field, as time passed, more and more college students gathered to watch the spectacle. Layers upon layers of onlookers, there were easily several hundred people. They watched with their own eyes as Lin and the other two cats were surrounded by over 30 stray dogs. And they watched as Lin went to war with the pack. At first, they thought Lin was in grave danger. Some had even grabbed brooms, branches, and other tools from the sidelines, ready to rush in and save him at the critical moment. But what did they see now? Single-handedly, Lin took down the pack leader amidst the swarm of dogs, wounding and crippling the stray dog leader who was several times his size before finally escaping unscathed. For the college students present, the impact of this scene was simply beyond words. To the point where the only reactions heard were "Holy crap," and "No way." Holy crap! I thought I was watching a young and dangerous movie, but it instantly turned into Wolf Warrior. No, this isn't Wolf Warrior, this is a sci-fi movie. No way, a cat actually beat a dog like that? I told you, that's Blackie, he is no ordinary cat. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. That dog didn't stand a chance against Blackie. Blackie must have unlocked his genetic potential, his fighting power is insane. I'd believe it if you told me he was a little tiger, but this is a damn cat. That pounce just now was so cool, it looked exactly like a tiger hunting. No wonder it's the leader of the cat gang. Now I finally get why all the stray cats on campus respect it so much. It steps up when things get tough, lets its underlings escape when danger strikes, and doesn't back down against bigger opponents. If it were a person, I'd want to follow it. Wait, what is Blackie about to do? Just as the college students stood there in awe, Lin, perched atop the trash can, bristled once more. His back arched high, his blood-stained mouth opened wide, and with a single leap, he plunged into the pack of dogs. This move left the students on the scene speechless once again. And what happened next was even more mind-blowing. The moment Lin charged into the pack of stray dogs, he instantly became a black blur, racing at breakneck speed through the swarm. Every time he passed a stray dog, he would deliver a vicious swipe with his paw, then grab the dog by the head and slam it hard onto the ground. Whether it was a small, short-legged mutt or a towering border collie, they all received the same treatment. Often, his attacks reached them before they could even touch him. In less than 2 minutes, he had beaten every one of the 30-plus stray dogs in turn, leaving deep claw marks on each of their bodies. The injuries weren't severe, but they were enough to leave a lasting impression. After circling the group, he returned to the center of the pack. In full view of all the stray dogs, he stepped on one Kai, bared his teeth, and let out a menacing hiss with what he thought was his most ferocious expression. Hoof! At that moment, all the dogs were so terrified they dared not move, their eyes involuntarily betraying their fear. They truly never imagined a cat could be this fierce. In front of Lin, they had almost no ability to fight back, they couldn't even keep up with his movements. Just as all the stray dogs were being intimidated by Lin, a sudden gasp rang out from the crowd once more. Hearing this gasp, everyone turned their gaze to the rear in unison. At a single glance, they witnessed an incredibly spectacular scene. Led by Sang Koan and Sang Biao, hundreds of stray cats were sprinting toward the sports field. As they raced, they didn't forget to meow wildly. Night King, we've come to save you. Those who trespass on our cat clan's territory will be hunted down, no matter how far they flee. You stinking dogs, brace yourselves for the wrath of the cats. Charge, brothers. Let us wipe out these stinking dogs. From now on, all the trash cans at Jinghai University are ours. The bushes are ours too. Meow. Stinky trap, shut up, you're ruining our momentum. Don't call this ragdoll during fights, it's too embarrassing. A male cat meowing like a little female. He is not even a male cat, he doesn't even have balls. There were over 100 stray cats of various colors and patterns, including ordinary orange tabbies and calico cats like Sang Koan and Sang Biao. There were also black and white tabby cats, tricolor cats with 3 different patterns, flashy tortoiseshell cats, pure white cats, and even a chubby blue cat with a big belly. But the most eye-catching among them were the few cats trailing behind Sang Koan and Sang Biao. One was a stocky calico with a black back and white belly, wearing 4 white gloves nicknamed Sheriff. Then there were 2 fierce white cats, each with a black patch over one eye, nicknamed the 2 Elders of Xin Ming. The last 2 were a burly tabby with an iron chain around its neck to which a sledgehammer was attached, and a filthy, scarred tabby with a menacing expression. One of them, nicknamed Iron Hammer, was the pet cat of the school store owner, while the other, nicknamed Celestial Fiend, was the former leader of the stray cats. Both had a dog-esque life on their hands. These 5 cats, along with Sang Koan and Sang Biao, were all chapter masters of Lin's cat gang. They rushed to Lin's side as fast as they could, then surrounded the pack of stray dogs while assuming fighting stances. The moment Lin gave the order, they would immediately engage the dog gang in a fierce battle. Sang Koan and Sang Biao, meanwhile, led the other chapter masters to Lin's side without delay. Upon seeing Wang Kai lying on the ground, their feline faces instantly betrayed utter astonishment. "Night King, are you okay?" Chief Cow Cat was the first to ask with concern. "I'm fine." "It's him who is in trouble now," Lin replied coldly, his icy gaze fixed firmly on Wang Kai on the ground. "Those stinking dogs are truly reckless, daring to ambush the Night King. Shall we take them out now?" Tian Sha, filthy from head to toe and with a ferocious expression, bared his mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. "Night King, give the order." We two brothers haven't fought dogs in ages. The Shen Ming duo simultaneously raised their right paws, their sharp claws snapping out from between their claws. "Food? What food? Where's the food?" The chubby blue cat from earlier, its eyes a pair of wise, apricot yellow orbs, squeezed its head into the fray. "You idiot, this isn't your business. Go play somewhere else." Oh, the blue cat turned and retracted its head. "Night King, shall we move?" Sang Koan asked from Lin's side, as if ready to kill Wang Kai the moment Lin gave the word. Under these circumstances, Wang Kai pinned beneath Lin's foot could not help but reveal a hint of sorrow in his eyes, as if he knew his time was short. But just then, Lin suddenly stepped off him and turned to walk away. "Let us go. That's enough for today. Night King. If we end up killing a dog in broad daylight, the school won't tolerate us anymore. Those two-legged beasts can't stand anyone being more badass than them." Having already walked several meters away, Lin suddenly turned back. "Wang Kai, the West District will remain the territory of your dog gang. This king will not allow a single cat to cross the border. Likewise, I do not wish to see a single dog in the East District from now on. If I spot even one dog, I will come looking for you." As he spoke, he let out a blast of cold breath, causing Wang Kai to shudder on the spot. Wang Kai was terrified that Lin would come running back to beat him up again. Fortunately, Lin soon led his group of stray cats away, though their voices could still be heard from time to time. "Night King, why not take this opportunity to drive the dog gang out of Jinghai University? That way, the entire campus would be the cat gang's territory. You don't know anything. This is the way of balance. If stray cats dominate the campus, you lot will start breeding like crazy, and the school will definitely step in to cull the stray cats. But if there are still stray dogs on campus, we won't be the primary target for culling. Stray cats and stray dogs keep each other in check. That's exactly what those two-legged beasts want to see. By the way, I heard yesterday that some girl complained about your attitude. Did you hiss at her when she tried to pet you? And did you even perk up your ears? Don't do that next time. When someone wants to pet you, remember to roll over and show your belly, and make your meows sound cuter. That's the only way to get more food, and the college students will protect us. Got it? Tian Sha, you two lick your fur more often when you have time. Who dare pet you looking like that? Dahan can scam 3 cat treats a day, but you can't even get a single sausage in a month. What does our cat gang rely on to get by at Jinghai University? It's not brute force at service, it's emotional value. While you're all here, this king will explain to you what emotional value really means." As Lin led the cats further and further away, a look of sudden realization spread across Wang Kai's face. Chapter 9, Viral Sensation. With Lin and the stray cats departing, the grand showdown between the cat gang and the dog gang came to a close. The group of college students had certainly had their fill of the spectacle. Many of them had recorded the entire event on their phones. They immediately shared these videos in various group chats, on their social media feeds, and on platforms like Douyin. The more enthusiastic ones even edited the footage and added music. When these videos appeared on major video platforms, it came as no surprise that they quickly went viral, garnering massive online traffic. One video, in particular, received over 1 million likes within just a few hours. The video opened with a classic soundtrack, followed by an AI-generated voiceover. Jinghai may be small, but it's a place where legends are made. First, there was the street brawl between the Dongxing and Hongxing gangs. Now, we have the campus showdown between the cat gang and the dog gang. It's not that we can't afford the movie theater, it's just that watching the action live offers better value. Welcome everyone to the epic war documentary, Cats vs. Dogs. It all started when a stray dog trespassed onto the cat's territory and chased a stray cat up a tree. In the end, Blackie, the leader of the cat gang, graciously released Wang Kai, the leader of the dog gang, on the spot, and led his pack of stray cats away in style. Even renowned military commentator General MacArthur of the United States, after watching this, remarked that while the dog gang is certainly strong, anyone who dares to challenge the cat gang will be met with a resounding meow, 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 meow no matter how far away they are. The video runs nearly 20 minutes. It documents the entire sequence, from Dehan being chased up a tree, to Lin arriving to save the day only to fall into the dog gang's ambush, to Lin single-handedly taking down over 30 stray dogs and severely injuring their leader, Wang Kai. While Lin was fighting, the videographer even added rousing music from a certain Japanese ninja anime. When the brothers Sang Koan and Sang Biao made their entrance with over 100 cats, the videographer switched to the soundtrack from A Better Tomorrow. With the music amplifying the already intense footage, viewers in the comments section were left screaming, "This is insane. Wow, I never thought the most epic scene of 2024 would be cats and dogs fighting." This plot outshines 90% of the movies and TV shows out there right now. I watched the whole thing without fast-forwarding a single second. If a movie were made like this, it probably wouldn't even pass censorship, it's way too gangster. You're right. Not only is it heavily gang-related, but it's also suspected of illegal and criminal acts. Who could resist watching an episode where a bunch of cats and a bunch of dogs get into a massive brawl? If I went to that university, I'd skip class all day just to watch this. What era are we living in? How can there still be gang wars? Oh, wait, it's just dogs and cats. Well, then it's fine. This is a truly egregious incident. Has it been reported to the Jinghai City Police Dog Corps? What instructions has Inspector Black Cat issued regarding this matter? Have the suspect cats and suspect dogs been arrested? Blackie the police chief is right in the middle of the brawl too. Check the video at 1826, knowing the law and breaking it anyway? That's an aggravating factor. Holy crap, this black cat is so badass. He is totally dominating the dogs, they're getting beaten to a pulp. Blackie YYDS. One cat taking on over 30 stray dogs? Not even Wolf Warrior would dare film that. If it were in the Avengers, Thanos would have to step aside. My cat watched it and kept saying it's a sci-fi movie, it's clearly heavily edited. I just showed it to my cat. It told me it's staged, those stray dogs are all actors. It said it could do that too, and when it just jumped onto the table, it didn't actually leap up. My calico sister watched it and started licking my phone screen. She told me, "Mom, this is exactly my type. Please give me Blackie's contact info." How can a cat be this powerful? If its size were 2 or 3 times bigger, I suspect it could even beat a lion. Now I finally understand why there are only large dogs and no large cats. Without a doubt, Lin's performance in the video instantly won over countless netizens, and his fame has skyrocketed once again. However, this is clearly not a good thing for him. Blackie, look this way. Lin, who was standing on the garden wall giving a lecture to a group of stray cats, hadn't even had time to react when a girl in a denim skirt snapped a photo of him with her phone. "Meow, meow, meow, I've got some fish treats here. Let me pet you." Another girl was crouched nearby, holding a bag of Jinjai fish treats she bought at the supermarket, teasing them with it. Seeing the Jinjai fish treats in her hand, Lin immediately rolled his eyes. "Meow. Are you out of your mind? Are these fish snacks even meant for cats? If I ate this, I'd get kidney failure." However, his outburst instantly made the girl's eyes light up. Wow! Blackie is so cute. His meow is so soft and sweet. Meow. Damn it! How dare she call my meow soft and sweet? Saying this, Lin turned his gaze toward the group of cats in front of him. Is this King's voice majestic? Commanding. The Night King's meow is the most commanding of all. Sang Koan was the first to offer his flattery. Right. The Night King's meow is the most commanding among all of us cats, said Tian Sha, his face fierce, in a hoarse, deep voice. Then I'm put at ease. Let us continue the lesson. Where was I just now? Night King, you were just saying that a cute and cuddly appearance is our strongest weapon as stray cats, replied the chief from a tree nearby. Right. Exactly. A cute and cuddly appearance is our strongest weapon against bipeds. No biped can resist a cat's charm. As long as we act a little cute, they willingly offer their loyalty. But you must remember, never form emotional bonds with bipeds. Attachment is the greatest taboo for a stray cat. Last month, Whoppy fell into ruin because he grew attached to a biped, willingly letting himself be adopted, and ultimately had his balls cut off. When I saw him yesterday, his voice had gone all high-pitched. Bipeds call such creatures neutered cats. Do you want to get your balls cut off and become an incomplete neutered cat? Lin's stern gaze swept across the crowd. No way, the cats answered in unison. Excellent. From now on, anyone who gets their balls cut off is no longer a member of the cat gang. Nodding in satisfaction, Lin turned to a plump orange cat in the crowd and said, Siren, you've had the best results lately. You scammed 4 cat treats yesterday. Now, you're going to demonstrate to everyone how to trick those 2-legged creatures. Yes, Night King. No sooner had the words left his mouth than this plump orange cat, round as a potato with 4 toothpicks stuck in it, climbed down from the tree. After landing, he strutted right into the crowd. The moment a girl touched him, he flopped onto the ground, his belly pouch spreading out like a lump of dough. Its 4 stubby little legs kept kneading the girl's shoes, while its mouth emitted a series of purring sounds. Seeing this, the girl's heart melted. She immediately opened her bag and pulled out a can of premium cat food she'd originally intended for her own cat. Witnessing this, the cats perched in the trees and on the walls stared in wide-eyed amazement. Lin felt as if he were kicking himself. Damn it, it's a can of premium cat food that costs over $10. I can't even afford that a few times a month. If I'd known, I would gone up there myself to demonstrate. I hope that little guy knows his place and saves half for me. And this 2-legged creature, she actually betrayed her feline master and is keeping a mistress on the side. However, faced with the premium cat food, the big fat orange cat, Shiro, had no time to remember his boss. In less than a minute, he had devoured the entire can, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Just as Lin was seething with rage, a gentle female voice suddenly came from beneath the wall. Blackie, I finally found you. Look what I brought you. Chapter 10. The Cat Detective makes an appearance. Hearing the sudden voice from below, Lin instinctively looked down. There he saw a tall, leggy beauty in a tracksuit and a pleated skirt waving at him. Why is it her? What does she want from me now? Just as he was about to ignore the leggy beauty, she suddenly opened her backpack and pulled out a can of cat food. Blackie, I know you love canned food, so I specially brought you some salmon today. It's got beef and diced carrots in it. It smells delicious. As she spoke, the long-legged beauty opened the can. Seeing the can, a chubby raccoon immediately volunteered. Night King, leave this 2-legged creature to me. I'll definitely trick the can out of her hands. However, his offer was met with a fierce glare from Lin. Get lost. I'm handling this myself. Class is dismissed. With that, he leaped straight down from the 3-meter-high garden wall, ran all the way to the leggy beauty's side, and then, extremely reluctantly, rubbed against her calf. After rubbing against her, he didn't forget to glance back to see if his little minions were still there. Once he confirmed they were all gone, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Blackie, you were amazing today. Even the big dog couldn't beat you. As she spoke, the long-legged beauty crouched down and lifted Lin's 2 front paws. Lin was already used to this behavior from her. For the sake of the canned food, he didn't bother to complain. Meow. Hurry up and open the can for me. All right, don't get so impatient. I'll open it for you. Click. Go ahead. She casually placed the open can in front of Lynn and watched him with a smile on her face. Lynn didn't have time to think about any of that. He just lowered his head and started devouring the food. In less than a minute, he had polished off the entire can. When he was done, he obediently crouched down in front of the girl and carefully licked every last bit of food from around his mouth. Seeing this, the girl hurriedly praised him again. "Blackie, you're so good. But since you ate my canned food, you'll have to do me a favor today." "Meow." "Got it." Lynn rolled his eyes at her. "Hee hee, as long as you agree. Come on, let us walk and talk." The next second, the girl scooped Lynn right into her arms. Feeling the warmth and softness of her embrace, Lynn remained completely unmoved inside. He even felt a bit sleepy. Unconsciously, he recalled his first encounter with this long-legged beauty. Back then, he was only 6 months old, still a rather immature stray cat. As for this long-legged beauty, Ning, she was the renowned sports department goddess. Of course, she also had another identity, a private detective at the Cat SI Detective Agency. At the time, she was investigating a case of a missing pet cat, in other words, helping someone find their cat. Just as her search was yielding no results, she ran into Lynn, who was wandering around campus. In the end, in exchange for a cat treat, Lynn successfully helped her find her client's runaway ragdoll. From that moment on, the human and the cat established a long-term partnership. This time was likely no exception. "Blackie, it's just like I said earlier. An elderly lady's cat one she's had for 10 years has gone missing, and now they've come to me. I've been searching for days without finding a single clue, so I had no choice but to ask for your help. You'll definitely help me, right?" After saying this, Ning couldn't resist hugging Lynn close and rubbing him a few times. "Meow. As long as the cat treats are on the table, even a tiger would do anything for you. Hee hee, once this is done, I'll give you 10 bags of freeze-dried food, 10 cans of cat food, and 10 cat treats. How does that sound?" "Meow, meow. You want double?" Okay, but we have to hurry. Otherwise, I'm afraid that cat will run off somewhere else." Ning thought for a moment, then agreed to Lynn's terms right away. After speaking, she pulled her phone out of her bag, opened the photo gallery, and found a picture of a cat. To Lynn's surprise, this cat was also black. However, unlike him whose fur was jet black and glossy, this black cat had quite a few white hairs mixed in, clearly a sign of old age. A pair of bells hung from the black cat's neck. Have you memorized what it looks like? If so, let us head over to the old lady's neighborhood right now. It's about to get dark, so it should be coming out soon. Meow. Alright, the pretty girl detective and the cat detective are now on the case. Amid the laughter, Ning held out her right hand. Seeing this, Lynn reluctantly placed her right paw on top of it. Yay! Meow. So childish. Soon, Ning picked up Lynn and got on an electric scooter. Once seated, Ning didn't forget to pull a special little helmet out of the trunk and put it on Lynn. "Oh, and I prepared something else for you. You're definitely going to like it." Under Lynn's puzzled gaze, Ning produced a red bow from her bag as if by magic. Ta-da! See if you like it. I had a friend make this just for you. It has GPS tracking and a call function, so I'll always be able to find you. With that, she fastened the red bow tie around Lynn's neck, despite Lynn's clearly reluctant expression. Once it was in place, Lynn, who had been completely clad in black, instantly transformed into a gentleman wearing a black tailcoat and a red bow tie. Perfect. Let us head out now. After flicking the bow tie on Lynn's neck with her finger, Ning immediately twisted the throttle and rode off on her pink kitty scooter, carrying Lynn toward the school gates. Lynn sat steadily on the back seat of her scooter. Even the occasional bump didn't faze him in the slightest. 20 minutes later, Ning brought Lynn to an old residential neighborhood. The architecture of this old neighborhood still retained the style of the last century, with rows of weathered, block-style apartment buildings and 2- or 3-story private homes everywhere. Electric wires crisscrossed overhead, dividing the sky into squares. Traces of time were evident everywhere. It wasn't until Ning rode the scooter up to a small two-story house with a front yard that she stopped. She took off her own helmet, then casually removed Lin's small helmet as well, before carrying Lin into the yard. As soon as they entered the yard, Lin was startled by the scene before him. In the empty courtyard stood a funeral pavilion, lined with wreaths on both sides, with a large, pitch-black coffin placed right in the center. On the offering table in front of the coffin lay a black and white portrait of the deceased and an incense burner emitting wispy wisps of smoke. Seeing all this, Lin sensed something was off. But he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Just then, he keenly heard what sounded like a faint rustling coming from inside the coffin. The sound was barely perceptible, absolutely inaudible to human ears, but as a cat, he heard it perfectly clear. Damn! This place is haunted, isn't it? That's way too scary for a cat. Chapter 11, Questioning the Local Cat. Before today, Lin would never have believed in ghosts, but after what happened this morning, he had to admit there were things in this world beyond his understanding. Even if he had eaten the ghost he encountered earlier. Just as he was feeling deeply uneasy, a middle-aged couple emerged from the house. The man was in his 50s, gaunt with a receding hairline and a blank expression. He wore a white shirt and had a set of keys tucked into his waistband. The woman was about the same age, slightly plump, with short, ear-length hair, and dressed very simply. Upon seeing Ning and Lin in her arms, the couple hurried over to greet them. But as they drew closer and got a clear look at Lin, their expressions immediately turned cold. Detectively, this isn't the cat our old lady keeps, the woman said bluntly. You've misunderstood. I didn't say he was your cat. I brought him here just to help us find a cat, Ning hurried to explain. Don't let his appearance fool you, he is quite capable. He has helped me find many lost cats in the past. After hearing Ning's explanation, the couple finally looked at her with a mix of skepticism and belief. All right, in that case, we hope you can help us find that cat as soon as possible. Now that the old lady is gone, he is the only thing we have left. Sure, don't worry. I'll definitely find that cat for you as soon as I can. After Ning said this with a smile, the couple returned to the house with cold expressions. Seeing this, a hint of confusion flashed across Lin's golden eyes. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this couple. If they truly cared about the cat, they should be acting desperate. Yet there wasn't a trace of urgency on their faces. Yet if they didn't care, why had they spent a fortune hiring Ning, a private detective? It seemed extremely contradictory. Maybe they aren't looking for a cat, Lin suddenly came up with a bold hypothesis. Blackie, it's time to get to work. You search the roof, and I'll search below. I'll check in with you every 5 minutes. If you spot that black cat, let me know. While Lin was still deep in thought, Ning's voice came from beside him. Meow. Got it. After giving a brief reply, Lin jumped straight out of Ning's arms, then leaped onto the nearby wall over 2 meters high. Following the wall, he quickly made his way to the roof. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. Standing on the high rooftop, he had a clear view of everything within a 100-meter radius. His ears, like 2 radar dishes, picked up every slightest sound in the vicinity and relayed it to his brain. Soon, his sharp gaze locked onto the corner of a nearby house. Whoosh! In an instant, his figure turned into a black shadow streaking toward that corner. But when he reached the corner, the scene before him made him blush. There, a large, fat orange cat was struggling to mount a tortoiseshell cat, engaged in some unspeakable act. Sorry to interrupt. After glancing at the 2 cats, Lin turned to leave. No problem, bro. I'm all done. Want to join in? The plump orange cat, having dismounted from the tortoiseshell, extended a warm invitation. The tortoiseshell cat also let out a seductive meow. Hearing its call, Lin shook his head repeatedly. No, thanks. I don't have any balls. You two go ahead. That's a real shame, but I guess it makes sense. Judging by that thing around your neck, you must have been adopted by a human. I hear cats adopted by humans always get their balls cut off. It's really pitiful losing one of the greatest joys of a cat's life. Haha, it only takes a second or two. Nothing to feel sorry about. After saying that, he seemed to think of something else and immediately turned his head to look at the big, fat orange cat lying there grooming himself. Bro, are you a local cat around here? The chubby orange cat, mid-grooming, gave a slight nod. That's right. I was born right here. If you end up hanging around here, just drop my name to the other cats. My name is Ironheaded, LL get you far. From your accent, you don't sound like a local cat, Lynn said, furrowing his brow. Huh? I don't have an accent? Never mind that. Have you run into a black cat like me before, a bit older, and not as handsome as I am? A black cat that looks like you. A thoughtful expression flashed across Ironhead's face, and soon he seemed to have remembered something. Oh. You mean Old Man Black Charcoal, right? That old cat. Right. That's the one. Have you seen him lately? Lynn's eyes lit up instantly. Nope. Ironhead shook his head. Then what the hell are you talking about? Lynn was speechless. Grandpa Black Charcoal used to love basking in the sun right there, but I haven't seen him around for the past few days. Plus, he's got a bell around his neck. If he'd been out and about, I'd definitely have heard it, but I haven't heard a peep in days. As Ironhead analyzed the situation, he paced back and forth along the eaves, a sly look gradually spreading across his face. Finding this a bit odd, Lynn immediately followed the direction of his gaze. At a glance, he spotted a long-haired calico sleeping in a tree not far away. Ugh, what a lousy cat. After silently cursing Tai-Tu in his mind, Lynn leaped onto a rooftop 5 meters away. As he left, he didn't forget to turn back and say to Tai-Tu. Completely oblivious to the look of admiration on the tortoiseshell cat's face just moments before. Wow! That black cat is so cool. The moment those words left his mouth, Tai-Tu, standing beside the tortoiseshell cat, was instantly overcome with jealousy. What's so great about that? Anyone with legs can do that. He is just skinny and black. What's so cool about him? Pfft, he can jump that far. Can you? What can I do? Just watch me. Before he could finish, Ironhead started sprinting, trying to leap onto the roof across the way to prove himself. But after barely 2 steps, he crushed a tile under his paw. His massive body lost its balance and tumbled right off the roof. Meow. Holy crap! Having failed to get any useful leads from Ironhead, Lynn quickly began searching the surrounding area for other stray cats. Most of the stray cats living in this old residential neighborhood had seen the old black cat at one time or another. Their answers were remarkably consistent. They hadn't seen the old black cat in several days, nor had they heard the jingle of its bell. Lynn even went out of his way to ask the stray dog that was constantly peeing on the utility pole by the roadside. Although the stray dog, who still had a leash around his neck, was uncooperative at first, he settled down after Lynn gave him a few playful swats. I'm sure that black cat hasn't left this area. I wander around here every day. If he'd come out, I'd definitely have chased after him. Do you like to bully cats? Lynn asked menacingly. Misunderstanding. I just like to play with cats. I've never bullied them, the stray dog explained, looking terrified. Do you remember the black cat's scent? I do. I remember the scent of every cat around here, the stray dog said proudly. Good. Then take me to find that black cat right now. Huh? But I'm really busy. The roast duck shop next door throws out ducktails every night, and if I'm late, there won't be any left for me. Lynn's expression turned fierce, and he let out a threatening snarl, as if he were ready to take the dog's life at the drop of a hat. I'll look for it, okay? Under Lynn's tyranny, the hapless stray dog was ultimately conscripted against its will. Lynn unceremoniously clamped his mouth around the dog's leash and followed behind it. As they walked, the stray dog kept whining. Woo woo whoa, my duck butt. Unable to bear it any longer, Lynn immediately said with a helpless expression. If you find that black cat, I'll have someone buy you a whole roast duck later. You mean it? If you're lying, you're a puppy. If I'm lying, I'm a dog. All right then, hee hee. Soon, a strange scene unfolded in this old residential neighborhood. A black cat wearing a red bow tie was leading a shabby gray stray dog through the alleys. Chapter 12, The Cat Hidden in the Coffin, A Sudden Turn of Events. In the span of 10 minutes, Lin, leading the stray dog Dobao, had scoured the entire old residential area. Finally, Dobo led Lin to the entrance of a familiar courtyard. Night King, the scent of that old black cat is inside this house. No sooner had he spoken than Lin shot him a glare. That essay, given this is his home, of course his scent is here. No, I mean he must be inside this house right now. Not a lingering scent from before, but a fresh one. My nose never fails me, Dobao said with conviction. At those words, Lin's expression changed instantly. Just then, Ning emerged from an alleyway nearby. Upon seeing Lin, she immediately quickened her pace. Blackie, why are you back early? Huh? You're even walking a dog. Is that your pet? Hearing Ning's remark, Lin couldn't help but roll her eyes at her. Meow. Come on, I'm a cat, why would I have a pet? If it's not a pet, then it must be your doggy friend. Hi there, Shogo. Ning greeted Dobao with great enthusiasm. Night King, who is this woman? Your owner? She sure talks a lot. Dobao looked thoroughly impatient. My servant. I'll have her buy you some roast duck later. Ha! She has such a sweet voice. As he spoke, Dobao stuck out his tongue and wagged his tail at Ning non-stop. You really are such a dog, Lin muttered under her breath. But remembering the business at hand, he immediately walked over to Ning's side. After rubbing against her calf, he meowed twice and pointed his right front paw toward the courtyard ahead. Ning, her attention piqued, instinctively looked in the direction he was pointing. Are you saying that black cat is inside the courtyard? Meow. No way. If it's in the courtyard, wouldn't they have found it by now? Ning looked completely skeptical. Seeing Ning's disbelief, Lin stood up and patted Dobao on the head. Come on, let us go in and find that old black cat. Okay. Led by Lin, Dobao immediately lowered his head and began sniffing every corner of the courtyard with his nose. Eventually, it fixed its gaze on the black coffin placed right in the center of the memorial tent. Then it opened its mouth and began barking furiously at the black coffin. Woof, woof, woof. Seeing it act this way, Lin knew exactly what it meant, and his expression instantly turned somewhat peculiar. That cat has been hiding in the coffin the whole time? Lin had figured it out, and Ning naturally thought the same. Just as their expressions shifted, the middle-aged couple from earlier emerged from the house. Where did this dog come from? Get out of here! As they spoke, the couple grabbed a broom from nearby, intending to shoo Dobao out of the courtyard. But just then, Ning stepped in front of them. Mr. and Mrs. Zhu, this dog is here to help. It must have picked up the scent of your cat, which is why it's been barking all this time. I suspect that cat might be hiding inside the coffin right now. As soon as he said this, the couple's raised hands froze in mid-air. After exchanging a glance, they both turned their gaze toward the coffin standing nearby. Clearly, they had already believed what Ning had said. Mr. and Mrs. Zhu, do you think we should? Before Ning could finish his sentence, the couple had already walked over to the coffin. By now, night had begun to fall, and the motion sensor lights on the nearby utility pole had automatically turned on, casting a dim glow over the yard. Since the light came from outside the yard, half of the couple's faces were illuminated, while the other half remained shrouded in darkness. Even though their expressions were calm, Lin could still detect the ferocity in their eyes. The next second, they both placed their hands on the coffin lid and slowly lifted it open. When the lid opened to reveal a gap over 20 centimeters wide, a dark figure leaped out of the coffin. The moment the figure emerged, the middle-aged man who had previously appeared dull and docile grabbed it immediately. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman on the other side quickly pulled out a net she had prepared in advance. Working together, the two stuffed the dark figure directly into the net. At that moment, Lin and Ning could clearly see the figure's appearance. It was none other than the black cat they had been searching for all this time. Once stuffed into the net, the black cat let out a series of shrill yelps while attacking the net with its teeth and claws, trying to escape. But it was, after all, just a cat, and an elderly one at that. How could it possibly break free from that sturdy net? Seeing this, Ning, unable to bear the sight, quickly spoke up. "Mr. and Mrs. Zhu, it's probably just stressed right now. Please be a little gentler with it. It should be fine once it calms down." However, the couple's behavior didn't change at all. They remained just as rough. The middle-aged man even shot Ning a cold glance. "Detectively, I'll transfer the payment to you shortly. Thank you very much for helping us find this cat. But we have other matters to attend to now, so we hope you'll leave as soon as possible." Although Ning wanted to say something more, they had already begun to shoo her away. In the end, she could only cast a sympathetic glance at the black cat stuffed into the mesh bag before leaving the yard with Lin in her arms. Shortly after they departed, the yard gate slammed shut. Yet the black cat's piercing cries showed no sign of stopping. Hearing those heart-wrenching cries, Ning's face was filled with anguish. "Blackie, what on earth are those people doing? Isn't that cat a cherished memento left to them by their mother? How can they treat it like this? Could that cat be in danger?" Just as she stood at the gate muttering to herself, Lin suddenly wriggled free from her embrace and, amid her frantic calls, leaped onto the courtyard wall in a few quick bounds. Under cover of darkness, he stood boldly atop the wall, watching the scene inside the yard. The next second, his expression changed. He saw the couple nail the net to a nearby post, then turn and retrieve a sharp kitchen knife from the kitchen. "They're going to kill that cat." Just as Lin had feared, the couple, once they had the knife in hand, immediately set about dispatching the black cat with cruel determination. But just as they raised the knife, the lid of a coffin nearby suddenly shifted. This sudden noise startled not only the couple but also Lin, who was perched on the wall. Thud! Another dull thud followed, and the coffin lid fell directly to the ground beside it. This eerie scene made Lin's heart leap into his throat. At the same time, he caught a whiff of a familiar scent. It was the scent of the entity. Creak, creak. After a series of bone-chilling creaks from shifting joints, a figure slowly sat up inside the coffin. It was an old woman dressed in black funeral robes, her head covered in white hair. But at this moment, the old woman no longer looked benevolent. Half her face had been gnawed away, exposing the stark white bones beneath, and her eyes were veiled in a grayish-white haze. Swish! As her eyes shifted, a pair of narrow pupils glowing with a faint green light rolled into view. Chapter 13, The Cat Ghost. Perched atop the courtyard wall, Lin, who had witnessed everything firsthand, felt a chill run down his spine. An intense sense of danger made every hair on his body stand on end. From a distance, he looked just like a porcupine. Holy cat, that old lady turned into a zombie. Is she even human or a ghost? If she is a ghost, why do her eyes look like a cat's? Why did that black cat run into her coffin? Could it be that the black cat turned her into an entity? After the initial shock, countless questions began to swirl in his mind. But these questions were destined to remain unanswered. Because shortly after the old woman sat up, she leaped out of the coffin in the form of an entity and landed lightly on the ground. Her hands and feet braced against the floor, her back arched high, and that terrifying ghostly face stared intently at her son and daughter-in-law, her green eyes brimming with murderous intent. At that moment, she bore a striking resemblance to the way Lin had looked when she was fighting the stray dog earlier. Meow. After a cry filled with resentment, the old woman, her eyes gleaming with malice, leaped toward her son and knocked him to the ground. Perhaps because he was petrified with fear, her son forgot to fight back and was immediately bitten on the neck by the old woman. SSSSH. As if a gas line had been severed, the middle-aged man's carotid artery was bitten clean through. Instantly, a torrent of blood gushed out under immense pressure. Only then did he remember to struggle, his mouth filled with pleas for mercy. "Mom, I was wrong. Mom, I lost my mind, Mom." Yet these repeated cries of Mom failed to stir any humanity in the old woman. Like a beast that had gone without food for ages, she began savagely tearing at the man's throat, her hands clawing relentlessly at his body. In less than a few seconds, the man's entire body was reduced to a bloody, mangled mess, and finally, his head lolled to one side as he drew his last breath. At that moment, Lin could even hear the gurgling sounds coming from the old woman's throat. The sound was just like when she was eating. Ha! The next second, the old woman opened her mouth, covered in blood and flesh, and let out a vicious snarl. And the target of her snarl was none other than her daughter-in-law, who was standing nearby, closing in on her with a kitchen knife in hand. Perhaps driven to the absolute peak of terror, the middle-aged woman who had previously been dressed plainly now wore an expression of sheer madness, clutching the kitchen knife tightly in her hand. "You old hag! If I could kill you once, I can kill you again. Come on! Come on, I'm not afraid of you." With that, she raised the kitchen knife and swung it with all her might at the old woman. Just as she was about to strike, the old woman leaped from the spot and instantly landed on a nearby pillar. Meow. Another cat's meow, filled with the entity's presence, echoed as the old woman, her eyes glowing green, pounced violently onto the middle-aged woman. The sheer force of the impact sent the middle-aged woman crashing to the ground. Then, under the woman's horrified gaze, the old woman used her mouth full of fangs to snap her neck. Instantly, silence returned to the courtyard. A few seconds later, the only sound left in the courtyard was the crunching of raw flesh. Lin, who had witnessed the entire scene from atop the courtyard wall, shuddered involuntarily. Although he knew cats couldn't shudder. The fear welling up from the depths of his soul still made him feel as though he had turned back into a human. No, I can't let her spot me. If she does, I'm done for. Having made up his mind, Lin prepared to leap silently down from the wall. But just then, Ning, who had been waiting outside the gate, seemed to sense something amiss inside the courtyard. Curious, she pressed her face against the gap in the middle of the door. Through the crack, she quickly took in the scene. To the left lay the lifeless body of the middle-aged man. In the center was the black coffin with its lid torn off, and to the right, the old woman was crouched over the middle-aged woman, tearing at her flesh and chewing voraciously. Just then, the old woman violently tore a large chunk of flesh from the middle-aged woman's chest. The moment she lifted her face, Ning's eyes widened in horror, and she couldn't help but let out a startled cry. Hearing her cry, Lin immediately sensed something was wrong. He turned his head just in time to see the old woman who had been devouring her own daughter-in-law sprinting toward the courtyard gate like a cheetah. If she managed to break out of the courtyard, Ning would likely meet the same fate as her daughter-in-law. Damn it, always causing trouble. After muttering a curse under his breath, Lin didn't bother with formalities. He leaped over the courtyard wall and, with a powerful kick, sent the old woman flying. His 15 strength, combined with his momentum from the dive, sent her crashing to the side. By the time he landed, the old woman had already scrambled back to her feet, moving with the agility of a cat. While keeping a wary eye on the old woman who was now possessed by an unknown entity, Lin shouted toward the courtyard gate. Meow. Run. But as soon as he finished shouting, he realized Ning was already lying on the ground. Clearly, the scene had been too terrifying, it had scared her into a faint. Now Lin was completely at a loss. He had originally planned to distract the old woman so Ning could escape first, and then he'd find a chance to slip away himself. Now that Ning had fainted, he was left with only one option. Seriously, why does a little kitty like me have to deal with this kind of ghostly crap every day? Just as he was feeling helpless, the old woman hissed at him too. With her bared teeth and menacing glare, she looked even more like a cat than he did. What the hell are you hissing about? You think I'm scared of you? Hiss. Lin hissed right back at her. This completely enraged the old woman. She pushed off the ground with her hind legs and lunged toward Lin. Seeing this, Lin immediately executed a fierce tiger leaping over the ravine move, locking onto her while triggering the 25% knockdown effect. Instantly, he sent the old woman, who was mid-air, crashing to the ground. As soon as she hit the ground, he darted several meters away, his face etched with caution. That brief exchange had already made him acutely aware of the gap between himself and the old woman. No matter how strong he was still just a cat. No matter how frail the old woman's physique, she was still human. A massive disparity in strength existed between them by nature. He certainly couldn't win in a head-on clash. Fortunately, he possessed a host of powerful skills. Thinking of this, he suddenly recalled the special skill he had mastered today after devouring that jealousy demon, Ghost Drift. I hope it doesn't let me down. Muttering this to himself, he quickly adjusted his position and deliberately assumed an attacking stance. The next second, the old woman lunged toward him once more. Now! With a single thought, Lin leaped high into the air and activated Ghost Step mid-flight. The moment the skill activated, his body turned into a cloud of black smoke, passing right through the old woman's body. When he materialized again, he was right behind her. Aiming for the back of her head, he kicked upward with all his might using his hind legs. The old woman, already unsteady in midair, lost her balance instantly under the sudden force, her head slamming into the ground before her limbs could react. Crack! With the sound of snapping bones, the old woman's vertebrae twisted into a grotesque shape. Her body began to convulse on the ground, as if she were still trying to stand up. But with all the nerves controlling her body damaged, she couldn't even move her limbs, let alone stand. Even if the entity controlling her was incredibly powerful, there was nothing it could do. Finally, as Lin watched with a grave expression, a wisp of black smoke slowly rose from the old woman's body, then coalesced into a black cat, its body completely mangled. Seeing this black cat, Lin's expression shifted repeatedly. What the hell? A cat ghost? Can a dead cat really turn into a ghost? Chapter 14, Cat Si Gem, Cursed Item. In just a single day, Lin felt as though his 2.5-year-long cat life had been completely turned upside down. First, there was the entity that attacked people, and now a man-eating cat ghost had popped up. However, this also cleared up some of the doubts in his mind. The old woman's sudden transformation must have been caused by this cat ghost possessing her. Just as he realized this, the cat ghost that had emerged from the old woman's body revealed its ferocious true form. Meow! After a terrifying, angry screech, the cat ghost charged straight at Lin. Its speed was so fast that the naked eye could barely follow it. This time, however, Lin didn't flinch. A cold smile even curled at the corners of his mouth. Now that we're both cats, you're as good as dead. Meow! With another shriek, he lunged forward even faster, launching a bloodthirsty assault while still in midair. In an instant, his pupils turned blood red, and a mist of blood spurted from between his teeth and claws. The cat ghost, in its ethereal form, was knocked to the ground by his attack. SSH! 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 In the span of a single second, his left and right front paws each struck over a dozen times. His claws, sharp as curved blades, tore the cat demon's already tattered body into even smaller pieces. The cat demon tried to fight back midway through, but what it ultimately met was Lin's mouth full of sharp fangs. Crack! With a single bite, Lin snapped the cat demon's neck clean off. The next second, a familiar, icy aura slowly flowed into his body. Consumed entity's resentment, energy reserve plus 50. Consumed entity's resentment, energy reserve plus 50. Consumed entity's resentment, energy reserve plus 50. In less than a minute, such notifications appeared dozens of times in rapid succession. After the final notification appeared, the cat demon turned to ash, just like the jealousy demon he had devoured earlier. Seeing this, Lin let out a long sigh of relief. Finally taken care of. If this thing had kept possessing people, I really wouldn't have known what to do. Thank goodness I managed to flush it out by accident. As he reflected on this, his gaze shifted to Ning, who lay unconscious by the door. Just as he was about to check on Ning, a heart-wrenching cat's meow suddenly rang out from the pillar nearby. Turning his head, he saw the black cat that the couple had earlier stuffed into their net. The black cat was writhing in agony, its body twisting uncontrollably as blood gushed from its mouth and nose. After struggling for about 10 seconds, it drew its last breath right there, dying under mysterious circumstances. This scene couldn't help but remind Lin of the girl who had jumped from the building earlier. In both cases, the victims had died suddenly after he had consumed the ghostly entity. Could it be that this black cat was the ghost tamer controlling the cat ghost? Animals can actually command entities? Is this world getting out of hand? Clearly, the cat ghost had originally come from that black cat. After the black cat was sealed inside the coffin, it somehow entered the old woman's body. That ultimately led to the scene that had unfolded just moments ago. As for where the cat ghost on the black cat had come from, that remained a mystery. These weren't Lin's concerns, anyway. But before he could tear his gaze away from the black cat, several items fell from its body. Huh? What's that? With a hint of curiosity, Lin walked slowly toward the pillar where the black cat was suspended. Following his gaze down to the ground, a brass bell and a cat's eye gem lay there quietly. The brass bell appeared to be the one the black cat had worn around its neck in life. Faint traces of blood still clung to it. Lin gently cupped it in his paw, and a series of crisp, ringing sounds emanated from within. To his surprise, he sensed a faint, familiar chill emanating from the bell. Discovered cursed item, Cat Demon's Bell. It retains the cat demon's primordial resentment. In 10 days, it will give birth to a new cat demon. The bearer of this bell will gain the ability to command cat demons. Do you wish to absorb the resentment energy above? Seeing the prompt suddenly pop up before him, Lin froze for a moment. So that's it. This bell is what caused the cat demon's birth. As long as I hold this bell, I can command cat demons. Those anomaly guild members must also possess similar items to control the entity. Too bad this thing is useless to me. No sooner had he spoken than he chose to absorb it without hesitation. Absorbed the cat demon's primordial resentment. Energy reserve plus 500. You have also acquired a new skill, Summon Cat Demon. Summon Cat Demon Basic, summons a cat demon using the corpse of a feline. The cat demon possesses all the combat power it had in life. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Only one cat demon can exist at a time. Seeing the new prompt, Lin's eyes immediately lit up. Although he had destroyed an extremely valuable ghost summoning artifact, he had gained a powerful skill in return. Feline animals? So that means it's not limited to just cats? With a slight smile on his lips, his gaze shifted to the second item on the ground, the cat's eye gemstone. The gem was perfectly round and translucent, with what looked like a real cat's eye embedded in the center, clearly a valuable item. He tapped it with his claw, but there was no reaction. It must be just an ordinary item. Recalling the couple's earlier attempt to gut the cat, he vaguely guessed that this cat's eye gem might be the reason they had been so obsessed with finding this black cat. However, to confirm whether his hunch was correct, he finally turned his gaze to the black cat's corpse lying above him. Silently activating his Summon Cat Spirit skill, a wisp of black smoke instantly rose from the dead black cat's body. When the dark shadow landed before Lin, it materialized into a black cat, identical in appearance to the one that had died in the net. Perhaps because Lin had summoned it, the cat was extremely docile at that moment, lying there as if it had found its master. Seeing this, Lin stepped forward and asked, "Tell me, what exactly is going on here? This cat's eye gem, and that old woman." Under Lin's questioning, the black cat quickly recounted everything it knew, down to the last detail. It turned out that the root of it all was that cat's eye gem. This cat's eye gem had originally been the eye of a black cat statue passed down from the old woman's great-grandfather. The old woman's son and daughter-in-law had sold the black cat statue behind her back. However, the buyer soon discovered that the statue was missing an eye, so the buyer demanded compensation from the couple and refused to pay the balance. What followed was a tragic family tragedy. The old lady was murdered by her own daughter-in-law. The black cat she had raised witnessed the entire scene and, at a critical moment, snatched the extraordinarily precious cat's eye gem from the old lady's hand and swallowed it. That was when the couple spent a fortune searching for it. As for the cat ghost, it was just as confused as everyone else. It only remembered appearing suddenly on the day the old lady died. Perhaps it was the intense hatred it harbored toward the couple that attracted the cat ghost. Upon learning the whole story, Lin couldn't help but sigh deeply. Human hearts are truly more terrifying than ghosts. To go so far as to harm the very mother who raised you, all for a single gemstone. But then again, if this gemstone is so precious, What kind of statue could possibly be worth using it as an eye? Just as he was about to ask for more details, a sudden commotion came from the direction of the gate. Ning had woken up. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin immediately prepared to leap over the nearby courtyard wall, but upon catching sight of the cat's eye gem on the ground, he quickly picked it up with his mouth and then leaped over the wall in a single bound. No sooner had he reached the top of the wall than a blood-curdling scream echoed through the courtyard. Chapter 15, S-Class Entity. A dozen minutes later, 4 buses bearing the Public Security Bureau insignia pulled up at the entrance to the small courtyard. Accompanying them were several men and women in special uniforms, and leading the group was none other than Chen, captain of Team 3 of the Anomaly Guild. After receiving the Public Security Bureau's report on the situation, he immediately concluded that this was a case involving an entity. And everything he saw next confirmed his suspicion. Especially after seeing the 3 bodies in the courtyard, each bearing horrifying signs of death. Captain, all 3 are dead. 2 of them died recently, while the third, judging by the state of decomposition, has likely been dead for over 3 days. A man in charge of the autopsy, having used his abilities to examine the 3 bodies at the scene, approached Chen with a grave expression. Furthermore, based on the evidence at the scene and the injuries on their bodies, the 2 who died recently were killed by the one who has been dead for over 3 days. Traces of the other 2 victims' flesh and blood can be found on her teeth and fingernails. At these words, the expressions of the Anomaly Guild members instantly turned grim. The idea that a corpse that had been dead for several days had killed 2 others seemed somewhat absurd to the average person. But for them, who frequently dealt with such matters, it wasn't entirely out of the ordinary. With that in mind, Chen turned his gaze to the female team member standing beside him, who was holding a device. What do you have? Did you detect any malevolent energy? What's the concentration? Hearing Chen's question, the female team member quickly looked up. Yes. The concentration is roughly between 300 and 500. It should just be an ordinary Tier C entity. But strangely, this entity's malevolent energy only flared up for a very brief moment before disappearing completely. We can't detect any malevolent energy in the surrounding area either. Should we use the ghost mirror? Not yet. I'll go talk to the girl who reported the incident first. Maybe we can get some useful information from her. Shaking his head, Chen walked straight over to the side. There, several security officers were standing with Ning, who looked terrified. When Chen reached Ning, he didn't ask her anything right away. Instead, he pulled a yellow talisman from his pocket, lit it with a lighter, and waved it in front of her a few times. Strangely enough, Ning, who had been so frightened she lost her composure, gradually calmed down after he performed this ritual. Ma'am, I'm the lead investigator on this case. You were the one who reported it earlier, and we'd like to ask you a few questions. Upon hearing Chen's words, Ning looked bewildered at first, then nodded slightly. What was your relationship with the deceased found in this courtyard? Under Chen's questioning, Ning quickly recounted the entire sequence of events in full detail. From the moment she accepted the Zhu couple's request to find their missing black cat, to the later incident where the elderly Mrs. Zhu rose from the dead, leaping out of her coffin to bite her son and daughter-in-law to death, she reenacted every minute detail exactly as it had happened. As he listened, Chen's brow furrowed deeply. You're saying the black cat that the old lady of the Zhu family kept was hiding in her coffin, right? Right. How did you discover that? A stray dog sniffed it out. It started barking furiously at the coffin, and that's when I realized the black cat might be hiding inside. I see. Chen nodded. Also, you just said you thought the old lady from the Zhu family looked like a cat, right? Right. At this point, a look of terror flashed across Ning's face again, clearly recalling that terrifying memory from earlier. Alright, thank you for your cooperation. You can go home now. Would you like us to arrange a ride for you? Hearing Chen's offer, Ning shook her head repeatedly. No, thanks. My scooter is right outside. I'll head home on my own. With that, she hurried out of the courtyard. She didn't want to stay there a single minute longer. When she reached her scooter outside and was about to start it, she suddenly felt something jump onto the back seat. Turning around, a look of delight instantly spread across her face. Blackie! Where did you run off to just now? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Hurry, hurry, let us get out of here. I'm never coming back to this godforsaken place again. As she spoke, she took out Lin's special little helmet and placed it on Lin's head, then twisted the throttle and rode straight out of the residential area. She was riding the pink cat-themed scooter so fast it almost felt like a motorcycle. Just as she was about to exit the intersection, Lin suddenly started meowing. Squeak! Ning stopped the scooter, looking completely puzzled. What's wrong, Blackie? Meow. Lin raised his little paw and pointed toward the side of the road. Looking in the direction he was pointing, Ning immediately spotted Dobao, the stray dog, crouching at the entrance of the roast duck shop. Ha! Isn't that your dog friend? Meow. Are you saying I should buy him a roast duck? Meow. Alright, even though I haven't made a single penny today, he did put in some effort. Without hesitation, Ning walked straight to the roast duck shop, bought a duck, and placed the whole bird in front of Dobao, who watched with a look of pure delight. Take your time, buddy. With that, she turned and headed toward her scooter. It was only then that Dobao finally noticed Lin sitting on the back of the scooter. Big brother, come visit often. Drive safely. If you need anything next time, just call me, I'm reliable. With Dobao seeing them off all the way, Ning and Lin soon disappeared into the night. The first thing she did after returning to school was rush back to the dorm with Lin in her arms. She didn't let out a sigh of relief until she reached the dorm entrance. Blackie, why don't you sleep with me tonight? I'm a little scared right now. Meow. No way. How heartless. Are you going to go see Luna again? I heard someone say they saw you coming out of her room in the middle of the night. Meow. Who was spreading those slanderous rumors about a cat? I'll tear their mouth apart. Ah, never mind. I'll just hide under the covers by myself. Poor me. But just as Ning was about to turn and leave, Lin suddenly spat something out of his mouth. What's this? When a curious Ning picked up the object from the floor, a look of astonishment immediately spread across her face. A gemstone? Where did you get this? Did you give this to me? Hee hee, Blackie, you're so sweet, let me give you a kiss. Saying this, Ning, her face beaming with delight, hugged Lin and planted a big kiss on her. Then, clutching the cat's eye gem, she happily went upstairs. After washing the gem, she casually placed it under her pillow. That night, she slept exceptionally soundly and even had a dream in which she saw an incredibly elegant black cat walking slowly toward her. Captain, the ghost mirror has confirmed that the old woman was indeed possessed by an entity, and I think I've found the ghost tamer. In the dilapidated courtyard, the female member of the Anomaly Guild held an ancient bronze mirror in her hand and spoke to Chen standing beside her. Behind her floated a dark, shadowy figure, a beautiful woman in court attire, her form faintly visible within the darkness. Chen and the others, however, did not seem surprised by this sight. For that was her spirit companion, the Tier C entity, the Mirror Spirit. Where is that ghost tamer? Right there. The female member pointed to the black cat's corpse in the net beside her. It was the ghost tamer responsible for this incident, but it died along with the cat ghost it was controlling. Did the ghost mirror tell you who killed them? Chen asked, frowning. But the female team member's next words sent a chill down his spine. The ghost mirror refused to answer, and it seemed frightened. It wouldn't speak even when I let it draw on my life force. There is only one possible explanation for this: the cat ghost was killed by an entity far more powerful than we could have imagined, possibly S-Class, or even Tier C. Because only entities of S-Class or higher possess the ability to completely devour lower-level entities. At these words, the faces of everyone from the Anomaly Guild and the courtyard turned pale. It was a long while before Chen, the team leader, took a deep breath. Report this situation immediately. Notify headquarters and request they dispatch experts. We must find that S-Class entity. Chapter 16, Power Surge, Devouring Essence and Spirits. On the campus of Jinghai University, as night deepened, the campus, which had been exceptionally bustling during the day, grew quiet. On the roof of the academic building, a dark figure stood in the moonlight, surveying the entire campus. That figure was none other than Lin, who had only recently returned to school. Ever since he was reborn as a cat, he had developed a fondness for high places. Only from such heights could he see everything clearly, and only there did he feel a sense of security. The roof of this academic building was his favorite spot. So even from the highest vantage point, one cannot see every corner. Recalling the series of events that had unfolded today, he couldn't help but reflect. It wasn't until today that he realized just how many unknowns this world held. The ferocious entities, the mysterious anomaly guild, and the ghost tamers who could control entities. The emergence of these things had made him, who had grown accustomed to a life of ease, feel a sense of danger once again. It seems I'll have to keep getting stronger. Having made up his mind, his gaze grew more determined than ever before. With a single thought, his attribute panel appeared before him. Name, Lin. Age, 2.5. Race, Mystic Cat. Base attributes, Strength 15+, Agility 20+, Intelligence 10+, Constitution 5+. Spend 1 evolution point to increase an attribute by 1 point. Skills, Leaping Advanced Plus, Tree Climbing Advanced Plus, Swimming Advanced Plus, Night Vision Advanced Plus, Stealth Advanced Plus, Rapid Digestion Advanced Plus, Roar Advanced Plus, Dynamic Vision Advanced Plus, Super Hearing Advanced Plus. Spend 5 evolution points to advance an advanced skill. Special skills, Bloodthirsty Assault Basic Plus, Tiger Leap Basic Plus, Ghostly Shuffle Basic Plus, Fear Gaze Basic Plus, Summon Cat Demon Basic Plus. Spend 10 evolution points to upgrade skill levels. Energy Reserve, 0 increase to 100 to gain 1 evolution point. Evolution points, 40. After devouring the cat demon and the resentment attached to the cat demon spell, his evolution points rose once again to 40. In the past, it would have taken him at least a year to accumulate that many evolution points. Now, it took less than a day. How should I use these 40 evolution points? Looking at his stats panel, he fell deep in thought once more. He definitely needed to boost his base stats. They were the foundation of his character. In that case, I'll start by raising my constitution to 10. Even though I'm an assassin, I can't be too fragile. With a single thought, his constitution stat jumped from 5 to 10. The moment he finished allocating the points, he felt his physique become noticeably sturdier, and his resistance to diseases and toxins improved as well. If the lifespan of a normal cat is only 15 years, then he could now live at least 20 years. Next is strength. With 15 points in strength, I've already surpassed most canines. If I raise it to 20, I should reach the level of an average adult human. With that, he allocated 5 points to strength, bringing it up to 20. Similarly, this 5-point boost in strength made him feel his muscles grow more robust. With even a slight exertion, clear muscle definition could be seen beneath his dark fur. A single swipe of his paw would likely leave a human with a ringing in their ears. As for intelligence, I'll skip that. My current IQ is definitely sufficient. So he skipped intelligence entirely and, without hesitation, invested 10 points in agility. His agility attribute shot up from 20 to 30, and the sensation of the wind rushing beneath his feet became even more pronounced. Moreover, agility wasn't limited to movement speed. His attack speed and reaction time also saw a significant boost. According to his own previous calculations, the average human's agility should be only 5 points. This meant that when running at full speed, he could reach 6 times the speed of a human at full sprint, and his reaction time was at least 10 times faster than a human's. Even if several armed humans fired at him in rapid succession, he could easily dodge the shots. In the natural world, no creature could harm him. To test this, he specifically went out to catch a few mice. 10 mice ran off in different directions at once. After each had run more than 10 meters, Lin still managed to catch them all with ease. He let them run 20 meters, but the result remained the same. It wasn't until 30 meters that one mouse managed to escape. Upon seeing this result, a look of satisfaction flashed across his face. Perfect. As expected, in the martial arts world, speed is the ultimate weapon. But this isn't enough. After giving the 10 experimental mice to a few of his underlings, he returned to the front of the academic building. Previously, he had always taken the stairs, but this time he wanted to try something different. Gazing at the wall directly in front of him, which stood completely vertical to the ground, he first took a quick running start on the ground. Once his speed reached its peak, he leaped violently onto the wall. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. At his maximum speed, his body, which should have been falling, instead shot upward as if magnetically drawn to the wall, all the way to the rooftop. It was as if gravity didn't exist for him. Once he reached the rooftop in one breath, a smirk spread across his face, revealing his canine teeth. Haha, from now on, there won't be a wall in this world I can't jump over. I've finished upgrading my base stats. Now it's time to check out my skills. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the long list of skills before him. The basic skills listed there were either innate or acquired through deliberate training. The row of special skills below had been obtained by advancing basic skills or devouring entities. Their effects were far more powerful, but they also required more evolution points to upgrade. After much deliberation, he ultimately invested 5 evolution points into the stealth skill, as he had a hunch that advancing this skill would significantly boost his survivability. And the result certainly did not disappoint him. After investing the evolution points, stealth immediately transformed into invisibility. Invisibility basic, upon activation, completely conceals one's physical form. Enemies cannot detect the user with the naked eye unless an attack is initiated. Reading the skill description, a look of delight flashed across Lin's face. This skill could be called an essential god-tier ability for a backstabber, perfectly suited to his identity as an assassin. If that's the case, then the other skills will surely not disappoint me once they're upgraded either. Having tasted success, he immediately invested another 5 evolution points into the rapid digestion skill. Right before his eyes, the skill gradually transformed into an entirely new ability. Devour Essence Basic, your stomach's digestive capacity is greatly enhanced, allowing you to absorb and digest most objects. Additionally, a dimensional space is created within your stomach where objects can be stored. Ha! Reading the description of this new skill, Lin froze in surprise. He understood the first part, but what on earth was this dimensional space business? Have I turned into a chubby blue robot cat? At that moment, the image of a plump robotic cat couldn't help but pop into his mind. Chapter 17, Lord of the Night. The direction of this entity's skill evolution truly surprised Lin. However, he was actually quite satisfied with it. After all, this thing was essentially like having an extra portable storage bag. It was just that the method of accessing it was a bit gross. This made him resolve not to put anything in there unless it was absolutely essential. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at the red bow tie around his neck, the one Ning had personally given him. Wearing this thing did somewhat detract from his image as the leader of the cat clan, but he hadn't known where else to put it before. Using his front paws, he removed the bow and opened his mouth wide at it. Meow. With one gulp, the large bow instantly vanished into his mouth, entering that so-called dimensional space. He roughly estimated that this dimensional space was about the size of a cube. It could hold quite a lot of stuff. All in all, this skill called Devour Essence was extremely practical. Glancing at the remaining 10 evolution points, his gaze scanned through the list of available skills. So, which one should I choose next? It's decided, it's you. He quickly settled on his next skill, Dynamic Vision. This skill was innate to cats and was the key to their incredibly fast reaction times. Once the Dynamic Vision skill was upgraded to the advanced level, he could easily spot a fluttering fly 50 meters away with both eyes. So he was very curious to see what kind of skill he would gain after advancing this one. With that in mind, he didn't hesitate and immediately invested 5 evolution points into it. The next second, the skill underwent a transformation. Bullet Time Basic, your visual acuity has reached unimaginable levels. Upon activating Bullet Time, you can easily track the movement of any object. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. This is staring at the words bullet time. Lin couldn't help but recall a movie from his past life. In that film, the protagonist had used this very technique to perfectly dodge enemy gunfire. Let me see if this bullet time is what I think it is. After muttering to himself, his gaze fell on a small pebble on the ground. Stepping up to the pebble, he raised his right forepaw and swatted it. The pebble, about the size of a marble, flew out instantly. The moment the pebble left his paw, he immediately activated bullet time. The next second, the rapidly flying pebble suddenly slowed down, as if there were network lag. Lin knew this wasn't because the pebble had slowed down, but because the refresh rate of his eyes was so high that he could perceive reality as if it were an animated film. The short distance the pebble traveled was broken down into hundreds of frames in his eyes. Under these circumstances, he did something truly incredible. He sprinted ahead of the pebble at top speed, then swatted it away with his forepaw again. Once the pebble had flown more than 10 meters, he ran ahead once more and sent it flying in the opposite direction. He ran back and forth at least a dozen times, keeping the pebble suspended in midair the entire time. It was as if a person were holding a racket, playing badminton against himself. Only his feat was far more difficult, as the pebble's flight speed was faster than that of a shuttlecock. It wasn't until he grew bored of the game that he finally let the little pebble fly away. Not a bad skill. If I'd had this earlier, that old woman possessed by the cat demon wouldn't have been able to touch a single hair on my body. After nodding in satisfaction, his gaze shifted to the remaining 5 evolution points. In the end, he invested all 5 evolution points into the night vision skill. Also an innate ability of cats, night vision greatly enhanced his vision at night, allowing him to see even more clearly than during the day. However, after advancing this skill, which had originally been a support ability, it underwent a change that slightly exceeded his expectations. Master of the Night basic, passive skill, activates automatically without trigger. Under the cover of darkness, all your physical attributes will be greatly enhanced, and your combat power will increase by 100%. The night is your domain. What is this? Reading the description of this brand new skill, Lin was completely stunned. He hadn't expected that night vision, which had originally served only as a support skill, would become so powerful after being upgraded. Just then, he suddenly felt a mysterious strength surge into his body. Under the influence of this mysterious strength, his vision, hearing, sense of smell, and even his physical condition were inexplicably and dramatically enhanced. The extent of the improvement far exceeded what the recent attribute points had provided. Slowly raising his right forepaw, he examined his now muscular build and sharper claws, then casually swiped at the iron railing beside him. Instantly, sparks flew from the railing, leaving 4 terrifying claw marks at least a centimeter deep. One could only imagine the immense damage that strike would have inflicted had it landed on a flesh and blood body. And this was clearly the result of the passive skill, Lord of the Night. Incredible, absolutely incredible. With this skill, even tigers will have to step aside under the cover of night. Now I am the true king of the night. Still exhilarated, Lin walked to the edge of the rooftop once more, his golden eyes surveying the entire campus. Empowered by Lord of the Night, he could see every nook and cranny within a 5-kilometer radius with crystal clarity, even the darkest corners where moonlight didn't reach. Everywhere his gaze fell was his domain. Just then, a faint, barely perceptible cry for help suddenly reached his ears. Looking in the direction the cry came from, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Outside the south gate of Jinghai University, a heavily made-up girl in 8-centimeter heels was stumbling drunkenly down the deserted street. It was well past midnight, even the late-night food stalls at the university entrance had all packed up. Only the dim streetlights remained, casting a faint glow. As she walked, she nearly stumbled and fell. Fortunately, she managed to grab a nearby utility pole, preventing her from falling. Once she had her arms wrapped around the pole, she let out a silly laugh. Bastards, all of them. Every single one of them wanted to get me drunk. Do you think I've been practicing my drinking skills all these years for nothing? Man, why is the walk to school so long? Saying this, she prepared to continue toward the school gate. But the very next second, a slightly lecherous voice suddenly came from behind her. Little lady, out here all alone this late? You're so drunk, why don't we help you to the hotel next door to rest a bit? Hearing the voice, the girl quickly turned to look behind her. Less than 2 meters away, three rough-looking young men were staring at her with lecherous grins on their faces. The girl knew exactly what they were thinking and immediately shouted angrily. "Get lost! Do you think I'm some kind of whore? Whoa, you've got quite the temper. Judging by the way you're dressed, you must be just finished working at a bar, right?" One of the three, a guy with a bowl cut, eyed her up and down before winking at her. Hearing this, the girl grew even angrier. "Go screw yourself. Your mama's the one who works as a hostess." As she hurled the insult, she quickened her pace toward the school. But in her drunken state, her body simply wouldn't obey her. Seeing this, the three thugs stopped pretending. "Ha ha, this chick is not bad. She is probably a college student. Why bother talking? Let us just pick her up and take her. Go!" As they spoke, the three of them immediately surrounded the girl. Seeing the lecherous grins on their faces, the girl sensed something was terribly wrong and instinctively screamed for help. But at that moment, there was no one around to save her. Even the security guard in the booth a few hundred meters away was fast asleep. Seeing that no one was coming to her rescue, a wave of despair washed over the girl. She dared not imagine what might happen if these three men took her away. Just as she was about to resign herself to her fate, a dark figure leaped down from the courtyard wall beside her. Meow. Chapter 18, The Heroic Cat Saves the Beauty, Xiaolingyin. On the late night street, a sharp cat's meow suddenly rang out nearby. The meow caught not only the girl's attention but also that of the three thugs. Looking in the direction of the sound, they soon spotted a black cat, a very elegant black cat. Its fur was as smooth as silk, its limbs slender, its form sleek. Its face was neither sharp nor round, and its long tail was held high. It stood there quietly, its pair of golden eyes fixed intently on the four of them. Under its stare, the three men, who were in the midst of their illegal activities, felt an inexplicable wave of panic and fear wash over them. "Damn it! Where did that damn cat come from? It gave me a heart attack. It's just a cat. Don't worry about it. Don't you guys think this cat's gaze is really scary? It's giving me the creeps. I feel the same way. Damn it, I'm going to get rid of it." Feeling uneasy all over, the guy with the bowl cut stood up and walked toward the black cat. As soon as he reached the black cat, he prepared to kick it away. However, just as he lifted his foot, the black cat's expression suddenly changed. Its previously calm gaze instantly became razor-sharp, flashing with a menacing glint. The guy with the bowl cut jumped in fright, his movements freezing in place, and a few beads of cold sweat unconsciously trickled down his forehead. Seeing him like this, his two companions behind him immediately began taunting him. "You're such a fucking wimp, you're scared of a cat." "Exactly. Look at you, such a coward." Hearing his companions' taunts, the guy with the bowl cut swallowed hard, his face contorting with anger. "I'm not afraid of cats. Get the hell out of here." With that, he lunged forward to kick the black cat again. But just as his foot was about to make contact, the black cat vanished in the blink of an eye. "Ha? Where did it go?" "What do you mean, where did it go?" "That black cat, it's gone." Hearing the guy with the bowl cut, the other two hurriedly looked toward where the black cat had been, and sure enough, there was no sign of it. "Whatever. If it's gone, it's gone. Who cares? Let us just get back to what we were doing." But it vanished in the blink of an eye just now. The guy with the bowl cut tried to explain, but all he got in return was his companion's mocking scoffs. At that moment, a vague sense of unease began to creep into his heart. Meow. Another cat's meow echoed through the air. The guy with the bowl cut, who had already turned away, immediately whipped his head back. The next second, he witnessed a scene that sent cold sweat pouring down his back. Right where it had been just a moment ago, the black cat had actually reappeared. Holy shit! It's a ghost. No sooner had he spoken than he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of a dark shadow lunging toward him. Immediately afterward, a massive force slammed into his body. Crack! After a sharp snap, a searing pain shot through his chest, and he lost his balance, crashing heavily to the ground. Ah! He couldn't help but let out a loud, agonized scream on the spot. The scream immediately caught the attention of the other two thugs. "What's wrong, Gangsy? Why are you on the ground?" Hearing his companions' voices, the guy with the bowl cut who was lying on the ground, moaning in agony, clutched his stomach while pointing ahead, his face contorted with terror. "Cat, cat! Cat?" Before the two could react, they sensed a pair of eyes watching them. In the shadow of a nearby streetlight, a pair of eerie, emerald green eyes glowed with an unnerving light. Meow. With a cat's meow that sent chills down their spines, a black shadow darted out from the shadows. Before either of them could make out what the shadow was, they felt a searing pain across their bodies and faces. It felt as if they were being sliced by a sharp blade. Ah! The two immediately let out a series of heart-wrenching screams. The pain had completely enraged them. "Damn it! Stinking cat! You're asking for it!" They swung their fists, slamming them forward. But their rain of punches had absolutely no effect. They didn't even manage to touch a single hair on the black cat. Instead, they were met with an even more ferocious attack. In less than a few seconds, their clothes were completely torn to shreds, covered in a dense web of claw marks. Bright red blood seeped out along these scratches, and in the blink of an eye, the two men were transformed into blood-soaked figures. The man with the bowl cut, lying on the ground nearby, was stunned by the sight. He simply couldn't believe that a black cat not even as tall as his knee could beat the three of them into such a state. He even began to suspect that if the fight continued, the black cat might kill all three of them. Trembling all over, he scrambled to his feet and fled toward the other end of the street, screaming like a banshee. Seeing the man with the bowl cut run away, the other two hurriedly covered their faces and ran in the same direction. At that moment, they wished their mothers had given them 2 extra legs. In less than a minute, the three of them had vanished from the street. Seeing this, a cold smile spread across Lin's face. "Let us see if you dare to cause trouble on this king's turf again." With that, he elegantly licked his paws clean. At the same time, a voice tinged with surprise suddenly rang out from nearby. "Mimi! Is that you, Mimi?" Hearing this voice, Lin's expression changed instantly. He turned to leap onto the nearby wall. But before he could jump, a pair of soft, fair hands lifted him up. The owner of those hands was none other than the girl who had nearly been bullied by those 3 thugs just moments ago. After what had just happened, the girl was clearly starting to sober up. She held Lin tightly, her face beaming with delight. "My dear Mimi, did you know Mommy was in danger, so you came all the way here to save me?" "Lin. Meow. Oh no, I should ve known better than to keep showing off like that." Sighing helplessly, his gaze drifted to the girl holding him close, her face nuzzling against his. She was incredibly beautiful, so much so that one might even say she was far more stunning than Luna or Ning. She had a classic oval face, with features as delicate as a doll's, and long, chestnut-colored curls that fell casually down her back. Even with heavy makeup, she couldn't hide her ethereal, otherworldly aura. He knew this girl to be precise. She was the first human he'd met since arriving in this world. Her name was Xiao Lingyin, a student in the Foreign Languages Department at Jinghai University and the head of the Arts Department in the Student Union. By her freshman year, she had already made it into the top 3 on Jinghai University's list of campus beauties. 2.5 years ago, Lin was just a tiny kitten abandoned by his mother in a flower bed. On the brink of death, he was saved by Xiao Lingyin, who fed him goat's milk with a syringe. It's no exaggeration to say that Xiao Lingyin is the most important woman in his feline life. But there was one thing he couldn't stand. Xiao Lingyin always called him Mimi and liked to refer to herself as Mom. He could barely tolerate the name Blackie, but Mimi was truly unbearable. As the Night King, being called Mimi, if the other cats found out, how could he ever hold his head up again? Meow. Stop rubbing against me, you're getting foundation all over my fur. After a fierce protest, Xiao Lingyin finally let go of Lin. Mimi, it's been a while. You seem to have gotten quite muscular, your body is all defined. Saying this, Xiao Lingyin parted Lin's hind legs and reached out to feel them. Your little bell is still there, no one's taking you to get neutered. Have you been picking on any female kitties? I almost forgot, in the cat world, solid colored cats are the ugliest. I doubt any female kitty would have a crush on you. But don't worry. Mom has a best friend who owns a super gorgeous long-haired calico. I'll introduce you to her someday. Meow. Nonsense. I'm incredibly handsome. The queens lining up to date me would stretch all the way to the school gate. Nini, come home with Mom. I've moved into a new place, and I've even saved a whole room just for you. Lin had originally planned to just make a quick getaway, but seeing Xiao Lingyin looking so tipsy, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Besides, he could tell that Xiao Lingyin was genuinely happy to see him, the kind of joy that came straight from the heart. Ah, whatever. I'll walk her home. What can I say? This king has a soft spot. Chapter 19, The School Beauty with a Troubled Fate. Half an hour later, Lin followed Xiao Lingyin to a faculty dormitory. The moment the lights came on, he was immediately stunned by the scene before him. Is this a girl's room? As far as the eye could see, the room was piled high with all sorts of clothes and daily necessities. The floor was left with nothing but a narrow path barely wide enough for one person. To put it bluntly, any random bridge underpass he could find outside would be cleaner than this place. However, Xiao Lingyin seemed to have long since grown accustomed to this lifestyle. Right in front of Lin, she tossed her high heels aside, slipped off her dress, and walked straight into the bathroom. Just before entering, she didn't forget to cast a teasing glance back at Lin. Nini, want to take a shower together? Hearing this, Lin hurried to the nearby balcony. As a cat, he now hated water with a passion. He had no intention of taking a bath. Before long, the sound of running water and a pleasant singing voice drifted from the bathroom. With nothing better to do, Lin began wandering around the house. Just then, his gaze suddenly fell upon a familiar object in one of the rooms. It was a pink cat bed. Seeing it, a look of surprise flashed across his face. If he remembered correctly, this was the very cat bed Xiao Lingyin had bought for him back then. Driven by curiosity, he slowly made his way into the guest bedroom. To his surprise, unlike the messy living room and master bedroom, the guest bedroom was exceptionally clean and contained very few items. Moreover, almost everything in there was cat-related. There was the cat bed he slept in as a kitten, the cat carrier Xiao Lingyin had used to take him for his vaccinations when he was little, the litter box he used to do his business, and the scratching post. She even set up a massive cat tree in the corner of the room. On top of a cabinet, he spotted several photos. In them, a smiling Xiao Lingyin was holding him, who looked like a little black coal ball with a bib around his neck. Looking at all these familiar things, a hint of emotion flashed across his face. Time really flies. I can't believe 2 years have gone by in the blink of an eye. If I were just an ordinary cat, maybe staying with her would have been a good decision. Too bad I'm not an ordinary cat. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward the bathroom. He planned to wait for Xiao Lingyin to come out, say goodbye, and then leave. He ended up waiting for half an hour. Half an hour later, Xiao Lingyin finally emerged from the bathroom, wearing a bathrobe and a shower cap. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Lin, looking so well behaved, crouched at the bathroom door watching her. A flash of delight clearly crossed her eyes. Nini, were you waiting for me? You're such a good boy. Too bad we don't have any treats at home for you, otherwise, I'd definitely open a can for you. How about this? Tomorrow I'll take you to the supermarket and buy you the best canned food. As she spoke, she picked Lin right up and gently nudged her forehead against Lin's. Alright, go play over there for a bit. Mommy's going to put on some skincare. But just then, the phone she casually set aside suddenly rang. After glancing at the caller ID, Xiao Lingyin's brows immediately furrowed. But she answered the call anyway. The next second, a harsh male voice came through the phone. Didn't we agree you'd pay me back today? How much longer do you plan to drag this out? I know your school and class. Hearing this, a flash of anger crossed Xiao Lingyin's face. My dad said he'd pay you back today. I never said I'd pay you back today. Besides, didn't I just pay 5,000 yuan on his behalf last week? 5,000? That doesn't even cover the interest. It's only natural for the child to pay the parent's debts. If your dad can't pay, we'll have to come after you. I'm not a money printing machine. I'm just a student. Where am I supposed to get that kind of money? That's not our problem. If you don't bring us the money tomorrow, we'll go to your school to find you. You don't want everyone to know you're the daughter of a deadbeat, do you? Hearing this, Xiao Lingyin's face instantly flushed crimson with anger. But in the end, she gritted her teeth and said, "Fine. I'll find a way to pay you back 5,000 tomorrow. As for the rest, I'll figure it out little by little." Lin had been standing right beside her the entire time she was on the phone, so naturally, he heard every word of the conversation clearly. Once the call ended, his expression shifted slightly. I didn't expect that 2 years later, her life would still be so miserable. It seems her father has caused her quite a bit of trouble. Having lived with Xiao Lingyin for half a year, he was well aware of her situation. Although to outsiders Xiao Lingyin appeared to be both beautiful and talented, with outstanding personal abilities, in reality, her family life was extremely unfortunate. Her parents had divorced when she was young and had each started new families. She had lived with her grandmother since childhood. Just when she had finally managed to get into college through her own hard work, her gambling-addicted father tracked her down and began demanding money from her in every way possible. Left with no choice, she had to start taking on various part-time jobs outside of school during her freshman year. She worked as a sales promoter, sold clothes, hosted events, tutored students, and even waited tables at a restaurant. While others were relaxing between classes, she was working. While others were out shopping on weekends, she was working. She earned her own tuition while paying off her father's gambling debts. Lin had thought that after 2 years, her father might have changed somewhat, but she never expected that time had changed nothing. Perhaps it was precisely because of her own family's misfortune that she was so determined to play the role of a mother in front of Lin. Just as he was lost in thought, Xiao Lingyin, having hung up the phone, sat down on the sofa and burst into tears, burying her face in her hands. Seeing this, Lin, who had already been planning to walk away, suddenly felt at a loss. Under these circumstances, if he just walked away like that, it wouldn't be very cat-like of him. Who can blame His Majesty for being so soft-hearted? He grabbed a few tissues from the nearby table, then hopped over to Xiao Lingyin's side. He extended his little paws to gently pat her back, letting out a series of tender meows. Meow. Under his comforting touch, Xiao Lingyin's emotions quickly settled. Wiping her tears with the tissues Lin had handed her, she looked at him with a face full of gratitude. "Nini, you're so kind. You're the only one I have right now. Sometimes I wish I were a cat like you, no worries, just eating, drinking, and doing my business every day, with people to wait on me. Just a pure little good for nothing." Meow. I don't like hearing that. Who just eats, drinks, and goes to the bathroom all day? Who is a pure little good for nothing? This king certainly isn't. Hee hee, or maybe you're just a person. Alright, your comfort has made me feel much better. Let us go to sleep. We'll worry about tomorrow's troubles tomorrow. Stretching lazily, Xiao Lingyin hugged Lin and lay down on the bed. Before long, she had drifted off to sleep. Once she was asleep, Lin finally wriggled free from her embrace. Looking at the soundly sleeping Xiao Lingyin before him, a thoughtful expression crossed his feline face. I've got to figure out a way to help her get through this. But how am I supposed to get the money? Until now, he had never imagined that a little kitten would have to worry about money. Wait, why not ask my little brothers? Maybe they know something. With that thought, he immediately prepared to jump out the nearby window. But as he reached the window, he seemed to think of something else. He hurriedly grabbed a stuffed toy about his own size from the nearby sofa and placed it in Xiao Lingyin's lap. Only after doing this did he leap gracefully out the window. Chapter 20, The Cat Gathering. Time to make some money. Leaving the faculty dormitory, Lin sprinted across campus. In less than 10 minutes, he had gathered all the cats under his command in the plaza in front of the academic building. Over 100 stray cats sat obediently before him, a truly spectacular sight. Night King, why did you call us all here in the middle of the night? Are we planning a night raid on the dog gang's territory? Sang Biao asked with a thuggish look on his face. Hearing this, the other cats began to get restless as well. Especially Tian Sha and Tai Chui, they practically had "let us fight" written all over their faces. Are you brain dead? Just because we don't sleep at night doesn't mean dogs don't, you know? Lin scolded loudly. True. Then what are we doing here? Is there new training material? Not exactly. I called you all here mainly to ask if any of you have a way to make some quick cash. After scanning the room, Lin cut straight to the chase. Money? Money? What is money? Yeah, what is money? Can you eat it? Is it tasty? Tastier than hot dogs? In an instant, over 100 stray cats began whispering among themselves. Even Sang Koan and Sang Biao, Lin's right-hand men, couldn't help but ask. Night King, what does making money mean? Yeah, why do we need to make money? Looking at the cats gathered there, Lin suddenly regretted not having put more points into his intelligence stat. I'm the one with a pig-ass brain, how could I have thought to ask a bunch of cats how to make money? But just then, a timid voice suddenly rang out from within the cat crowd. Money is what humans use to buy food. Not only can they buy food with it, but humans can even use money to buy anything they want. Hearing this voice, all the cats present instinctively turned to look. Even Lin was no exception. Ha, our cat gang actually has a cat this smart. Amid his surprise, he realized the speaker was a cat with a slightly odd appearance. This cat was slender, with mostly light brown fur except for a face as black as coal, as if it had just been mining. What is that breed called again? Heba cat? Patrol cat? Logic cat? Right. I think it's called a Siamese cat. Once he recalled the breed, Lin immediately waved his front paw at it. You over there, Logic cat, come here for a moment. I have a question for you. At Lin's summons, the scrawny Siamese cat timidly walked up to him. Aren't you a purebred cat, so why are you out here wandering the streets? I don't like being a pet cat, so I picked the lock and slipped out on my own, the Siamese cat replied honestly. Hearing its answer, Lin couldn't help but look at it with newfound respect. Simply knowing that it was a pet cat was enough to outshine 80% of all cats. After all, the vast majority of cats believe that humans are the pets. Add to that the fact that it could pick a lock, and it surpassed 99% of cats. Clearly, the Siamese cat in front of him was a genius. By the way, what is your name? My name is Li Kuei, the Siamese cat replied. Great name. If he had a thumb, Lin would have loved to give this black-faced Siamese cat a thumbs up right then and there. Since you know about money, do you know how a cat can go about getting some? The question suddenly got a lot more serious, but Li Kuei, the Siamese cat, only had to think for a few seconds before coming up with the answer. If a cat wants to get human money, I think they could get a job at a cat cafe. Genius. You're a true genius. Who the hell would get a job at a cat cafe? If he were a human with over 100 cats under his command, sending them all to work at a cat cafe would indeed make money. But the problem was that he was a cat himself. Even if he went to work at a cat cafe, all he'd get in return would be cat treats and freeze-dried food. Who would pay a cat a salary? There's another way, sell me. My previous owner paid 800 yuan to buy me. I could be sold for 800 yuan again right now, and then I'd sneak out. If I did that at a few different places, I could make a lot of money. When Li Kuei said this, Lin was stunned. He couldn't believe such words were coming from a cat. It's no exaggeration to say that even someone a bit slow-witted wouldn't have thought of a plan like that. Could there be a human soul living inside him? At that moment, Lin looked at Li Kuei with a hint of suspicion. To test this theory, he asked another question. I have 5 cans of cat food. I've eaten 4, how many are left? Upon hearing the question, Li Kuei first adopted a serious expression, then began circling around Lin. Where did you get 5 cans of cat food? Did you hide them under your butt? Phew, thank goodness. It's just a smart cat after all. Hearing Li Kuei's reply, Lin breathed a slight sigh of relief. Looks like I can't count on it either. Just as he was feeling a bit discouraged, another voice came from nearby. If money is the kind of thing it just mentioned, I think I know where there is plenty of it. Ha! Hearing this voice, Lin froze for a moment, then turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. To his surprise, he realized it was Sheriff Cowcat speaking. I was wandering around outside the school yesterday and saw a room full of money. Are you sure? What did the money look like? Lin asked, his face full of excitement. Long, pink, with patterns on them. The chief thought for a moment before answering. Right. That's exactly it. That's money. Lin felt his spirits soar. How much did you see? Lots and lots. That person put all the money under the bed and in the cabinets. Under the bed? In the cabinets? Hearing this, Lin began to have his doubts again. After all, who would just go and put money under the bed for no reason? Besides, hardly anyone uses cash these days. However, adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry, he immediately dismissed the other cats and had the chief lead the way. About 20 minutes later, the chief led Lin to a residential complex next to the school. It was the early hours of the morning. The entire complex was completely quiet, with not a soul in sight. Night King, that's the building. I saw it yesterday from the tree over there. Shortly after entering the complex, the chief pointed to an old camphor tree. Hearing this, Lin immediately leaped onto the tree. After a brief survey, he quickly zeroed in on one specific apartment. Is that the one? Yes, that's it. But the window's locked. Looks like we can't get in. That one T stumped this king. As he spoke, Lin flashed his gleaming canine teeth. Aiming for the window across the way, he gave a mighty leap and shot straight toward it. Just as he was about to crash into it, his body suddenly transformed into a cloud of black smoke and slipped through a crack on the side of the window. Once the black smoke entered the room, it immediately coalesced back into Lin's form. This scene left the sheriff, perched in the tree outside, completely dumbfounded. Chapter 21, Robbing the Rich to Help the Poor, the Cat Burglar. Once inside, Lin quickly sensed something was amiss. He had assumed this was an ordinary residential home. But what he saw before him told him otherwise. Aside from a bed, a wardrobe, and a table, there was nothing else in the room. There were no bedding or linens on the bed, and there was absolutely no sign of anyone living there. It looked exactly like one of those newly renovated rental units. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like the kind of place someone would hide money. Could the sheriff have been mistaken? Maybe those things weren't money after all? With that thought in mind, he strolled over to the bed, bent down, and peered under it. In the next instant, the scene beneath the bed was laid bare. At the same time, an expression of utter shock spread across his cat-like face. There really is money hidden here. Following his gaze, he saw that within the narrow space under the bed, stacks of brand new cash were neatly arranged, taking up an area nearly as large as the bed itself. A rough estimate put the total at least tens of millions. Not just in this lifetime, but even in his past life as a human, he had never seen this much money. It took him a good while to snap out of it. Holy meow, who on earth would hide money here? A gangster, a bank robber, or a corrupt official? Or maybe a drug dealer? The reason he didn't suspect any decent people was that he didn't think a decent person would hide this much money under the bed in an abandoned house like this. Since it was hidden here, this money was definitely dirty. If there's money hidden under the bed, then what about the other places? Pulling his gaze away from under the bed, he quickly scanned the rest of the room. First was the wardrobe in the corner against the wall. He reached out, hooked his fingers on the wardrobe handle, and gave it a gentle tug. The door of this simple wardrobe, which cost no more than 200 yuan, swung open. Its contents were now laid bare before him. Just as he suspected, it was filled entirely with cash. Though not as much as under the bed, there were still at least several million yuan. At this point, Lin was at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he made his way to the living room. A refrigerator in the center of the living room quickly caught his attention. There can't be any more in the fridge, can there? With that thought in mind, he quickly opened the refrigerator. But this time, it wasn't tea cash that appeared instead. There were gleaming, golden bars of gold. Each bar was labeled 500G and stacked in a triangular formation from top to bottom. Lin counted them, there were 99 bars in total. At current gold prices, these bars were worth over 30 million. Seeing them, he was virtually certain that the owner of this house was neither a bank robber, nor a drug dealer, nor a member of the triads. Because if they had that kind of money, they certainly wouldn't keep it here. Only a corrupt official would do something like this. Wow, whose stash is this? So much cash, and so many gold bars. But that's actually a good thing. Even if I take it, they won't dare make a fuss or report it to the police. They'll just have to swallow their losses in silence. At this thought, a smile instantly spread across his face. Today, this king is going to rob the rich to help the poor. Facing the massive gold bars before him, he suddenly opened his mouth wide. Before long, all 99 gold bars from the refrigerator had been swallowed whole. Only after he finished with the gold bars did he discover there were actually quite a few pieces of jewelry and luxury watches hidden beneath them. Although he had no use for these items, in the spirit of fighting crime, he ultimately swallowed them all as well. Once he emptied the contents of the refrigerator, he checked the other corners of the room. He quickly found quite a few more valuable items. Bundles of shopping cards, gas cards, and gift cards. Cartons of premium cigarettes, and a shoe cabinet filled to the brim with high-end liquor. However, he didn't take these items not because he didn't want them, but mainly because they were too big to fit in his mouth. Besides, the storage space in his stomach was limited, so he had to pick the most valuable items. So in the end, he chose to stuff all the cash from the wardrobe into his stomach. By the time all the money from the wardrobe had vanished, the dimensional space in his stomach was nearly full. It'd be great if I could freely change my body size. Swallowing this much stuff has made my jaw go numb. Good thing these are all brand new bills. If they were old, that'd be so gross. As he spoke, he restored all the cabinets he opened to their original state, then leaped straight onto the windowsill. Before leaving, he didn't forget to glance under the bed. Wait until this king returns next time to take all your sinful money away. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he turned into a wisp of black smoke and vanished from the room. When he reappeared, he was already perched atop the same large tree as before. The sheriff, who had been waiting for quite some time, looked at him and immediately wore an excited expression. "Night King, how did you just do that? You slipped into the room in an instant. If I knew that trick of yours, I could eat whatever I wanted from now on." Hearing the sheriff's words, Lin shot him a disdainful glance. "Is that all you've got? Don't worry. Even if you don't know that move, from now on we'll eat whatever we want, because starting today, this king is going to take care of all of you cats." "Take care of us? What does that mean?" The sheriff's starkly defined face was filled with confusion. "It means I'll take care of your every need." "Is there such a good deal? Then, Night King, hurry up and take me in." The sheriff was already getting a bit impatient. How can a face so full of righteousness say something like that? "Come on, let us head back to school first. Tomorrow, I'll have my servants feed you some good food." Lin leaped down from the tree, making a grand promise as he did so. "What kind of good food? Sausages? Is that all you've got? Sausages? That junk isn't fit for cats. I'll have my servants feed you cat food tuna." "Tuna? What kind of fish is that?" "Don't worry about it. Just wait until tomorrow." And so, the two feline thieves made their way back to the Jinghai University campus, one in front and one behind. Just as Lin was busy robbing the rich to feed the poor, Xiaolingyin, lying in bed, was having a lovely dream. In her dream, Lin had turned into a giant cat that walked upright. Not only did he cook for her and do her laundry, but he also went out every day to earn money for her to spend. From then on, she lived a happy life free from worries about food and clothing. As she dreamed of all this, a faint smile unconsciously spread across her face. When Lin, who had just jumped in through the window, saw her expression, he couldn't help but ask in puzzlement. What kind of sweet dream are you having? You're smiling so happily. But you should be even happier when you wake up tomorrow morning. No sooner had he finished speaking than he jumped onto the table beside her. Before long, the sound of retching echoed through the room. Guh. At the same time, in a secluded corner of Jinghai University's campus, the police chief who had just returned to school and was looking for a place to sleep suddenly turned his gaze toward a large tree nearby. The next second, his back arched high, his fur stood on end, and he let out a series of threatening growls, as if sensing a threat lurking there. Just then, a slender boy wearing a black hoodie slowly emerged from the shadows. The boy crouched down on the ground and pulled an open can of cat food from his pocket. A gentle smile spread across his face, though behind that smile lurked a hint of perversion. Chapter 22, You're a Maneki Nico, aren't you? I slept so soundly. On the bed, Xiao Lingyin, awakened by the light, opened her sleepy eyes and stretched vigorously. After doing so, her gaze drifted toward her blanket. There, sprawled out on top of it, was a black cat sleeping with its eyes closed, occasionally letting out soft purrs. Seeing this, a smile involuntarily spread across her face. No cat sleeps like that. As she spoke, she pinched Lin's 2 ears. Mimi, wake up. It's time to go catch some mice. No sooner had she finished speaking than Lin opened her eyes and shot her a disapproving look. Meow, I just fell asleep. I worked the night shift last night, can't you let the cat sleep a little longer? Hee, Mimi, I'll tell you something. I had a dream last night. I dreamed you turned into a big cat who not only does my laundry and cooks for me, but also goes out to earn money for me to spend. Meow. You really do have an active imagination. Lin let out a huge yawn. Alright, I'm getting up now. I have class later, and after class I have to go to work. If you want to go out and play, just go on your own. After gently petting Lin's belly, Xiao Lingyin pulled back the covers and got out of bed. She headed toward the bathroom out of habit. However, when she reached the bathroom door, her pupils suddenly dilated. The next second, she stumbled backward a few steps, stumbled over to the desk, and mechanically turned her head toward it. She glanced at it, rubbed her eyes, looked again, and rubbed her eyes once more. After repeating this a few times, her expression instantly became incredibly exaggerated, and she rushed straight to the desk, grabbing the neatly stacked stack of 100 yuan bills. Where did all this money come from? Am I dreaming? I must still be asleep. I'm going back to bed. As she spoke, she started to head back to bed, but halfway there, she turned around and slapped herself hard across the face. After feeling the sharp sting of pain, she finally realized this was neither a dream nor a hallucination. A huge pile of cash had truly appeared out of thin air on her desk. In that moment, she suddenly felt as though the world had become a little unreal. How could cash just appear out of nowhere in the real world? Could it be that last night wasn't a dream? Did Mimi really run off to get a job and earn money? At this thought, her gaze immediately turned toward the bed. Lin was still lying there sprawled out, looking nothing like someone who could earn money. No, it can't be Mimi, but if it's not her, then who is it? Just then, she suddenly felt the cash in her hand get a little damp. Instinctively, she brought her fingers to her nose to sniff, and a faint, unpleasant odor wafted up. It was a smell she knew all too well, the stench of cat saliva. Upon realizing this, the look in her eyes as she gazed at Lin changed instantly. Meanwhile, Lin, who was lying on the bed pretending to sleep, felt extremely anxious. She probably didn't realize I was the one who got this money, right? Probably not. Who in their right mind would think a cat could conjure up this much cash? But no sooner had he thought this than he felt himself being pulled into a warm, soft embrace. I'm done for, she found out. Lin panicked slightly. Don't worry, Mimi. I won't tell anyone you're a Maneki Nico. It must be because of you that the heavens have bestowed this fortune upon me. Ha? A Maneki Nico? What on earth is this woman thinking? With this money, I can pay off my dad's debts. I won't have to worry about money all the time anymore. So I've decided to skip my morning classes and go pay him back first. Looking at Xiao Lingyin's excited face, Lin was both amazed by her wild imagination and genuinely happy for her. In that case, I should be going too. Oh, right, I almost forgot I need to buy food for those guys. I'll take care of that first before I go. Remembering his promise to the chief, he scurried over to the empty room he'd been in earlier and brought out the cat bowl he'd used as a kitten. Right in front of Xiao Lingyin, he set the bowl down on the floor and started pawing at it with his front paws. The commotion quickly caught the attention of Xiao Lingyin, who was brushing her teeth. Ha! Nini, are you hungry? How could I have forgotten about that? Don't worry, Mom will take you out with me later and pick up some cat food on the way. Meow. No. I want canned cat food. Meow. Okay, we'll buy a whole bunch. Just wait for me to finish getting ready and put on some makeup, and I'll be out the door. It'll take 10 minutes at most. Meow. Like I believe that. Lin couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just as he expected, he ended up waiting for over half an hour, and by the time he was done, he nearly knocked the bowl to pieces. Half an hour later, Xiao Lingyin emerged in a casual outfit. She wore a cream-colored blazer over a white shirt with a floral collar, paired with light-colored slim-fit jeans and flat sneakers, a look that blended sophistication with youthful vibrancy. Combined with her subtle makeup and model-like height, she was the very picture of a campus goddess. Let us go, Mimi. I'm all set. Oh, and your cat bag, I wonder if it'll even fit you now. After flipping her hair in the mirror, she hurried over to the other room and pulled out an adorable cat-shaped bag. Seeing the bag, Lin's face was filled with resistance. To show his disapproval, he punched the bag twice. You don't want to go in the cat bag? Then how am I supposed to take you out? Xiao Lingyin said with a frown. Just then, Lin took 2 steps at a time and jumped straight onto Xiao Lingyin's shoulder, then crouched there steadily. Seeing this, Xiao Lingyin couldn't help but ask in confusion. You don't expect me to carry you out like this, do you? Meow. Fine, whatever. Just make sure you don't fall off. Unable to do anything about Lin, Xiao Lingyin could only let him stand on her shoulder as they headed out the door. As expected, when this human-cat duo appeared on the Jinghai University campus, they immediately caught everyone's attention. Everyone stared in amazement at Lin perched on Xiao Lingyin's shoulder. Ha! Isn't that Blackie? Why is he with Goddess Xiao today? Yeah, I saw them shopping at the supermarket with Campus Queen Sue just yesterday. Last night, I even saw him riding on Ning from the sports department's electric scooter. That's Blackie for you, always with either a goddess or a campus queen. Black fur, but a colorful heart. You don't get it. It's not that Blackie hangs out with them because they're goddesses or campus queens, it's because they're with Blackie that they become goddesses and campus queens. The standard accessory for campus queens, Blackie, the ultimate fashion statement. A stamp of approval from Blackie. When will Blackie ever give me his approval? Then I could be a campus queen too. And it wasn't just the college students who were surprised by this. When the stray cats on campus saw Lin perched on Xiao Lingyin's shoulder, their faces were equally full of astonishment. The Night King is the Night King. He has tamed another new slave this quickly. This 2-legged creature has already submitted to the Night King's feet, becoming his mount. Truly our king, all humans are praising him. While we're still figuring out how to swindle food from humans, the Night King has already made them offer him sincere tributes. I knew the Night King must have held something back when he was teaching us. He never mentioned how to tame a biped. Chapter 23, Hua Nongyu, the Scent of an Entity. Half an hour later, at the intersection of Jinghai Style Street. As a taxi came to a slow stop, Xiao Lingyin stepped out, holding Lin in her arms. Nini, we're here. Once I give this money back to those people, we'll go buy something delicious to eat. Let me see where that place is. Imperial Dynasty KTV, that's the one. While checking the location on her phone, Xiao Lingyin muttered to herself until her eyes lit up upon spotting a sign by the roadside. Blackie, wait for me right here by the roadside. I'll just go inside for a moment and be right back. After saying this, she ruffled Lin's head, set him down by the roadside, and walked toward the entrance of Imperial Dynasty KTV, her bag in hand. Watching Xiao Lingyi's receding figure, Lin didn't stay put at the intersection as she told him to. Instead, he turned and followed her. As soon as he stepped into the shadows, he vanished from sight. A minute later, Xiao Lingyin stepped out of the elevator onto the 5th floor, where the KTV was located, and dialed a number. The moment the call connected, an impatient voice came through the line. "Hello, who is this? I'm busy right now." The voice was accompanied by bursts of lewd moaning. Hearing this, a look of disgust flashed across Xiao Lingyi's face, but knowing she was about to be free of this, she immediately forced herself to remain patient and said, "I'm Xiao Guoqiang's daughter. I'm here to pay back the money. Today, I'll settle all the debts he owes you. I've already arrived at the location you mentioned." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by the clinking sound of a metal belt buckle. "Wait a moment and come straight to private room 8888. I'll be waiting for you there." "Okay." After hanging up, Xiao Lingyin exhaled deeply, then headed toward the room number she'd been given. Soon she arrived at the door of private room 8888. Through the round glass pane in the door, she could faintly make out several people inside. Summoning her courage, she pushed open the door. A wave of deafening music crashed over her, accompanied by an extremely foul odor. A quick glance revealed 3 couples sitting on the sofa. The 3 men looked menacing and were overweight. The women were scantily clad and heavily made up. They were openly embracing one another, with 2 of the men even boldly slipping their hands into their partners' necklines. Seeing this scene, Xiao Lingyin immediately furrowed her brows. Eager to escape this seedy place as soon as possible, she unzipped her purse, pulled out several bundles of cash she'd prepared in advance, and placed them on the table in front of the group. Then she fixed her gaze on the middle-aged man in the black shirt wearing a Buddhist amulet around his neck. "Here's 150,000 yuan in total. That should be enough to pay off what my father owes you, right?" As soon as she spoke, the middle-aged man, who had been kissing the woman in his arms, immediately turned his head. He first glanced at the cash on the table, then shifted his gaze to Xiao Lingyin, who was standing not far ahead. The moment he recognized Xiao Lingyin, a flash of greed crossed his eyes. "I never thought that bastard Xiao Guoqiang could produce such a lovely daughter. Hey, what is your name? Want to come work for me? I pay really well, a guaranteed 3 to 5,000 a month. With looks like yours, making 100,000 won be a problem." As he spoke, he shoved the woman in his arms aside to make room next to him, then poured himself another glass of beer from the table. "Come on, sit over here. To be honest, I don't really need your dad's money. If you agree to work for me, I'll write off every penny he owes. What do you say? Think about it." As he spoke, the other 2 men in the private room began to eye Xiao Lingyin up and down. "Bro Hui, she is really hot. Way better than these trashy girls. Yeah, no wonder Bro Hui likes to pick up college students. Little lady, just listen to Bro Hui. Working here would be great. Even if you graduate from college, you'll only make a few thousand a month. Here, you'd start at tens of thousands." Listening to their filthy remarks, Xiao Lingyin's expression grew increasingly grim. "I've already paid you back. I hope you won't call me again. As for Xiao Guoqiang, that's none of my business anymore. I'm leaving." With that, she turned to walk out of the private room. But someone beat her to it. The man who had been sitting on the far left of the sofa darted forward and blocked the entrance to the private room. "Heh, don't go yet. Since you're already here, you've got to at least have a few drinks with us. Otherwise, you're not giving Brother Hui any face." "That's right. Besides, you've only paid back the principal, there's still interest to cover." Seeing that they had blocked her path, Xiao Lingyin began to panic and immediately pulled her phone out of her bag. "What do you think you're doing? If you dare to do anything, I'll call the police." However, when her words reached their ears, the 2 men merely exchanged a smirk. Just like a college student so naive. "Do you really think we'd let you make that call here?" Just then, the middle-aged man named Brother Hui, who had been sitting on the sofa the whole time, stood up. With his burly build, he stood there like a door. "Don't be afraid, sweetheart. We won't do anything to you. We're law-abiding citizens." "But my guy just made a good point. You've only paid back the principal, you still owe us the interest." "Here's the deal, I won't rip you off. Just finish all the beer on the table with me, and I'll waive the interest entirely." Hearing this, Xiao Lingyin felt a surge of rage. She could easily guess what these men were up to. At that moment, she felt a twinge of regret for coming here alone to repay the debt so rashly. What she hadn't noticed was that, less than 2 meters away from her, a pair of golden eyes was watching everything inside the private room from atop the speaker. "I knew she'd get into trouble. What a fool. Loan sharks can't possibly be good people. Looks like I'll have to step in again." Just as Lin was about to step in to rescue Xiao Lingyin, a knock suddenly sounded at the door of the private room. Hearing the knock, the middle-aged man wearing a Buddha amulet Brother Hui immediately furrowed his brow. Who the hell is so inconsiderate? Number 2, open the door. I want to see which blind fool it is. At his command, one of his henchmen immediately opened the private room door. Just as Brother Hui was about to unleash a torrent of abuse, he caught sight of an exceptionally handsome face. Instantly, his anger vanished, and his expression turned extremely obsequious. "It's young Master Hua. What brings you here at this hour?" As Brother Hui spoke, Xiao Lingyin also looked toward the door with hopeful eyes. The next second, she saw a handsome young man with a tall, straight posture and incredibly fair skin standing in the doorway. The young man seemed to have spotted Xiao Lingyin as well. A look of astonishment flashed across his eyes, followed immediately by a polite smile. "Hello, miss. My name is Hua Nongyu. I never expected to meet such a beautiful and charming young lady here." After speaking, his gaze shifted to Brother Hui and the other two. "You aren't planning to pull some coercing women into prostitution stunt again, are you, As the words fell, a faint, almost imperceptible, sinister glint flashed in his eyes. The 3 men he had spotted immediately shuddered, their faces contorting with terror as if they had seen something utterly horrifying. Due to the dim lighting, Xiao Lingyin didn't witness this scene, but Lin, lurking in the shadows, saw it all clearly. Something's off about this guy. And there's a familiar scent on him. It's an entity. Realizing this, Lin's expression instantly grew grave. He hadn't expected that a casual outing would lead him to encounter another entity. Chapter 24, Lust Demon, the Anomaly Guild Squad's defeat. Outside the Imperial Dynasty KTV, a van suddenly pulled up. Immediately afterward, several people dressed in maintenance uniforms emerged one after another. As soon as they got out, they immediately retrieved a construction warning sign from the back of the van and placed it in front of the KTV's first-floor entrance. At the same time, they used retractable barriers to cordon off a 5-meter radius around the entrance. After finishing all this, the group of oddly behaving maintenance workers marched in unison toward the KTV entrance. Just as they were about to enter the elevator, their footsteps halted. One of them pulled up the brim of his cap, revealing a youthful face. "We absolutely cannot let the Lust Demon escape this time. He has already murdered over 20 young women. If we let him continue his rampage, he'll likely evolve into a Class B entity, and by then, he'll be even harder to deal with." "Don't worry, Captain. He won't escape this time. I left a mark on him during our skirmish yesterday." Another maintenance worker standing nearby reached into his pocket and pulled out a yellow talisman. As soon as he lit the talisman, it instantly transformed into a glowing origami crane. The moment it took shape, the origami crane began flapping its wings. "He is here after all. Looks like this is his lair." There was no doubt about it, these men were clearly not mere maintenance workers, but members of the Anomaly Guild, possessing supernatural abilities. They were colleagues of Chen and the others, but they did not belong to Ground Team 3. Instead, they were part of the higher-ranked Ground Team 1. Including Captain Shin Panlong, the squad consisted of 5 members, each a C+ rank ghost tamer. The entity commanded by Captain Shin Panlong was even on the verge of reaching B rank. Even so, they remained extremely cautious at that moment, for the entity they were about to face was none other than the Lust Demon, ranked 73rd in the 100 Ghosts Chronicle. "Let us move." He should be inside the KTV upstairs right now. Hopefully, there aren't too many people in there, otherwise, the fight will be a hassle. Taking a deep breath, the 5 members of the combat squad immediately stepped into the elevator. Before long, they arrived on the 5th floor. At the same time, inside private room 8888, Hua Longyu sat cross-legged on the central sofa with an air of supreme confidence. The other 7 people in the room, however, stood before him like puppets on strings. Including Xiao Lingyin, everyone's eyes were filled with confusion. I never expected to encounter such a stunning beauty today. If I can fully unleash all the desires hidden deep within her, my power might just break through to the next level. But before that, I'll drain these useless fools to heal my wounds. As he spoke, Hua Nongyu removed his jacket, revealing a horrific wound beneath his clothes. It was unclear what had caused the injury. The surrounding flesh was completely charred, and black smoke occasionally billowed from it. After glancing at it, a look of hatred flashed across Hua Nongyu's handsome face. Just you wait. Once I break through to the next stage, everyone who dared to hurt me will die. No sooner had the words left her mouth than she addressed one of the hostesses in front of her. You, come here. The hostess seemed to have lost her mind, walking straight up to Hua Nongyu. The next second, Hua Nongyu grabbed the hostess and pressed her lips against hers. In less than 5 seconds, the hostess transformed from a woman in her early 30s into a frail, dying old woman. Every last drop of her life essence had been drained by Hua Nongyu. After absorbing the life essence from her body, Hua Nongyu's injuries improved significantly, and an expression of sheer bliss spread across his face. This scene was, of course, clearly visible to Lin, who was hiding in the corner, and he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. No, I have to figure something out. Otherwise, Xiao Lingyin will meet the same fate later. This guy is probably even more troublesome than the jealousy demon and the cat ghost before. Just as Lin was pondering how to deal with Hua Longyu, the latter had already drained the other 5 people dry. After consecutively absorbing the life energy of 6 people, the horrific wound on his waist had completely healed. Seizing the moment, he turned his gaze toward Xiao Lingyin standing before him. Little beauty, here I come. With a lecherous grin, he tore open his clothes and, before Lin's astonished eyes, transformed into a hideous, hairy black gorilla. This gorilla stood nearly 2 meters tall, its muscles bulging. It was truly impossible to associate it with the elegant young gentleman from before. Just as he was about to reach out his claws toward Xiao Lingyin, Lin prepared to launch a surprise attack. But before he could act, the door to the private room suddenly shattered, and a large red lantern flew straight in. The moment the crimson lantern flew in, it opened a terrifying, gaping maw and spewed searing flames from within. Seeing this, Hua Longyu, now transformed into a gorilla, immediately dodged to the side. The ball of fire then burned a huge hole in the KTV's wall. Under Hua Longyu's glare of hatred, 5 men and women walked in from outside the private room. Although all 5 were dressed as construction workers, the aura they exuded grew stronger with each one. The man in the lead waved his hand, and the crimson lantern from moments before landed in his grasp. In an instant, a fierce glow of fire enveloped his body. He was Shin Panlong, captain of Team Earth No. 1, and his summoned spirit was a C+ rank lantern ghost. To his left stood a muscular man wielding a butcher's cleaver, radiating a bloodthirsty aura, with a vicious ghostly shadow faintly visible behind him. This shadow was known as the Butcher Ghost, a Tier C rank spirit. The second man on the left had long hair whipping about his head like a demon, with the faint outline of a long-haired woman appearing behind him. The ghostly figure was named Hair Demon, also a Tier C. The other 2, one wielding a longbow, the other a wooden sword, had no accompanying entities, yet their bodies were brimming with vitality, in no way inferior to the previous 3. Desire Ghost. You won to escape today. Surrender peacefully. Upon seeing Hua Longyu reveal her true form, Shin Panlong immediately let out a loud shout. Hearing his shout, a faint, entity-like smile suddenly appeared on Yugu's face. Oh? Do you really think you've got me cornered? Not necessarily. Didn't you notice a peculiar scent when you came in? What? The moment the lust demon spoke, the expressions of Shin Panlong and the other 4 changed instantly. Immediately afterward, they felt their breathing grow suddenly rapid. Then their bodies grew hot, their minds filled with restless agitation, and a certain part of their bodies began to respond as well. How does this surge of desire feel? Does it feel like you're burning with passion? Since that's the case, why not let yourself go completely? As he spoke, the lust demon began to sway his hips and perform the entity dance within the private room. To Shin Panlong and the other four, she had already transformed into a stunning beauty and the very person they desired most in their hearts. What each of them saw was completely different. Under these circumstances, they could only struggle to hold on, biting their gums until they bled. The intense flames of desire not only tormented their minds but also made a certain organ feel as if it were about to explode. Seeing this, the lust demon's expression grew even more maniacal. The next second, he strode toward the 5 men, preparing to strike and finish them off. But just then, a dark shadow suddenly darted out from the side. As a cold gleam flashed by, several gruesome gashes instantly appeared on the lust demon's face. At the same time, his entity's dance came to an abrupt halt. The 5 members of the Anomaly Guild, who had been on the verge of being tortured to death by the flames of desire, immediately felt a sense of relief wash over them. With all their strength drained, they collapsed to the ground on the spot. Vaguely, they saw a blurry black shadow standing not far ahead of them, facing off against the lust demon. They desperately wanted to make out the shadow's features, but a layer of black mist constantly swirled around it, obscuring its true form. They could only dimly make out that it was a gigantic beast radiating black flames from every part of its body. They couldn't help but be deeply shaken. At the same moment, the lust demon stared at the figure before him with utter disbelief. It was clearly a black cat. Chapter 25, Devouring the Seed of Desire. On one side stood a black-haired gorilla over 2 meters tall, with muscles as hard as marble. On the other, a frail, diminutive black cat less than half a meter tall. There was a massive disparity in their physiques, yet in terms of presence, Lin was in no way inferior. At that moment, he assumed an attacking stance. A fierce glint flashed in his golden eyes, every muscle in his body was taut, his long tail swishing back and forth behind him, and he let out a series of low growls. Seeing him like this, a hint of contempt flashed across the demon's face, but that look vanished instantly the moment he felt a stinging pain across his cheek. "Who are you, you little beast? Are you looking for death?" With a furious roar, he grabbed the nearby coffee table and hurled it at Lin. But how could his movements as slow as a turtle possibly harm Lin? Lin merely shifted his position slightly, and the attack missed him entirely. However, as a C+ rank entity, his abilities were clearly not limited to that. Seeing his attack miss, he suddenly spat a stream of black mist toward Lin's position. The mist was formless and intangible, spewed out at an incredible speed, and carried a faint, foul odor. But the moment the black mist spewed forth, Lin's figure vanished. Immediately afterward, he felt a stinging pain on his face, then his neck, chest, and arms. By the time he realized what was happening, dozens of gashes had already appeared on his body, each one deep enough to expose bone. Looking over to the other side, Lin landed gracefully before him, like an elegant gentleman. Blood continued to drip from his right front paw. What the hell is this thing? How can it be so fast? Clutching his burning cheek, the lust demon's face betrayed a look of shock and confusion. He was now almost certain that Lin could not possibly be an ordinary black cat. Yet he detected no trace of his own kind on Lin, which meant he was not an entity. "No matter what you are, you're going to die." Completely enraged, Yugu stopped thinking and immediately used his powers to try to ignite the flames of desire within Lin. However, he had forgotten one crucial thing. Lin wasn't human. Although he possessed sexual desire, his tiny, less than an inch long penis had almost no effect on his brain. Instead, it only made him grow increasingly frenzied. With the ferocity of a tiger leaping across a ravine, he pounced on the lust demon, tearing and biting. Under the relentless, bloodthirsty assault, in less than a minute, the lust demon was left with flesh torn open and blood gushing wildly. He tried to tear Lin off him, but at his speed, he couldn't even touch a single hair on Lin's body. He could only watch helplessly as Lin ripped open his veins and bit through his throat. Once his throat was torn open, streams of black mist were sucked into Lin's mouth. As the black mist drained away, the lust demon finally panicked. He felt himself being devoured, his body being swallowed inch by that damned black cat. No. No. Please spare me. Ah, ah. Amid the lust demon's frantic struggles, the last remnant of his true spirit was devoured. Thud. With the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, the lust demon's massive form crashed onto the floor of the private room. As a cloud of black smoke billowed upward, a naked man emerged from within. The naked man was not yet dead. He twitched intermittently until, several seconds later, he finally drew his last breath. Clink. With a sharp clink, a bronze teapot rolled off his body. Black mist swirled around the teapot. It was clearly no ordinary object. Seeing this, the bloodlust in Lin's eyes gradually faded, and he shuddered. Damn! This damn thing is really eerie. It actually got this king all worked up. As he spoke, he looked at the panel in front of him, where lines of text were appearing. Consumed entity's resentment, energy reserve plus 50. Consumed entity's resentment, energy reserve plus 50. Consumed entity's resentment, energy reserve plus 50. You have devoured the lust demon and acquired a new skill, Seed of Desire. Seed of Desire Basic. Upon activating this skill, you can plant a seed of desire within a selected target. Once the desire takes root in their heart, the target will become a slave to desire under your control. You can currently create 10 seeds of desire. If the target's will is strong, the seed of desire may fail to take root. Looking at the information on the interface, a hint of delight flashed across his face. Using desire to create servants? That sounds interesting. Those people earlier must have been the lust demon's servants. Too bad they're already dead, otherwise, I could have used them for an experiment. But these guys here seem like they'll do just fine. Looking at the 5 anomaly guild members on the ground, who were nearly unconscious from the excessive release of desire, Lin immediately unleashed the seeds of desire upon them. In the next second, 5 streams of black light entered their bodies. Perhaps because they had been tortured by the desired demon, all 5 seeds of desire were successfully planted. All that remained was for desire to arise in their hearts again. Then, the seeds of desire would take root and sprout. By then, Lin wouldn't need to seek them out, they would come to him of their own accord. Having tested his new ability, his gaze shifted to the bronze teapot that had just dropped from the lust demon's host. With his previous experience, he was fairly certain this teapot was also a cursed item. And what happened next confirmed his suspicion. The moment his right claw touched the teapot, the prompt appeared again. Cursed item detected. Lust teapot. Residual primordial resentment of the lust demon lingers within. In 20 days, a new lust demon will be reborn. The holder of this teapot will gain the ability to command the lust demon. Do you wish to absorb the resentment energy above? Looking at these 2 prompts, Lin didn't even hesitate before selecting yes. The moment he made his choice, a chill energy slowly seeped into his body, converting into his energy reserve. Absorbed the source energy of the lust demon. You have gained 800 points of energy reserve. Additionally, you have acquired a new skill, Eye of Desire. Detected that you possess a skill of the same type, Fear Gaze skill. Do you wish to merge this skill with the existing one? Seeing this brand new prompt, Lin froze in surprise. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose yes. In an instant, the Fear Gaze skill underwent a transformation. Fear Gaze skill intermediate. Fix your gaze upon the opponent to unleash their deepest, most hidden fears, while simultaneously imprinting a mark of fear upon their mind. Targets bearing this mark will be unable to look directly at you for a short time and will lose their courage to fight. Consume 20 evolution points to upgrade this skill to the next stage. A mark of fear effect had been added to the original skill. I'll have to wait until my next real-world battle to see how effective this is. As for now, Lin's gaze drifted involuntarily to Xiao Lingyin, who lay unconscious on the floor, then to the pile of money nearby. The dead have no use for money. Chapter 26, The Unnameable Entity, Codename, Night Demon. A little over 10 minutes later, a dozen or so figures appeared inside the Imperial Dynasty KTV. Without exception, every one of them was wearing the Anomaly Guild uniform. The man leading them even bore 2 sword-shaped insignias on his shoulders. He was Tu Gang, deputy director of the Jinghai City Anomaly Guild and a Class B ghost tamer. Facing Tu Gang were Shen Panlong and his 4 companions, their faces haggard. Looking at Tu Gang's grim expression, Shen Panlong's face was filled with guilt. In fact, he wasn't just feeling guilty, he was physically drained as well. Had Lin Wan intervened just a minute or two later, he might have died from exhaustion. Director 2, I was careless this time. I inadvertently fell into the Lust Ghost's trap. I'm willing to take full responsibility. No sooner had he finished speaking than Tu Gang roared. Is self-criticism any use? Is this your first time dealing with an entity? You nearly got those 4 killed as well. After his outburst, his gaze shifted to the pile of corpses on the ground. Spill it. What exactly happened this time? Who killed the Lust Ghost? Even his cursed item was destroyed. That's definitely not something an ordinary ghost tamer could pull off. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Panlong said excitedly. It wasn't a ghost tamer. I'm certain the one who killed the Lust Ghost wasn't a ghost tamer, but a far more powerful entity. We saw it devour the Lust Ghost alive with our own eyes. It didn't kill him outright, it tortured him mercilessly before devouring him. At these words, the faces of all the Anomaly Guild members, including Tu Gang, turned pale. You mean that entity ate the Lust Demon? Yes. Although I was dazed at the time, I vaguely saw it snap the Lust Demon's neck and then swallow its body whole. The captain is right. We saw it too. That scene was truly terrifying. The other 4 members of Shen Panlong's squad hurriedly chimed in. After hearing the 5 of them speak, Tu Gang immediately turned his gaze to the person beside him, none other than Chen, the captain of Team Earth 3. You previously reported that an S-class entity capable of devouring other entities had appeared in Jinghai. Do you think this might be the work of that same S-class entity? I think there is a very high probability it is. The circumstances this time are very similar to the previous 2 incidents. As for whether it's actually the same one, I think we'll find out very soon. At this point, Chen's gaze shifted to a security camera in the corner of the private room. 10 minutes later, they located the KTV's duty manager and retrieved the surveillance footage from private room 8888. After skipping through the irrelevant footage at the beginning, they quickly reached the most critical part. They couldn't help but brace themselves. However, just as they thought they would be able to see the true form of that unknown entity through the surveillance footage, all they could see on the screen was a dense black fog. The black fog kept shifting its shape, resembling some kind of terrifying demon. After seeing this scene, Chen, who had been full of anticipation, froze instantly. What on earth is this thing? The Anomaly Guild had been in existence for 10 years and had collected data on thousands of entities, yet they had never encountered one with such a form. It wasn't just him who looked stunned, the other Anomaly Guild members were equally bewildered. Only Shen Panlong and his group looked perplexed, because the image on the monitor was completely different from what they had seen. With that thought in mind, he voiced his observation immediately. Director, what we saw back then looked completely different. Hold on a moment, I'll sketch it out for you. Saying this, he picked up a sheet of white paper and a pen from the nearby table. With just a few strokes, he sketched what he had vaguely glimpsed at the time. It was a black beast whose form bore a slight resemblance to a tiger. This beast stood over 2 meters tall, its entire body pitch black, constantly emitting a dark aura. Beyond that, it possessed a pair of golden eyes, giving it an otherworldly yet imposing presence. Looking at the image Shen Panlong had drawn, then glancing at the shadow in the surveillance footage, Tu Gang's brow furrowed so deeply it almost formed the Chinese character For Chuan. Just then, Shen spoke up again. Perhaps neither of these is its true form. I suspect one of its abilities is to manipulate light. By controlling light, it affects human vision and distorts natural light. But one thing is certain, its true form must be some kind of beast. Chen's conclusion was quickly accepted by everyone present from the Anomaly Guild. Shouldn't we give it a name, or a code name? Shen Panlong suddenly suggested. Perhaps we could call it the Night Demon. After a moment's thought, Chen came up with a name he considered most fitting. Why the Night Demon? Don't you think it's as mysterious and unpredictable as the night, and that it instills a deep sense of fear? Plus, it can control light. The title Night Demon couldn't be more fitting. Shen analyzed seriously. Let us go with what Joe suggested. This new entity's codename will be Night Demon. Its danger level is tentatively set at S-Class. Once we return, we'll add it to the Anomaly Guild S records, Tu Gang said, giving the final approval. Before long, a mysterious S-Class entity appeared in the Anomaly Guild S entity archives, and the codename Night Demon began to spread throughout the various branches. As for all this, Lin, the instigator of it all, was completely unaware. He was still worried about one thing. When I was fighting the lust demon just now, those 5 guys seemed to be awake. I hope they didn't get a clear look at me. I wonder if that private room had any cameras. If it did, wouldn't they have caught me on tape? What a hassle. I really need to be more careful from now on. Just as Lin was fretting, Xiao Lingyin's voice suddenly came from the ambulance nearby. Goodbye, doctor. Lin immediately turned his head. The next second, Xiao Lingyin, pressing a cotton swab to her wrist, stepped out of the ambulance. Upon seeing Lin crouched beside the ambulance, she hurried over and picked him up. Mimi, sorry to keep you waiting. I guess I haven't been eating properly lately. I fainted from low blood sugar. Thank goodness someone called an ambulance in time. But I remember going into the KTV. How did I end up fainting in the hallway? That's so strange. Hearing Xiao Lingyin's words, a puzzled look crossed Lin's face. He had seen with his own eyes the Anomaly Guild members carry her from the private room to the ambulance. But what Xiao Lingyin was saying now didn't match what he had witnessed at all. There was only one possible explanation for this: the Anomaly Guild possessed some kind of device capable of erasing memories. They had intervened to wipe out all of Xiao Lingyin's memories from the moment she entered the KTV private room. No wonder there are so many entities in this world, yet so few people know about them. It turns out that anyone who has seen an entity has had their memory wiped. What is going on in that little head of yours? Meow. Alright, the debt paid off. Now I'll take you to buy some treats. Come on, let us go. In high spirits, Xiao Lingyin picked Lin up and headed straight for a large shopping mall. Half an hour later, she emerged carrying a huge box of cat treats. Once the human and the cat returned to Jinghai University with the massive box of treats, Lin immediately dashed off. When he came back, he was followed by a massive army of cats. Chapter 27, The Cat Gang's Team Building Event and the Missing Chief. In the small grove at Jinghai University, as Lin led the members of the cat gang to stand before Xiao Lingyin, who was still carrying the box of cat treats, her eyes widened in surprise. Mimi, are these all your friends? Meow, don't call me Mimi in a situation like this, Lin meowed sharply. After meowing at Xiao Lingyin, Lin's gaze immediately shifted to the group of cats behind him. All cat gang members, get down on your haunches. No sooner had he spoken than the 100+ stray cats present all crouched down in unison before him. This scene undoubtedly left Xiao Lingyin looking stunned once again. Today, this king is treating all of you to cat food. Everyone, please behave yourselves a little later on and don't disgrace the cat gang. Got it? Lin said in a stern tone as he surveyed the crowd of cats. Hearing his words, the cats present immediately responded. No problem, Night King. Yes, Night King. Night King, hurry up and have your servants hand out the cans. I haven't eaten in several minutes. Night King, you're so awesome. Follow the Night King, and you'll eat 9 meals a day. Although Xiao Lingyin couldn't understand cat speak, seeing Lin address the group of cats like that, a look of satisfaction involuntarily spread across her face. Our Mimi is so impressive, he actually manages so many cats. But looking at him like that, he kind of looks like he is in the mafia. Just as Xiao Lingyin was lost in thought, she suddenly felt something tugging at her pant leg. She looked down and saw it was Lin. Meow. What are you staring at? Dinner is served, hurry up and serve the food. Alright, I get it. Don't get so impatient. I'll open the cans for you right now. Saying this, Xiao Lingyin set the cardboard box on the floor, took out a can of cat food, opened it one by one, and placed them in front of each cat. Throughout this process, all the cats behaved exceptionally well. Occasionally, an unruly one would get a couple of swats from Lynn, after which it would immediately settle down. A few minutes later, an open can of cat food was placed in front of every cat. But that wasn't all. Xiao Linging turned around and picked up a large bag of freeze-dried chicken breast, sprinkling it evenly into each can. After finishing all this, she clapped her hands with satisfaction. "All right, you can start eating. Would you like a little more cat food?" Meow. Who is so pathetic they still need their regular food? Lynn shot her a dismissive glance before turning her attention to the cats present. "Dinner is served." The moment she said this, all the cats instantly transformed into monsters, opening their gaping maws and taking a hearty bite out of the cans in front of them. Before long, the room was filled with the sound of satisfied purring. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Xiao Linging instantly felt a sense of healing wash over her. "It's so nice." After saying that, she turned her gaze to Lin, who was right in front of her. At that moment, Lin was just like the other stray cats, devouring the freeze-dried meat and beef chunks from the can in big bites. In just a few bites, he had devoured the entire can. After finishing, he didn't forget to elegantly wipe the residue from his muzzle, taking the opportunity to give himself a quick wash. "Mimi, why are you eating so fast? Would you like another can?" Xiao Linging picked up a remaining can and made a move to open it. But Lin shook his head. "All right then. Since you've all had your meal, it's time for Mom to go to class. You go play with your cat friends." Gently patting Lin on the head, Xiao Linging stood up and walked straight out of the small grove. As she walked, a smile would occasionally flicker across her face. She was clearly in a good mood. Once she had left, Lin leaped onto a nearby stone table, her golden eyes scanning the group of cats below. She then glanced at the few remaining cans of cat food on the table, and a look of confusion crossed her little face. "That's not right. I helped count these out one per cat. How did 5 extra ones end up here?" Just as he was puzzling over this, the brothers Sang Kuan and Sang Biao finished their own cans of cat food and ran over to Lin with hopeful eyes, staring intently at the unopened cans beside him. "Night King, this cat food is absolutely delicious." "Yeah, so delicious. But they're just isn't enough." "Right, not enough." Hearing the two cats say this, Lin knew exactly what they were up to and immediately glared at them. "You two are already as round as balls, and you're still thinking about eating? By the way, didn't a few cats miss our team building event today?" "Team building? What is team building?" Sang Kuan asked, looking slightly puzzled. "It's eating canned food." Lin rolled her eyes at him. "It seems like a few guys are missing." The Sang brothers, having caught on, replied after thinking it over. "The chief doesn't seem to be here." "The chief?" Hearing Sang Biao's words, Lin's gaze immediately scanned the room. Sure enough, Chief Cowcat was nowhere to be seen. He could understand if other cats were missing, but the chief not showing up made no sense. He specifically told the chief last night about the canned food. Did he go wandering around outside the school again? I don't think so. The chief usually sleeps during the day and only goes out at night. I haven't seen him for most of the day today. Cows are crazy. He might just run off somewhere to act up. Come to think of it, besides the chief, there are a few other cats I haven't seen in a while either. Like that fat tabby from before. I haven't seen him in 3 days. I remember there was also a white cat with a little mustache that hasn't shown up in quite a while. Just then, the other cats who had finished their canned food gathered around. Hearing them say this, Lin finally realized that quite a few stray cats had disappeared from the Jinghai University campus in recent days. His expression immediately shifted slightly. In the past, it was normal for 1 or 2 stray cats to go missing. After all, they had no fixed homes. But ever since he took over the cat gang, those strays had put down roots at Jinghai University. With no need to worry about food or water every day, there was no reason for them to wander off elsewhere. If they hadn't run off on their own, there was only one possibility. Someone was secretly catching stray cats. Realizing this, Lin was instantly filled with rage. How dare they? Someone actually dared to lay a hand on my brothers right here on my turf. I have to find out who did this. Having lived at Jinghai University for 2.5 years, the stray cats under his care were like family to him. Especially the older cats who had always followed him, like the chief. Now that someone had snatched his family away, how could he not be furious? He immediately shouted to all the stray cats present. Attention, all members of the cat gang. The chief may have been kidnapped by bad guys. All of you must immediately begin searching the campus to see if you can find any clues. Also, you must all stay safe during this time. Before anyone feeds you, you must first sniff the food. If it smells off, don't eat it under any circumstances. Do you understand? Got it, all the cats replied in unison. Let us get moving right now. At Lin's command, the hundreds of stray cats on the field scattered in unison toward different corners of the campus. Once all the stray cats had left the school, Lin silently opened the system panel. He had a vague feeling that the disappearance of the chief and the other stray cats this time was no simple matter. Chapter 28, Attribute Boost, Information from Wonkai. After devouring the lust demon, Lin's evolution points once again reached an astonishing total. A full 55 points more than he had gained from devouring the cat demon and the jealousy demon combined. This also proved that the lust demon's level far surpassed that of the previous two entities. Looking at those 55 evolution points, he barely had to think before making a decision. He immediately invested 10 points into his agility attribute in one go, raising his already high agility score from 30 to 40. The moment his agility broke through to 40, Lin felt as though a strange transformation had taken place within him. His body felt as though it had turned into a hydrogen balloon. It seemed that the slightest movement would send him soaring into the sky. Of course, this was merely an illusion. With 30 points in agility, his speed had already surpassed that of a cheetah. He dared not imagine just how fast he would be with 40 points. He had a premonition that once his agility attribute improved further, he might actually unlock the ability to fly. After boosting his agility, he allocated another 10 evolution points to his strength attribute. His strength instantly jumped from 20 to 30. His already solid muscle definition became even more pronounced in that moment. With a light clench of his claws, he felt an explosive surge of strength. This strength far exceeded the limits of a normal human, reaching the level of a large predator. Even Tyson, it seemed, could not surpass him in strength. Combined with his terrifying speed, lions and tigers were mere children in his presence. I have 35 evolution points left. I'll add 5 to Constitution, 10 to Intelligence, and use the rest to improve my skills. After this internal monologue, his base attributes shifted once more. With the change in his Constitution attribute, his physical condition including muscle density, bone density, and metabolic rate all saw a significant boost. These improvements translated into a longer lifespan, greater resilience to physical blows, and faster wound healing. The only change that wasn't particularly noticeable was his intelligence. He had expected that adding 10 points to his intelligence would make him much sharper. But in reality, he only felt his mind was a bit clearer and his memory slightly sharper. He didn't notice any other significant changes. No way, is that all a 10-point boost in intelligence does? If I'd known, I wouldn't have put points into intelligence. Wait, that's not right. It feels like there's more to it, like something's grown in my head. Did I get a brain tumor? Unable to figure out what exactly had grown in his head right away, Lin decided he wasn't going to bother trying to figure it out. Instead, he turned his attention to his pile of skills. He currently had 20 evolution points left. He could choose to advance 4 advanced skills to special skills, or he could choose to level up 2 special skills. Without much hesitation, he made his final decision. The next second, the advancement of the 2 advanced skills was complete. Roar Advanced Battle Roar Basic emits a battle-filled roar that intimidates the enemy target, reducing their combat effectiveness while boosting that of allies. Lasts 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Super Hearing Advanced Divine Hearing Basic, a passive skill that activates automatically without needing to be triggered. Your hearing reaches its limit, allowing you to hear sounds that would normally be inaudible through both ears. There is a certain chance to hear the enemy's inner thoughts. As expected, these two advanced skills once again brought him a pleasant surprise. Battle Roar goes without saying. Not only does it reduce the enemy's combat effectiveness, but it also boosts that of friendly units, making it a pure buff skill. But what surprised him most was the Divine Hearing skill, the advanced form of Super Hearing. The fact that it allowed him to hear others' inner thoughts was essentially mind reading. Perfect! Overjoyed, his gaze turned to the final 10 evolution points. With a single thought, he invested those 10 evolution points into Bloodthirsty Assault, and the skill's attributes changed accordingly. Bloodthirsty Assault Intermediate enters a state of rage, increasing physical attack power by 50%. When teeth and claws strike an enemy, they inflict a laceration effect, causing the enemy to continuously lose health for 5 seconds. This effect stacks. When attacking enemy units, a lifesteal effect is triggered, allowing you to absorb 1% of the target's health with each attack to restore 1% of your own lost health. Looking at the upgraded Bloodthirsty Assault, Lin knew he had made the right choice. As his only active damage-dealing skill at the moment, this skill not only boosted his physical attack power after the upgrade but also added a lifesteal effect. Dealing damage while healing it was absolutely brutal. With that, the 55 evolution points he had just acquired were completely spent. And his stats panel was completely refreshed. Name, Lin. Age, 2.5 years old. Race, Mystic Cat. Base attributes, Strength 30+, Agility 40+, Intelligence 20+, Constitution 15+. Spend 1 evolution point to increase an attribute by 1 point. Skills, Jump Advanced Plus, Tree Climbing Advanced Plus, Swimming Advanced Plus. Spend 5 evolution points to advance an advanced skill. Special skills, Bloodthirsty Assault Intermediate Plus, Tiger Leap Beginner Plus, Ghostly Shuffle Beginner Plus, Fear Gaze Intermediate Plus, Summon Cat Ghost Beginner Plus, Invisibility Beginner Plus, Devour Essence Beginner Plus, Bullet Time Beginner. Lord of the Night Beginner Plus, Seat of Desire Beginner Plus, Battle Roar Beginner Plus, Divine Hearing Beginner Plus. Spend 10 evolution points to upgrade skill levels. Energy Reserve, 80 increased to 100 to gain 1 evolution point. Evolution point, 0. Compared to 2 days ago, his stats had undergone a dramatic transformation, and this change had given him unprecedented confidence. I'll see just who's bold enough to kidnap this king's little brother. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a cold gleam flashed in Lin's eyes. The next second, he transformed into a streak of black lightning and vanished into the grove. All that could be seen in his wake was a faint black shadow. His actual form was completely invisible. He circled the vast Jinghai University campus in less than 2 minutes, nearly scaring the stray dogs from the doggy gang out of their wits along the way. However, even after searching the entire campus, Lin found no clues regarding the chief. After questioning the stray cats he had sent out, the results remained the same. It was as if the chief had simply vanished from the face of the earth. How could this be? Just as Lin was at a loss, a large black dog suddenly came running toward him. Seeing this, the stray cats standing beside him immediately assumed a protective stance, all of them bristling, baring their teeth, and letting out a series of low growls. It's Wang Kai from the dog pack. Protect the Night King. Defend the king. Defend him at once. However, upon seeing Wang Kai, Lin immediately addressed the group of cats. No need. Let him come over. He means me no harm. And just as Lin had said, Wang Kai not only showed no hostility at all, but appeared even more nervous than the stray cats themselves. It stopped about 10 meters away from Lin. Night King, please don't misunderstand. I'm not here to fight. I have important information to share with you. Chapter 29, The Chase. The Sheriff's Clue. After being soundly beaten by Lin, Wang Kai was clearly still traumatized by him even from a distance. The fear in its eyes was plain to see. Hearing its words, Lin immediately stepped down from the stairs and approached Wang Kai with steady, measured strides. When he was only 2 meters away, he spoke slowly. Speak. What do you need to report to this king? Are you looking for that dairy cow cat? Wang Kai's opening remark immediately captured Lin's full attention. I saw it last night. What time at night? Lin pressed. It was a little while before dawn. I saw someone put it in a bag and carry it out of the school, Wang Kai replied after thinking it over for a moment. Put it in a bag? Didn't it put up a fight? No, it seemed like it was asleep. It didn't put up a fight when that person put it in the bag. Asleep? That's impossible. How could a cat be so careless? Lin frowned slightly. Unless someone drugged it. Take me to the place where you saw it being taken away last night. Okay. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Kai agreed. The next second, he was already leading Lin on a mad dash through the campus. Seeing this, many college students couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Blackie's fighting with a dog again. He's really fierce. Yeah, it's always the dogs chasing the cats. I've never seen a cat chase a dog like Blackie does. 2 minutes later, Wang Kai led Lin to a flower bed. This is the spot. Looking at the flower bed before him, Lin immediately began to sniff. Although a cat's sense of smell isn't as keen as a dog's, it's still very sensitive, so he quickly picked up the chief's scent near the flower bed. But besides the chief's scent, he also detected an exceptionally foul odor. It carried a hint of blood and a faint, putrid stench of decay. Circling the flower bed, he soon found an empty can of cat food. He gave it a light sniff, and a look of realization immediately flashed across his face. Just as I thought, they lured the chief away by poisoning his food. What's this person's motive? Cat abuse? Or do they want to eat cat meat? Just as he was pondering this, Wang Kai's voice came through again. Night King, it's not just you stray cats. Several stray dogs have gone missing these past few days, and I suspect it's the same person. Huh? Members of your group have gone missing too? Right. Basically, one goes missing every day. Last night was no exception. It seems he's not just targeting stray cats, but stray dogs as well. He specifically strikes in the middle of the night and goes into schools, probably to avoid arousing suspicion. He might even be a student at the school. After analyzing the situation, Lin quickly had a general idea of the direction to take, though it would be difficult for him to track them down on his own. Wang Kai, I need you to do me a favor today. Once the job is done, I'll give you 5 pounds of pork. The moment he heard about the meat, Wang Kai's doggy eyes lit up. What kind of favor? Just tell me what to do, Night King. You must have already picked up the chief's scent. I want you to track down his current location for me. While hearing Lin's request, Wang Kai immediately hesitated. He already knew this was the work of a human, and humans were undoubtedly the dominant species in this world. He certainly didn't want to get into trouble over this. One wrong move, and he might end up getting himself killed. 10 pounds of pork. Lin's voice rang out again. It's not about the pork. 20 pounds. Plus 10 pounds of beef. Hearing this, drool began to drip from the corners of Wang Kai's mouth. Night King. I'm definitely in. When do you want to start tracking? Right now. Lin said firmly. Got it. After agreeing wholeheartedly, Wang Kai immediately stuck out his snout and began sniffing the air. Once it had gathered enough sense, it immediately pointed toward the south gate of the campus and said, That's the direction. Let us go. The next second, the cat and the dog were sprinting through the campus again. Every so often, Wang Kai would stop to sniff the air once more. Sniffing and walking along the way, they soon left Jinghai University behind and followed a small path further in. After walking for about 30 minutes, they entered an area marked for demolition. The area was in complete disarray. Some buildings had been largely demolished, reduced to rubble, while others remained intact, though their residents had long since moved out. The entire area was deathly quiet, not a sound could be heard. Even more eerie was the fact that not only were there no people, but there were no animals to be seen either. Stray cats, stray dogs, and even birds seemed to have vanished from this area entirely. Night King, this is the spot. The scent is strongest here. After sniffing around, Wang Kai returned to Lin's side. However, Lin had no time to spare for him. After scanning the area with his eyes, he began climbing up the crumbling walls. In less than 10 seconds, he had scaled the roof of the tallest building in the area. Standing atop the spire of the water tower, his ears immediately began to twitch like radar. Every sound within a 5-kilometer radius, no matter how faint, was transmitted through his ears to his brain. After analyzing the information, he quickly pinpointed a location. It was an old, dilapidated apartment block less than a kilometer away. Inside the building, he heard the cacophony of meowing cats and barking dogs among them, the police chief's voice. Found it! After fixing his gaze on the building, he leaped toward it at top speed. The 10-meter wide gap between the buildings seemed to vanish before him. He covered the distance of over 900 meters in less than 20 seconds. By the time he landed silently on the rooftop of the building, the sounds of the cats and dogs had grown even louder. At the same time, he caught that same pungent, bloody stench he'd smelled earlier at the school. On high alert and ready to fight at a moment's notice, his figure gradually faded until he vanished completely into thin air. Descending the stairs from the top floor, he soon witnessed a scene that left him utterly stunned. In an empty room, rows of metal cages were neatly stacked. Each cage held a stray cat or a stray dog. The room next to it was in exactly the same condition. In just these 2 rooms alone, there were no fewer than 100 stray cats and dogs. He continued down to the next floor, where the same scene repeated itself. What puzzled him even more was that these cats and dogs were all in excellent condition. Aside from their somewhat filthy living environment, they showed no signs of hunger, let alone abuse. What is going on here? Is some extreme pet lover playing a captivity game? Just as he was completely baffled, faint footsteps echoed from the bottom of the stairs. Immediately afterward, a young man appeared before Lin, carrying 2 large metal buckets and wearing a black hoodie that covered him from head to toe. The young man's face was deathly pale, devoid of any color, yet his strength was surprisingly immense. He carried the 2 heavy buckets without the slightest sign of strain. What he did next left Lin completely speechless. Chapter 30, The Cowardly Living Dead. Come on, it's feeding time. Today we got your favorite pork. It's not exactly fresh, but you'll just have to make do. The young man carried the 2 large buckets into a room where dogs were kept, then scooped spoonfuls of minced meat from the buckets and placed them into metal bowls inside each cage. As soon as the minced meat was placed inside, the dogs immediately began devouring it in huge mouthfuls. Seeing this, a satisfied smile spread across the young man's face. After he finished feeding the dogs, he quickly scooped out small fish from another large bucket and poured them into the cat cages in another room. After going back and forth like this a few times, he finally fed all the cats and dogs. He waited until they had all finished eating before walking over to a dog cage. Little Huang, are you full? If you're done, it's my turn to eat. Don't worry, I'll just take a tiny bit, just a tiny bit. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your consent. He. After uttering these baffling words, the young man opened the metal cage door and lifted out a yellow-haired stray dog. Watching this, Lin's face still wore a look of utter bewilderment. But in the very next second, the boy suddenly opened his mouth and bit down hard on the stray dog's neck. It wasn't until quite a while later that the boy reluctantly pulled his mouth away from the dog's neck. 2 bloody holes were clearly visible on the dog's neck, but the dog didn't seem to be seriously injured and didn't struggle at all during the entire process. After putting the dog back in its cage, the boy slowly turned his head. On his deathly pale face, a pair of gleaming fangs glinted at the corners of his mouth, stained with blood. What is this? The moment he saw those fangs, Lin's pupils dilated slightly. 3 words flashed through his mind: vampire. The boy before him was clearly not human. Just as he was reeling from the shock, the boy quickly repeated the process, feeding on the blood of other dogs and cats. After devouring dozens of cats and dogs in succession, a look of satisfaction finally spread across his face. Burp, I'm so full. This will keep me going for several more days. No sooner had he spoken than his nose twitched sharply. Something's off, there's an unfamiliar scent here. Hearing this, Lin knew he'd been discovered. Deciding he couldn't be bothered to stay hidden any longer, he moved slightly, breaking his invisibility and revealing his true form. As soon as he appeared, the face of the vampire-like boy turned pale. Damn it! What is this? A cat that can turn invisible. Before he could process it, a flash of black light streaked past his eyes, followed by a massive force slamming into his chest. He didn't even have time to react before his entire body crashed heavily to the ground. Then he felt a sharp sting on his neck, as if something sharp had pierced his skin. When he looked up, he saw the black cat he'd just spotted standing on his chest, and realized it was the cat's claws that had slashed his neck. He had a premonition that if he so much as moved now, this black cat could finish him off at any moment. Immediately, he lay still on the ground and begged for mercy. Big cat, spare my life. Please don't kill me. I really didn't do anything to those cats, I just sucked a tiny bit of their blood. Honestly, I took less than 10 milliliters from each one. Hearing his pleas, Lin first gave him a cold stare, then used his claw to pry open the boy's lips. Upon seeing the fangs hidden inside, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. What on earth is this? He can't really be a vampire, can he? I'm not a vampire, I'm a zombie. A zombie? Wait, you can understand what I'm saying? Sensing something was off, Lin stared in shock at the boy he was standing on. Yes, I have a superpower, I can communicate with animals, so I can understand what you're saying, cat boss. The boy hurried to explain. Superpowers? Hearing that word, Lin frowned again. But he quickly let it go. With entities out there, it didn't seem so far-fetched for 1 or 2 humans to have superpowers. It seemed there was one among those anomaly guild members who'd shown up at the KTV earlier. Having accepted that the boy could understand him, Lin immediately asked again. You said you're a zombie? Is that true or not? Aren't zombies supposed to be stiff as a board and walk in a shuffling, hopping manner? How come you're just like a normal person? Because I'm a living zombie. The ones you're talking about are dead zombies. Is there a difference? I was bitten by a zombie while I was still alive. Those others turned into zombies after they died. I see. But don't all zombies drink human blood? Why are you sucking the blood of cats and dogs here? A look of confusion crossed Lin's face once more. But the boy's next answer nearly made him burst out laughing. Because I'm too scared. I've never even dared to kill a chicken since I was a kid, let alone a person. Plus, biting people is against the law. What if the police arrest me and throw me in jail? You're still such a wimp even after turning into a zombie. Lin was at a loss for words. So you just catch these cats and dogs to feed on? Exactly. Cat and dog blood isn't as high quality as human blood, but it's enough to keep me alive, and no one will notice. You catch so many, aren't you afraid you'll suck them to death? Exactly. I feed on them once a week, just a little at a time. It doesn't harm them at all. You're a college student, aren't you? Cat boss, you figured it out, the guy asked in surprise. You're timid, dark, dumb, and kind. There's no one else but a college student. The zombie who turned you into a zombie back then must be regretting it now. Hee, the young man said, scratching his head sheepishly. You even feed them every day. You're not a zombie at all, you're a savior to cats and dogs. No, really. It's mostly because I just love animals. I just can't bring myself to hurt them. As the man and the cat chatted casually, Lin quickly learned some basic details about the young man. The boy's name was Yule. He was a senior in college, though not at Jinghai University. He attended Jinghai Medical University. He had been bitten by a zombie in an accident, turning him into an ordinary zombie. To sustain his own life without harming others, he'd come up with the idea of adopting stray cats and dogs and feeding on their blood. After learning all this, Lin quickly let him go. Just as he was about to ask more questions about zombies, Yule's expression suddenly changed, and his previously normal pupils turned white. Trouble. My kind are approaching. They must have sensed my presence. Your kind? Yes. The guy who turned me into a zombie didn't he just create one? I can sense 4 of them coming this way right now. They're different from me. They've all fed on human blood, and every single one of them is incredibly evil. As he spoke, he hurried to open the cages holding the cats and dogs. We can't let them find these cats and dogs, or they'll all be doomed. Cat boss, you should get out of here too. If they catch you, they'll eat you too. Before long, quite a few cats and dogs had been released from their cages by Yul. Among them was the sheriff. When the sheriff saw Lin, a look of surprise flashed across his feline face. Ha! Night King, you were brought here by him too. Don't be ridiculous. I'm here to save you. No sooner had Lin finished speaking than he heard waves of inhuman growls coming from the distance. He immediately looked in the direction of the sound. At a single glance, he saw figures climbing across the rooftops and walls. Before they even got close, he caught a whiff of an evil stench similar to the entity he'd encountered before, yet not quite the same. And this scent clearly belonged to zombies. Chapter 31, Instantly Slaughtering the Living Dead. Although Yul tried with all his might to release the cats and dogs, there was clearly no time left. Before the cage was even half open, the 4 zombies, reeking of evil, had already reached the bottom of the tenement building at a speed far beyond that of ordinary humans. With a single glance, Lin could make out their appearance. 3 men and 1 woman, all in their early 20s, dressed and behaved just like ordinary people, though their skin was slightly pale. But unlike the listless Yul, these 4 were noticeably stronger, with a more powerful aura, and their eyes had turned mostly yellow. It's over. They're here. Cat boss, I'll hold them off for a bit. You take this chance to make a quick getaway. If possible, I hope you can take the other cats and dogs with you. Just as Lin was sizing up the 4 zombies, Yul's slightly worried voice drifted over from the side. Hearing this, Lin couldn't help but glance at Yul in surprise. It was truly rare for someone to retain such kindness after turning into a zombie. Yul! You good for nothing. Have you forgotten the task the master gave you yesterday? Where's the blood offering you prepared? At that moment, an angry voice boomed from below. Upon hearing the voice, Yul's body visibly trembled clearly. He was terrified of the person speaking. After a moment's hesitation, he finally leaped from the 3rd floor and landed in front of the 4 zombies. Big brothers, what brings you here? Just as Yul put on a fawning expression to greet the 4, a figure lunged toward him the next second. He felt his neck being seized by a hand. The immense force was just a hair's breadth away from crushing his windpipe. Looking down, he saw a young man in a leather jacket with gelled hair, gripping his neck and lifting him high into the air. The young man's pupils were yellow, fangs glinted at the corners of his mouth, and a terrifying, bloodthirsty aura radiated from his entire body. After glancing at Yul in his grasp, the young man spoke with utter contempt. You're such a worthless piece of trash. You turned into a zombie before any of us, yet you're this weak? You're a complete waste of the master's gift. You haven't killed a single person yet, have you? Do you still consider those puny creatures your own kind? Hearing the young man's words, Yul struggled as he managed to say with great difficulty. Long brother, no, that's not true. I've killed people. I've drunk human blood, just give me one more chance. As soon as he said this, the young man in the leather jacket burst out laughing, glancing over at his 3 companions. This good-for-nothing claims he has killed people and drunk human blood? Do you believe him? Hearing this, the other 3 zombies also broke into mocking grins. Once the mockery had subsided, the leather-clad youth turned his gaze back to Yul in his grasp. Our master has lost patience, so he sent us to take the essence blood from your body. Take the essence blood from my body? Terror instantly flashed in Yulu's eyes. Humans can become zombies, but zombies cannot revert to humans. If they took the zombie essence blood from him, he would have no choice but to die. Be a good boy. Don't try to resist. I'll make this quick. You won't feel any pain. With a wicked grin, the young man in the leather jacket licked his lips with his tongue, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. Under Yul's utterly terrified gaze, the young man's fangs slowly closed in on his neck. Just as Yul was about to have his essence blood drained, a figure suddenly darted out from within the tenement building. Woof, 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 woof. Before the young man in the leather jacket could react, a large yellow dog bit down hard on his ankle. Feeling the pain radiating from his ankle, the young man frowned. At the same moment, more stray dogs ran out of the tenement building, barking furiously at the four zombies. Seeing the swarm of stray dogs, a cold smirk spread across the young man's face. No wonder you've managed to survive this long without drinking human blood, so you've been feeding on these dogs' blood instead. And these dogs are actually protecting you. Looks like you've been treating them well. Woof. The big yellow dog, still clamped tightly onto the young man's ankle, let out another low growl. You're asking for it. Enraged, the young man in the leather jacket bent down, grabbed the big yellow dog beside him, and sank his teeth viciously into its neck. No! Seeing this, Yulu's expression changed. He tried to break free from the young man's grip, but it was already too late. In less than 2 seconds, the big yellow dog was tossed to the ground by the young man in the leather jacket, its body shriveled and lifeless, every last drop of blood drained from it. After whimpering twice on the ground, it fell silent. Big yellow. Big yellow. Staring at the yellow dog on the ground, sucked dry alive by the young man in the leather jacket, Yulu's eyes bulged with fury as he thrashed about frantically. The young man in the leather jacket, on the other hand, wore an expression of disgust. Dog blood really is disgusting. Human blood is much better. Only a worthless piece of trash like you would drink the blood of such trashy creatures. But since you care so much about them, I'll kill them all right in front of you. With a twisted, perverse grin, the young man in the leather jacket gave a nod to his 3 companions behind him. The next second, the 3 zombies bared their fangs and claws, ready to attack the stray cats and dogs present. No! Brother Long, please don't. I beg you, don't hurt them. At that moment, Yulu's face was etched with despair. As despair consumed him, his eyes turned white once more, and fangs slowly emerged from the corners of his mouth. In that state, he finally managed to break free from the leather-clad youth's grip. The moment he hit the ground, he launched an attack on the leather-clad youth. But having never tasted human blood, how could he possibly be a match for the leather-clad youth? The young man in the leather jacket toyed with Yul like a cat playing with a mouse, knocking him to the ground time and again, only to watch him crawl back up each time. It wasn't until Yul was completely drained of strength that he grabbed Yul by the neck once more and hoisted him high into the air. A loser is a loser. Even when given a chance, you're still useless. Given your performance just now, not only are you going to die today, but not a single cat or dog here will survive. Let me see, I'll start with that black cat. As he spoke, the young man in the leather jacket turned Yul's head to the side. There, a jet black cat without a single stray hair was crouching elegantly on the first floor railing. Not a trace of fear could be seen in its pair of golden eyes. With just one glance, Yul recognized the black cat. Summoning every ounce of strength, he shouted to Lin. Cat boss, run! Yet what happened next completely defied his expectations. Instead of fleeing, Lin took elegant, cat-like strides toward them. When he was less than 10 meters away, he suddenly opened his mouth and let out a roar filled with overwhelming pressure. The moment they heard that roar, the 4 zombies, including the young man in the leather jacket, immediately felt a chill run through their hearts, and their aura instantly weakened. It was as if the sound had not come from a cat, but from a terrifying prehistoric beast. Though startled, the young man in the leather jacket still managed to glance at Lin. The moment their eyes met, Lin's form began to shift. Amidst a thick black mist, the black cat, which had been no larger than his knee, transformed directly into a massive black tiger engulfed in raging demonic flames. The giant tiger took a single, gentle step forward, and the entire earth trembled. With a single open-mouthed roar, a savage, earth-shaking roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, his heart was filled with boundless terror. The sensation of being plunged into an ice cave made his whole body tremble. Then he felt a searing pain in his neck, as if something sharp had torn open his windpipe. Looking down, he saw the black cat from before standing on his chest, its sharp claws still smeared with fragments of flesh and blood. Immediately afterward, he heard the last sound of his life. Meow. The moment the meow faded, a colossal force snapped his neck clean in two. Chapter 32, Subjugation, the Holy Flame Meow Meow Cult. From the moment Lin appeared to the leather-clad youth's death, the entire process took no more than a dozen seconds. Yul, who had been held aloft by the leather-clad youth, witnessed the entire sequence. In his eyes, Lin merely pounced lightly. The leather-clad youth instantly collapsed to the ground, then allowed Lin to tear open his throat with her claws, before finally being crushed to death by a single swipe of Lin's paw. The young man in the leather jacket didn't even put up a fight. This sequence of events left Yul completely dumbfounded. By the time he came to his senses, Lin had already stepped down from the young man's body. At the same moment, the other three zombies who had followed the young man and saw their comrade killed by a cat, and their faces were equally filled with shock. Damn! What kind of creature is this cat? Brother Long actually got killed by it. There is something off about this cat. It's definitely not a cat. What do we do now? What else can we do? Kill it. After a brief discussion, the three zombies immediately went into battle mode and charged toward Lin simultaneously. They were fast, so fast they surpassed human limits. But in Lin's eyes, they were as slow as turtles. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as Lin let out another furious battle roar and activated bloodthirsty assault. Meow. The next second, he transformed into a black bolt of lightning and lunged at the three zombies. By the time he landed again, his claws were covered in blood. Thud. After three heavy thuds on the ground, the three zombies, their necks torn to shreds, lay writhing in agony behind Lin. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. It took them a long while to struggle back to their feet. After exchanging a glance, they all made the same decision. Run. Although they still hadn't figured out why a cat could be this powerful, that didn't stop them from assessing the situation. They couldn't beat this cat. Having decided to flee, the three immediately scattered in different directions, using both hands and feet to move through the ruins like wild beasts. Just as they were about to escape, Lin showed no sign of chasing after them. It wasn't until several seconds later that he finally moved. Transforming once more into a black bolt of lightning, in the blink of an eye, he caught up to a zombie that had already fled over 100 meters away and snapped its neck with a single swipe of his paw. He then turned and headed in the other direction. In less than a minute, all three fleeing zombies had been beaten to death by him. After finishing this, he strolled leisurely back to Yul. By now, Yul was completely dumbfounded. It wasn't until Lin reached out a paw and tapped him that he snapped back to reality. He glanced at the four zombies over there, now completely dead, then looked at Lin, who stood before him in the form of an ordinary cat. Suddenly, he felt like his brain wasn't quite up to the task. Just then, Lin's voice suddenly rang out. Go suck the essence blood from all four of them. Ha! They were just about to suck yours. Now you go suck theirs. If I'm not mistaken, you zombies mainly get stronger this way, right? Don't you want to get stronger? Hearing Lin's words, Yul froze for a moment, then nodded. Yes, each of them has a drop of an upper-tier zombie essence blood. That's our main source of strength. Then what are you standing there for? I don't dare. After stammering for a while, Yul said sheepishly. Lin. You're not a zombie, you're a slacker. Don't you have any dreams? Like becoming a zombie king? No, Yul's face was full of resistance. Then do you have any desires? To get stronger, get rich, or become more popular with girls? No, Yul shook his head again. You're something else. Lin didn't feel like saying anything else. If he weren't worried that absorbing that zombie blood would turn him into a zombie cat, he would have swallowed those drops of blood long ago. Looks like I'll have to give him a strong dose. Looking at Yul, who looked utterly hopeless, Lin immediately unleashed the seed of desire upon him. As expected, the seed of desire successfully took root in his heart. A spark of light instantly flashed in Yul's eyes, which had previously been devoid of any desire. At the same time, Lin successfully sensed the desire lurking in the deepest recesses of his heart. But upon seeing his desire clearly, Lin wore a completely baffled expression. Is he crazy? His desire is to raise cats and dogs? That's right, Yule's deepest desire was to raise countless cats and dogs and spend every day with them. While utterly speechless, Lin didn't forget to whisper seductively in his ear. Since your dream is to be with all these cats and dogs, don't you want to protect them? This world is so dangerous. If you don't have enough strength, how will you protect them? Just like before, Big Yellow was drained dry right before your eyes by that man. If you'd had enough power back then, you could have prevented that from happening. So only by becoming stronger can you better protect these cats and dogs. Influenced by Lin's words, Yule's gaze began to shift. Strength, protection, yes, I'll protect them with my own hands. Then go drain them dry. No sooner had Lin finished speaking than Yule walked toward the corpse of the leather-clad youth closest to him. Then, without hesitation, he bared his fangs and sank them into the man's neck. In less than 2 or 3 seconds, the young man's body had turned into a desiccated corpse. After absorbing the essence and blood from the young man's body, Yule's aura immediately grew much stronger. His once frail frame was now covered in muscle, and his pale white eyes gradually took on a yellowish tint. Seeing this transformation, Lin nodded in satisfaction. After the recent battle, he had gained a rough understanding of the zombie's strength. According to the Anomaly Guild's entity ranking system, the 4 zombies including the young man in the leather jacket were roughly at tier C. Before this, Yule was about C. After absorbing the young man's vital essence, Yule had immediately advanced to tier C. I wonder what my current strength level is. Just as Lin was pondering these questions, Yule proceeded to drain the vital essence from the other 3 zombies one after another. By the time he finished and returned to Lin's side, his aura and appearance had completely transformed. His once gaunt frame was now incredibly muscular, with his bulging muscles nearly tearing through his clothes. His previously pallid eyes had turned entirely yellow, marking his successful advancement to the next stage. As for his aura, it was now no weaker than that of the previous lust demon, reaching C+ rank. More importantly, the seed of desire within his heart had fully sprouted, making him Lin's complete slave. Under Lin's scrutinizing gaze, he knelt on one knee and slowly bowed his head to demonstrate his loyalty. Seeing him like this, an idea suddenly occurred to Lin. From today onward, you are the leader of the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult. Your task is to carry out this king's orders. Also, don't call me Cat Boss anymore. Call me the Night King. As he spoke, Lin extended his front paw and placed it on Yule's head. A look of intense fervor spread across Yule's face. At the same time, in the basement of a construction site somewhere in Jinghai City, a pitch-black coffin suddenly began to tremble. Immediately afterward, the coffin lid flew off. Inside the coffin, a zombie dressed in the official robes of a former dynasty suddenly opened his bright green eyes. Chapter 33, The Terrifying Green-Eyed Zombie. Take this money. Go find a new place, and buy some food for these cats and dogs. In front of the tenement building, after Yule was appointed leader of the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult by Lin quickly produced a large sum of cash from his dimensional pocket. Yule, who already worshipped Lin as a god, looked even more awestruck when he saw Lin conjure cash out of thin air. Rest assured, Night King. I will definitely find a suitable place to serve as the headquarters for our Holy Flame Meow Meow cult. Headquarters? Yes. I think our Holy Flame Meow Meow cult shouldn't just have a headquarters, we also need our own charter and doctrine. I'll start drafting those as soon as I get home. Also, I humbly request that Your Majesty the Night King's likeness be used as our Holy Flame Meow Meow cult's totem, and your footprint as our emblem. Seeing that Yule was getting more and more over the top, Lin quickly interrupted him. Whatever. Design it however you like. By the way, tell this king right now about that zombie who turned you into a zombie. What's the deal with him? What does he look like? How powerful is he? Hearing Lin's question, Yule's expression turned serious. He looks terrifying. His eyes are green. He doesn't seem like someone from our era, and he is dressed in the official robes of a previous dynasty. As for his strength, I'm not entirely sure, but I know he could crush me to death with a single finger, and he can fly. He can fly? Green eyes? Hearing those 2 words, Lin's expression shifted slightly. A flying, green-eyed zombie. It goes without saying that its power must be absurdly strong.
It's at least a B-rank entity, if not stronger.
The mere thought that such a terrifying creature existed in his city made Lin feel a faint sense of unease.
Do you know where he is right now? Lin asked. No idea.
He is always the one who finds us. We never know where he is hiding. Yul shook his head. But this time, Night King, you killed the 4 low-level zombies he created.
He must have sensed it by now. What? Lin was instantly taken aback.
We were created from his essence and blood. Our relationship to him is like that of a son to his father.
He has absolute control over us, so naturally, he can sense whether we're alive or dead. I believe he'll find us very soon. After hearing Yul's explanation, Lin's expression immediately turned somber.
Being targeted by a B rank or higher entity was no good news.
So when do you think he'll come looking for us? It should be at night.
He never moves during the day. He seems to be afraid of daylight, Yul replied after a moment's thought.
Afraid of daylight? I suppose so. Since he is a zombie, he is naturally afraid of light. But why aren't you afraid? We aren't pure zombies. Essentially, we're still living people, so naturally we aren't afraid. I see.
Having learned this, Lin, who had originally planned to return to school, immediately decided against it.
If he went back, he might just end up bringing that zombie back with him. And then that zombie would have a field day. No way.
I have to take care of him as soon as possible, otherwise, he is a ticking time bomb.
But how exactly am I going to kill him?
Whether it was because he gained 10 points in intelligence or not, a flash of inspiration struck him after just a moment's thought.
That is at ultraviolet lights. Zombies aren't afraid of sunlight, they're afraid of the ultraviolet rays in it.
If I shine a UV light on him, it'll definitely weaken his combat ability significantly.
And if I have enough UV lights, I might even be able to kill him outright.
With that thought, his gaze turned to Yul standing beside him.
Yul, I'm assigning you a task. Go buy some UV lights for me, the more, the better.
Also, get some batteries again, the more, the better. Once you're done, come back here, and I'll show you what to do.
Yes, Night King. I'll get right on it.
Having already become Lin's servant, Yul didn't even ask why. He simply agreed without hesitation. It took him over an hour, but he managed to buy a large quantity of UV lamps and batteries. Under Lin's instructions, he quickly set up the UV lamps around the open area of the tenement building and wired them into a simple series circuit. Just as Lin was figuring out how to take down that green-eyed zombie, the Jinghai City Public Security Bureau, over 10 kilometers away, received an emergency call.
Are you saying your friend went into that basement and never came out?
I also heard the sound of a beast growling from inside.
Okay, please give us the exact location. We'll dispatch officers immediately. 38, Chuanxia Road, the Lontuya Garden Phase 3 construction site, right? Alright, we'll notify you as soon as we have any updates.
As soon as the operator hung up, she immediately turned to a middle-aged security officer standing nearby and said,
Captain Ma, we got a situation.
Someone just reported finding several mummified bodies at a suspended construction site. His friend went inside and hasn't been heard from since. He suspects there is some kind of beast lurking in there. Hearing this, Ma Yingjie, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division who had been organizing documents, immediately looked up.
Mummified bodies? What kind of mummified bodies?
The caller said they look like cured meat hung on trees to dry, the dispatcher replied after glancing at her notes.
Got it. I'll take a team over there right now.
Rising from his seat, Ma Yingjie casually picked up the hat beside him and put it on, then said to the other public security officers in the office.
Li, Lu, De Geo, and Mauzi, you guys come with me.
No sooner had he spoken than the 4 public security officers stood up. Just then, a young, fair-skinned public security officer also rose from his seat. He was Lu Bin, a trainee detective who had just joined the Criminal Investigation Division and was also Ma Yingjie's apprentice.
Master, let me come along too.
I've been here for so long, and I haven't handled a major case yet.
You? Ma Ying glanced back at him. Alright, you can come along too, but you'll have to stay right behind me. Yes, master. I promise to follow your every command.
As they spoke, the 5 security officers boarded a public bus led by Ma Ying and headed toward the scene. It took them less than half an hour to arrive at the Longtuya Garden Phase 3 construction site. When they located the basement based on the location provided by the caller, they were immediately startled by the scene before them. A large pile of animal carcasses lay heaped in front of the basement entrance. There were cats, dogs, rats, and various birds. Without exception, all the corpses had turned into mummies, their bodies completely dehydrated. After walking a short distance further inside, 3 human mummies appeared before them. Looking at the 3 mummies with their gruesome, lifeless expressions, the 6 men saw terror in each other's eyes, and they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. A vague sense of foreboding began to settle over them. Yet, driven by a sense of duty, they continued to move forward cautiously. As they did so, however, they all drew their service weapons and turned on their flashlights. Guided by the light of their flashlights, the 6 of them advanced step by step deeper into the basement. Tick, tick. Suddenly, the sound of water droplets hitting the floor echoed from ahead. The sound made the already tense atmosphere even more oppressive. Gulp. Lubin, on the verge of breaking under the pressure, wiped the sweat from his forehead and swallowed hard. His hand gripping the gun had turned slightly white from the force of his grip. Just then, he vaguely felt as if his foot had stepped on something soft, slippery, highly elastic, and slightly sticky. When he shone the flashlight on the object on the ground out of curiosity, his face immediately turned pale. For what he was standing on was none other than a pool of bloody organs. Judging by their appearance, these were undoubtedly human organs, not those of any other animal. Drip! Drip! The sound of falling water echoed once more. One drop landed squarely on Lubin's forehead. There was no icy chill, in fact, it felt slightly warm. He reached up to touch it, and that sticky sensation returned, accompanied by a familiar odor. As if struck by a sudden realization, Lubin began to tremble all over, his teeth chattering softly. He dared not look up, nor did he dare to shine the flashlight's beam toward the ceiling. Perhaps sensing something amiss behind him, Ma Ying, who was leading the way, turned back in confusion. Xiaobin, what's wrong? Hearing his master's voice, Lubin, who had been trembling with fear, immediately glanced upward. Seeing this, Ma Ying, equally puzzled, followed his gaze and shone the flashlight in that direction. When the light illuminated the ceiling above Lubin, the security guards present witnessed a scene they would never forget. There, hanging from the fire hydrants above the basement, were bodies suspended like cured meat. The incessant ticking sound they heard moments earlier was the sound of blood dripping from those bodies and hitting the floor. Just as they were all terrified out of their wits, a roar like that of a wild beast erupted from behind them. Immediately afterward, bursts of gunfire echoed through the dark basement. The gunfire rang out for several full minutes. This was followed by blood-curdling screams and the sounds of flesh being torn apart. A few minutes later, all was quiet. A figure fled frantically from the basement entrance, only to collapse unconscious by the roadside. Chapter 34, Night Falls, Head-on Clash. Alright, now we just have to wait for that green-eyed zombie to show up. As soon as he arrives, you immediately turn on the power, got it? In the demolition zone, Lin paced back and forth on the open space in front of the row of apartment buildings while giving instructions to Yul, who stood beside him. Hearing his instructions, Yul nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Night King. You can count on me to get the job done. Just then, Lin seemed to think of something else. By the way, are you zombies afraid of glutinous rice? Huh? Upon hearing the question, Yul paused for a moment, then shook his head. I haven't tried it, but I don't think so. What about a child's urine? We probably aren't afraid of that either. I'm a child myself. If I were afraid of that, I wouldn't be able to pee at all. What about black dog's blood? No way. I've sucked the blood of dogs of every color, and it never bothered me. Alright, then. Seeing that none of the methods he'd come up with to counter the zombies would work, Lin simply gave up on racking his brain any further. The entities in this world certainly couldn't be dealt with the same way as the zombies in the zombie movies from his previous life. He could only hope that the UV lamp would work. Finding a comfortable spot to lie down, Lin closed his eyes and began to doze off. He had to ensure his body was in peak condition before the battle began. He didn't know how much time had passed, but while resting with his eyes closed, he suddenly felt a surge of strength flooding into his body. Bolstered by this strength, his stats instantly doubled. Agility, strength, constitution, vision, smell, and hearing, every single one was significantly enhanced. Even the aura he exuded underwent a dramatic transformation in that moment. Yulu, who had been idly playing with his phone nearby, naturally noticed this change in Lin, his face filled with astonishment. "Night King, you seem to have gotten stronger." However, Lin paid him no mind and slowly opened his eyes. The sun had completely set by now. The moon had taken over the sky, and his night had arrived. Stretching lazily, Lin gazed out into the pitch-black night, his golden eyes seeming to pierce right through the void. He sensed faintly that a malevolent aura was rapidly approaching his location. With every passing second, that aura advanced hundreds of meters. In just over 10 minutes, it had already closed in on the outskirts of the demolition zone. "He is here." Whispering those words, Lin vanished without a trace. Not far from him, Yul wore a look of sheer terror. Thump! 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 Lin could hear it. His heart was pounding at an alarming rate, a clear sign of tension and fear. As time passed, this reaction grew increasingly pronounced. 2 minutes later, a figure radiating a terrifying aura landed less than 50 meters ahead of him. He wore a tattered official robe from a bygone dynasty, his skin a sickly blue-black speckled with white hair. His face was a horrifying, nearly rotting mask, complete with exposed, sharp fangs and eerie green eyes. With every breath, black gas billowed from his nostrils and mouth. Even standing motionless, he exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. There was no doubt about it, this was the very green-eyed zombie that had granted Yul his zombie identity. The moment he appeared, his gaze locked onto Yul, who stood there. Under Yul's terrified stare, he hopped and skipped slowly toward him, occasionally letting out low growls. It seemed as though he were questioning Yul. Faced with the green-eyed zombie's interrogation, Yul hurried to explain. "Master, they were the ones who wanted to kill me, so I killed them. I killed them all by myself." However, his words clearly failed to convince the green-eyed zombie. Roar! After a loud roar, he leaped suddenly, preparing to pounce on Yul. Seeing this, Yul quickly turned and ran. Before long, he ran into the open space on the first floor of the tenement building. No sooner had he run inside than the green-eyed zombie followed him in. Just as the green-eyed zombie stepped inside, Yul immediately pressed a switch on the wall, then leaped out of a window in front of him. The next second, dozens of ultraviolet lights flashed on inside the room. All the lights were focused directly on the center of the room. The entire room was flooded with purple light. Sizzle! The green-eyed zombie, having just entered the room, was instantly scorched by the ultraviolet light. Waves of white smoke rose from his official robes and exposed skin. In agony, the green-eyed zombie immediately let out a series of agonized howls. Seeing this, Yul, who had already fled outside the house, was overjoyed. Nice! The Night King is truly the Night King. He actually came up with a way to deal with zombies like this. Burn to death! Burn to death, you bastard! However, his joy was short-lived. The green-eyed zombie, now enraged, let out a piercing shriek from inside the room. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, its terrifying screech shattered every single UV lamp in the room. The room, which had been as bright as day just moments ago, instantly plunged into darkness. Damn it! We're done for! Seeing this, Yul sensed trouble and turned to flee. But the green-eyed zombie, now completely enraged, wasn't about to let him get away. It sprang into action, chasing after Yul at top speed. Just as it was about to catch up to him, a dark shadow darted out from the side. The green-eyed zombie, mid-flight, didn't even have time to react before the shadow slammed into it, sending it flying and crashing heavily into the wall, smashing a huge hole in the solid surface. Meanwhile, the black shadow that had sent it flying executed a graceful U-turn and landed lightly on the ground.
Meow.
As a piercing cat's meow echoed through the night sky, the green-eyed zombie's expression changed instantly. But before it could even get roar.
With another furious roar, the green-eyed zombie began rampaging through the room like a frenzied beast.
A single swipe of its claw could tear a gaping hole in the reinforced concrete wall. A single swing of its arms could snap a pillar as thick as a man in two. In less than 5 minutes, the first floor had been reduced to a pile of rubble. It's no exaggeration to say his combat prowess had reached a level that no ordinary human army could handle. Likely, only heavy artillery fire could completely eliminate him. Yet, powerful as he was, he hadn't managed to lay a finger on Lin. Under the cover of night, Lin's agility stat had skyrocketed to a terrifying 80 points, and his movement speed was now approaching the speed of sound. Combined with bullet time and ghost step, the green-eyed zombie looked as slow as a turtle to him. The only thing that gave him pause was the green-eyed zombie's incredibly resilient vitality. Even after he detorn the zombie's neck to shreds, it still acted as if nothing had happened.
Looks like its weak point must be its heart or brain. Let us try the heart first.
Having made up his mind, Lin, in full sprint, launched a tiger leaping over the ravine attack at the green-eyed zombie.
Thud.
With a dull thud, the green-eyed zombie was knocked flat to the ground. Before it could get back up, Lin immediately unleashed a bloodthirsty assault. In the span of a second, he slashed at the zombie's heart with dozens of claw strikes. As he ripped open its chest, he also tore the pitch-black heart inside its ribcage to shreds on the spot. With the heart torn apart, the once vigorous green-eyed zombie immediately went still. Immediately afterward, a stream of black mist slowly drifted out from within its body. Seeing this familiar black mist, Lin instinctively opened his mouth wide and swallowed it all. The next second, a series of notifications appeared before him.
Chapter 35, Soul-Shattering Claw Skill, Bloodline.
Consumes Zombie Scrudge, Energy Reserve plus 100. Consumes Zombie Scrudge, Energy Reserve plus 100. You have devoured the... He must be the incarnation of the cat god descended to the mortal realm. At that moment, this thought unconsciously formed in his mind. With that in mind, the look in his eyes as he gazed at Lin grew even more fervent. Lin, of course, had no idea what was going through Yul's mind. After testing his new skill, he turned his gaze back to the corpse on the ground. Or rather, to something located near the corpse's heart. A jet-black, round bead about the size of a pigeon's egg. He had a hunch that this bead might also be a cursed item. And the reality turned out exactly as he had suspected. The moment his claw touched the orb, a prompt popped up. Cursed item discovered. Corpse pill. Place this item inside the corpse's abdomen, and in 7 days, a green-eyed zombie will be born. This zombie will be completely under your control. Absorbing the resentment within this item will grant 1000 energy reserve. Do you wish to absorb it? Corpse pill? It can actually create a new green-eyed zombie? Reading the prompt, Lin had to admit it was incredibly tempting. After all, a green-eyed zombie was a B-rank entity. If it weren't for the cover of night, he might not even be able to take it on head-on. If he could have such a powerful minion, it would certainly be quite the status symbol. But upon closer consideration, he shook his head. Not to mention the amount of blood required to sustain a zombie, the anomaly guild wasn't just for show. If he created one, there was no guarantee the anomaly guild wouldn't track him down and wipe him out someday. Rather than risk that, he might as well absorb the resentment within it. With that in mind, Lin didn't hesitate any longer and immediately selected yes. The next second, he absorbed all the black mist from the corpse pill. Absorbed zombie pill, energy reserve plus 1000. You have also acquired the special skill Bloodline. Bloodline basic. By biting a target, you inject your strength into their body, turning them into your bloodline. A bloodline will possess 1/10 of your strength. As your power increases, so will theirs, and they will obey your commands 100%. You can currently create 10 bloodlines. As he read the newly appeared prompt, Lin's expression shifted slightly. Especially after reading the description of this skill called Bloodline. Without a doubt, this ability had evolved from the green-eyed zombie's ability to create offspring. Having encountered numerous entities, he had already begun to consider building his own forces, and this skill perfectly met that need. The offspring created by the green-eyed zombie are called living dead.
So what do you call the offspring I create, cat slave?
If Yul didn't already possess the zombie's strength, he would have actually wanted to test it out on him. Come to think of it, the green-eyed zombie is already dead.
I wonder if Yul can inherit his strength.
With that thought, he turned his gaze back to Yul. Hurry up and absorb his essence and blood.
Do it while it's still fresh, don't waste it.
Hearing Lin's words, Yul finally snapped out of it.
Ha!
This. Looking at the gruesome zombie corpse on the ground, Yul's face was filled
with hesitation.
But in the end, he forced himself to overcome his nausea and sank his fangs into the green-eyed zombie's neck. A minute later, he finally lifted his head again. After absorbing all the zombie essence from the green-eyed zombie's body, streams of black mist immediately began to rise from his skin. In that instant, both his physical strength and the strength he commanded received a massive boost. More than half of his originally yellow irises had also turned green. Clearly, because Lin had absorbed the most crucial zombie core, he hadn't fully inherited the green-eyed zombie's abilities. Even so, his strength had at least risen from a C+ to a B. He no longer looked like the frail, nerdy guy he used to be. His muscles were now well defined and sculpted, and he exuded a unique aura.
If he were to spruce himself up a bit, he'd definitely qualify as a total hunk.
That is, assuming he wasn't grinning like an idiot.
Hee, I feel like I'm terrifyingly strong right now.
As he spoke, he struck a pretentious pose.
Alright, stop showing off.
Now hurry up and figure out how to dispose of his body, then clean up all traces of this place.
Got it. Night King.
Also, hurry up and find a new base.
We need to recruit followers for the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult, men and women alike. The only requirement is that they must be fanatically obsessed with cats. Fanatically obsessed, got it? Got it.
I'll set up strict initiation tests to ensure they're the most devout followers.
Yul declared, pounding his chest. Satisfied with his assurance, Lin nodded. Once you found them, come find me at the school. I will bestow strength upon them.
After saying this, Lin spat out a few gold bars to Yul's startup funds for the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult. Once this series of tasks was completed, his gaze turned to the sheriff,
standing nearby. Let us go. Back to school.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sheriff scampered over.
Night King, is there any canned food when we get back? Didn't we agree we'd have canned food today? Nope. Your portion was eaten by the other cats. Ha? Which jerk ate my portion? I'm going back to pick a fight with it. I'm just kidding. I saved your portion for you. Don't just eat canned food from strangers in the future. But he fed me the canned food. How could he be a stranger? You deserved to get caught. Next time, I'll go cut off your balls. Cut them off then. I'm not interested in female cats anyway. Don't walk behind me next time. The two cats' silhouettes soon vanished into the night. Chapter 36, Massive Evolution Points, Attributes Boosted Again. Captain, we just received a call from the Public Security Bureau.
6 officers from their Criminal Investigation Division were attacked by an unknown entity while on an external mission. 5 officers were killed on the spot by the entity, and 1 managed to escape with his life.
The commissioner is ordering us to rush to the scene.
Inside the Anomaly Guild building in Jinghai City, a young woman held a report as she briefed Chen. After listening to her report, Chen immediately took the report from her hands. After reviewing the detailed contents and several photos in the report, his expression instantly turned serious.
An entity that feeds on blood and sleeps in a coffin? Could it be a vampire?
No sooner had he spoken than a member of his squad shook his head.
It can't be a vampire.
Vampires are only active in Europe these days.
I think it's more likely a zombie.
We had a Tier C iron-armored zombie appear in Haicheng before. It slaughtered every villager in a village. They all died from having their blood drained dry.
Why overthink it?
Let us just grab our gear and head to the scene to find out, another team member suggested immediately.
His suggestion was quickly met with unanimous approval.
Half an hour later, fully armed, they arrived at the scene, a basement located within a residential complex under construction. The moment they saw the horrific scene inside the basement, they all gasped in horror. The entire underground space resembled a hellish battlefield, littered with severed limbs. The surrounding walls were riddled with bullet holes. Clearly, a fierce gunfight had taken place here earlier. The outcome, however, was grim. All but one of the armed security guards had perished here, with only one managing to escape.
While deeply shocked, they finally spotted the coffin mentioned in the survivors' accounts.
The coffin was now empty. Aside from a few burial artifacts, there was nothing inside. This caused the group, who had braced themselves for a major battle, to furrow their brows.
Where did it go? Did it go out hunting?
With this question in mind, Shin immediately turned his gaze to a female team member standing beside him. This team member was none other than Ma Nan, the bearer of the ghost mirror. Nan, check the concentration of resentment here, and while you're at it, ask the mirror spirit where that zombie went.
Yes, Captain. Upon hearing Chen's order, Ma Nan immediately pulled out a special device.
After a few readings, a number quickly appeared on the device's display. Upon seeing the figure, a look of shock instantly spread across her face.
It's the night demon. The night demon ate that zombie.
Realizing this, a sudden chill ran through their bodies, and a faint chill seemed to permeate the air. But that chill didn't come from outside, it came from deep within their hearts.
The greatest fear is the one you cannot see. Meow.
So delicious. On the roof of Jinghai University's academic building, the chief was munching on a can of food, letting out satisfied purrs. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin, standing beside him, smacked him on the head with a paw, producing a dull thud.
You're so annoying. You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating a can of food.
Once you're done with this, get the hell out of here.
Okay, Night King. Aren't you going to eat? Speaking of food, I'd like to give you a couple more swats. I missed out on a fancy feast today just to find you. My salmon, my thick cuts, tomorrow I'm definitely going to eat.
At that moment, the image of Luna couldn't help but pop into Lin's mind. It wasn't that he liked Luna, it was simply that only he was even thinking of raising it further until he noticed a note next to the agility stat. This attribute has reached the limit of stage 1.
Each point in stage 2 requires 2 evolution points. Damn it, are they trying to rob me? It takes 2 evolution points just to add 1 more point after hitting 50? Forget it, I'm not doing it. 50 agility should be plenty anyway.
Having given up on boosting agility, Lin immediately allocated 10 points to each of the other 3 attributes. As a result, his base attributes now stood as follows: Strength 40+, Agility 50+, Intelligence 30+, Constitution 25+. With these base stats boosted, every aspect of his physique grew stronger once more. His 40 strength far surpassed that of large beasts like lions and tigers. Even elephants and a full-force slap from him would leave an imprint on a steel plate. His 50 agility propelled his speed beyond the speed of sound. No creature on land could outrun him. A 30 intelligence boost has sharpened his mind. The tumor in his brain seems to have grown larger, and he feels he can now vaguely sense a peculiar presence in the air through it. A 25 constitution boost has made his body even more robust, with increased muscle and bone density, and greatly enhanced resistance to toxins and negative effects. In short, he can no longer be defined as an ordinary animal. After boosting his base attributes, he had only 70 evolution points remaining, and he planned to invest all of them into skills. He had already decided exactly which skills to upgrade.
Chapter 37, Skill Upgrades, Holy Flame Meow Meow Cult Initiation Test.
After defeating the blue-eyed zombie this time, 2 new skills were added to his repertoire, and his skill panel underwent changes. Special skills: Bloodthirsty Assault Intermediate Plus, Tiger Leap Beginner Plus, Ghostly Shuffle Beginner Plus, Fear Gaze Intermediate Plus, Summon Cat Demon Beginner Plus, Invisibility Beginner Plus, Devour Essence Beginner Plus, Bullet Time Beginner Plus. Night Lord Beginner Plus, Seat of Desire Beginner Plus, Battle Roar Beginner Plus, Divine Hearing Beginner Plus, Soul Shattering Claw Skill Beginner Plus, Bloodline Beginner Plus. Consume 10 evolution points to upgrade skill level. Excluding those advanced skills that aren't particularly useful, he now possesses a total of 14 special skills. These skills can be broadly divided into 3 categories: passive, active, and support. Lin planned to select 2 skills from each of these 3 categories to upgrade, reserving the remaining 10 evolution points for future use. The 6 skills he intended to upgrade were Tiger Leaping Over the Ravine, Ghostly Drift, Invisibility, Devour Essence and Devour Spirit, Lord of the Night, and Soul Shattering Claw Skill. Having made up his mind, he did not hesitate to invest 10 evolution points into each of these skills. As the 60 evolution points were consumed, the corresponding attributes of these 6 skills immediately changed. Tiger Leaping Over the Ravine Intermediate. When performing a frontal leap attack against an enemy, the skill automatically locks onto the target, guaranteeing a 100% hit. Upon hitting the target, there is a 50% chance to trigger a forced knockdown effect, ignoring the target's form. Special effect: Double Jump generates a wall of energy beneath the feet to perform a second jump in mid-air. Cooldown: 1 minute. Ghostly Stride Intermediate. Activating this skill transforms you into black smoke, briefly entering a ghostly form for 10 seconds, immune to physical attacks. Cooldown: 1 minute. Special effect: Possession. While in ghostly form, you can possess a target and control their body. Invisibility Intermediate. Upon activation, you completely conceal your physical form, scent, and sound. Enemies cannot detect you with the naked eye unless you attack. Special effect: Unmasking Strike. The first attack after breaking stealth deals double damage. Devour Essence Intermediate. Your digestive capacity is greatly enhanced, allowing you to absorb and digest most objects. Additionally, a dimensional space is created within your stomach to store objects. Special effect: Telekinetic Absorption. You can draw objects into your stomach without touching them. Activation range: 10 meters. Absorbed objects must not exceed 10 times your own size. Lord of the Night Intermediate. Passive skill. Activates automatically without triggering. Under the cover of night, all your physical attributes are significantly enhanced, and your combat power increases by 150%. The night becomes your domain. Special effect: Nightfall briefly summons a cloud of black mist, plunging a 10-meter radius into darkness. Duration: 1 minute. Cooldown: 30 minutes. Soul Shattering Claw Skill Intermediate. Swing your claws forward to unleash a powerful claw wind, dealing ranged physical damage to the target. Effective range: 10 meters. Cooldown: 10 seconds. Special effect: Spirit Attack. Soul Shattering Claw Skill. While dealing physical damage to the target, it also attacks the target's soul, doubling the damage to the spirit. As he looked at the changes to these skills, Lin's expression shifted repeatedly. He hadn't expected these skills to bring him such a pleasant surprise. After upgrading just like the Fear Gaze skill before, all of them had gained a new special effect. Moreover, these special effects were each more powerful than the last. The double jump from Tiger Leaping Over the Ravine instantly took his mobility to the next level. If the cooldown were just a bit shorter, it would be practically equivalent to flight. Ghostly Drift became even more insane after the upgrade. Not only was the ghost phase extended, but he could also possess others. Although it only lasted 10 seconds, in the heat of battle, 10 seconds was more than enough to turn the tide. The Break Stealth Strike. While invisible maxes out his current stats, making the combo of going invisible followed by the Soul Shattering Claw skill his ultimate move. After Devour Essence reached intermediate level, he clearly felt the extra dimensional space inside his stomach expand significantly from just 1 cubic unit to at least 10 cubic units now. More importantly, he no longer needed to swallow things with his mouth. He could now draw objects in from a distance. Objects drawn in cannot be more than 10 times the size of the user? Does that mean I can swallow things bigger than myself? Now that's interesting. At that moment, a vivid image suddenly flashed through Lin's mind. He stood atop a skyscraper, opening his mouth wide to swallow the entire city into his belly. Without a doubt, the support skill Devour Essence held far more potential than he had imagined. However, the biggest surprise of all was clearly the skill Lord of the Night. Although the boost to his own stats had only increased from 100% to 150%, the newly added Nightfall effect instantly transformed this skill into his most powerful divine ability. Originally, the boost from Lord of the Night only took effect at night, but the Nightfall effect could plunge a 10-meter radius into darkness. This meant he could now enjoy the boost from Lord of the Night even during the day. Even if it lasted only a minute, that minute would be his most powerful minute. In comparison, the upgraded effects of the soul-shattering claw skill seemed less impressive, merely increasing attack range and damage against spirit entities.
I'm practically terrifyingly powerful now. Too bad I don't have an entity nowhere to put this to use. Feeling his body grow stronger by the moment, Lin eagerly anticipated the appearance of an entity. However, entities clearly hadn't become that common yet. Never mind. Time for sleep. I'll go for a stroll tomorrow and see if I can run into some entity that doesn't know when to back off. As he spoke, he lifted his right front paw, licked it, and used it to groom his face and head. He took the opportunity to lick the fur all over his body as well, and only after every strand was glossy and shiny did he curl up on the rooftop railing and fall fast asleep. Meanwhile, back at his own home, Yule was so excited he couldn't sleep a wink. Thinking back on his day's adventures, he tossed and turned for a while before finally sitting up in bed. He made his way to the computer desk, opened a forum called Cat Friends, and posted a thread. The thread was titled "The Holy Flame Meow Meow Cult Initiation Test." Fear has descended, and the world faces an unprecedented crisis. Only the great cat god can redeem our souls. Those who pass this test with a perfect score will be granted the status of a Holy Flame Meow Meow Cult follower and the opportunity to have an audience with the true god. Although it was already late at night, there were still quite a few night owls on the forum. Plus, Yule was a moderator of this forum. So, this post quickly attracted the attention of many forum users. They didn't take it too seriously, assuming it was just Yule pulling a prank. Out of curiosity, many users participated in the test. Chapter 38, Initiation Ceremony, the Top Student Cat. What kind of ridiculous question is this? What is your cat's rank in the household? In a room filled with a girly aesthetic, a sweet-looking girl in a nightgown stared at the questions on the screen, looking utterly speechless. The girl's name was Chen Kurson. She was a freshman in college and an avid pet lover. Since her family had 3 cats, she had joined a forum called Cat Lovers 6 months earlier. Her goal was simply to learn more about cat care. She happened to see the Sacred Flame Meow Meow Cult Initiation quiz that Jill had posted. On a whim, she decided to join in and take the quiz. The first few questions were perfectly normal, all covering basic cat trivia. For example, what different cat meows mean, or how long cats live. But after about 10 questions, the tone of the quiz began to shift. Take the question she was currently working on, for instance. It asked her to rank all her family members. Parents, children, cats, spouse. No sane person would put a cat before their family members, but when she thought of her own despicable relatives, Chen Kurson ultimately placed the cat first. She would never forget how, during her senior year of high school, her so-called parents had nearly driven her to jump off a building. In the end, it was the 3 stray cats she had adopted that healed her wounded heart. After finishing this question, the subsequent ones became increasingly baffling to her, but she eventually completed them all and submitted her answers. Less than 5 minutes after submitting her answers, she noticed she had received a private message on the site. Clicking to open it, she saw it was from an administrator. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the initiation test and become a member of the Holy Flame Meow Meow Cult. We cordially invite you to attend the initiation ceremony in 3 days. The address is as follows. All your travel and accommodation expenses will be fully reimbursed. We also ask that you not tell anyone about this. Archbishop Yefeng. No way, they're serious? Is this some kind of offline meetup for the forum? An initiation ceremony? That is so cheesy. But it actually sounds kind of fun. Anyway, it's the weekend in 3 days, so I'll just treat it like a trip. Let me check the address, number 648, Hongfeng Village, Binhai District, Jinghai City. That's south, actually pretty close. Okay, I'll even get to chat with them in person about cat raising tips. Having made up her mind,
Chen Kursen immediately replied with a got it. At the same time, several others made the same decision.
When Yul, sitting at his computer, saw their replies, a faint smile appeared on his pale face. I've finally taken the first step in the mission the Night King assigned me.
Next, I need to design the totem and emblem for the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult and ideally, a new outfit as well. As he spoke, he opened a design program on his computer and began working.
As a seasoned anime and manga enthusiast, this was no challenge for him. In less than an hour, all the designs for the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult were complete.
The totem was simply a statue of an elegant black cat, vaguely resembling Lin. The emblem featured a pair of golden cat eyes paired with a cute paw print. The outfit was a black one-piece robe with a bronze cat-shaped button at the collar, 3 white claw marks on the left chest, and a pair of golden cat eyes with a menacing glint on the back. Even the top of the hood is adorned with a pair of black cat ears.
The entire outfit is brimming with feline elements.
Once all the designs were finalized, a look of satisfaction couldn't help but spread across Yule's face.
Too bad I can't show this to the Night King. He'd probably be thrilled. I'll go find a manufacturer to have these made tomorrow. The future Holy Flame Meow Meow cult is bound to become the greatest organization in the world. At that moment, Yul was brimming with ambition. Meow. This is such a comfortable sleep.
On the rooftop, Lin, awakened by the sunlight, opened his gaping little mouth and yawned deeply, then stretched. He didn't forget to wash his face while he was at it. Once he finished his routine, he gracefully landed on the ground and walked toward the school building below. Having gone hungry all night, he decided to find a lucky soul to provide him with a delicious breakfast. Just as he was strolling up to the second floor of the school building, a familiar figure appeared before him. Dressed in a simple, elegant long dress, with a slender figure and her dark hair casually tied back with a ribbon, she stood there holding a book, looking just like a delicate peony. It was Luna, the little rich girl he hadn't seen in over a day. The moment he saw Luna, Lin knew his breakfast and lunch were sorted. He immediately quickened his pace and ran over to Luna, then nudged her calf with his head. Luna, who had been talking to a classmate, felt the nudge and immediately looked down. When she recognized Lin, a look of delight instantly lit up her face. "Blackie! What are you doing here?" As she spoke, she scooped Lin right up into her arms. "Meow. I'm hungry." Although Luna didn't understand his cat speak, the moment she felt Lin's flat belly, a look of concern immediately appeared on her face. "Blackie, you must not have eaten in a long time." "Poor thing. But I have class right now, so I'll have to wait until after class to take you out for something to eat." "Why don't you hang in there a little longer? Once I'm done with this class, I'll go buy you some tasty treats." "Meow. Alright, for the sake of some good food, I'll hold on." "Hee hee, Blackie, you're the best. Will you come with me to class? We have a pop quiz today, and I'm a little nervous. Having you here makes me feel much more at ease. Let us go. Let us head into the classroom." Amid the envious stares of the students around them, Luna carried Lin into a classroom. After Luna found a random spot to sit down, Lin lay bored on the desk in front of her. The students in the classroom weren't particularly surprised by his arrival. That's because, even before this, Lin had often snuck into classrooms to sit in on classes. And he'd sit in on any class he was there for: calculus, foreign language, moral education, and even music theory. On hot days, his attendance rate was even higher than some of the students. That's why Lin used to have the nickname Top Student Cat. It wasn't until the students realized he always sat right in front of the air vent that his Top Student Cat title was revoked. When the bell rang, a tall, stylish woman wearing glasses walked into the classroom. This woman was Shin Lianqing, a lecturer in the piano department of the music school. As a top graduate of Longboi Conservatory of Music, she became a lecturer in the music department at Jinghai University in her early 20s. She was once hailed by students as the most beautiful lecturer at Jinghai University, but she was also one of the strictest. The moment she entered the classroom, the previously boisterous room fell instantly silent. After sweeping the room with a piercing gaze, she said in a cold tone, "Today's in-class test is a four-hand piano piece. This assessment is primarily designed to evaluate your musical expressiveness, while also helping us identify your areas for improvement.
I will assign different scores based on your performance during the piece.
Those who pass will be dismissed early.
As for who you play with, you may choose your own partner.
The moment she finished speaking, the classroom, which had only just quieted down, erupted into chaos once again.
Chapter 39, You Little Kitty Wants to Play the Piano.
For hand piano duets, as a special form of piano performance, require two people to play together on the same piano. Typically, one person plays the melody while the other plays the accompaniment. The two must coordinate seamlessly, and this provides excellent training in mastering tempo and rhythm. However, it is also extremely challenging if one person loses the rhythm. It's easy to throw the other off track as well. That is exactly why the students in the classroom reacted so strongly when they heard today's in-class test would be for hand piano.
Xiaoyu, let us be partners.
I'll play the main part, and you'll play the accompaniment. I'll try to slow down the tempo a bit.
Okay, I'll definitely coordinate well with you. Shuang, I'm counting on you this time. You have to remind me I always struggle with the bass notes. Don't worry, leave it to me. You're so kind. Big head, let us be partners.
Sure. Before long, the students in the classroom had all found their partners. Only Luna, sitting in the back row, had no one come to ask her. Lin, who was leaning on his desk watching all this, couldn't help but narrow his eyes.
He wasn't surprised at all.
As the belle of the music department, Luna far surpassed everyone else in her class in terms of grades, looks, and family background. Coupled with her reclusive personality, her relationships with her classmates weren't exactly harmonious, otherwise, she wouldn't be living alone in an off-campus apartment. Luna herself didn't seem to mind, though. She gave a soft smile and then ruffled Lin's belly.
Blackie, sometimes I really envy you. You have so many friends. Looks like I'll have to be the last one to go and play with the teacher. I wonder if I can keep up with her pace.
Lin hadn't reacted much to the first part, but when he heard that Luna was going to be the last to play, he immediately lost his composure.
What? Going last? There are about 50 people in this class. With 2 minutes per group, that's at least an hour and a half. Plus the feedback and all that. I'll be waiting forever. By then, I'll be starving. No way. She can't go last. Looks like this king has to step in again.
His golden eyes swept over the crowd in the classroom, then landed on Luna beside him, and Lin made up his mind on the spot. Taking advantage of Luna's inattention, he gently bit her arm. The moment he bit down, Luna let out a cry of pain and instinctively stood up from her seat.
This scene immediately caught Xin Lianqing's attention at the lectern.
Adjusting her glasses, Xin Lianqing spoke in a gentle tone.
Luna, are you trying to be the first one up?
Hearing Xin Lianqing's words, Luna was about to deny it when Lin leaped off the desk and sprinted toward the podium. Seeing this, Luna panicked and hurried after him.
Blackie, Blackie.
By the time she reached the podium, Lin had already leaped onto the grand piano in the front left corner of the classroom. With a tap of his little paw, a crisp melody filled the room.
This unexpected sight instantly had the students in the classroom roaring with laughter. It's Blackie. What's Blackie up to? Isn't he just here to sit in today? Is he taking the pop quiz too? Don't underestimate Blackie, he has taken more specialized courses than any of us.
Teacher, I'm so sorry, truly sorry.
I didn't keep an eye on him.
As she ran to the piano to pick Lin up, Luna apologized to Xin Lianqing with a look of embarrassment on her face.
However, Xin Lianqing clearly had no intention of blaming Luna.
She shot Lin a scolding glance and was about to let Luna carry him back to his seat. But just then, Lin wriggled free from Luna's arms again and ran to the piano bench on the right side of the piano. Right in front of everyone, he placed his two front paws on the piano.
Ding, ding, ding.
As he shifted the position of his paws, the piano began to produce different notes. At first, everyone thought he was just randomly pressing the keys, but they soon realized that wasn't the case. As the instructor, Xin Lianqing's expression immediately changed upon hearing the sounds Lin was producing. No matter how she listened, what Lin had just played sounded exactly like a piece she had taught in class before. The rhythm and everything else were spot on. She noticed it, and naturally, Luna did too. Overjoyed, she immediately sat down on the stool next to Lin.
Blackie, you just played the bagpipe dance, didn't you? Meow.
Stopping her two front paws, Lin turned her head and meowed at Luna.
Are you a genius cat? You actually know how to play the piano. Meow. You're just figuring that out now?
I'm a master of all trades.
Lin really could play the piano.
Part of it was something he learned in his previous life to show off, and part of it was what he picked up by sneaking into the music room every day after being reborn as a cat. Plus, with his current IQ of 30 far surpassing that of a normal human, a simple piano piece posed no challenge at all for him. If you add his terrifying reaction speed to the mix, even a piano master would likely be outclassed by him.
So you suddenly bit me just now and ran over here because you wanted to play with me, right?
At that moment, Luna finally understood Lin's intentions, and a touch of emotion flashed across her face.
Meow. What else? Hurry up and finish this. Once we're done, treat this king to a feast. Teacher, can I play with Blackie? Luna suddenly pleaded with Xin Lianqing.
Her words immediately caused a huge stir among everyone in the classroom.
No way, she wants to do a four-hand piano duet with a cat? What is she thinking?
Even if no one else is playing with her, she could have easily chosen to play with the teacher.
What's the point of playing with a cat?
But Blackie really does seem to know how to play the piano.
No way. That was probably just a coincidence. There's no way a cat could be that smart. Besides, it can't read sheet music. How is it supposed to coordinate with Luna? If a cat can play that well, doesn't that mean all these years I've spent learning piano have been for nothing?
Clearly, no one was very optimistic about Luna's decision.
Even Xin Lianqing couldn't help but frown. Luna, are you sure? Although this is just an in-class test today, it will count toward your final grade. I'm sure. Luna nodded. I trust Blackie.
After saying that, she turned her gaze to Lin standing nearby, then pointed to the sheet music on the piano.
Blackie, I'll play the high notes, and you play the low notes. If you understand, meow twice. Meow, meow. Lin obediently meowed twice. Receiving Lin's response, Luna immediately smiled. All right, let us begin.
No sooner had she spoken than her delicate hands rested on the piano keys.
Ding.
In an instant, a lively melody filled the classroom, and Lin leaped directly onto the piano, his forepaws firmly planted on different keys. Guided by Luna, his paws produced a bass accompaniment that perfectly matched the melody. The human and the cat performed a magnificent piece right in front of the dozens of people in the room.
This outcome left everyone completely speechless. Chapter 40, Stunning the Crowd, the Shadow on His Forehead.
Thanks to Lin's superhuman brain and lightning-fast reflexes, he performed flawlessly.
The rhythm was spot on, and his coordination with Luna was seamless.
When the song ended and the music abruptly stopped, the classroom fell into a deathly silence.
Everyone's expressions were identical. Shock, disbelief, bewilderment, all these emotions were etched on every face. It wasn't until Luna stood up from the piano bench that the room erupted in thunderous applause. Holy crap, are you kidding me? Was that really Luna playing with a cat just now? No way, Blackie can actually play the piano.
I knew Tom and Jerry was a documentary, not a cartoon.
Blackie must be some kind of supernatural being. That's freaking amazing.
I suspect that even without Luna, Blackie could pull it off on his own. After all, he's got 4 legs.
This is crushing. I've been learning for so long, and I'm still not as good as a cat. Blackie is definitely a genius cat. Didn't you know? Blackie sat next to me during the college entrance exams.
At that moment, everyone's admiration was focused entirely on Lin. In their eyes, it was only natural that Luna played well, but for Lin to keep up with Luna's rhythm and play the entire piece in sync with her was nothing short of miraculous. Lin, of course, heard every word of their praise. He immediately obliged by jumping onto the piano and bowing elegantly to the crowd. At that, the crowd could no longer contain their excitement. Luna scooped Lin down from the piano and ruffled his hair affectionately. "Blackie, you're amazing. I'll go buy some treats later. I'm going to reward you properly today." Meow. Just as Luna finished praising Lin, Shen Lianqing's voice rang out from the side. "Luna, your performance was excellent and very expressive, so I'm giving you a perfect score this time. Also, you may leave class now." Hearing Shen Lianqing's words, Luna was overjoyed and hurried to thank her. After giving a slight smile, Shen Lianqing turned her gaze to Lin in Luna's arms. "Sue, may I hold him?" Faced with Shen Lianqing's sudden request, Luna paused for a moment before nodding. "Blackie really likes beautiful women. He should like a stunning beauty like you even more. Is that so?" Smiling, Shen Lianqing took Lin from Luna's arms and cradled him in her own. At first, Lin showed no reaction. After all, Shen Lianqing was indeed very beautiful, and she exuded an air of mature sophistication. Naturally, Lin had no objection to her holding him. But once she held him in her arms, he caught a faint, almost imperceptible scent on her. Although the scent was very faint, he still managed to detect it. After taking a closer sniff, Lin's pupils suddenly contracted. "That's the scent of a fox." As for why he was so certain it was the scent of a fox, it was because there was a pet store next to the school that sold foxes. And now, he had actually detected the same scent on Shen Lianqing. Perhaps she has been to that pet store, which is why she picked up this scent. After giving it some thought, he finally settled on this explanation. Because aside from this faint fox scent, he hadn't detected anything else unusual about Shen Lianqing. Just as his mind began to wander, Shen Lianqing handed him back to Luna. Before long, Luna was carrying him out of the classroom. The two of them then headed to the fresh food market outside the school. Just like before, Luna bought raw beef, salmon, and other meat products, along with a huge pile of cat treats. These included freeze-dried treats, cat sticks, and canned food. She chose the best quality of everything, while for herself, she only bought some low-fat vegetables and chicken breast. "Blackie, look how good I am to you. I bought you so much, but I only got this tiny bit for myself." As she pushed the shopping cart through the supermarket, Luna spoke to Lin, who was sitting in the cart. "Come to think of it, I feed you so much every time, yet I've never seen you gain a single pound. It's been 2 years, and you're still so slim. Is it because black makes you look slimmer?" "I gained 2 pounds just from one hot pot meal." "That is so unfair." Hearing this, Lin couldn't help but roll her eyes at Luna. Everything he ate was converted into evolution points. How could he possibly gain weight? "Alright, we've got most of what we need. We should head home." After walking through the entire supermarket, Luna led Lin to the checkout and headed out. Just as they stepped out of the supermarket, a group of young men and women happened to be walking out of the school gates. The group consisted of handsome guys and beautiful girls walking together. They immediately drew the attention of many students. Upon seeing Luna carrying shopping bags, they immediately came over to greet her. One girl in particular with a high ponytail, fair skin, and a plaid shirt that revealed her slender waist stepped forward to strike up a conversation with Luna. "Luna, I never expected to run into you here. Do you have time to hang out this afternoon? You didn't come when I invited you to karaoke last time. Why don't you do me a favor today?" Hearing the girl's words, Luna quickly replied. "Hello, Senior Chin Nan. I really didn't have time last time." "So do you have time today?" the girl in the plaid shirt asked bluntly. Before Luna could answer, she jumped in and made the decision for her. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. It's rare for our choir to get together like this after today. Several of our seniors might be leaving for internships." "It's settled then. We'll meet at Fuhua Plaza at 2 p.m. There's a new haunted house that just opened there. I hear it's really scary. We'll go there first, then head over to Star Gathering next door to sing for 2 hours. and finally grabbed some seafood at the street food stalls on Shihua Road.
You better not skip it. With that, the girl ran off quickly, waving at Luna as she went. You have to come.
Once the girl had left with the group, a wry smile involuntarily spread across Luna's face. Meanwhile, Lin, whom she was holding in her arms, stared intently at the girl who had just walked away. It wasn't that the girl was particularly beautiful, but rather that he had noticed a thick shadow on her forehead. And it wasn't just the girl, the people who had been with her also had the same shadow on their foreheads.
What's going on? Why do they have that on their foreheads? When did I gain this ability? Or did I have it all along and just didn't notice?
Just as he was filled with confusion, he glanced up and saw that a shadow had appeared on Luna's forehead as well, though it wasn't as dark as the girl's.
This. Blackie, do you think I should go or not?
I don't really want to go to a place with so many people, but Senior Qin Nan usually looks out for me. She probably invited me hoping I'd make more friends.
It'd be a bit rude if I didn't go. I guess I'll go. I don't have any classes this afternoon anyway.
If I don't go, I'll just end up practicing alone in the music room.
What do you think?
But Lin wasn't listening to a word she said.
His gaze was fixed on Luna's forehead the entire time. Right after Luna made her decision, the shadow on her forehead had clearly grown darker. Something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong. Chapter 41, The Haunted House with a Problem. Even after Luna carried Lin back to her apartment, he couldn't stop thinking about it. Why did black shadows appear on Luna and the others' foreheads, and why was he the only one who could see them?
It took him a good 10 minutes to finally piece together some clues. First, he was certain that this shadow did not bode well. It might even be a harbinger of disaster or death. The fact that the shadow had deepened after Luna decided to go out with the choir group suggested that this calamity was connected to their afternoon activities. As for why he could see the shadow foreshadowing this calamity, he suspected it had something to do with him personally. Whether in the West or the East, black cats are shrouded in an aura of mystery. Especially in the East, black cats are believed to ward off evil spirits. Wherever a black cat is present, demons and monsters dare not approach. The jealousy demon was clearly a spirit, yet he could attack it directly and even consume the ghost's resentment as food. Lin had previously believed this was a special effect granted by the interface, but now he wondered if it had nothing to do with the interface at all. Perhaps he inherently possessed the ability to devour spirits. It seems my body still holds quite a few secrets I don't know about. Just as he was pondering this, Luna's gentle voice rang out from beside him. Blackie, what's wrong? You've been looking so preoccupied. Your meal is ready. Go ahead and eat. Hearing her voice, Lin realized Luna had already prepared his cat food and set it down in front of him. His special porcelain cat bowl was half filled with a combination of beef and fish, and the other half with shredded cooked chicken thigh mixed with mashed cantaloupe. Just looking at it made his mouth water. In addition, Luna had brought over a bowl of canned meat broth and placed it next to the porcelain bowl. Oh, by the way, I bought you a little bib while I was out shopping yesterday. That way, you won't have to worry about getting food on yourself when you eat. Luna suddenly turned and walked over to the side of the table, picking up a triangular children's napkin. On the napkin was a charming blackie cat winking. It was absolutely adorable. Here, let me tie it on for you. Under Lin's surprised gaze, Luna gently tied the napkin around his neck. After fastening it, Luna couldn't resist ruffling Lin's little head, her face full of affection. Looking at the bib around his neck, then at Luna's gentle expression, Lin felt a moment of daze. At the same time, a decision formed in his mind. Looks like I'll have to tag along with her this afternoon. Not that I'm worried about her, though after all, if something happened to her, who would make cat food for this prince? That's right, exactly. The next second, he buried his head in the cat bowl and began eating heartily. In less than a few minutes, he had polished off all the food in the bowl, then drained the broth from the can. Luna had been crouched nearby watching the whole time. When she saw that Lin had finished everything, a satisfied smile involuntarily spread across her face. Blackie, you're such a good boy. Alright, I'm going to make myself something to eat.
I'll rest a bit at noon, but I have to go out this afternoon.
If you want to play here, just play by yourself.
If you want to go out, come find me, and I'll let you out.
With that, Luna stood up, picked up Lin's cat bowl, and headed toward the kitchen. Soon, the sound of running water could be heard from the kitchen.
Lin, having eaten his fill, didn't choose to leave.
He glanced toward the kitchen, then jumped up onto the living room bay window, flopped down, and settled in for a nap. Just then, he suddenly felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him. Looking in the direction of the gaze, he immediately spotted a tiny white kitten peeking at him from the bay window of a neighboring apartment not far away. The little one looked to be only 2 or 3 months old, with a head just slightly larger than his own paw.
Its eyes, one yellow, one blue, were brimming with curiosity.
Every now and then, it would poke its head through the window railing, as if wondering why Lin was so dark-skinned.
"Ha! When did the neighbors get a cat?"
"They have a cat but don't even secure the window. They have zero sense of responsibility."
"What are you looking at, little thing? Pull your head back in right now. If you fall off the building, you'll be dead."
As he spoke, Lin put on a fierce expression. The little creature, who had been full of curiosity just moments ago, was immediately scared into running frantically back into the room upon seeing the menacing look on Lin's face. Watching the little creature scurry away, Lin finally wore a satisfied expression.
"I'm just a kind-hearted soul. Time to sleep."
With a close of his eyes and a stretch of his legs, Lin fell asleep sprawled out on the bay window.
When he woke up again, he found someone standing right in front of him. "Hee, Blackie, you're awake. I'm heading out. If you want to go out, you'd better come with me now."
Hearing that voice, Lin jumped right up. Glancing at the clock hanging on the wall beside him, he realized he'd slept straight through until nearly 1:30 in the afternoon.
Damn, I almost missed my chance.
Once he was fully awake, he immediately looked at Luna standing in front of him. Luna was now dressed in a light, casual outfit, a blouse with flutter sleeves on top, light-colored jeans on the bottom, and a baseball cap on her head. She had lost a touch of her goddess-like aura but gained a sense of vitality. She had clearly considered their afternoon activities and deliberately changed her clothes. Besides that, Lin noticed the shadow on her forehead had grown heavier, as if a dark cloud were hanging over her face. Looks like that trouble must be related to their afternoon plans. With that thought, he immediately jumped down from the bay window and walked over to Luna's feet.
"Seems like you want to go out and have some fun. Well, then, come with me." Meow.
Before long, Luna took Lin with her and headed out the door. To avoid arousing Luna's suspicion, Lin darted into a nearby flower bed the moment they stepped outside.
Luna didn't pay it much mind. She hailed a taxi and got in to drive away.
Once the taxi had driven about 10 meters, a dark figure darted out from the flower bed. The moment it appeared, the figure vanished into thin air. At the same time, the taxi driver who had picked up Luna suddenly heard a faint sound coming from the roof of the car. But he clearly didn't think much of it and said to Luna, who was sitting in the back seat,
"Miss, you're heading to Fuwa Plaza to visit that haunted house, aren't you?" Hearing the driver's words, Luna nodded.
"You're already the third student I've picked up today who was going there."
But then again, Fuwa Plaza was on the verge of closing down a month ago.
It only started getting some foot traffic after this haunted house became a hit. I heard that haunted house rents out several floors of the mall. But I'm not the least bit interested in that so-called haunted house.
We all know in advance that those aren't real ghosts. How could anyone possibly be scared? Don't you agree, young lady?
Besides, there is no such thing as real ghosts in this world.
The taxi drove on, and the driver chattered nonstop the whole way.
Luna inside the car could tolerate it, but Lin, perched on the roof, was itching to jump in and punch the driver a couple of times. Just as he was about to reach his limit, the taxi finally came to a stop. Immediately, a fairly large shopping mall appeared before Lin. Before he even got close, he caught a whiff of a familiar scent.
Something's definitely off here. Chapter 42, Midnight Ghost Story, The Puppet.
Fuwa Plaza, one of the earliest large-scale commercial complexes in Jinghai City, was founded in 1999 and opened in 2004. It had once been a place of splendor, where countless young men and women had created their own cherished memories.
But times change.
Due to outdated facilities and a remote location, Fuwa Plaza began its decline 10 years ago.
Some businesses went bankrupt, while others moved out.
Even more bizarrely, almost every year, someone would jump off the top floor of Fuwa Plaza.
For all these reasons, Fuwa Plaza was on the brink of closure.
Yet what Lin saw at that moment was a completely different scene. The vast atrium was packed with people, layer upon layer, and they were all young college students. At the first floor entrance stood a massive exhibition booth, with a giant poster hanging above it. Yeah, I just saw online that this place was super popular, but I didn't expect it to be this crazy in person.
I feel like every college student in Jinghai must be here. Pretty much. It's even more crowded on weekends. But I read online that the sets, costumes, and props here are incredibly realistic, especially the NPCs playing ghosts. They look just like the real thing and are really scary. As she spoke, Qin Nan turned her gaze toward Luna. Luna, are you afraid of ghosts? The theme we picked today is medium-level scary. If you're scared, just stick close to me later. I'm brave, I'll protect you. Huh? Is it really that scary? Luna asked, her expression tightening.
Of course.
Why else do you think this place is so popular? But don't worry, it's all fake anyway.
By the way, let me give you a quick rundown of the scenario we're playing today.
It's called Midnight Ghost Stories. The story is set in a girls' school from the early 20th century.
Due to a romantic entanglement, a student jumped to her death.
Ever since then, strange things have been happening in the school building every midnight.
As Qin Nan explained, Luna, who was already extremely nervous, grew even more anxious, clenching her fists tightly. She even began to regret coming here. But it was definitely too late to back out now. About 10 minutes later, Luna and the rest of the group arrived at the entrance to the haunted house.
After showing their tickets, the staff led them inside.
Compared to the sunny outdoors, the interior felt as if night had fallen early, with only a few dim lights on the walls.
This is the entrance to Midnight Tales.
Before you enter, let me remind you once more, anything can happen inside the attraction. If you experience any physical or psychological discomfort, press the emergency bell, and we'll let you exit early. Additionally, the entire attraction will be completely sealed off. You won't be able to leave until you've solved the final puzzle. A girl wearing a staff uniform and paper doll makeup led the group to a large door and addressed them with a blank expression. After speaking, she picked up a stack of emergency bells from a nearby table and handed them out to everyone present. Looking at the emergency bells in their hands, then at the pitch-black iron door ahead, the members of the choir inexplicably began to feel a bit nervous.
Alright, if you're ready, you can go in now.
No sooner had she finished speaking than the paper-masked staff member pressed a button on the wall. Creak! With a piercing screech, the massive iron gate marking the entrance to the scene slowly swung open. What met their eyes was a vivid recreation of a school campus from the last century. It was unclear what kind of high-tech was used here, but not only had the scene been perfectly recreated, even the sky looked real. As everyone marveled, they unconsciously stepped into the scene. Just then, the Paperman staff member's voice rang out again.
Once inside, don't trust a single person because they might not be human.
Before anyone could process what that meant, the massive iron gate behind them slammed shut. Even more astonishingly, the gate vanished completely the moment it closed.
No wonder so many people come here to play. The scenery is truly unmatched, even many TV shows couldn't pull this off. Qin Nan suddenly exclaimed with admiration.
Hearing her words, the others present all nodded in agreement. Yeah, I think they must be using virtual reality technology here. The sky overhead and the distant scenery are probably all generated by projections.
It's just like time travel. Today's admission fee was totally worth it. I wonder if the NPCs inside are as lifelike as people say online. Let us go.
Time to start solving puzzles.
Maybe we'll run into them soon.
As they spoke, the group wandered through the campus with eager anticipation.
Before long, a 3-story academic building came into view.
In the dimly lit campus, this solitary building stood out starkly. While the rest of the area was pitch black, a single classroom on the third floor of the building was still illuminated.
Let us go inside that building. Maybe the clues are in there.
Shin Nan, acting as the group's leader, surveyed the surroundings before addressing the others. Naturally, no one objected. Even Luna, the most timid among them, steeled herself and nodded.
In that case, let us go inside.
Once we're in, we'll split up to search.
There are exactly 12 of us, so let us form groups of 4.
As they made their way into the building, Shin Nan divided the group into teams. At the same time, in a dark room inside the school building, several girls dressed in Republican-era school uniforms and made up to look like NPCs were staring at the surveillance screens in front of them. When they saw Su Longyue and her group walking toward the school building, they immediately perked up. One of them, a tall girl with blood-stained tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, touched up her makeup while saying to the others,
"Get ready, the visitors are here. Everyone, hurry to your posts.
And Xiao Wei, don't act like you did this morning. Tone it down a bit, you scared 2 guests into fainting this morning." Hearing this, the other girls, who were also touching up their makeup with small mirrors, replied nonchalantly,
"Sis Tao, are you out of your mind? Xiao Wei took the afternoon off and went home. She didn't even show up this afternoon."
"Yeah, her boyfriend came to see her today.
She is probably at the hotel right now."
"Huh?
Did Xiao Wei take the afternoon off? Then who is that sitting in the corner?"
Hearing this, a look of confusion flashed across the tall girl's eyes as she pointed toward the corner of the room.
Following the direction of her finger,
they saw a girl wearing the same Republican-era school uniform, her hair loose, crouched there motionless. "Besides the 4 of us, who else could it be?" Another girl, wearing a white headband, folded up her mirror and turned to look. The moment she saw her, she froze, a look of confusion flashing across her face. Before they could figure out who was crouched in the corner, another girl's phone suddenly vibrated.
"Ha! Xiao Wei sent me a message."
Filled with curiosity, she opened her phone, and the next second, she read the message on the screen.
"Something is wrong with Sister Tao.
You guys need to be careful. This morning, I felt her wrist. She has no pulse.
She might already be dead."
After reading the message, the girl immediately burst into laughter and turned her gaze toward the tall girl.
"Sis Tao, Xiao Wei just texted me. She said you might already be dead. That is hilarious."
"Oh?
Is that funny?"
The tall girl they called Sis Tao suddenly broke into a sinister smile.
"Of course it's funny. You're clearly alive and well, how could you possibly be dead?" But the next second, the girl couldn't laugh anymore. "She is absolutely right. I am indeed dead."
But she got one thing wrong. It's not just me who is dead, all of you are dead too.
"What?"
Amid the terrified stares of the girls in the room, Sister Peach suddenly pulled her head off. Not a single drop of blood flowed from the entity's severed neck. There were only a few transparent threads.
Snap, snap. Amidst the sound of joints cracking, Sister Tao, having reattached her head, began to move like a marionette.
Under the dim light, her arms and legs were connected by countless transparent threads.
But that wasn't the scariest part.
The other 3 girls soon realized their own bodies had begun moving uncontrollably as well.
Those same transparent threads of the entity were appearing all over their bodies.
Just then, a series of joint creaking sounds suddenly came from the corner of the room.
Crack, crack.
The person who had been crouching motionless there slowly stood up, revealing her true form. It wasn't a human at all. It was clearly a puppet with the entity's smile plastered on its face. If their memory served them correctly, they had found this puppet on the street half a month ago and later placed it inside the school building to use as a prop. Under their horrified stares, the puppet spread its 10 fingers toward them. Each fingertip was connected to a transparent thread. As the puppet's fingers moved, the 4 people in the room moved along with them. They tried to scream for help, but after the puppet made a shushing gesture, they found they seemed to have lost the ability to speak. Their mouths could move, but no sound came out. Immediately afterward, their bodies began to completely disobey their commands, and then their consciousness faded.
As everything went black, they sank into endless darkness. Yet their bodies continued to move.
At first, they moved like malfunctioning robots, but after a brief adjustment period, their movements gradually became indistinguishable from those of ordinary people. Seeing this, a sinister smile spread across the puppet's face. Creak, creak. Amid the sound of stiff friction, its bizarre entity-like head turned toward the surveillance screen beside it.
On the screen, Luna and her group were splitting into 3 teams and entering different floors. The taste of fear is truly exquisite.
Following a slightly twisted voice, the surveillance screen was flooded with static, and the entire terrifying scene was completely cut off from the outside world.
Chapter 43: The Onslaught of Fear. On the first floor of the school building, 4 girls were walking arm in arm down the hallway.
Like Luna, they were members of the school choir. After entering the building, Sheen Nan had divided the choir members into 3 groups, and the 4 of them had been assigned to the first floor. There were a total of 4 classrooms on the first floor, and at that moment, they were standing at the door of the first one. Looking at the classroom with its doors wide open, the 4 of them clearly looked a bit nervous, especially one petite girl with twin ponytails, who was practically squeezing her companion's arm so hard it was turning purple.
Guagua, why are you so scared? We haven't even encountered anything yet. If we really do run into something, you'll faint from fright.
The stylish, older-looking girl standing next to the petite girl whose arm was being squeezed so hard it was turning purple couldn't help but look exasperated as she felt the pressure.
Yeah, I feel like aside from the high level of detail in the set design, there is nothing else here. It's not scary at all. The other girl walking to Guagua's right with short hair and a boyish style looked thoroughly disappointed. Hee, you never know.
Maybe those scary things are hiding right in these classrooms.
A girl in a school uniform with long, shoulder-length hair, standing on the far outside, suddenly said with a sinister grin. How about this?
There are exactly 4 classrooms here. The 4 of us each pick one, and we'll see who can stay inside the longest. The first one to get scared out has to buy the other 3 milk tea after the haunted house is over.
What do you think?
Ha! Hearing the JK girl's suggestion, Guagua, the girl with the twin ponytails, immediately looked troubled.
Are we really going to play like that? What else can we do? We worked so hard to snag these tickets today. If we're going to play, we might as well go for something thrilling. I'm fine with it.
The stylish, confident older girl with voluminous curls and a stunning figure remained calm.
I think Jejia's idea is great. I'm definitely going to be the last one out.
The short-haired, androgynous girl looked absolutely certain.
With that, she walked toward the classroom at the very back. I'll take the last one. You 3 can pick the remaining 3. Bye.
After she left, the stylish older woman and the schoolgirl each chose the second and third classrooms. Seeing that she was the only one left, Guagua, her face filled with terror, had no choice but to steel herself and walk into the first classroom next to her. By the dim yellow light of the school campus, she could barely make out the scene inside the classroom. The classroom, less than 50 square meters in size, was filled with desks and chairs. Everything looked just like a normal school classroom. But Guagua couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The moment she stepped inside, she sensed something watching her. Her scalp prickling with fear, she quickly pulled out her phone, turned on the flashlight, and swept it around the room. Apart from a few pieces of clothing draped over the backs of chairs, there was nothing. Seeing this, she let out a long sigh of relief.
Guess it was just my imagination. This must be an ordinary setting. Since that's the case, I've got nothing to be afraid of. I'll just find a seat.
With that, she picked a random seat in the classroom, took a wet wipe from her bag to wipe the dust off the seat, and only then sat down with a sense of relief. To ease her nerves, she planned to watch some funny short videos. But when she opened her phone, she found there wasn't a single bar of signal.
What is going on? Why is there still no signal? Could it be that they're afraid we'll look up strategies online? Though puzzled, she didn't let it bother her too much. Never mind. I'll just read a book.
She picked up a book from the desk one used as a prop and, using her phone as flashlight, began reading with great interest. What she didn't notice was that, just as she was immersed in the book, a garment hanging limply over the back of a nearby chair suddenly began to move. The empty garment gradually filled with form. Before long, a figure appeared in that seat. Meanwhile, Wugwo was still reading the book with a beaming smile on her face. Suddenly, she felt something get into her eye. Rubbing her eye, she instinctively reached out to the side, intending to pull out the small mirror from her bag to check. But after fumbling around for a while, she couldn't find the bag she'd set aside earlier. Instead, she touched something cold and icy. What is this? With a hint of confusion, Wugwo pinched it between her fingers. The next second, her expression changed, and a flicker of terror crossed her eyes. The sensation in her hand felt exactly like a human hand, a slender, flesh and blood hand, yet one without a trace of warmth. Just then, that itchy sensation in her eye returned. By the dim light of the flashlight, she finally realized why her eye had been itching. Tilting her head back shakily, she saw a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. A head with loose, flowing hair was floating right above her. It was the long hair hanging down from that head that had been tickling her eyes. As for why it was a head and not a person, it was because there was nothing beneath the neck of that head. Just then, Wugwo felt her outstretched left hand being gripped tightly. Turning her head, she discovered that the hand clutching hers was actually a severed hand. At that moment, she completely lost control. After letting out 2 consecutive screams, she fainted. As soon as she passed out, a figure appeared behind her. Crack! Casually reattaching the head and hand to the body, the puppet-like entity flashed a smile. Fainted already? That's not enough. You've only provided a tiny bit of fear. Don't let the remaining 11 disappoint me. No sooner had the words left its mouth than Wugwo, who had just fainted, stood up in the posture of an entity. First her hands, then her body, and finally her drooping head. The moment Wugwo lifted her head, her tightly shut eyelids snapped open, revealing the pale eyes within. More than 10 minutes later, Chin Nan, who was on the 3rd floor, had successfully explored the 3 classrooms at the front of the floor with Luna and 2 other boys. During this process, they had gathered some clues, but the final and most crucial piece was still missing. Luna, who do you think killed Lu Mengmeng? As they walked, Chin Nan suddenly asked. Upon hearing her question, Luna paused to think for a moment before answering. I think Lu Mengmeng's teacher is a prime suspect. From that letter we just found, it's clear that Lu Mengmeng had a crush on her teacher, but her teacher is already married. So I think it's possible that this teacher killed her to get rid of the big hassle that Lu Mengmeng was. Luna, you're thinking the same thing I am. That's exactly what I think too, a tall boy behind them hurriedly chimed in. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chin Nan turned around and glared at him. You're such a know-it-all. Come up front. A big guy like you always hiding behind 2 girls. What's the point of being so tall? Hee, I was just trying to protect you guys from behind, the boy said with an awkward smile, quickly changing the subject. I wonder how Wugwo and the others are doing. Have they found any other clues? Hug Wugwo this and Wugwo that. If you care so much about her, why didn't you team up with her earlier? Chin Nan looked at the boy with a look of disgust. But as soon as she finished speaking, a hint of confusion crept onto her face. Yuan Shui, look, is that Wugwo and the others at the end of the hallway? Where? Hearing Chin Nan's words, the boy quickly turned to look. Sure enough, he spotted 4 figures at the far end of the 3rd floor corridor. Although the dim lighting made it hard to make out their faces, one of them had a distinctive pair of pigtails that immediately allowed the group to recognize her. It really is Wugwo and the others. How did they get up here? Did they finish looking for clues? Puzzled yet excited, the boy hurried toward them. Just then, the 4 figures at the end of the hallway began to move in their entity forms. Chapter 44, The Black Cat in the Tree. Ah! Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, 2 figures burst out of the school building. Once they had rushed outside, their figures were exposed under the dim streetlights. To everyone's surprise, it was Chin Nan and Luna. But right now, they were clearly not in good shape. Not only were they drenched in sweat, but their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with terror and panic.
Panting heavily, they looked toward the direction of the school building.
Just moments ago, they had witnessed the most terrifying scene of their lives. First, several of their companions mysteriously vanished one after another, and then they reappeared one by one in strange poses. If Jean Nan hadn't been the first to sense something was wrong and dragged Luna downstairs immediately, they would likely have ended up just like the two boys in their group pulled into the darkness by a mysterious force.
Senior Jean Nan, what exactly just happened? Why did Guagua and the others attack Yuan Shui and the other guy? Why did even Xin Yue and the others turn out just like Guagua and the rest? Is this part of the scenario's plot too? Still visibly shaken, Luna couldn't help but turn her gaze to Jean Nan, hoping to find answers. Hearing this barrage of questions, Jean Nan furrowed her brow.
Before coming here, she had already looked up reviews of the Midnight Ghost Stories scenario. She was certain that what had just happened wasn't part of the script. Moreover, Guagua and the others didn't seem to be acting. If she had to describe their state just now, the only words that came to mind were possessed. With that thought, she quickly grabbed Luna's arms and reassured her.
It's okay, don't be afraid.
Maybe they just received the relevant scripts and need to follow the scene's performance.
If you're scared, we can leave right now. As she spoke, Jean Nan pulled out the emergency bell and pressed the alarm button.
But she soon realized it seemed to have no effect.
Nothing happened after the bell rang.
She then took out her phone and tried to call the haunted house. But after just one glance at the screen, she slipped the phone back into her pocket.
Seeing this, Luna's expression changed instantly. Being no fool, she immediately figured out what was going on. You were just trying to comfort me, weren't you?
They didn't get any special script, they're being controlled by something else.
Is it a ghost? It must be. I think we've run into a real ghost today. Jean Nan nodded with difficulty. At those words, Luna's face turned even paler. Let us find the exit first. As long as we can escape from here, we should be fine.
Just as Jean Nan was about to lead Luna to search for the exit, several figures emerged from the school building. These figures were the remaining members of the choir. At that moment, they moved like marionettes, walking slowly in the entity's gate, their eyes wide open, revealing ghostly white irises.
Step by step, they closed in on Luna and Jean Nan.
Seeing this, the two girls recoiled in terror. They hadn't taken more than 2 steps back when the sound of the entity's footsteps echoed behind them. Creak, creak. Hearing this sound, the two instinctively turned to look behind them. They saw 4 girls dressed in Republican-era school uniforms emerging from the darkness and walking toward them. Compared to the members of the choir, their gait was indistinguishable from that of ordinary people, but terrifying gaps were visible at their joints. Their entire bodies looked as if they had been pieced together. Suddenly, one of them lost her footing and fell to the ground. With a thud, she scattered into pieces like building blocks. Her head rolled like a rubber ball right to Luna and her companion's feet. As they looked down, the deathly pale face on the head suddenly grinned.
Though there was no sound, Luna and her companion instinctively covered their ears in agony.
As they stared in utter horror, the scattered limbs on the ground began to coalesce under the pull of some mysterious force, reforming into a human shape. However, the head was upside down, the back of the head was now in front, and the face was at the back.
Then, the figure raised its hands, clutched its head, and gave it a gentle twist. Crack! That terrifying human face reappeared before the two of them. In an instant, an indescribable sense of dread surged through Luna and her companion.
Overwhelmed by this terror, their legs gave way, their eyes snapped shut, and they collapsed onto the ground beside them. As the two fainted, silence returned to the scene. The people, who looked like marionettes, stood frozen in place, as if their souls had been stolen. Just then, a figure materialized out of thin air on the railing of the second floor of the nearby school building. With a patchwork body, a terrifying and hideous face, and countless transparent threads still attached to its hands, it was none other than the puppet that had previously attacked the haunted house staff. Now it sat high upon the railing, its twisted face brimming with smug satisfaction.
Especially upon seeing the humans in front of the school building, all under its control.
Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide and gave a soft suck toward them. Two streams of black mist flew out from Chin Nan and Luna's bodies and drifted into its mouth. Fear truly is the finest nourishment. As it emitted a grating sound, the puppet turned its gaze to its own body. Visibly, its frame originally crafted of wood began to slowly sprout flesh and blood. In less than a few seconds, more than half of its body was enveloped in flesh and blood. Witnessing this, it grew even more excited. Soon, very soon, I will possess a human body. But for now, I still need a perfect shell and a human heart. As it spoke, its gaze fell upon Luna, who lay unconscious below. Without a doubt, among all the people present, only Luna's shell best suited its aesthetic. It craved a human body, and it craved a human heart just as much in its view. Possessing a human heart was all it needed to become a true human. The next second, it gently flickered its right index finger. As the transparent thread on its finger trembled slightly, a haunted house staff member already transformed into a puppet by it raised the dagger in her hand and walked step by step toward Luna. Just as she raised the dagger to end Luna's life, a sharp gust of claw wind appeared out of nowhere. It severed the thread attached to her body, simultaneously slicing her body into several pieces. Boom! The claw strike, its momentum unchecked, even tore the streetlight pole behind the puppet to pieces on the spot. Meow. Under the puppet's astonished gaze, an elegant black cat materialized out of thin air on the trunk of a large tree less than 20 meters away. The black cat simply lay there quietly, looking incredibly languid. It yawned widely while licking its right front paw with its tongue. Before the puppet could even process where this black cat had come from, it suddenly turned its head to look at the puppet. Its golden eyes radiated sheer indolence. Yet it was precisely this lazy gaze that inexplicably instilled a profound sense of dread in the puppet's heart. Chapter 45, I Found You, Terrifying Illusion. Ever since Luna and the others had entered this haunted house, Lin had been following them the entire way. As a result, he had witnessed everything that had transpired here, including the earlier attack on the choir and the others by the puppets. But he had held back from intervening, because he was eager to see what kind of entity was lurking behind the scenes. Now he finally knew. Looking at the puppet sitting on the second-floor railing, controlling everyone with the strings in its hands, a hint of curiosity arose in his heart. What kind of strange entity is this? Can a puppet really become an entity? It seems my understanding of entities is still lacking. Muttering to himself, Lin yawned, then leaped down from the tree and strolled leisurely toward the school building. Meanwhile, the puppet, startled by Lin's gaze, finally snapped back to its senses. Watching Lin approach, a look of ferocity flashed across its face. With a flick of its hands, the crowd under its control launched a coordinated attack on Lin. Die! Just die! Accompanied by a frenzied scream, the deranged crowd pounced on Lin. Seeing this, a smug look flashed across the puppet's eyes. I thought it was something special, but it turns out to be just an ordinary black cat. I'll turn you into a puppet in a moment. A black cat puppet that should be quite a valuable addition to my collection. However, no sooner had the words left his mouth than the puppet sensed something was amiss. Creak, creak. Straining to turn his head to the side, his expression immediately changed. Less than 2 meters away, perched on the railing, sat the damned black cat, its pair of golden eyes brimming with amusement. That gaze was exactly the same as the one it had directed at those ordinary people earlier. Like a hunter looking at its prey. Confusion, terror, panic, a whirlwind of emotions swept through him. A single bead of cold sweat actually trickled down the puppet's face, which had only just begun to take on flesh and blood. Without a moment's hesitation, it immediately prepared to control the puppets and launch another attack. But it soon realized that no matter how it twitched its fingers, the puppets below remained motionless. It wasn't until it followed the puppet strings with its gaze that it realized at some unknown point all the strings had snapped. Upon realizing its own fear, the puppet was instantly overcome with rage. It had always been the one to instill fear in others, yet now a mere cat had made it feel fear. Impossible, impossible. How dare you sever my strings? What on earth are you? But Lin still didn't answer. He merely gave it a look, then lay motionless on the railing. He even began licking his fur,
acting as if he didn't give the puppet a second thought.
Seeing this, the puppet was both furious and exasperated, yet there was nothing it could do.
It possessed no other means besides instilling fear and controlling puppets.
The fact that this cat before it could effortlessly sever its puppet strings meant that its most prized ability was ineffective against it. In that case, I'll let you taste the true horror of fear. Rage surged from its heart, and malice filled its soul.
Feeling utterly disrespected, the puppet immediately unleashed its other ability.
Its eyes transformed into swirling vortexes, and immediately, a massive wave of black mist surged toward Lin. Even before it drew near, the mist began to morph into a succession of hair-raising, spine-chilling visions. Just as the black mist was about to engulf Lin, he first yawned lazily, then suddenly opened his mouth wide.
The next second, a powerful suction force erupted from his mouth.
Under the influence of this suction, the dark mist was instantly and uncontrollably sucked into its belly. In the blink of an eye, the dark mist which had been inducing hallucinations and breeding fear vanished without a trace.
Now the doll was completely dumbfounded. How could this happen? How could this happen? Just as it was still reeling from the shock, its eyes inadvertently met Lin's once more.
In an instant, Lin's form began to shift. A massive amount of black mist rose from within his body, eventually coalescing behind him into the phantom of a terrifying, unnameable demon.
Within the demonic phantom, countless tormented souls entities struggled desperately, as if trying to escape.
But in the end, they were all dragged back by one black tentacle after another. This was no mere demonic phantom, it was clearly the river Styx manifesting in the mortal realm, a projection of the underworld upon his form.
In that moment, the doll's psychological defenses were completely shattered.
Fear spread through its body like a tidal wave, gradually eroding its sanity and corroding the flesh it had just begun to grow. In its gaze of utter despair, the flesh it had struggled so hard to grow began to slip away from its body once more.
No! 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 Completely defeated by fear, it began to flee frantically, heedless of everything. It had to get away from here, it had to escape that demonic black cat.
Once it had fled the school building, Lin, still maintaining his previous posture, couldn't help but let a hint of amusement flicker in his eyes.
What a wimp! Looks like it isn't much of an entity after all.
A single fear gaze skill scared it this badly. I'd really like to see what it actually saw just now. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Luna and the others, who lay unconscious in front of the school building.
They probably won't wake up for a while. Since that's the case, I'll have some fun with that guy.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than his figure vanished from the railing. At the same time, the puppet that had just fled arrived at a house on the edge of the scene used to store teaching puppets. Once inside, it immediately squeezed into the crowd of dolls, suppressing its presence and doing its utmost to blend in with the others.
Creak!
With a soft sound, the door to the room suddenly swung open. Under the dim lighting of the scene, a long, narrow shadow fell across the room. At a glance, the puppet saw the black cat from earlier standing in the doorway, its pair of golden eyes glowing with a greenish hue as it peered into the room. If the puppet had been capable of feeling, its heart rate would have skyrocketed at that moment. It was even somewhat relieved that it hadn't yet grown a normal human heart. Just as it thought it was about to be discovered, Lin, having scanned the room, turned and left, heading toward the next location. Seeing this, the doll let out a long sigh of relief.
I'm saved.
But before it could finish speaking, it felt something land on its shoulder. Stiffly turning its head, its peripheral vision immediately caught a sight that filled it with utter terror. There, a black cat with eyes glowing green was perched on its shoulder, staring intently at it.
Meow found you.
That meow sounded like the whisper of death, causing its entire body to tremble uncontrollably. But its fear would soon be over. Because Lin had already raised his cat's paw high. With a sharp swipe of his claws, the puppet's body was torn to pieces, its spirit shredded along with it in an instant.
Chapter 46, Realm of Fear, Spirit Puppet Skill. Consumed Evil Spirit's Resentment, Energy Reserve plus 50. Consumed Evil Spirit's Resentment, Energy Reserve plus 50. Consumed Evil Spirit's Resentment, Energy Reserve plus 50. You have devoured the evil spirit Fear Puppet and acquired the new skill Fear Assault. Detected that you possess a skill of the same type, Fear Gaze skill. Do you wish to merge this skill into the existing one? After successfully defeating the puppet, a series of prompts appeared before Lin. So it's called the Fear Puppet. What's so scary about it? Another skill that can be merged into the Fear Gaze skill. I'm actually pretty lucky. Muttering to himself, he quickly made his decision. The very next second, the attributes of the Fear Gaze skill changed. Fear Gaze skill advanced stares intently at the opponent to unleash their deepest, hidden fears. Special Effect 1, Mark of Fear implants a mark of fear in the opponent's mind. Targets bearing this mark will be unable to look directly at you for a short time and will lose their courage to fight. Special Effect 2, Fear Zone creates a fear zone with a 50-meter radius centered on yourself. Within the fear zone, hostile targets' SAN values will slowly decrease once SAN drops to 0, the target will fall into permanent madness. This skill has reached the maximum level for the current stage. Spend 50 evolution points to advance this skill. Looking at the advanced skill attributes, a hint of surprise flashed across Lin's eyes. Fear Zone? San? Have I become a dark god? After the initial shock, he quickly shifted his attention to the ground. The terrifying doll he had just torn to shreds had left behind not only a floor littered with parts but also something else. A stone carved into the shape of a heart. He didn't know if the doll had attached it to itself or if its creator had installed it. To Lin's surprise, there was a phrase inscribed on this stone heart. Once a soul is touched by love, flesh and blood will grow wildly. Staring at the words on the stone, Lin couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He could tell that this doll seemed to yearn intensely to become human. It craved a human form, human emotions, and a heart exactly like a human's. But it seemed to have taken the wrong path. It chose to use fear to grow flesh and blood, and slaughter to obtain a human heart. It was completely unaware that within its own body lay a heart that could be awakened at any moment with just a little love. Of course, musings aside, Lin quickly placed his claw on the stone. The next second, a prompt popped up. Discovered cursed item puppet heart. Residual resentment from the fear puppet remains on its surface. In 15 days, a new fear puppet will be reborn. Smear blood on the puppet heart to gain control over the fear puppet. Do you wish to absorb the resentment energy above? Upon seeing these two prompts, Lin chose yes without hesitation. Absorb the source energy of the fear puppet. You have gained 600 energy reserve. Additionally, you have acquired a new skill, Spirit Puppet skill. Spirit Puppet skill beginner, select an inanimate object and transform it into a puppet. You can share the puppet's vision and temporarily infuse it with your consciousness to grant it brief life. Ha! Is that it? Why isn't it the ability to manipulate others with threads? It's just a puppet that can serve as a third eye. What's the point of that? Seeing this newly acquired skill, Lin couldn't help but complain. He had originally thought he might gain the fear puppet's ability to create threads, so he'd been holding out a little hope. But he never imagined he'd only be given a skill to create puppets. He couldn't even imagine what use this skill might have. Never mind. I've already come out ahead today, so I shouldn't be so greedy. I'll go check if those people have woken up yet. Glancing once more at the remnants of the fear doll on the floor, Lin turned and left the room. Meanwhile, outside the Midnight Tales attraction, a group of people wearing haunted house staff uniforms waited anxiously at the entrance. A man in a suit, wearing a name tag, unleashed a torrent of abuse at them. Why didn't you tell me about something this serious sooner? It's been over an hour, and you only just thought to report it. What if those customers had encountered some kind of accident in there? Would we even be able to keep this place open? Hearing the man in the suit's scolding, the paper doll girl who had led Luna and the others into the attraction earlier looked a bit aggrieved. We thought it was just a glitch in the surveillance system. Who knew the door wouldn't even open? Besides, there have been cases before where customers took 2 hours to get through. As soon as she said this, the man in the suit glared at her. Have Tao Xiaoqin and the others replied to your message? No, the girl shook her head.
I messaged Sister Tao and the others, but they haven't replied at all.
Their phones are turned off too. What the hell are they doing? Once we're done today, I'm kicking them all out.
Just as the man in the suit was flying into a rage, a staff member in charge of opening the door suddenly shouted,
"All right, we can open it now. Open it now."
The man in the suit was overjoyed at the news and hurried to the door, helping the staff member open the set's entrance. As the door swung open, the scene that greeted them instantly sent a chill down their spines. Lying haphazardly on the ground in the center of the set was a large group of people. It was Luna and the others who had entered the scene earlier. In addition to them, the 4 staff members inside the scene were also lying there, their condition unknown. Seeing this, the man in the suit immediately panicked. He directed his team to go inside and assess the situation while simultaneously dialing 911. About 10 minutes later, the ambulance arrived and transported Luna, the others, and the 4 staff members to the hospital. Fortunately, after a medical examination, it turned out they had merely fainted from extreme fright. Upon hearing this, the man in the suit and the haunted house staff all breathed a huge sigh of relief.
But they soon realized something was amiss.
It was understandable that Luna and the others, as visitors, had fainted from fear, but what could have frightened the 4 staff members into fainting?
What exactly had happened inside the Midnight Tales attraction during that past hour?
Before they could figure it out, the incident made headlines. They had expected business at the haunted house to plummet as a result.
To their utter surprise, once netizens learned that visitors had been scared so badly they ended up in the hospital, their curiosity was immediately piqued.
That very day, even more people made a special trip to experience the midnight ghost story that was supposedly scary enough to send people to the hospital.
However, the result left them deeply disappointed. It wasn't scary at all.
They dismissed the earlier news headlines as nothing more than a publicity stunt by the business. At the same time, in awarded Jinghai City People's Hospital, watching as Luna and the others woke up one by one from their comas, Lin, who was in stealth mode, let out a quiet sigh of relief. I hope this doesn't leave them with any lasting trauma. But after this, they probably won't dare go to a haunted house ever again. Just then, Jean Nan, who had just woken up, spoke up excitedly.
"Oh my god, they actually scared us so badly we ended up in the hospital. Awesome, absolutely awesome. It was totally worth the money today."
After saying that, she turned to Luna beside her.
"Luna, what do you think? I told you that haunted house was amazing, right? Should we try a different theme next week?" Faced with her enthusiastic invitation, Luna shook her head repeatedly.
Her head was still spinning. She couldn't tell whether what they just experienced was a genuine paranormal event or just part of the show. If it was a fake paranormal event, it was far too realistic. But if it was real, how on earth had they managed to survive? Just as she was lost in thought, a sudden noise came from outside the ward window. Through the haze, she caught a glimpse of a dark figure darting into the bushes outside the hospital.
"Ha! Is that Blackie? No, that can't be. How could Blackie possibly be here?"
Shaking her head with a smile, Luna prepared to get up and leave the ward. Just then, a clear, childlike voice suddenly rang in her ear.
"Sis, you dropped something."
Hearing the voice, Luna instinctively turned her head. There stood a little girl who looked to be only 3 or 4 years old, holding a palm-sized black cat keychain and looking up at her. Meanwhile, at a small stall outside the hospital, an elderly man selling trinkets stared thoughtfully at the empty little box and several crisp 100-yuan bills in front of him.
Chapter 47, Blackie has a baby. After handling Luna's situation, Lin returned to school alone.
To him, this incident wasn't a big deal. Although the fear doll possessed entity abilities, its overall strength was inferior to that of the cat ghost he defaced before. If he hadn't wanted to toy with the fear doll, he would have killed it the moment it appeared. But then again, if a real entity can slip into just any haunted house, there are probably plenty more entities hiding in every corner of Jinghai City.
This is the rhythm of the entity's resurgence.
Realizing this, his expression darkened slightly. Just then, a scene on the school's main thoroughfare immediately diverted his attention. Following his gaze forward, he saw a large crowd of students gathered together, some crouching, some standing, occasionally letting out all sorts of strange and bizarre sounds.
Wow! So cute! How can it be this cute? Let me hold it, let me hold it. Goody goody, chubby chubby, whose little one are you? Let me touch it, quick, let me touch it. He.
Watching the strange group of college students ahead, Lin had originally intended to walk around them, but the curiosity rooted deep in his feline soul kept driving him forward.
Forget it, I'll just go take a look.
In the end, he strolled over toward the crowd and squeezed his way through the gap. When he got a clear view of the scene, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. Right in the center of the crowd stood a little white kitten, barely bigger than a fist, looking around with curiosity.
Its large eyes, one yellow, one blue, darted from one side to the other.
Every now and then, it let out a soft, mewing cry that nearly melted the hearts of the college students present.
Every time it meowed, the crowd erupted in cheers. How could it be? Isn't that the cat from the family next to Luna S? How did it end up here?
That is right, the little white cat now standing before Lin was the very same one he'd seen earlier on the bay window at Luna S' place.
Did it sneak out on its own?
Just as Lin was racking his brain with questions, the little white cat who'd been playing with everyone seemed to spot him and immediately scampered over on its stubby little legs.
Meow. Meow.
Without a word, the little guy let out a series of soft, purring meows at Lin in a slightly excited voice, and then, to Lin's bewildered expression, began rubbing against him.
Ha!
Looking at the little creature in front of him, barely as tall as his calf and looking just like a marshmallow, Lin was momentarily at a loss. The college students nearby, however, looked at the scene with expressions of sudden realization. I was wondering where this adorable little kitten came from. Turns out it's Blackie's baby.
Blackie's baby? Did Blackie have a baby? Are you an idiot? Blackie's a male, how could he have a baby? He must be the dad. Oh my god, Blackie actually became a dad. But the color doesn't add up. Blackie is black, how could his kitten be white? Blackie has a bit of green on his head. Don't be silly. Do you know anything about biology?
If the mother cat is white, there's a high chance she'll have white kittens even if the father is black.
You're right. Aside from the color, this little guy actually looks a lot like Blackie. I guess one eye takes after dad and the other after mom.
Blackie's already a dad, and I still don't have a girlfriend.
Could the mom be that white cat we saw by the cafeteria entrance before? Don't they say white cats are the ugliest of all? How could Blackie have fallen for her? Black cats are the ugliest too. Maybe the other cats just don't fancy Blackie. I think Blackie is just really hungry.
Listening to the college students chatting around him, Lin's expression immediately changed.
Meow. Don't talk nonsense, this little guy isn't my kid. Meow. Meow, you're the one with the green hat. Meow. I'm your dad. Meow. Who is spreading those slanderous rumors about a cat?
Your whole family is starving. Unfortunately, his feline banter didn't explain a thing to the group of college students.
Hee, look, even Blackie admitted it.
Exactly, Blackie's totally freaked out.
Blackie's definitely going to be a great dad. Go, Blackie. Lin.
He knew there was no way to explain this now. It probably wouldn't be long before the news of Blackie's new arrival spread throughout the entire Jinghai University. His innocence, his reputation, all ruined. Curiosity really does kill the cat. With a resigned sigh, he immediately prepared to leave this scene of chaos. However, to his surprise, the little white cat seemed to have set its sights on him. Wherever he went, the little guy followed. Its 4 little legs moved as if powered by motors. After walking about 100 feet, he couldn't take it anymore. He turned around and snapped at the little guy.
Stop following me, I'm not your dad.
But all he got in response was a high-pitched, meaningless meow.
Meow. After that, the little guy picked up the pace even more.
With no other choice, he fled as fast as he could. Only after he was sure the little white cat wasn't following him did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. He found a flower bed, flopped down, and settled in for a rest. But just then, a girl came running toward him in a hurry. "Blackie, this must be your baby, right? I just found it over there. You're such a careless dad, I've put it right next to you." He. Under Lin's stunned gaze, the girl placed a soft, fluffy little white cat beside him. Watching the girl's receding figure, Lin nearly blurted out a human phrase in his panic. Before he could speak, he felt something pawing at his belly. Looking down, he realized the little white kitten was kneading his belly, looking as if it wanted to nurse. Startled, he quickly pushed the kitten away. "What are you doing? I'm a male cat, a male cat." He had barely shouted those two sentences when his gaze met the little one's big, watery eyes. The anger that had just flared up vanished without a trace. "You've got me beat. I'll take you to find your owner, okay? You must be hungry too." With that, Lin stood up. Just as he was about to take the little one to find its original family, Sang Biao, Sang Koan, and a few other stray cats walked over toward him. Upon seeing the little white cat beside Lin, their expressions shifted instantly. With looks like that, how could Lin not understand what they were thinking? But before he could open his mouth to explain, the stray cats spoke in unison. "Congratulations to the Night King on the birth of his heir. Our cat clan has a successor. But why is it a white cat? The Night King's taste is just different. What should we call this little one? I think we should call him the Little Prince." Li Kuei, the Siamese cat, looked as if he knew exactly what he was talking about. "That's what they called him in the human TV shows I used to watch. How about young master? After all, once the Night King kicks the bucket, he is the one who'll inherit the cat gang." The Night King pulled off such a huge event without a word. Could the mother beat Sui Hua? Seeing the misunderstanding take hold, Lin flew into a rage. "It's not this king's kitten." "Ha? How tragic it's not the Night King's kitten. What do humans call that? I think they call it the fall guy. How pitiful." No sooner had the cats finished speaking than a black shadow darted toward them. Thud, thud, thud. After a flurry of cat punches, the cats were left with black eyes and swollen faces. "Let us go. You're all coming with me to find this little one's owner." Chapter 48, The Little One's New Home, The Strange Black Book. A few minutes later, Lin set off to escort the little white cat home, accompanied by the few underlings he'd beaten to a pulp. The little one seemed to have fully grown accustomed to Lin's scent and showed no signs of being shy. On the contrary, it was very curious about everything on campus. Every few steps, it would dart off to the side, either pecking at bugs on the ground or chasing after birds. A distance of less than 100 meters took Lin over 10 minutes to cover. Every now and then, innocent-looking college students would run over to gawk. Seeing this, Lin simply ran up behind the little one and grabbed it by the scruff of its neck. Cats really never give you a moment's peace. Is this little thing always this mischievous? No sooner had he finished speaking than Sang Biao, standing nearby, broke into a kindly smile. "It reminds me a lot of Night King when he was a kitten." "Ha? Like hell it does." Lin smacked Sang Biao squarely on the head, producing a crisp thud. Sang Biao clutched the top of his head in pain. "Stop pretending. I controlled my strength perfectly, it's just a daze, not a brain injury." "Hee, you caught me," Sang Biao chuckled sheepishly. "Let us keep going. We need to get it back home soon. A little guy like this isn't cut out for life on the streets with us." With that, Lin, holding the little white cat in his mouth, led the other stray cats across the campus. Naturally, this scene drew gasps of admiration from the students. "Wow! That's so heartwarming. Man, in the blink of an eye, Blackie has become a dad. What a touching moment. Why is Blackie carrying that kitten around in his mouth? You don't get it. He is announcing to everyone that he has an heir, just like in The Lion King. No wonder. I think Blackie is saying that while he is a stray, his child isn't. Ah, that is so touching."
I'm gonna take a picture and post it on my social media.
Lin couldn't be bothered to argue with the students anymore. All he wanted now was to get the little guy back home as soon as possible. It took him 10 minutes, and he soon arrived at Luna S' apartment with the little white cat. Once he found the right unit number, he raised his paw and started knocking on the door.
Knock, knock, knock.
After knocking a dozen times, there was still no response from inside.
Knock, knock, knock.
He knocked another dozen times, but the result was the same.
Is no one home? Just as Lin was thinking this, a faint sound drifted out from inside the apartment.
Listening closely, it was unmistakably the sound of a human snoring. The moment he heard the snoring, he knew someone was home.
What is going on? Is he sleeping that soundly?
To figure out exactly what was happening, he first set the little white cat down on the ground, then turned to Sangbiao and the other cats and said,
"You lot keep an eye on it for me. I'm going in to check things out."
Before Sangbiao and the others could react, Lin transformed into a wisp of black smoke and slipped through the narrow gap beneath the security door into the room. Once inside, he immediately activated his invisibility mode and began strolling casually through the house. As he drew closer to the bedroom, the faint snoring grew increasingly distinct. The snores alternated between high and low, soft and loud. Following the sound, Lin soon spotted a man and a woman lying in bed. Judging by their ages, they appeared to be a student couple, both still wearing their pajamas. Clearly, they were the owners of the little white cat. Young people these days really do sleep like logs. With a look of exasperation on his face, Lin prepared to wake them up. First, he scratched the soles of their feet. When they showed no reaction, he jumped to the head of the bed and slapped each of them across the face. Their faces turned red from the slaps, yet they still showed no signs of waking up. What the heck?
Is their sleep really that deep? I just don't buy it.
As he spoke, his gaze swept around the room. Soon, he spotted a bottle of mineral water on the nearby table. He clamped the bottle between his teeth, held it over their heads, and with a light swipe of his paw, tore a large hole in the bottle, drenching them both in water. He thought this would surely wake them up, but to Lin's utter surprise, they continued to sleep soundly, showing no signs of waking.
How did they party all night last night?
Completely defeated, Lin finally jumped off the bed. Just then, he caught a glimpse of what looked like a book on the bedside table. The book had a black cover and appeared to be about 200 or 300 pages long. For some reason, upon seeing the book, Lin had a vague sense that something was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it.
Upon closer inspection, it was indeed just an ordinary book.
He decided to chalk that strange feeling up to his own imagination.
Forget it.
Judging by the way they look, they probably won't wake up anytime soon. Besides, these two aren't exactly suited to be cat owners. As he spoke, he looked toward the balcony next to the bedroom.
If he wasn't mistaken, the little guy had most likely ended up in the school after falling through a gap in the balcony railing.
It was just lucky that it hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Realizing this, Lin immediately stripped them of their rights as cat parents. At the same time, he thought of a more suitable candidate. 20 minutes later, at the school's faculty dormitory, as Lin knocked on the door, a girl wearing a short-sleeved sports top and yoga pants appeared behind it. Judging by the slight flush on her cheeks and the beads of sweat at her temples, she seemed to have just finished exercising. Upon seeing Lin at the door, a look of surprise immediately spread across her face.
"Oh, Nini, you're back."
Without a doubt, this girl was none other than Xiao Lingyin, the campus beauty of Jinghai University.
Overjoyed, Xiao Lingyin bent down to pick Lin up. But just then, a tiny figure beside Lin caught her attention. Meow.
After that soft, kitten-like meow, Xiao Lingyin's expression shifted repeatedly. From confusion to shock, and then from shock to delight. Her cherry-red lips formed a perfect O. Seeing her reaction, Lin wasn't the least bit surprised. But what Xiao Lingyin said next nearly sent him tumbling to the ground.
"Wow!
Nini, you're amazing, you brought the baby back so fast.
When did this happen? Where's the baby's mom? How could you not tell mom about something this big?" So does that mean I've been promoted to grandma now? Is this your only child? Where are your other babies?
Come here, let grandma hold you.
Nini, don't you dare leave. How could you do this? You give birth to a child and just dump it on your old mother back home to raise? You're no different from those street urchins.
I'll only help you take care of this one. Any others you bring back, I won't raise them. Only after Lin had dashed out of the faculty dorm did he let out a long sigh of relief. Turning to glance back at the dorm building, he couldn't help but mutter to himself.
Finally got rid of her. Little one, this is as far as I can help you. Your new master should treat you better.
With that, he began strolling leisurely through the campus, keeping an eye out for someone to scrounge a meal from. After looking around for a while, a familiar figure caught his attention. It was none other than Ning, whom he hadn't seen in a few days. Ning seemed to be getting ready to head out, backpack slung over her shoulders, a book in hand, hurrying toward the electric scooter parking area.
You're the one.
Remembering the can of food Ning had promised him but hadn't delivered yet, Lin immediately picked up his pace. Just as Ning was about to hop on her little pink scooter, he jumped onto the back seat. Perhaps sensing the movement from the back, Ning immediately turned to look. When she saw it was Lin, a flash of delight crossed her eyes.
Blackie! It's you! Meow. Oh, right. I remember now. I still haven't given you the reward I promised last time, have I? But you might have to wait until next time. I've got something to do today.
My favorite mystery novelist is in Jinghai, and their essay book signing at the city library right now.
I have to get there right away. Look, I've even got the book ready.
As she spoke, Ning, her eyes brimming with anticipation, held up the book in her hand. When Lin got a clear look at the book's cover, her expression shifted slightly.
That book again? How come she has it too? Chapter 49, Nightmare, Zhuang.
Indeed, the book Ning was holding was exactly the same as the black-covered book Lin had seen on that couple's bedside table earlier. Seeing the book again, that strange, unsettling feeling he'd experienced earlier came rushing back.
There is something wrong with this book.
Having reached this conclusion, Lin couldn't help but glance at the title.
Nightmare. A very strange name.
Just as he was about to take a closer look to figure out exactly what was wrong with the book, Ning's voice rang out again.
All right, Blackie, I'm off. Wait for me to come back. When I get back, I'll definitely make up for the treats I owe you. Cross my heart.
Saying this, Ning grabbed Lin's front paw and made a promise. Then she cupped Lin's face and gave it a good rub before setting him down on the ground.
Wait for me to come back, okay?
I'll bring you some good treats when I return.
Bye.
With Lin watching her go, Ning, riding her scooter, quickly disappeared into the campus. Once Ning was gone, Lin, deep in thought, walked toward the campus exit. A few minutes later, he returned to the apartment where he had previously cared for the little white cat. The room was still filled with snoring. The couple remained in the same state of sleep as before. The only difference from before was that their complexions had visibly worsened, and every now and then, various expressions flashed across their faces. There was excitement, terror, and pain. Seeing this, Lin, who was crouched at the foot of the bed, grew even more somber.
They're definitely not just sleeping. Why is this happening? Could they be controlled by the entity? But I don't sense the entity's presence on them.
After a flurry of questions sprang to mind, Lin's gaze involuntarily drifted to the black-bound book lying nearby. Perhaps the problem lies here. Driven by curiosity, he gently opened the book's cover, revealing the title page and the passage inscribed upon it.
Dreams are the continuation of reality. Reality is the end of dreams.
Dreams are a tear in the night in another world. We can all see those we long to meet.
Zhuang.
This passage, though seemingly poetic, inexplicably triggered a wave of intense unease in Lin. His mind went blank for a moment as he read the words. This only strengthened his conviction that there was something wrong with the book before him. I'll see for myself what's written inside. Driven by curiosity, he turned the pages again, and the story within slowly unfolded. Let us give a warm round of applause to welcome our young author, Ms. Zhuang. In the lobby on the first floor of the Jinghai City Library, as the hostess' words trailed off, a mature woman with an intellectual air, dressed in a black chiffon skirt, slowly walked from the side to the front of the stage. Her appearance instantly electrified the atmosphere on the first floor of the library. Many young men and women held up their black-covered books, gazing at her with excitement in their eyes. Seeing this, the sophisticated woman in the black chiffon dress placed a hand over her heart, smiled, and gave a slight bow. After taking the microphone from the host, she spoke in a gentle tone. "Thank you all for your support, and thank you for coming to the signing event for Nightmare. As a novelist, your approval is my greatest motivation." The woman in the black dress speaking at that moment was none other than Zhuang, the suspense novelist whose fame had recently skyrocketed in Longhua. Originally just an ordinary office worker, she began her writing career at the age of 30. That same year, she wrote Nightmare, a work revered as a masterpiece by countless suspense enthusiasts. Thanks to Nightmare, she successfully won several literary awards, and her success has been unstoppable ever since. Once Zhuang finished her opening remarks, the event moved on to the QA and interaction session with the book club members. Ning, who had been waiting patiently on the sidelines, immediately raised her right hand, her face beaming with excitement. Thanks to her height, Zhuang spotted her right away. After smiling at Ning, she signaled to a staff member to hand her the microphone. As soon as she received the microphone, Ning took a deep breath before speaking slowly. "Ms. Xiaodai, I am your devoted fan and also a private investigator. I was deeply moved after reading Nightmare, but I have some questions I'd like to ask you here." Hearing Ning's words, Zhuang maintained her gentle, composed expression. "What are your questions?" "My first question is, what inspired you to write such a masterpiece?" As soon as Ning asked this, everyone in the room turned their gaze toward Zhuang. Zhuang herself took only a second to respond. "Actually, the inspiration for this book came mainly from a dream I had. In that dream, I experienced so many things. You could say that it was precisely because of that dream that the book Nightmare came into being." "A dream?" After hearing Zhuang's answer, the fans in the room immediately began whispering among themselves. It seems no one had realized that the inspiration behind Nightmare stemmed simply from a single dream. In my view, it was precisely this dream that allowed me to find my true self, enabling me to break free from my cage and transcend my limitations. Sometimes I even wonder if everything I'm experiencing now might also be a dream from which I don't even want to wake up." As he spoke, a self-deprecating smile spread across Zhuang's face. "So, Teacher Xiaodai, at the end of the book, was the ending Zhou Shang saw real or just a dream?" Ning asked, posing his second question. This question is also the greatest mystery in Nightmare. However, this time Zhuang did not give a direct answer. Instead, he offered a mysterious smile. "If the ending is exactly what you want, then whether it's a dream or reality doesn't really matter. By the way, I'd like to ask you readers a question. If you could make all your wishes come true in a dream, would you still want to wake up?" As soon as she said this, the readers in the audience all looked pensive. However, Zhuang didn't give them much time to think. She quickly changed the subject. The book signing proceeded as planned. In the end, Ning successfully got Zhuang's autograph and a photo with her. She rode her little electric scooter back to school, feeling absolutely delighted. As soon as she returned to her dorm room, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. After forcing herself to wash up, she collapsed onto the bed. At the same time, in a suite at a luxury hotel in Jinghai City, Zhuang, wearing a silk robe that revealed her snow-white, milk-like skin and holding a glass of red wine, slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze out at the night view of Jinghai City. Suddenly, her reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window twisted into a hideous grimace. Immediately afterward, a woman who bore a resemblance to her but was overweight and had sallow skin slowly split out from within her body. The moment she appeared, the woman roared at Zhuang. "When are you going to give my body back to me?" Hearing the woman's words, Zhuang, who was holding a glass of red wine, smiled faintly. "Are you sure you want to go back to your old self? Go back to being a corporate drone? Go back to being an unwanted, over-the-hill spinster? Look at you now, a best-selling author, the queen of suspense, a role model for women, a wealthy beauty with assets in the tens of millions. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman's face first showed signs of struggle, then turned to one of sheer terror as she cried out.
It's fake. It's all fake. This is just a dream, a nightmare. I want to be my old self again. Give me back my body.
With that, she lunged toward Zhuang. Faced with the woman's madness, Zhuang remained completely unfazed. Without making a single move, black tentacles began to extend from her body. The frenzied woman was instantly bound tightly by these tentacles and eventually pulled back into her body bit by bit.
Once the woman had completely vanished, a contemptuous smile appeared on Zhuang's face. Fake? What is real and what is fake? You clearly don't even want to wake up, yet you still say you want to be yourself again. Humans truly are the most hypocritical creatures.
With that, she turned and walked toward the large bed nearby.
Let me see how many pitiful souls have fallen into nightmares today. Chapter 50, The Entity in the Dream, the Giant Cat in the Dream.
Ning had a dream in which she returned to her childhood. A tall man in a security guard's uniform, his face blurred, was bending down to stroke her little head.
Daddy, don't go. But Daddy has to go on a mission. I'll be back as soon as I'm done. Then let us make a promise. Okay, let us make a promise.
Just as she held out her finger, the tall man holding her vanished without a trace, and the surrounding scene began to shatter into pieces. Just as she stood there, utterly bewildered, a familiar little house appeared before her. Inside the house, a couple was walking out, arm in arm. The moment they saw her, their faces lit up with affection. When they reached Ning, the tall man on the left gently knelt down and tightened the red scarf around her neck.
Sweetie, what are you standing there for? Didn't we agree to go to Liberation Park today to ride the swan boats?
Hearing this, Ning paused to think for a moment, then replied with a beaming smile.
Okay. Starting today, Mom and Dad will always be with you, okay?
The young woman with long, jet-black hair on the other side also crouched down, cupping Ning's cheeks with both hands as she said with a smile.
Ning nodded vigorously without a moment's hesitation. Let us go.
Immediately, the couple each took one of Ning's hands and walked off into the distance. As time went by, Ning grew up quite a bit, and her princess dress was replaced by a school uniform. Just after school, when she opened the door, she saw a man wearing an apron carrying a tray of freshly cooked meals to the table. Seeing Ning come home, the man set the tableware in place while saying gently,
Go wash your hands.
It's your birthday today, and Dad made all your favorite dishes. Hearing this, Ning hurriedly asked,
What about Mom? Mom went out to buy you a cake.
No sooner had he finished speaking than a gentle-mannered middle-aged woman pushed open the door and walked in. In her hands, she held not only a cake but also a beautifully wrapped gift. Seeing the woman, Ning immediately ran to embrace her. What she didn't notice, however, was that just as she buried her face in the woman's embrace, a faint, enigmatic smile flashed across the woman's face. At the same time, she asked that familiar question once more.
Starting today, Mom and Dad will always be with you, okay?
Just as Ning was about to agree wholeheartedly, a cat's meow suddenly came from outside the window.
Meow.
The moment she heard the meow, it was as if something clicked in Ning's mind. She hurried to the window. Looking closely, she saw a familiar black cat perched on the large tree outside the window, its pair of golden eyes fixed intently on her.
Ha! It's Blackie. What are you doing here? Meow. The black cat meowed again. That's not right. Blackie wouldn't be here.
Staring at the black cat outside, Ning suddenly sensed something was off. Just as she was about to figure out what was wrong, that familiar female voice came from behind her again. Sweetie, come blow out the candles.
Mommy has a present for you.
The sound of that voice instantly interrupted Ning's train of thought. Forgetting the question she'd just been pondering, she turned around immediately. At that moment, a soft candlelight flickered on the dining table. With the middle-aged couple standing beside it, the scene was, for a moment, incredibly heartwarming. If it weren't for the black tentacles constantly extending from behind them. Sweetie, make a wish. Once you do,
our family will be together forever. That's right. Mom and Dad will never leave you again. Our family will be happy and content forever.
Urged on by the couple, Ning pressed her palms together and slowly approached the cake. After a moment's thought, she finally voiced her wish. I wish this weren't just a dream. As soon as she finished speaking, she smiled and looked up at the couple.
Hearing her words, the couple's expression shifted repeatedly from surprise to disappointment, confusion, and finally anger. The next second, their faces twisted into grimaces, and the black tentacles hidden behind them ceased their disguise, spreading like vines to fill the entire room. Immediately afterward, a voice neither male nor female echoed through the room. How did you realize this was a dream? It's simple.
First, I saw Blackie couldn't he possibly have been there when I was a kid, Ning said with absolute certainty.
Second, my parents would never call me baby.
Although I don't know who you really are, I'm grateful to you for letting me experience a warmth I've never felt before. As she spoke, Ning, who had been wearing her middle school uniform, returned to her original form. Now it's time for this dream to end.
No. Don't you want to stay with your parents forever?
The monstrous middle-aged couple, having merged into a single form, emitted a series of seductive, hypnotic voices. Yet Ning shook her head firmly.
I have a life of my own now.
With that, she turned to leave. But just then, countless black tentacles surged toward her like a tidal wave, wrapping around her body and slowly pulling her into the darkness. The strange entity controlling the tentacles let out another burst of triumphant laughter.
You can't escape.
Come on, fall into the eternal dream.
In the dream, you'll get everything you want.
In that moment, Ning felt as if her soul were being sucked into a bottomless vortex. Her consciousness began to fade. At the same time, in the real world, she lay on her bed, her face contorted with agony. She tried to open her mouth to scream but couldn't make a sound. She tried to call for help, but her limbs felt as if they weren't her own. Just as she was about to fall into the eternal dream from which there was no escape, a sudden burst of light erupted from beneath her pillow.
Immediately afterward, a dark mist seeped into her brain.
Meanwhile, in Ning's dream world, darkness was slowly encroaching. Yet at this critical moment, a colossal claw suddenly tore through the layers of darkness. The space where Ning was situated crumbled apart as if made of paper.
Meow.
With a meow that echoed across the heavens and earth, a colossal black cat, towering as tall as the sky, appeared above Ning's head.
The black cat gazed down with eyes as golden as the sun.
No darkness could hide from its gaze. The strange entity that had been tightly coiled around Ning immediately changed its expression upon seeing the black cat. What is this thing?
Why is it appearing in your dream?
At that moment, Ning's mind cleared, and upon seeing the giant cat above him, his face lit up with delight.
Blackie! Is that you, Blackie? Hurry up and help me chase this monster away. Meow.
Another meow echoed, and a flash of murderous intent instantly flickered in those golden eyes in the sky. Immediately, a paw larger than a house slammed down with tremendous force.
Boom!
The terrifying, tentacled creature was sent flying hundreds of meters away. By the time it hit the ground, the creature was already terrified out of its wits. At that moment, there was not a shred of fighting spirit left in its heart, only one thought: to flee. It shot Ning a resentful glance before its form began to fade away bit by bit. Just as it was about to vanish completely, a claw-like gust of wind streaked toward it at breakneck speed, leaving a horrific gash across its body.
Ah!
After a piercing scream, the creature finally vanished from Ning's dream. Not long after it disappeared, Ning, drenched in sweat, jolted awake from his bed. At the same time, on the rooftop of the school building, Lin, who had been sleeping soundly, slowly opened his eyes. His golden eyes were filled with confusion.
What the heck? How can dreams be connected? I actually ended up in Ning's dream. What on earth was that dark, shapeless thing just now?
In that moment, a string of questions sprang to mind in his little head. But he soon realized something and raised his right front paw. On his right front paw, strands of black resentment were coiling around it. He stuck out his tongue and licked it, and a notification popped up.
Consumed evil spirit S resentment, energy reserve plus 100.
It's an entity after all, an entity capable of entering other people's dreams.
This seems kind of interesting. A hint of amusement crept onto Lin S' face. It was 8 o'clock the next morning when several ambulances suddenly pulled into Jinghai University. At the same time, faint sounds of commotion could be heard coming from several dormitory buildings. Chapter 51, Mass Incident, An Unusual Morning.
On the roof of the academic building, Lin, who had just woken up, yawned first, then rested his forepaws on the wall beside him and stretched. Once his body was fully awake, he slowly made his way down to the ground floor. He had expected to run into college students on their way to class and maybe even score a free breakfast. But he soon discovered the building was completely empty. Not only were there no students attending class, but he didn't even see a single teacher. Seeing this scene, a hint of confusion flashed across Lin's feline eyes.
What's going on? It's not even the weekend. Why isn't anyone here for class?
With this question on his mind, Lin walked out of the building. To his great surprise, it wasn't just the academic building that was empty. The entire campus seemed deserted. Even the few students he did spot were all hurrying by. Before he could figure out what was going on, a large, plump orange cat sprawled out on a flower bed caught his eye.
Lang, have you eaten yet?
After calling out, Lin walked over to the fat orange cat.
Hearing Lin's words, the cat struggled to turn its neck. Once it recognized Lin, a look of delight instantly lit up its face. Not yet. I haven't eaten in hours. I'm starving. I don't know what's going on today.
Those girls who used to bring me treats every day haven't shown up.
Night King, do you have any food? Where would I get food?
But come to think of it, if even you, Sir Lang, haven't managed to get a bite, it seems there really isn't anyone around today. Lin wore a pensive expression.
You keep going. I'll go ask the other cats and see what's going on.
After letting Sir Lang know, Lin continued to wander around the school. As he passed the campus convenience store, he ran into Iron Hammer, who was running around dragging a sledgehammer.
Iron Hammer, doing your morning workout? Have you eaten yet?
Hearing Lin's voice, Iron Hammer, every muscle in his body taut, immediately turned his head.
Just finished. What did you eat? Was it good? Lin's eyes lit up.
Ha! Lin was a bit taken aback.
Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? Not at all.
I ate right in front of that dumb dog's den, Iron Hammer said with a mischievous grin. Oh, well, Lin couldn't help but glance toward the corner about 10 meters away, where a Shar-Pei with a collar around its neck was sleeping inside a foam box.
Chicken feathers and blood were scattered all over the ground in front of the foam box.
Who knows what it was dreaming about, but the Shar-Pei was still grinning like an idiot, completely oblivious to the disaster about to befall it. After casting a sympathetic glance at the Shar-Pei, Lin turned his attention back to Iron Hammer. Hammer, you should cut back on this kind of petty thievery in the future. Oh, and go inside and grab this king a hot dog to tide me over. Don't worry, I'll toss the wrapper in front of the doghouse after I'm done. But just as Iron Hammer was about to move, a series of heart-wrenching cries suddenly echoed from inside the campus supermarket. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged woman wielding a broom stormed out, furious. After scanning the area, she charged straight to the doghouse and began berating the sleeping Shar-Pei. It's you, just as I thought. Why did you have to pick a fight with him of all people?
Is chicken really that good?
Woof.
You dare talk back. You've gotten pretty bold.
Woof.
Don't play the victim with me. I've got Iron Hammer tied up. How could such a tiny little kitten possibly drag such a huge sledgehammer? It had to be you. You're not getting any lunch today. Woo woo woo.
Watching the Shar-Pei get scolded so mercilessly, then glancing at Iron Hammer putting on an innocent act, Lin couldn't help but let out a sigh. As expected, only the one who wrongs you knows just how wronged you are.
Night King, do you still want some ham? I'll go steal some for you right now.
I'll toss a couple in front of that dumb dog too, it looks kind of pitiful.
Just then, Iron Hammer suddenly spoke up.
Hearing this, Lin couldn't help but look at him with newfound respect. I didn't expect you to have a conscience after all. However, Iron Hammer's next remark left him completely speechless. The thing is, I already stole a bunch yesterday. I'm worried they'll do a stock take, so if I toss a few in front of the doghouse, we'll call it even.
Lin. Forget it.
I won't be eating this sausage after all. It's got dog blood on it, and I'm too kind-hearted to eat that. As he said this, Lin seemed to think of something. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him, he directly regurgitated a few 100 yuan bills from his stomach.
Hide this stuff. Every few days, bring one over to your owner. From now on, they won't stop you from eating whatever you want.
Looking at the 100 yuan bills on the ground, Iron Hammer looked thoroughly suspicious.
Night King, you're not pulling my leg, are you? How could I possibly lie to you? Go try it and see for yourself.
Still a bit skeptical, Iron Hammer first hid the other 100 yuan bills, then picked one up in his mouth and trotted over to the middle-aged woman who had scolded the Sharpei earlier. When the woman saw the 100 yuan bill in Iron Hammer's mouth, a smile immediately lit up her previously angry face.
Oh my goodness, Iron Hammer, you're just too amazing. Honey, come quick and look. Iron Hammer brought back a 100 yuan bill from outside. Iron Hammer, you really are our family's lucky cat.
I told you it's cats bring wealth, dogs bring poverty, but you insisted on saying cats bring poverty, dogs bring wealth.
Tietue, what do you want to eat?
Pick whatever you like.
I'll never tie you up again.
Sharpei, I'll let it slide today for Tietue's sake, but from now on, you'd better learn from Tietue, got it?
This sudden outpouring of affection left Tietue feeling both flattered and a bit overwhelmed.
His gaze toward Lin outside the door grew even more admiring. It seems establishing a cat's status really is important.
I am truly too kind. Shaking his head, Lin continued on his way.
Along the way, he encountered quite a few other cats. Without exception, they all said they hadn't made a single sale today, let alone cat treats. They hadn't even managed to get the cheapest starch-filled sausages. Since they had nothing to eat, Lin, as their leader, naturally couldn't get his share of their offerings either. The only one who might have something to eat was Tiansha. When Lin ran into him, he was sleeping with his head resting on a gray rat as big as a kitten. In the corner behind him, 4 or 5 other rats were shivering. Upon seeing Lin, Tiansha immediately stood up and spoke up quite eagerly.
Night King, have you had breakfast yet? Why not have a bite here with me?
As he spoke, he shot a ferocious glare at one of the rats in the corner. That single glance nearly killed the rat on the spot.
Night King, how about this one? It's fat and big.
Hearing this, Lin immediately shook his head repeatedly. No, this king doesn't usually eat such greasy things in the morning. My stomach suddenly feels a bit itchy, probably too much cat hair.
I'm going to eat some catnip, you carry on.
Leaving those words behind, Lin hurried off. Having been a cat for so long, he could accept everything else, but eating mice was something he simply could not bring himself to do. But he absolutely couldn't let his underlings find out about this. If word got out that the mighty leader of the cat gang was too scared to eat mice, the other cats would laugh their heads off. Who would ve thought that even I, the Night King, would one day worry about what to eat for breakfast?
Feeling his empty stomach, Lin couldn't help but frown.
Just then, a familiar voice suddenly drifted over.
Blackie, so you're here. I've been looking for you forever. I finally found you.
Hearing the voice, Lin immediately turned his head. He saw Ning, beaming with joy, walking slowly toward him with a large box in her arms. Look, these are the cans and cat treats I promised you earlier.
I didn't leave a single one out.
Under Lin's astonished gaze, Ning opened the lid of the cardboard box right in front of him, revealing a box filled to the brim with cat treats.
Chapter 52, The Cat Detective returns for round 2, investigating.
At that very moment, for the ravenously hungry Lin, Ning, who had appeared with a pile of cat food, was undoubtedly a cat savior. Overjoyed, he hurriedly urged Ning to open a can.
The aroma of the cat food was too much to resist, and he began devouring it in big bites.
Ning crouched beside him, watching.
As soon as Lin finished one can, she thoughtfully opened the second one. And so it went. Lin polished off 4 cans in a row.
Only after finishing the 4th can did he finally show a look of satisfaction. Licking the crumbs from the corners of his mouth with his tongue, he turned to look at Ning beside him.
Meow.
He knew Ning hadn't come just to bring him cat food. And the truth turned out exactly as he suspected.
Blackie, did you notice today? A lot of people are missing from school all of a sudden. I even saw several ambulances just now.
I heard some students just wouldn't wake up no matter what. Although the school hasn't released the exact number, I'd guess it's quite a few, otherwise they wouldn't have cancelled classes.
Hearing Ning's words, a look of realization spread across Lin's face. No wonder.
So that's why.
They couldn't be woken up no matter what. Isn't that just like those 2 people from yesterday?
At that moment, he couldn't help but think of the couple living in the off-campus apartment complex. And I also heard that it's not just our school, the medical university and the University of Science and Technology next door are experiencing the same thing. I think this must be part of a massive conspiracy.
As a pretty girl detective, I feel it's my duty to get to the bottom of this.
With that, Ning grabbed Lin's 2 front paws and forced him to his feet.
Detective Blackie, it's time for us to return to the scene of the crime.
As long as we can uncover the truth behind this, our pretty girl and cat detective agency is sure to make a name for itself in Jinghai. From now on, you'll reach the pinnacle of feline glory, becoming the Sherlock Holmes of cats and the dream cat of countless beautiful felines.
Lin.
As a black cat, he really wanted to roll his eyes right then. He'd seen plenty of people promising the moon to humans, but this was the first time he'd seen someone promising the moon to a cat.
Also, when did your detective agency change its name? Wasn't it called the Cat SI Detective Agency?
However, Ning clearly hadn't noticed the change in Lin's expression. Her eyes were still filled with excitement.
Detective Blackie, I've got some new gear for you this time. Let me help you put it on.
With that, she pulled a small outfit and a tiny hat out of her bag. The outfit was a dark gray cape top, just like Sherlock Holmes's, and the hat was the black top hat he wore in the movies. She even accessorized Lin with a small pipe hanging from a necklace and a tiny gold pocket watch. After putting on this outfit, Lin was instantly transformed into a detective cat.
Ning nodded in satisfaction. Detective Blackie, you look absolutely cool now. Come on.
Under Lin's disdainful gaze, Ning held out her right hand and motioned for Lin to place his paw on it.
You really are something else.
After a moment of exasperation, Lin placed his right front paw on the back of Ning's hand. Anytime, any place, the pretty girl and the cat detective are ready to get down to business. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Ning produced a notebook from somewhere and began analyzing the case right in front of Lin, treating him just like any human detective. According to my investigation, all the victims are college students, and the incidents occurred last night. The circumstances are also largely the same. They fell asleep after returning to their dorms and never woke up. The cause is unknown, but I suspect they were poisoned.
But what exactly caused the poisoning? The key now is to find the common thread among these victims.
While she analyzed the case intently, Lin already had the answer in his mind. Needless to say, he knew that the culprit behind all this must be the entity that appeared in Ning's dream last night. And the most likely way it entered others' dreams was through that book titled Nightmare. As for why the victims were almost exclusively college students, he had also come up with a possible explanation. To verify his theory, he immediately ran off in one direction. Seeing Lin leave, Ning hurriedly grabbed her things and chased after him.
Blackie, where are you going? Wait for me.
The man and the cat ran like that for about 10 minutes.
Until Lin ran into the library and stopped in front of a bookshelf on the second floor.
No sooner had he arrived than Ning followed right behind him. Watching Lin crouching in front of the bookshelf, Ning looked completely puzzled.
Blackie, why did you bring me here?
No sooner had she finished speaking than Lin suddenly jumped up and pulled a book off the shelf.
Thud.
With a soft thud, the book with the black cover landed flat on the floor. When Ning saw the cover of the book, her expression changed slightly.
How could it be this book? Blackie, are you suggesting this incident has something to do with this book? Meow. You're not as slow as I thought.
With Lin's confirmation, Ning's mind began racing. There's a girl in room 316 who didn't wake up today either. If I remember correctly, she had this book in her hands before. And there's a high probability that other people at the school have also come into contact with this book. If that is the case, this book is definitely a prime suspect. For some reason, Ning thought of what Zhuang had said at the book signing last night. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck her.
That's it. It's her, it has to be her. Plus, I had a weird dream last night too. I almost didn't wake up. Maybe it was because I looked at this book.
In an instant, she felt as though all the mysteries had been solved.
The next second, she was crouching down in front of Lin. Blackie, you're amazing. I think I figured it out now, I just need to verify it. Once this case is solved, I'm definitely going to include you in my detective novel.
With that, she picked Lin up and headed toward the school gates. Lin didn't object, he was eager to meet this special entity capable of entering others' dreams. He had a hunch that this entity might bring him a unique surprise. Half an hour later, Ning arrived at the venue of last night's book signing on her electric scooter, with Lin in tow.
But upon arrival, the staff informed her that Zhuang was currently resting at the hotel due to special circumstances. Hearing this news, Ning felt a wave of disappointment. Blackie, what do we do now?
If we can't see her, we won't be able to verify this with her. Hearing her words, Lin furrowed his brow. But he soon relaxed, because not far ahead, a stray dog appeared. There are no insurmountable difficulties, only brave dogs.
Chapter 53, Dream Eater, Battle in a Dream.
On the lawn in front of the city library, a yellow dog with buck teeth lay listlessly on the ground. Suddenly, a piece of starched sausage landed right in front of it. The moment it saw the sausage, the big yellow dog perked right up. It stood up and gobbled the piece of sausage down in one bite. No sooner had it finished than another piece dropped not far ahead.
Eating as it went, it soon arrived beneath a large tree. But just then, two dark shadows suddenly came into view.
Before it could react, one of the shadows pounced, knocking it to the ground.
Meow. Don't move, or I'll smash your doggy head.
Hearing those words, combined with the oppressive weight on its head, the stray yellow dog with buck teeth immediately froze in place.
Big Pot, don't mess with me. Ha? What kind of dog language is that?
Looking at the yellow dog he subdued, Lin's mind went blank for a moment.
Big Pot, if you want to be my pet, just say so. I'll be your pet.
Seeing how cooperative the yellow dog was, Lin immediately gave Ning a nod. Ning promptly pulled out the book from her bag, the one she had Zhuang signed the night before. After taking it out, she held it up to the yellow dog's nose for it to sniff.
Lin took charge of explaining from the side. Can you smell the scent on the book? Sure. Then can you find the person who left this scent for me, Your Majesty? Sure, no problem, the buck-toothed big yellow dog hurriedly agreed.
Once the job is done, I'll give you 30 starched sausages.
Big Pot, you're not just talking nonsense, are you?
This king keeps his word. I'll never go back on my promise.
Big Pot, don't worry. I'm totally loyal to you.
Upon learning he did get to eat starched sausages, the buck-toothed yellow dog immediately displayed boundless loyalty.
Soon, following Lin's instructions, he began tracking Zhuang's trail by following the scent she left on the book.
At the same time, on a large bed in a hotel less than 800 meters away, Zhuang, clad in a silk nightgown, slowly opened her eyes. The moment her eyes opened, she rose and walked to the full-length mirror, then slipped off her nightgown, fully exposing her exquisite figure. Yet on her snow-white, satin-like skin were 3 hideous claw marks. Each of these 3 claw marks was deep enough to reach the bone. Seeing these 3 claw marks, Zhuang recalled what had happened earlier, and a look of lingering fear involuntarily crossed her face.
What kind of monster was in that girl's dream?
Not only did it injure me, but the wounds are so difficult to heal.
If I encounter it again, I'm as good as dead.
I must regain my strength as soon as possible. As she muttered to herself, it seemed as though she had made a decision. Soon, she lay back down on the bed and fell asleep instantly. In her dream, she transformed into a dense black mist, snatching up souls trapped within the dream. One of them was a man dreaming of great wealth. Just a moment ago, he had been lying atop a mountain of gold, living a life of extravagance and luxury. The next second, a long tongue swept him off the mountain of gold. Immediately, a hideous beast's face appeared before him. Under his terrified gaze, the long tongue dragged him into a massive maw. After devouring the man's soul, the monster hidden within the black mist grew noticeably stronger. Then it burst into a second dream. In this dream, a young girl was fantasizing about becoming a superstar, surrounded by countless fans. But just as she stepped onto the stage to receive the adoration of the crowd, that long tongue descended from the sky once more, sweeping her entire body up into the heavens. In the end, she too could not escape the fate of being devoured by the giant maw. Just as the monster Zhuang's incarnation was rampaging through the dream world, a nurse in a ward at Jinghai City People's Hospital let out a startled cry. "Oh no, 2 patients' vital signs have disappeared." The moment she spoke, the ward erupted into chaos. Several doctors in white coats immediately rushed into the room to examine the 2 patients. After the examination, their expressions changed instantly. How is this possible? Their organs are all intact. They were clearly just asleep. No sooner had the doctors finished speaking than several people in black uniforms entered the room upon hearing the news. Leading the group was Chen, captain of Team 3 of the Anomaly Guild. Upon entering the ward, they immediately began examining the people on the beds. In the brief moment it took, 2 more lost their vital signs. Faced with this outcome, Chen's expression instantly turned grim. Is the Dream Eater declaring war on us? To dare devour these people as souls outright. Hearing his words, Nan, who was following behind him, shook his head. I don't think so. Dream Eater has always been very cautious. From the time the Anomaly Guild first discovered its existence until now, it hasn't caused a single death at most, it's just made the victims sleep for a couple extra days. The fact that it's acting so unusually this time leads me to suspect that something has made it feel threatened, which is why it's resorting to such extreme measures to rapidly boost its power. Oh? But doesn't the Dream Eater have no natural enemies? Even if we killed its ghost tamer, it could still be reborn in the dream world. What could possibly make it feel threatened? Chen asked, looking puzzled. I don't know. But judging by the way it's killing people now, I'm afraid a major problem will arise soon. We have to stop it. After saying this, Nan turned to the medical staff and said, please step outside for a moment. We need to administer emergency treatment to these patients right away. At this, the medical staff exchanged glances, their faces betraying a hint of hesitation. It wasn't until a nurse ran in and whispered a few words in their ears that they quickly left the ward. Once they were gone, Chen and the other 4 immediately locked the ward door from the inside and opened a backpack they had brought with them. As the backpack was opened, its contents were revealed. A stack of yellow talismans, several sticks of incense, and an incense burner. After distributing the talismans to the other members of the team and lighting the incense, Nan addressed them with a solemn expression. This is a soul-binding talisman. Stick it on your foreheads later. It will ensure you wake up immediately if you suffer a fatal blow from the Dream Eater in your dreams. This incense is spirit-focusing incense. It temporarily boosts your mental strength, allowing you to use your real-world strength even in your dreams. Now we must enter the dream world as quickly as possible to stop the Dream Eater. Hearing Nan's words, the team members nodded in unison. Soon, they affixed the yellow talismans to their foreheads as Nan had instructed, while Nan lit the focus incense. As the wispy blue smoke rose, the group opened the black leather-bound book they had prepared earlier. Before long, a wave of drowsiness washed over them. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a terrifying world. High above the sky of this world, a gigantic monster, its body shrouded in black mist, was wreaking havoc. Upon seeing this colossal beast, the team exchanged a glance and charged forward.
Unlike ordinary people, as ghost tamers, they could also harness the strength of entities within the dream realm.
As a result, they were soon locked in a fierce battle with the Dream Eater. But they soon realized they had underestimated the situation.
How could they possibly stand a chance against the Dream Eater in the dream world?
A male team member was the first to be obliterated by the Dream Eater with a scream. He was forcibly expelled from the dream world.
2 others met the same fate shortly after.
In less than 10 minutes, of the 5 who had entered the dream world, only Chan and Nan remained, struggling to hold their ground. This was only because the entities they controlled were of the mental type. Just as they thought they were about to follow their teammates' fate, the terrifying, hideous Dream Eater in the sky vanished without warning.
Chapter 54, Back into the Dream, the Unrivaled Dream Eater. Knock, knock, knock.
In the hotel hallway, after much hardship, Lin and Ning finally found the room where Zhuang was staying. As Ning knocked on the door, Lin stood by, ready to fight at a moment's notice. The moment Zhuang made any suspicious move, he would take her out immediately.
Just then, the door creaked open slightly, revealing Zhuang standing there in a nightgown.
When she saw that it was Ning at the door, a look of surprise clearly flashed across her face.
"Are you the reader who asked me a question yesterday?" Hearing this, Ning quickly nodded. "Yes, Zhuang, I'm your loyal fan. I'm sorry to bother you, but I have a question I'd like to ask you."
At these words, a hint of something unusual flashed in Zhuang's eyes, but she eventually nodded.
"Come on in, then."
"Okay."
Ning gave a polite nod and prepared to enter the room.
"Oh, by the way, I have a friend who also wants to." As she spoke, she began scanning the room for Lin.
"A friend?"
Zhuang's expression changed. She glanced around to make sure no one else was in the hallway before letting out a sigh of relief.
"My friend must have left already."
Seeing that Lin was nowhere to be found, Ning hurriedly explained. A minute later, Zhuang and Ning were sitting across from each other by the floor-to-ceiling windows in the hotel room. After pouring Ning a cup of tea, Zhuang spoke calmly.
"If you have any questions, just ask."
No sooner had she finished speaking than Ning pulled out the copy of Nightmare signed by Zhuang from her bag.
"Zhuang, this book of yours isn't an ordinary book, is it?"
The moment those words left her mouth, the atmosphere in the room shifted instantly, and Zhuang's gaze grew intensely sharp. After giving Ning a deep look, she nodded.
"What exactly do you know?" "I know everything."
"You used this book you wrote to implant psychological suggestions in everyone who read it, forcibly trapping them within their own dreams."
"Even I almost fell for your trick." "I'd really like to know what your purpose is in doing this."
After delivering these words with a serious expression, Ning waited quietly for Zhuang's response. From start to finish, not a trace of fear could be seen on her face. Even though she knew full well that the person standing before her was the mastermind behind this massive incident. Upon hearing her words, Zhuang gave her an admiring look.
"You're quite impressive, and very brave. But since you know I'm the one behind all this, aren't you afraid I might harm you?"
"I'm not afraid," Ning said firmly.
"If I'm not mistaken, your abilities only work in dreams. As long as I don't sleep, you can't do anything to me."
"Smart," Zhuang nodded with a smile.
"You're absolutely right.
All my abilities are only effective in the dream realm. In the real world, I'm just an ordinary person."
"But you are an ordinary person."
"I forgot to mention, while my abilities can't affect reality, I can borrow some of my strength from the dream realm. In my dreams, one of my identities is that of a martial arts master." With that, she struck a martial arts stance, her muscles gradually bulging. Seeing this, Lin, who had been hiding nearby, also prepared to act. But what happened next took him by surprise. Ning remained completely unfazed when Zhuang assumed his fighting stance, her expression as calm as ever. "What a coincidence, I've actually studied some martial arts myself, though my style is a bit different from yours." The next second, she pulled a dark, shadowy object out of her bag. Upon seeing the black object, Zhuang immediately raised his hands above his head.
"Little lady, this isn't any fun if you play like that." "Fine, then I want to use this. I'll switch to something else."
Before Zhuang could react, Ning pulled a stun gun from her bag and pressed the trigger, aiming it at Zhuang's stomach. Instantly, Zhuang's body convulsed from the electric shock, her eyes rolled back, and she finally collapsed lifelessly to the ground, her tongue lolling out as she passed out. Lin, who had witnessed the whole scene from the sidelines, immediately gave Ning a thumbs up.
That's awesome.
But where did a college student like her get a gun? No sooner had this question crossed his mind than Ning, with a smug look on her face, aimed at Zhuang on the ground and pulled the trigger. A jet of water instantly shot out of the muzzle.
Humph. Your knife isn't sharp enough, and you're too skinny. What do you have to take on this detective?
With that, she pulled a rope from her bag and tied Zhuang up tight. After finishing all this, a thin sheen of sweat had broken out on her forehead.
All done. I'll call the police in a minute and have the Public Security Bureau come arrest you.
Clapping her hands, she picked up the cup of tea Zhuang had poured for her earlier and downed it in one gulp. The moment the tea hit her stomach, she felt the room spinning, followed by an overwhelming wave of drowsiness.
Ha, my bad.
With a silly chuckle, she collapsed onto the bed with a thud. Watching all this unfold, Lin couldn't help but cover her face with her cat-like hands. You really shouldn't have praised her.
This is someone else's territory. How could you just drink the water they poured for you?
With that level of vigilance, and you call yourself a detective? Shaking his head in disbelief, Lin hopped over to Zhuang's side, intending to check on her.
No sooner had he landed than his expression changed. Oh no, she is asleep now. That means I'll be delivering vegetables to someone else.
Realizing this, he hurriedly leaped back onto the bed and began slapping Ning's cheeks hard with both paws.
Wake up!
Wake up, quick! But whether it was because the drug in the tea was too potent or because Zhuang had already gotten to Ning. Even after Ed left red marks on her face, Ning showed no signs of waking up. Damn it all, I guess I'll have to step in myself. As he spoke, he hopped onto the nearby table, struggled to pour himself a cup of tea, then stuck out his tongue and began lapping it up from the cup. After just a couple of sips, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. What the hell is this stuff?
It's really potent.
No sooner had he muttered this than he drifted off into a drowsy slumber. At the same time, in the dream world, Ning, who had just entered it, was immediately targeted by Zhuang, who had transformed into the Dream Eater. In its complete form, it was so massive it could be described as obscuring the sky. While rampaging through others' dreams, it let out a maniacal cackle. Little girl, you're quite brave to dare come back. I'm no match for you in the real world, but in the world of dreams, I'm invincible.
Your soul is mine now.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Dream Eater began to toy with Ning as if she were a mouse. In the process, countless people's sweet dreams were shattered, and one independent dream world after another was forced to merge together.
The entire dream world seemed to have plunged into an apocalypse.
Countless souls trapped within the dream world scrambled frantically to escape. Every so often, some unfortunate soul would be devoured by the Dream Eater, becoming a part of it. Because of this, the Dream Eater's strength grew ever stronger. Even Chen and Nan, who had entered the dream world earlier, were as helpless as anyone else. Just as they were about to succumb to despair, a cat's meow suddenly echoed from the sky.
Meow.
Immediately afterward, a terrifying colossus no smaller in size than the fully evolved Dream Eater appeared before everyone's eyes. Chapter 55, The Battle in the Dream World, The Influence of the Mind on Dreams. In the dream world, as the Dream Eater unleashed its ferocity, a wave of despair washed over those trapped within.
But just then, that thunderous meow instantly captured their attention.
Looking in the direction of the sound, they soon witnessed a scene they would never forget.
At the far horizon, a colossal black cat is towering as the Dream Eater itself was striding elegantly toward it.
With every step, the earth trembled.
At the sight of this giant cat, everyone's faces betrayed utter bewilderment.
It really is a dream.
No normal cat could possibly be this big. This dream is just too bizarre. Not only are there man-eating monsters, but there's also a giant cat. Wait a minute, that giant cat seems to be going after that monster.
Just as everyone looked on in disbelief, Ning, who had been running around being chased by the Dream Eater just moments ago, suddenly became incredibly excited.
Blackie, is that you, Blackie? You've come to save me again. Quick, quick, kill that monster. Go for it, Blackie.
At the same time, the Dream Eater in its perfect form also noticed the giant cat that had appeared out of nowhere. Recalling what had happened earlier, a hint of panic flashed across its face.
It's him. How did he come back?
But it quickly regained its composure.
Oof.
Last time I wasn't in my perfect form, and now that I've absorbed so many souls and dream power, I don't believe you can beat me. With that, it launched the first attack at the giant cat. It opened its massive jaws, and endless dream power surged toward the giant cat like a tidal wave, eventually coalescing into countless black tentacles. Just as these black tentacles were about to wrap around the giant cat showed not a trace of panic. It simply raised its right forepaw and gave a light flick forward. In the next instant, a powerful claw blast strong enough to tear apart the heavens and earth shot out to meet the black tentacles.
Crack!
The moment the tentacles collided with the claw blast, the tentacles formed from dream energy were sliced into countless pieces, which dissolved back into dream energy upon hitting the ground. Seeing its attack so easily blocked, Dream Eater's expression shifted slightly as it launched a second attack. Without any visible movement, countless strands of dream energy coalesced around its body, transforming into a set of imposing and majestic armor.
It itself became a half-human warrior with a monstrous head, wielding a pair of swords.
As the twin blades slashed forward simultaneously, a gigantic sword over 1,000 meters long instantly materialized in the air and swept down toward the giant cat.
Boom!
As the blade struck, the entire dream world trembled, and countless dreamscapes crumbled to pieces in that instant. Everyone who witnessed this scene was instantly struck with horror.
Especially Chen and Nan from the Anomaly Guild. How is this possible? How could the Dream Eater's strength have increased to this extent?
Even a Tier C entity wouldn't be this powerful. No sooner had Chen finished speaking than Nan, who had been frowning nearby, shook his head. No, its true strength shouldn't be this great. It's just that after the Great Dream Fusion, we've all essentially entered its dream, allowing it to unleash such immense strength. Moreover, ordinary people like us can't control our own dreams, so we can't tap into strength beyond our own limits. But the Dream Eater has perfect control over the dream within its own dream. It is a god.
After hearing Nan's explanation, Chen's heart sank. If that's the case, can that cat even beat the Dream Eater? It's hard to say.
I still haven't figured out why a cat ended up in the dream world. Just as the two were talking, the commotion caused by the Dream Eater gradually subsided. Where its giant sword had struck, the giant cat had vanished without a trace.
Seeing this, everyone's hearts immediately leapt into their throats.
But they soon breathed a sigh of relief.
Because several kilometers away from the Dream Eater, the giant black cat reappeared.
The Dream Eater's attack seemed to have had no effect on it at all.
Holy meow, why is this thing so much stronger than last time? It looks like it's going to be a tough fight. And where did that cool armor come from? I want some too.
Looking at the energy armor the Dream Eater wore, which resembled something from an anime in his past life, Lin's eyes brimmed with envy.
Wait a minute, could this be something it's imagining? Like a form of self-hypnosis? Right, that must be it. This is the dream world, everything comes from imagination. If that's the case. Realizing the crux of the matter, a look of anticipation immediately spread across Lin's face.
Behold this King's armor fusion.
Cat armor.
As Lin thought it, dream energy began to surge around him.
But things didn't go as he planned.
Instead of forming the cat armor he desired, the dream energy merely coalesced into a pair of gloves. Staring at the unexpected gloves on his hands, Lin's mind was filled with question marks.
I wanted cat armor, not a Delubeast cosplay.
Just as he stood there, utterly baffled, Dream Eater's androgynous voice drifted over.
Humph. Do you think channeling dream energy is that simple?
Unless you can exercise absolute control over your own dreams, just like I do.
To achieve that requires immense mental strength, and you clearly lack it.
Hearing Dream Eater's slightly mocking words, Lin immediately turned his gaze toward it.
Absolute control over dreams? Mental strength? I see.
Recalling his past dream experiences, he began to grasp the concept. Ordinary people are unaware they are dreaming. All their actions are beyond their control. Those with slightly stronger mental strength can realize they are dreaming, yet still cannot control their dream selves. Those with even greater strength not only realize they are dreaming but can also control their actions within the dream. But to achieve what Dream Eater had, not only controlling one's actions but doing as one pleased within the dream, required a foundation of immense mental power, countless times greater than that of an ordinary person. Realizing this, an idea immediately formed in Lin's mind. The next second, he addressed Dream Eater.
Wait a moment. I'm going to log off for a bit. I'll be back later. What?
Before Dream Eater could grasp the meaning of Lin's words, Lin's massive form began to fade, until he vanished completely. This unexpected turn of events left not only Dream Eater dumbfounded, but everyone else in the dream world frozen in place as well. The giant cat they had regarded as their savior had fled.
No, not fled, logged off. Chapter 56, Intelligence Boost, Cheat Activated.
In a hotel room in the real world, Lin woke from his sleep, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and began to recall everything that had just happened in the dream world. So, as long as my mental strength is as strong as Dream Eater's, I can do whatever I want in the dream world.
But what does this mental strength depend on? The intelligence attribute? With that thought, he immediately opened his attribute panel.
Base attributes: Strength 40+, Agility 50+, Intelligence 30+, Constitution 25+.
Energy Reserve, 30. Evolution Points, 58.
He hadn't touched the evolution points he earned from defeating the Fear Doll last time. Combined with the 10 evolution points he set aside earlier and those he accumulated by eating over the past few days, he saved up a total of 58 evolution points. That was quite a substantial amount. Without a moment's hesitation, he allocated 20 evolution points to intelligence. As his intelligence rose from 30 to 50, he suddenly felt as though the entire world had shifted. His mind became clearer than ever before. Even with his eyes closed, everything within a 10-meter radius appeared in his mind in a different form. There was no doubt this was the outward manifestation of his intelligence's massive boost. Barring any surprises, it was likely what was known as mental strength. As expected, mental strength is tied to the intelligence attribute. If I continue to develop it, I should be able to manifest special abilities akin to telekinesis. If that is the case, then the psychics in this world must operate on the same principle. As he muttered to himself, Lin once again sensed the tumor inside his head. He could now vaguely make out the shape of the tumor using his mental strength. It was a perfectly round sphere, about the size of a glass marble, with faint, distinctive patterns on its surface that gave it an air of mystery. From time to time, peculiar particles from the air would adhere to the sphere, though he didn't notice any physical changes in his body. Other than that, there was nothing else. He had a hunch that perhaps once he raised his intelligence attribute to a certain level, the true function of this sphere would finally be revealed. However, now was clearly not the time to delve into such matters. With his mental strength having surged dramatically, his confidence was sky high. Leaping onto the nearby table, he poured himself another cup of Zhuang's special tea and downed it in one gulp. I'm fucking here. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he collapsed face first onto the table. When he woke up again, he had already logged back into the dream world. Seeing him appear, the people trapped within the dream world immediately erupted into cheers, as if they had seen a savior. On the other side, the Dream Eater wore a cold smirk. I thought you'd run away. I didn't expect you'd dare to come back. Ready to die? As he spoke, he readied himself for battle once more. With a flick of his twin swords, black flames ignited along their blades, complementing his cool, badass armor and exuding an overwhelming aura. In comparison, Lin on the other side fell far short in terms of presence. Oomph, let us see who dies this time. With a cold snort, Lin instantly unleashed his spiritual strength, using it to channel dream energy toward himself in a frenzied surge. In an instant, his aura surged wildly, and his body underwent a massive transformation. From the back of his neck to his back, and from his back to his tail, crystal-colored dorsal fins shot up one after another, while thick scales covered his body. His body gradually straightened, his hind legs grew thick and powerful, and his front legs became short and stubby. In the blink of an eye, Lin transformed from an ordinary giant cat into a ferocious beast whose entire body shimmered with blue lightning. Before Dream Eater could react, the dorsal fins on his back lit up one after another. Buzz, 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 buzz. The glow spread from his tail all the way up to his neck, and then Lin suddenly opened his mouth wide. Meow. After a cat's meow that echoed across the heavens and earth, a thick beam of energy shot out from his mouth. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the beam struck Dream Eater directly in the chest, instantly blasting him flying. Boom! Another deafening explosion followed as the Dream Eater crashed heavily onto the ground of the dream world, causing the entire realm to tremble violently. Witnessing this scene, the people within the dream world were completely dumbfounded. They never could have imagined things would escalate to this point. A perfectly normal giant cat had suddenly become this powerful after just one logout. And it could even transform into an unknown monster. Cheating. It's definitely cheating. It just logged off to use cheats. Damn, what the hell is that thing? Is it really a cat? What kind of cat is this? It's got fins on its back and can shoot lasers from its mouth. Cute. I want one. Yeah, if it weren't so huge, it'd actually be pretty cute, especially when it meows. This dream is getting more and more exciting. It feels just like watching a 3D movie. How did I end up dreaming something like this? I must have been watching too many movies lately. What the hell is going on with this cat? Chen glanced at the ferocious Lin, then at Nan beside him. How can there be a creature in a dream that's even stronger than a dream eater? You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? But it's definitely not an ordinary cat, Nan said solemnly. I don't need you to tell me that. Just as everyone was expressing shock at the changes in Lin, the colossal beast that Lin had transformed into charged toward the Dream Eater with heavy, thudding steps. Soon, the two were locked in combat. On one side stood a towering, armored warrior, on the other, a monstrous, mutated beast. Both could manipulate dream energy as a means of attack. But in close combat, there was no way the Dream Eater could be a match for Lin. Although Lin couldn't use most of his skills in the dream world, his feline fighting instincts remained intact. Biting, clawing, leaping, and diving from the air. In comparison, the Dream Eater seemed far more clumsy. In no time at all, it was knocked to the ground by Lin once again. Seizing the opportunity, Lin used his two front paws to pry open its jaws, then gathered energy and fired a powerful energy beam straight into its mouth. This single strike took half the Dream Eater's health. To escape Lin, it immediately shed its armor and massive body, transforming into a cloud of black mist to flee. In the dream world, no one could catch it. However, before it could get far, a fierce tiger radiating black flames pounced on it. Without a word, the tiger began tearing at its body with savage bites. It had assumed this would merely inflict physical damage, as before, but soon realized with horror that under the tiger's bites, its very essence was slowly dissipating, and its strength was rapidly draining away. No! No! Stop! Stop! Ah! The Dream Eater could only watch helplessly as its source of strength was devoured by the tiger. It tried to use its powers to escape, but the tiger seemed to possess some kind of strength that counteracted its own, leaving it completely unable to resist. Finally, its last shred of consciousness faded away. The Dream Eater, reputed to have no natural enemies, had been defeated by a cat. This outcome left Chen and his companions speechless once again. At the same time, cheers erupted throughout the dream world. Chapter 57, Dream Crystal, Entering the Dream. With the Dream Eater's death, the dream world it had constructed began to collapse rapidly. The crowd, who had been excited just moments ago, fell into panic once more. This was immediately followed by a strong sensation of weightlessness. By the time they came to their senses, they had already returned to the real world. What had just happened felt as though it had been a dream. In the hotel room, after letting out a groan, Ning, lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes. Looking up at the snow-white ceiling and the sunlight streaming onto the floor beside her, a look of delight instantly spread across her face.
Thank goodness, I'm back in reality. I've finally woken up from this nightmare.
As soon as she said that, she seemed to remember something and hurriedly began searching the room. She didn't let out a long sigh of relief until she spotted Lynn lying at the foot of the bed.
Blackie, wake up, stop sleeping. Ouch, my face is burning.
As she walked to the foot of the bed, she began rubbing Lynn's cheeks.
The next second, a pair of golden eyes glared at her. Meow.
Opening his cat-like mouth, Lynn let out a long yawn, then slowly stood up. He had actually been awake for a while. He'd just been pretending to sleep.
Blackie, I had that strange dream again just now. You were in it, too.
In my dream, you turned into a giant monster and defeated a huge monster in the dream.
Meow. And then?
Lynn said listlessly. It turned out that manipulating dreams was an incredibly draining task. Even though it was just a dream, he felt inexplicably exhausted, both mentally and physically. I'll tell you what, I suspect that monster in my dream was actually this woman in disguise.
Huh? How did she turn into that?
Just as Ning was rambling on, her expression suddenly changed, and her voice was filled with astonishment. Following her gaze, Lin saw that Zhuang, who had been tied to the ground moments ago, had now transformed into an ordinary-looking, plump woman. It was a stark contrast to her previous fair-skinned, beautiful appearance. Seeing Zhuang like this, a hint of surprise also flashed across Lin's face.
But he quickly figured out the reason behind it.
It seems the Zhuang from before wasn't the real Zhuang, but rather her dream self. Because of the Dream Eater, her dream self had replaced her real-world self. Now that the Dream Eater is dead, she has returned to her original form.
But how come she didn't die?
According to previous patterns, if an entity dies, the ghost tamer should die along with it.
Could it be that?
With a certain possibility crossing his mind, Lin immediately opened the system panel. The next second, a series of notifications appeared before him. Consumed the Dream Eater Scrudge, Energy Reserve plus 100. Consumed the Dream Eater Scrudge, Energy Reserve plus 100. Consumed the Wraith's Resentment, Energy Reserve plus 100. You devoured the Wraith Dream Eater clone and obtained a Dream Crystal. Dream Crystal, consuming this will significantly increase your intelligence attribute by 10 points. You devoured the Wraith Dream Eater clone and obtained the skill Enter Dream. Enter Dreams Basic, enter the dreams of other creatures, can alter and fabricate dreams. Reading the information on the prompt, Lin confirmed what he had suspected. No wonder Zhuang didn't die. It turns out I never actually killed the Dream Eater's true form.
Does this mean there are other beings like Zhuang out there?
At this thought, his expression shifted slightly, but he quickly pushed the matter to the back of his mind. He didn't give a second thought to a creature like Dream Eater, which could only wreak havoc within dreams.
As long as Dream Eater didn't come looking for trouble again.
Just as Lin was reviewing his loot from this encounter, Ning roused Zhuang from her slumber. Through their conversation, the truth of the matter gradually came to light. Driven by her dissatisfaction with real life, she had voluntarily chosen to sink into the dream world, which is precisely why the Dream Eater had set its sights on her. Everything she possessed now was a gift from the Dream Eater. But dreams are, after all, just dreams. Sooner or later, they are bound to shatter. Zhuang had now come to terms with reality, and she was willing to pay the price for her actions. Accompanied by Ning, she voluntarily turned herself in to the Public Security Bureau. The matter was effectively closed at this point. But the aftermath continued to unfold. That very day, many eyewitnesses to the incident came forward online. They wrote down their experiences in the dream world in text form.
At first, the incident didn't attract any attention, as no one would pay much heed to a dream experience.
But as more and more people reported having similar experiences, the incident quickly caused a huge stir online. One particular post with text and illustrations even garnered 1 million likes on Douyin. The creator used hand-drawn illustrations to depict what she had seen in her dream, accompanied by a written narration.
This transformed what was originally a vague dream into a fantasy film.
Netizens were particularly captivated when they saw the scene where Lin, transformed into Meowzilla, battled the Dream Eater.
Wait, did so many people really have the same dream? I've already come across several identical ones. Wow, this isn't just dreaming, you guys basically watched a movie inside your dreams. What the heck is this? A cat fighting a monster? After seeing so many versions, the creatoress is still the most vivid. Let me break it down. Basically, you're being chased by a giant monster in your dream, and the world is about to be destroyed by it, when suddenly a black cat jumps out and defeats the monster. And this black cat can transform, right? Great. We should turn this into a movie. So this cat saved the world? Cat lovers are going wild. No wonder my cat always looks at me with such a worried expression when I wake up. It turns out it was afraid I'd die in my dreams. No wonder my cat is always dozing off during the day. It must be out fighting monsters at night, right? Meow-san, you've been working hard.
Although this story sounds far-fetched, as more eyewitnesses share their accounts, an increasing number of people are beginning to believe it. Many are now firmly convinced that in the dead of night, their own pets transform into guardian deities to watch over them in their sleep.
And Lin's majestic image from everyone's dreams has spread widely across the internet.
Some have even printed out his portrait and hung it above their beds. Whether it's a placebo effect or not, after hanging it up, they found their sleep quality improved significantly, and even the frequency of nightmares dropped dramatically. Of course, Lin himself was unaware of all this. After settling matters with Zhuang, he returned to Jinghai University with Ning. Jinghai University, which had been unusually quiet that morning, had returned to its usual bustling self. The stray cats, which hadn't been fed for most of the day, came out in droves to beg for attention from the passing students. And those students, having just emerged from a nightmare, were particularly generous. Watching this scene, Lin nodded in satisfaction. I'll just see which reckless entity dares to run amok on my turf from now on. As long as I'm here, nothing will turn Jinghai University upside down. No sooner had he finished speaking than he spotted a tabby cat stealing takeout. Hey, you little brat, do you think I'm giving you a free pass? Chapter 58, Demon. Unlocking Flight. After giving the takeout stealing tabby a thorough thrashing, the exhausted Lin found a spot under a tree and lay down. As soon as he lay down, he sank his consciousness into the alternate dimension within his abdomen. What appeared was a black crystal with countless facets. This crystal was the dream crystal he had obtained from defeating the Dream Eater's clone. Reading the description of the dream crystal, a look of curiosity crept across Lin's face. His current intelligence was now on par with his agility, both at 50 points. Under normal circumstances, it would take 2 evolution points to increase his intelligence by just 1 point. So he was curious, could this so-called dream crystal actually deliver the promised results? Why overthink it? Just try it and see. Having made up his mind, he immediately swallowed the dream crystal. The moment the crystal entered his stomach, a peculiar surge of strength rushed straight to his brain. Under the influence of this strength, his intelligence instantly jumped from 50 to 60. Although it was only a 10-point increase, Lin felt as if his soul had been elevated in that instant. It was as if a hidden switch had been flipped. The sphere inside his brain suddenly began to emit a strange glow. Influenced by this light, his body gradually began to change. It wasn't merely a physical transformation, it was a change at the genetic level. An unknown energy began to surge through every fiber of his being. With the slightest thought, he could summon this energy at will. Even more astonishingly, after these changes occurred, he could vaguely sense special molecules floating in the air. With each breath, these molecules were drawn into his body, eventually entering the sphere and transforming into the energy within him. With that, the metamorphosis was complete. Feeling the changes within himself, Lin could no longer remain calm. He immediately began examining his body. After a thorough inspection, he quickly discovered differences from before. First, his mental strength had increased significantly. Previously, it could only cover a 10-meter radius around him, but now it extended to 20 meters, a doubling of its range. However, the psychic powers he had anticipated did not manifest. This mental strength remained formless and intangible, serving solely for perception and unable to influence physical reality. Second, his body seemed vastly different from before. These changes weren't visible on the surface, nor did they increase his speed or strength, rather, they altered his inner being and elevated his potential.
If he had to describe it in a single word, it would likely be evolution. This process wasn't short-term but long-term, and what form his evolution would take in the future remained unknown.
The final change was the sudden emergence of an unknown energy within him. Thinking of this, he slowly extended his forepaw. The next second, a crimson energy appeared on his claw. This energy carried a faint hint of ferocity, seemingly possessing immense destructive power. At the same time, it was completely under his control, like an extension of his body, capable of spreading to any part of his body at will to enhance his physical functions. At that moment, Lin had already guessed the nature of this energy. And the subsequent changes on his stats panel confirmed his suspicion. In just a brief moment, his stats panel had undergone a massive transformation.
Name, Lin. Age, 2.5 years 500. Race, Mystic Cat Demon. Race talents, Evil Warding, Spirit Communication, 9 lives. Demon arts, Demon form, refining essence into chi. Demon form basic, releases all demonic power to unlock the demon form. In this form, all attributes are boosted by 200%. Consumes 1 point of demonic power per second. Spend 50 evolution points to upgrade this skill. Essence Refinement Basic, the demon core autonomously absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon, increasing the demon power cap by 1 point daily. Spend 50 evolution points to upgrade this skill. Base attributes: Strength 40+, Agility 50+, Intelligence 60+, Constitution 25+, Demon Power 100+. Skills: Leap Advanced Plus, Tree Climbing Advanced Plus, Swimming Advanced Plus. Spend 5 evolution points to advance these advanced skills. Special skills: Bloodthirsty Assault Intermediate Plus, Tiger Leap Intermediate Plus, Ghostly Shuffle Intermediate Plus, Fear Gaze Skill Advanced Plus, Summon Cat Demon Beginner Plus, Invisibility Intermediate Plus, Devour Essence Intermediate Plus, Bullet Time Beginner. Night Lord Intermediate Plus, Seed of Desire Beginner Plus, Battle Roar Beginner Plus, Divine Hearing Beginner Plus, Soul Shattering Claw Skill Intermediate Plus, Bloodline Beginner Plus, Spirit Puppet Skill Beginner Plus, Dreamwalk Beginner Plus. Energy Reserve, 0 increase to 100 to gain 1 evolution point. Evolution point, 90. After reviewing the stats panel, Lin confirmed his earlier suspicion. Just as I thought, I've turned into a cat demon. In that case, the beat in my mind must be my demon core, and the strength I feel within my body is likely demonic power. At this thought, a look of wonder crossed his face. Raising his intelligence to 60 not only greatly boosted his power but also completely transformed his species. The once ordinary kitten had become a cat demon. However, the benefits of this were quite obvious. Not only did it extend his lifespan to 500 years, but it also granted him 2 demonic skills. Among them, the skill Demon Incarnation was even more terrifying than his current strongest skill, Lord of the Night. Furthermore, the demon power itself provided a massive boost to his combat prowess. The only thing that puzzled him was the newly added race talent section. Not only were there no attribute descriptions, but there were also several question marks next to it. I wonder if other attributes will undergo similar changes after breaking 50 points. Maybe I should give it a try? Having tasted the benefits of intelligence surpassing 50, Lin began to entertain other ideas. Coincidentally, after defeating the Dream Eater-S clone, his evolution points had reached another small peak. Unable to contain his curiosity, he immediately invested 20 evolution points into his agility attribute. His agility, which had been at 50, instantly jumped to 60. The moment the attribute increased, Lin sensed new changes occurring within his body. First, his body felt lighter, so light that he wondered if he had turned into a hydrogen balloon. Then, air pockets formed uncontrollably beneath his feet. Supported by these air pockets, his body actually lifted off the ground. Though he was only a few dozen centimeters off the ground, this scene, which defied the laws of physics, filled Lin with wild delight. After his agility broke through 50, he had successfully mastered a new ability he had long dreamed of: flight. Feeling the whirlwind that had appeared out of nowhere beneath his feet,
he could no longer contain his excitement and began sprinting toward the sky. Before long, his figure vanished into the horizon. At the same time, inside the music department building, a woman wearing glasses turned her head toward the window as if sensing something. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes behind her glasses. More than 10 minutes later, after circling Jinghai University several times, Lin landed on the roof of the tallest building on campus, looking as though he couldn't get enough. Looking down at the campus below, he couldn't have been happier. When he was human, he'd never even been on a plane, but now that he was a cat, he'd gained the ability to soar through the skies. Breaking 50 in intelligence turned me into a cat demon, and breaking 50 in agility gave me the ability to fly. What about the other stats? This really has a cat looking forward to it. He'd just spent 20 evolution points, leaving him with 70 enough to push all his stats past 50. Chapter 59, Rebirth, Purifying Body and Mind. Standing on the rooftop of the academic building, Lin opened his stats panel once more. Base stats: Strength 40+, Agility 60+, Intelligence 60+, Constitution 25+, Demon Power 100+. Now that both agility and intelligence had reached 60, strength was next. With a single thought, he allocated 30 evolution points to his strength attribute. His strength, which had been at 40, instantly surged to 60. In an instant, Lin felt his blood and chi surging through his entire body. His muscles seemed to come alive, twitching uncontrollably, followed by an indescribable, excruciating pain. The agony felt as though he were being run over by several heavy-duty trucks one after another. Holy shit! I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Stop, stop, stop. Damn it all. The pain lasted for over a full minute, during which Lin genuinely feared he was about to kick the bucket. Only when the excruciating agony receded like a tide did he finally catch his breath. Huff, puff. Gasping for fresh air, he immediately collapsed, exhausted, onto the concrete floor of the rooftop. It was a good thing his body lacked sweat glands, otherwise, he would surely be drenched in sweat right now. Why was everything fine when intelligence and agility went up, but breaking 50 in strength hurts this much? Still shaken by the memory of the pain, Lin immediately checked the changes in his body. His muscles were more defined than before, and his strength had clearly increased. But that was all. No way. Is that it? All that commotion just to make this king a little stronger? What's the point of that? Disappointed to find only these changes, Lin was quick to realize something. No, it can't be just these minor changes. Maybe I just haven't noticed them yet. Let me sense my body more carefully. As he spoke, Lin focused all his attention on his body. Under the scrutiny of his powerful mental energy, he soon detected a clue at the physical level. I see. As a flash of insight struck his mind, he immediately began controlling his muscles with his consciousness. The next second, a miraculous scene unfolded. His body swelled rapidly, as if a balloon were being inflated. In less than a minute, he had grown from the size of an ordinary house cat to that of a mountain lion. Watching his own transformation, a look of delight flashed across Lin's face. Just as I suspected. After breaking through in strength, the physical size limit has been shattered. I can now freely control the growth of my muscles, bones, and even my skin. It makes sense. If I were the size of a normal cat, it would be difficult to fully unleash my powerful strength. Only a larger physique can match such formidable physical strength. If my strength continues to improve, I might grow even bigger in the future. After muttering to himself for a moment, Lin immediately used his mind to shrink his body back to its normal size. A larger physique certainly allows for greater strength, but it also comes at the cost of some agility and speed. Unless facing an enemy that requires direct hand-to-hand combat, the normal form is still more advantageous. So next up is Constitution. Looking at his Constitution attribute, which stood at a mere 25 points, a hint of hesitation flashed across Lin's face. He was worried that when his Constitution broke through 50, he'd get hit with that same jolt again. Forget it. If it hurts, it hurts. Just do it. Allocate points. The moment the words left his mouth, he poured all 40 of his remaining evolution points into his constitution attribute. Instantly, his constitution jumped from 25 to 57. Although it hadn't reached 60 like his other attributes, it still triggered a completely new transformation in his body. And this transformation was also physical in nature. Under Lin's mental perception, his blood and all his internal organs had been thoroughly optimized. Some latent issues within his body were eliminated on the spot. This sensation reminded him of a term frequently mentioned in cultivation novels: purifying the meridians in marrow. Visibly, a layer of black substance oozed out onto his skin. Before Lin could even express his astonishment, he suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. Ugh! After a bout of dry heaving, a large amount of metabolic waste and hairballs spewed from his mouth. Once he was done, Lin inexplicably felt refreshed and invigorated. That feels good, so good. So is purging all the body's ailments the benefit of breaking through the constitution stage? It seems there is more to it than that. As he spoke, his sharp claws snapped out from between his fingers. Unlike before, his claws now glowed with a faint metallic sheen. With a light swipe against the nearby wall, 3 deep gashes each 2 centimeters wide immediately appeared in the concrete structure. Seeing this, the corners of Lin's mouth curled up slightly. He had truly been reborn. Even without testing it, his body should have no trouble withstanding bullets not from a handgun, but from a sniper rifle. The hardness of his bones had likely surpassed that of most alloys, as evidenced by his claws. A true iron cat. After the excitement subsided, he suddenly caught a whiff of a pungent stench. Looking down, he realized the source of the stench was actually the layer of black substance secreted from his body. That's disgusting. I need to take a shower right away. Giving himself a disgusted look, he immediately broke into a run down the stairs. In a flash, he reached the artificial lake on campus. Splash! Without a word, Lin jumped right in. Just then, a couple was sitting in the pavilion in the middle of the lake, deep in conversation. When they heard the splash and turned to look at the water, their mouths dropped open in surprise. What on earth is that? A giant black rat? And it can swim, too. A water monkey, maybe. Ew, it's so dirty. It turned the water black as it swam by. It must stink. How long has it been since it last took a bath to look like that? Wait, it kind of looks like Blackie to me. No way. No wonder Blackie is so dark. Achoo. Who has been talking trash about this king? Lin, who was comfortably doing the backstroke in the artificial lake, rubbed his nose. Then he turned his head and looked around. Just then, a big, plump koi swam slowly toward him. Seeing this, Lin's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly greeted it. Hello there, little fish. You're so cute. Before he could finish, the plump koi began swimming on its back, revealing its white belly. So adorable. Clearly, it had been poisoned by Lin's bathwater. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin lost all interest in soaking and kicked his front legs to swim toward the shore. Once on land, he found a large, jet black rock warmed by the sun and lay down on it. The sunlight was perfect, and he was in a good mood. He yawned, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep, completely unaware that the large rock beneath him had begun to move slowly after he'd fallen asleep. Chapter 60, Daily Life, Holy Flame Meow Meow Sect Headquarters. He slept for who knows how long, and when Lin opened his eyes again, he suddenly sensed something was off. Huh? Didn't I fall asleep by the lake? How did I end up here? Why is everyone staring at me? With that puzzlement, Lin slowly stood up and stretched. The next second, the group of college students surrounding him all pulled out their phones to take pictures of him. Seeing this, Lin quickly obliged by striking various cool poses. But he soon realized that the focus of their photos wasn't on him, but at his feet. He looked down and froze in shock. Holy crap, it's a turtle. I thought I was lying on a big rock. Following his gaze, they saw that right beneath his feet was a giant turtle as big as a wash basin. At that moment, the giant turtle was slowly carrying him across the campus. No wonder those college students had been so excited earlier. Seeing the slightly aggrieved expression on the giant turtle's face beneath him, Lin hurriedly apologized.
Sorry, Mr. Turtle. I didn't mean to do that. I'll be more careful next time. Bye.
With that, Lin fled at top speed. If he didn't run, he feared he'd be labeled a bully of small animals. He had been at Jinghai University for 2.5 years, while this old turtle had lived there for at least 20. Once back on familiar ground, Lin once again mingled with the cats of the cat gang. He enjoyed the food they offered while listening to their tales of the strange and curious events happening around campus.
Night King, have you heard?
The dog gang has a new leader. The old boss, Wankai, was replaced by another dog, Sunkuan, sprawled to Lin's left, said with a look of pure gossip on his face.
Oh? What happened? Lin gave Sunkuan a curious glance.
Noticing the pleading look in his eyes, he casually pushed a pile of cat food his way. I heard it's because Wankai got his balls cut off by humans and turned into a neutered dog.
No way. How could he have gotten his balls cut off at school?
Lin asked, looking completely baffled.
Apparently it wasn't at school.
Wankai wandered outside the neighborhood to check out the commotion, and it just so happened they were offering free neutering there. They mistook him for a pet dog and sent him straight in to get neutered.
Now he doesn't even go back to school anymore.
He runs to the pet clinic every day to yell at them.
Man, that's really pitiful. As he spoke, Sang Koan opened his big mouth and stuffed the entire pile of cat food in front of him into his mouth.
Remember this, guys, never go just to gawk at things. Getting a shot is one thing, but getting neutered is a whole other level.
Didn't the chief get a vaccine shot last time just for going to watch the spectacle?
Speaking of which, where's the chief today? As he spoke, Lin's gaze swept around the area. Just as he was thinking the chief had been nabbed again, the chief, swaying as he walked, came strolling down a small path. Upon reaching Lin, he immediately dropped a small bottle from his mouth as if presenting a treasure. Looking at the little bottle in front of him, a hint of confusion flashed in Lin's eyes.
What's this?
Hearing Lin's question, the chief let out a chuckle.
It's the good stuff. Night King, want to give it a try?
Right in front of Lin, the chief bit off the cap of the small bottle and poured out some green powder.
Putting on a look of pure enjoyment, it stuck its nose right up to the powder and took a deep sniff.
In an instant, its whole body began to tremble, and its expression grew dazed. Seeing this, the other cats all curiously gathered around, mimicking the sheriff's actions as they sniffed the pile of green powder. The next second, all the cats were just like the sheriff, their expressions gradually becoming twisted, their eyes growing lecherous.
Seeing them like this, how could Lin not realize what this pile of green powder was? Smack, smack, smack.
He raised his huge paw and smacked each cat present with a resounding slap. The chief, in particular, got 3 smacks, which snapped him right back to his senses.
You little brat, how dare you bring this stuff back here? Is this even something cats are supposed to touch?
From now on, anyone who dares to sniff catnip on this king's turf will be kicked out.
Starting today, we're adding 2 new gang rules.
Rule number 1, no stealing college students' takeout, and no peeing on their food.
Night King, but the dog gang does the same thing.
Before Sang Biao could finish, Lin glared at him.
What do you know?
Those college students only have a measly allowance each month. They live worse than we cats do.
And you're stealing their takeout? Are you even a cat? And the second gang rule, no member of the cat gang is allowed to touch catnip. Tiansha, you're in charge of enforcing this.
If you see anyone doing it, go right up and slap them hard for this king.
Under Lin's imposing presence, the members of the cat gang immediately fell silent.
The chief reluctantly poured the bottle of catnip he'd obtained from a human into the flower bed. After pouring it out, he seemed to remember something.
Oh, right, Night King.
I ran into that guy at the school gate earlier, the one who fed me cat food before.
He seemed to be looking for you. Who?
Hearing the chief's words, Lin couldn't help but look a bit confused.
The guy who took me away last time. Yule? I don't know his name. He the one who gave me the catnip.
So it was him.
Why didn't you say so sooner?
You didn't ask, the chief said, sounding a bit put out.
You're talking back. Thwack another slap. Take me to him.
Got it. The next second, the sheriff was scampering off, leading Lin to a secluded corner of the school.
5 minutes later, Lin saw Yul, wrapped up tight.
He wore a black trench coat, a black hood with a pair of cat ears on top, plus a black mask and black sunglasses, making him look even darker than Lin.
Are you cosplaying as this king? Just as Lin spotted Yul, Yul spotted Lin.
Instantly, a wild fervor flared in his eyes, and his expression grew slightly agitated.
Night King, your servant has finally laid eyes on you.
As he spoke, he even bent down of his own accord, stopping just short of kneeling.
Why are you in such a hurry to find me?
As per your orders, Night King, your servant has located the headquarters of the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult and completed the construction of the headquarters.
I have come here today to take you to see it. Also, tomorrow is the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult's initiation ceremony.
Believers from all over the country will come to pay their respects.
I hope your majesty will be present to meet them in person and bestow the gospel upon them. After hearing Yul's explanation, Lin suddenly understood.
So that's how it is.
I didn't expect you to be so efficient. In that case, I'll go with you. Excellent. Please follow me, Night King. Seeing that Lin had agreed to his request, Yul was overjoyed.
He quickly bent down to indicate that Lin should step onto his shoulders. Under his guidance, the man and the cat soon boarded a black sedan.
Half an hour later, the car entered the Red Maple Village Villa district in the coastal area.
It finally came to a stop in front of a villa nestled against the mountainside at the very heart of Red Maple Village. Perhaps because it had been neglected for years, the area within a 500-meter radius of the villa was overgrown with waist-high weeds. Only the main path running through the center had been cleared.
As Yul led Lin out of the car, the scene before them made Lin's eyes widen in astonishment.
As far as the eye could see, the open space in front of the villa was teeming with all kinds of stray cats. In the trees, on the rooftops, along the garden walls, on the ground, and in the bushes everywhere was filled with cats.
A rough estimate put the number at several hundred.
And aside from these actual cats, cat-themed elements were everywhere around the villa. The most eye-catching were the two giant black cat statues at the villa's entrance.
These two black cat statues looked almost exactly like Lin. Great Night King, this is the headquarters of our Holy Flame Meow Meow cult. Are you satisfied? At that moment, Yul's voice rang out again. Hearing this, Lin instinctively nodded.
He was more than satisfied. This was actually beyond his expectations.
If it's already like this outside, I wonder what it's like inside. The remaining 2 chapters will be posted tonight. Chapter 61, Inside the Meow Meow Cult, the Meow Meow Apocalypse.
Following Yul, Lin walked step by step toward the interior of the villa.
The stray cats along the path seemed to sense that Lin was different. They spontaneously lined up on either side of the road, their eyes brimming with curiosity.
Soon, Lin arrived at the front gate. To his surprise, Yul had even decorated the gate itself. The entire gate had been painted black, with a golden eye painted on each side. Clearly, this creative touch was Lin's idea again. Creak! As Yul gently pushed open the door, the interior of the villa unfolded before Lin's eyes. The vast interior was pitch black, with darkness enveloping every corner except for the light streaming in through the doorway. Of course, this was from a human perspective. To Lin, the scene looked entirely different. But before he could take a closer look, Yul pressed a switch behind the door.
Boom, boom, boom.
After a series of loud noises, streaks of firelight suddenly appeared out of nowhere throughout the room. From the floor to the walls. From the doorway to the farthest corner of the hall, everything was illuminated by a dim, yellow candlelight, while an exceptionally solemn and mysterious background melody began to play.
The atmosphere reached its peak in an instant.
Just as Lin thought this was already pretty over the top, banners suddenly slid down from the railing on the second floor of the villa.
These white banners were all adorned with Lin's likeness. Isn't this a bit too much of a cult of personality? But it actually looks pretty cool. As he spoke, Lin shot Yul an appreciative glance. But Yul clearly wasn't paying him any attention at the moment. Ever since the doors had opened, his gaze had been fixed on the interior of the hall. Night King, please follow me. Yul's voice rang out once more. Watch your step on the carpet. Over here is the totem I designed for the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult. He pointed to a pillar topped with a brazier. But no matter how Lin looked at it, it looked exactly like he was crouching there, propping up the brazier with his head. This magical array I designed draws inspiration from the Western hexagram. It has 6 points, representing your 6 powers. He then pointed to the massive magic circle outlined in gold thread at the center of the hall. Ha! My 6 powers? Lin was a bit confused. How come I didn't know about this? Right. They correspond to fear, night, hunting, strength, devour, and rebirth. Yul pointed excitedly at the symbols at each of the 6 corners of the magic circle. After speaking, he eagerly made his way to the farthest corner of the hall. After climbing 3 steps, he finally reached the spot directly above them. It was then that Lin noticed a stone pedestal placed on top of the steps. What's this for? Before he could figure it out, Yul pressed a switch beside it. Instantly, a raging inferno over a meter high surged up from the stone platform. Bathed in the flame's glow, a black cat deity statue over 2 meters tall appeared atop a stone pillar at the very back of the hall. As the firelight flickered, the 2 eyes of the black cat statue faintly glowed, adding an air of mystery. The black cat statue, the sacred flame pedestal, the hexagram formation, plus the candles filling the room and the murals of various cats on the walls. How cliché. Lin couldn't help but let out a wry smile as he looked at it all. He originally just wanted to recruit a few human minions to make things easier. With Yul's setup, it had turned into a full-blown cult. Night King, what do you think? Should we add any other elements? Yul seemed quite pleased with his design, and after the presentation, he wore an expression that practically begged for praise. Seeing this, Lin could only give a perfunctory response. Not bad. Very good. I like it very much. As long as you like it, Night King. By the way, I also designed a special outfit. Let me show you. Right in front of Lin, Yul took off his original clothes and put on a black hooded robe. In addition to retaining the cat elements from his original design, the robe now featured a black cat mask covering his face. Standing next to the brazier, he looked even more like a cult member. Night King, according to my design, the members of our Holy Flame Meow Meow cult are divided into 4 ranks. The Archbishop rank that Esme wears the most prestigious black cat mask. The Bishop rank wears the 2nd-tier tabby cat mask. The Guardian rank wears the 3rd-tier orange cat mask. As for the ordinary followers, they wear white cat masks. Ha! So many ranks? Isn't this getting a bit too formal? Lin asked timidly. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yul replied with a serious expression. It has to be formal. After all, our Holy Flame Meow Meow cult is destined to be the greatest sect on Blue Star. Alright then. Oh, and there's your exclusive uniform. Yul suddenly changed the subject, and before Lin could react, he pulled 2 items out of his backpack. Upon closer inspection, Lin realized they were actually 4 pieces of gold jewelry. 3 were ring-shaped bands, while the 4th resembled a collar. The collar was engraved with a series of mysterious symbols. Night King, please allow me to put these on for you. Before Lin could react, Yul picked up the gold ornaments and fastened them one by one onto Lin's body. One of the rings was placed on his tail, 2 on his front paws, and the collar was fastened around his neck. It must be said, once these ornaments were in place, Lin's previously unremarkable appearance instantly took on a much more distinguished air. A touch of mystery shone through the opulence. But Lin couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Haven't I seen this look somewhere before? Wait a minute, you didn't happen to craft these gold ornaments from that bar of gold I gave you earlier, did you? Gazing at the massive gold collar around his chest, Lin immediately demanded an explanation. You're sharp, Night King. You spotted it right away.
These were indeed crafted from the gold you gave me. It took a full 500 grams of gold. Then you must have spent quite a bit on the decorations in this room as well.
I spent it all.
I've used up every last penny of the money you gave me, Night King.
What? You spent all the startup capital I gave you on renovations? Lin's eyes widened.
He had given you hundreds of thousands earlier, yet before he even started anything, the startup funds were already gone. This was truly a case of the holy flame meow meow cult, not even halfway through the venture, and the budget was already blown on renovations.
Well, I did spend the money on the handle, no, the blade of the knife, Yul said awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Never mind. I'll give you a little more.
Spend it sparingly. It's not easy for this king to steal, earn money. With a slight sigh, Lin spat out another million or so from his mouth and tossed him a few gold bars on the side. Seeing this, Yul naturally expressed his deepest gratitude once again. After he finished introducing the headquarters of the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult, he pulled out a thick book with a black cover.
What's this? The Holy Scripture of the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult, the Meow Meow Apocalypse. Read a couple of passages for this king to hear.
When Lin uttered these words, he hadn't yet realized the gravity of the situation.
Not until Yul began reciting the Meow Meow Apocalypse.
The holy flame burns bright, the holy light shines radiant, all my disciples, meow 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 meow. The greatest rite of the scripture is purification. Those who praise our cat god must undergo the baptism of purification. Through purification, sins are washed away, and a connection with the cat lord is established, thereby receiving revelation. Dear cat lord, I hereby swear to follow in your footsteps, to fight against the darkness and chaos of the world, to proclaim your virtues and qualities, to praise your glorious name and merits, meow 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 meow.
Lin. He felt his spirit being tainted. What kind of heretical goddess ramblings were these?
But then again, it didn't really matter.
It was all just for fun anyway. How could a cult that fools children like this ever grow and thrive? Chapter 62, Members Assemble, Audience with the True God. Night King, do you have any further instructions? After finishing the Meow Meow Apocalypse, Yul asked respectfully once more.
Lin shook his head frantically in fright.
That's all. Let us call it a day. I need to return to school. I'll come back tomorrow. Yes, sir. I'll drive you back right now. No need. I'll make my own way back.
With that, Lin soared into the air right before Yul's eyes. Watching Lin fly through the sky, the admiration in Yul's gaze grew even stronger. Night King, you truly are a god walking among mortals.
Enough with the flattery. I'm off.
With that, Lin sped off toward Jinghai University, and in no time, his figure vanished into the horizon.
After watching him depart, Yul took out his phone and opened a group chat.
At everyone, tomorrow the great true God will descend upon the mortal realm.
I hope you'll all be there on time. Reply 1 to confirm. As soon as the message went out, replies started pouring in. Besides 111, others expressed their curiosity. At Archbishop Nightwind, True God? What's that? Yeah, is it some kind of special role-play session? By the way, what's the plan for tomorrow? Any fun activities?
Nothing else matters as long as there are kitties to pet. I took a 3-hour high-speed train ride to get here, so don't let me down.
Do you get a certificate for joining the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult? He.
Seeing these comments in the group chat, Yul walked straight out into the courtyard, took out his phone, snapped a photo of the cats, and posted it. The moment everyone in the group saw the photo, the chat exploded.
Whoa! So many cats. Is this heaven?
I'm in, I'm totally in.
Even if there's nothing else planned, these cats alone make it worth it. I'll definitely be there on time tomorrow. Me too.
Seeing everyone's reactions, a smug smile instantly spread across Yul's face. The people in the group still believed that this so-called initiation ceremony was just a special offline meetup. I hope they won't be too surprised when they meet the Night King tomorrow. Time flew by, and it was already the following afternoon at Jinghai High-Speed Rail Station. As the announcement of the train's arrival echoed through the hall, a cute girl standing just over 1.5 meters tall, dressed in a kawaii style, and carrying a pink backpack appeared at the station's west exit. Following her, a stylish older woman with long, straight black hair and sunglasses also emerged. After stepping out of the exit, the two began scanning the area with their eyes. Just then, a young man dressed entirely in black, wearing a black mask and sunglasses, waved at them. Upon seeing him, the two girls walked toward him, one in front and one behind. After checking her phone to confirm, the cute girl spoke first. "Are you Archbishop Nightwind?" "Yep, that's me." The young man took off his mask, revealing Yulu's pale, bloodless face. "I didn't expect you to be so handsome, though you are a bit too pale." "Do you have anemia?" the cute girl teased. Hearing this, Yulu replied shyly, "I go through a few days of that every month." "By the way, you're Chen Kurson, right?" "That's right." "Then you must be Sun Weilon." Yul turned his gaze to the mature woman with long, straight black hair. The woman with long, straight black hair nodded. "You two are the last to arrive. I've already picked up everyone else. Come with me, we're about to leave." After the introductions were finished, Yulu led the two of them to the parking lot at the high-speed rail station. There, a minibus decorated to look like a cat was parked. Upon seeing the minibus, Chen Kurson and Sun Weilon's eyes lit up simultaneously. It wasn't until they got on the bus that they realized there were already 8 people inside. The group consisted of both men and women, including students and office workers. Like Chen Kurson, they had all passed the Meow Meow Cult's entrance exam and been selected by Yulu to join the Holy Flame Meow Meow Cult. Upon seeing the new members arrive, the 8 people on the bus immediately began chatting with Chen Kurson and Sun Weilon. Since they were all cat lovers and kept cats at home, they quickly hit it off. Just then, Yulu suddenly stood at the very front of the minibus, gazing at everyone with a serious expression. "Welcome to Jinghai. Before we head to the Holy Flame Meow Meow Cult headquarters, there are a few things I need to emphasize. First, I want today's events to remain strictly between you all. Do not tell even your closest family or friends. Second, once we enter the headquarters, the use of any electronic devices is prohibited, and unauthorized photography is strictly forbidden. Finally, if anything happens that's beyond your comprehension, please don't panic." Seeing you looking so serious, the group still didn't take it too seriously, but they nodded in agreement anyway. "Alright, next I'll distribute your uniforms. Please change into them." No sooner had he finished speaking than Yul produced 10 robes and handed them out to the group. Clearly, no one had expected uniforms, and a look of curiosity flashed across their faces. As they each took a robe and saw its unique design, they found it even more intriguing. "Wow! This is actually pretty cool. These uniforms are so cute. Yeah, there are even cat ears on the hats, it's both cool and cute. Did Archbishop Nightwind design these? Not only do we not have to pay a single penny, but we get such stylish uniforms too. Today was definitely worth the trip." Without a moment's hesitation, they slipped the robes on. At that moment, Yul handed out 10 white cat masks. Everyone obediently put them on as well. With that, all 10 people in the car had completed their transformation. Although the masks covered their faces, their excitement was still palpable. They grew even more eager for the upcoming journey with the Holy Flame Meow Meow Cult. The car sped along, quickly bringing everyone to the Holy Flame Meow Meow Cult headquarters in Red Maple Village. The scene that had unfolded before Lin the day before now unfolded before them once more. The uniquely designed villa, the stray cats scattered everywhere, and the myriad feline-themed elements instantly made Chen Kurson and the others fall in love with the place. Even Sun Weilon, the aloof, long-haired, straight-haired diva who had remained distant until then, seemed unusually excited. However, Yul didn't give them time to pet the cats. Instead, he led them straight into the villa. As the villa's doors swung open with a thunderous crash, dim candlelight illuminated the path from the entrance all the way to the deepest recesses of the hall. The fire pits atop the 8 totem poles also blazed with fierce flames. When the group peered through their masks to take in the scene inside, each of them couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Just then, the mysterious and solemn background music began to play softly. Amid the stunned expressions of the crowd, Yulu, now dressed in archbishopess robes, walked to the center of the hall and spread his arms wide toward them. Welcome, everyone, to the headquarters of the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult. We will now perform the sacred initiation ceremony here to welcome our true God. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a towering flame over a meter high burst forth from the stone platform at the far end of the hall. The massive statue of the Black Cat God also revealed its true form in the darkness. Faced with this scene, the expressions hidden behind the masks of Chen Kursen and the other 9 varied widely. They had originally thought this was just an ordinary offline gathering of cat lovers. But now it seemed a bit too grand. No, it was downright eerie. Only Chen Kursen clenched her little fists in excitement. So geeky. I love it. Long live the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult. But the series of events that followed gradually began to surpass their comprehension. Chapter 63, The Genesis of the Cats. The vast hall was so quiet it felt unsettling. Only the sacred flame blazing on the stone platform emitted occasional crackles. Looking at Yul standing in the center of the hall on the magic circle, one of them spoke with a hint of trepidation. Archbishop Yefeng, isn't this a bit too grand? Also, what exactly is the plan for today? Hearing this, the others beneath their masks also cast curious glances at Yul. Yul, however, seemed to have anticipated their reaction. How can we welcome the true God without grandeur? How can we demonstrate our sincerity without it? As for today's schedule, please be patient. We'll discuss everything after we've paid our respects to the true God. As he spoke, he picked up the 10 copies of the Meow Meow Apocalypse he had prepared in advance from a nearby table and distributed them one by one to the group. Now, please join me in reciting the revelation to praise the great cat god. At these words, the group already harboring doubts immediately exchanged bewildered glances. This had completely exceeded their previous expectations. But out of curiosity, they still opened the so-called Meow Meow revelation in their hands. Upon opening the first page, the first thing that caught their eyes was a cat's face, shrouded in an aura of entity and mystery. A pair of golden eyes on the cat's face were staring right at them, sending a shiver down their spines. As they continued turning the pages, a tale of a cat savior unfolded before them. In the beginning, all things arose from chaos. The primordial singularity vanished into nothingness, and the disorder of chaos gradually transformed. There existed a being in the world, born of the beginning yet governed by its own laws. It possessed the spiritual power to transform all things and the will to shape all things. Later generations called it the cat god, whose sacred favor was bestowed upon cats, who possessed its spiritual power. At the end of the world lay a chaos, possessing a will of its own, seeking to satisfy its unbalanced desires. It was called evil. The cat god waged a great war against evil and emerged victorious, yet the world was destroyed in the process. The great cat god reshaped the world with its own body, an event known to history as the cat genesis. Everyone? Archbishop Yefeng, could you please turn down the volume on the speakers? I'm standing a bit too close. Sun Weilan, a tall, elegant woman with long black hair, pointed to the speakers on the pillar beside her and covered her ears as she spoke. Oh, sure, sorry about that. Hearing her, Yula frantically fumbled in his pocket for the remote control and turned down the volume. Who did you get to record this part? It sounds pretty professional. Hee, I had a teacher from the broadcasting and hosting department at the School of Media record it, Yula said with an awkward laugh. Didn't he break character? No, the teacher was really professional. We nailed it on the first take. So did you write the script yourself? Sun Weilan asked. Instinctively, Yulu nodded, then immediately shook his head. No, I didn't write it. The great cat god revealed his will to me. You wrote it. There are even typos. Where? Where are the typos? I'm going to complain to the publisher. Didn't they say they proofread it for me? Upon hearing about the typos, Yulu immediately began flipping through Meow Meow's revelations. Seeing this, the others who had been feeling a bit worried just moments ago burst into laughter.
Just kidding. There aren't any typos, but you did a pretty good job making it up. Chen Kursen flipped through Meow Meow's revelations while wearing an admiring expression.
Ahem, realizing he'd been tricked, Yulu quickly composed himself, then held the Meow Meow apocalypse in both hands and said, "Alright, now everyone, please join me in praising the great cat god and praying for his descent. The sacred flame burns bright, the holy light shines radiant, all my disciples, meow 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 meow." At first, everyone managed to recite a few lines along with her, but as they continued, they began to feel the urge to laugh.
Eventually, one girl couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Ha, this is killing me. So cheesy, so awkward. I'm practically picking my toes clean. Now I finally get why we're wearing masks, ha. Laughing, she clutched her stomach. I can't take it anymore. I have to record this and send it to my friends so they can see it too. But no sooner had she finished speaking than a dark shadow flashed in front of her. Immediately afterward came a voice devoid of any emotion. How dare you? How dare you desecrate the Bible? Hearing this voice, the girl instinctively looked up. The next second, she witnessed a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. There stood Yul, clad in a black robe, who had appeared before her at some unknown moment, his entire body emanating waves of black mist. And the moment her eyes met his, she realized that his eyes were glowing with a faint green light. Combined with the black cat mask on his face and the black mist surrounding him, he looked utterly otherworldly. The moment Yul's gaze locked onto her, she felt as though she'd fallen into an ice cave, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. The Yul standing before her now bore no resemblance to the timid, shy, self-important teenager he'd been moments ago. The girl wasn't the only one who was frightened. The other 9 were also staring at Yul in utter shock. They had just witnessed Yul appear right in front of the girl in the blink of an eye, having been 10 meters away. Such speed was far beyond what an ordinary person could possess. Combined with the current scene, they were suddenly overcome by a sense of foreboding. Just then, Yul suddenly barked at the girl. "Hand over your phone." Hearing this, the girl flinched, then tremblingly pulled her phone out of her pocket. Before she could react, Yul snatched the phone from her hand. Right in front of everyone present, he crushed the phone with his bare hands. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the girl's iPhone was reduced to ashes by the black flames rising from his palm. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt a chill run down their spines. It's over. Isn't this holy flame meow meow cult a cult? Unbidden, they all had the same thought. I hope this doesn't happen again. The Meow Meow Apocalypse is our sect's highest scripture. We will not tolerate your desecration. If this happens again, that phone will be your fate. As he spoke, Yul swept his gaze, his eyes glowing green across the crowd. Everyone was so frightened they nodded frantically on the spot. The girl from earlier was on the verge of tears. Partly from fear, and partly because she was heartbroken over her phone. She'd saved up for months, scrimping and saving, to buy it. Here's some money. Once we get back to the city, you can buy a new one. Under the girl's stunned gaze, Yul pulled out a stack of cash from somewhere. Ha! Not enough? That's probably last year's model, right? It's worth 7,000 at most. Don't try to rip me off. Yul scratched his mask as he held out the cash. The girl, having regained her composure, first looked at the thick stack of cash in front of her, then at Yulu, whose eyes were glowing green. Finally, she took the money. When the others present witnessed this scene, the expressions beneath their masks grew peculiar once more. He doesn't seem that evil after all. What kind of evil cult would pay for someone's phone? At the same time, a soft sigh drifted from a corner deep within the hall, though with everyone's attention fixed on Yulu, no one heard it. Chapter 64, The Festival, The Descent of the True God. After compensating the girl for her phone, Yul returned to his previous spot. The others obediently picked up the Meow Meow Apocalypse. After what had just happened, they no longer dared to joke around. Because they knew that this seemingly shy, adolescent-like young man before them was no ordinary human. Of course, he wasn't a bad person either.
The sacred flame burns bright, the holy light shines radiant. All my disciples, meow 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 meow. The sound of chanting filled the hall once more. The recitation continued like this for about 20 minutes before finally drawing to a close. Praise be to your glorious name and merits, meow 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 meow. After finishing this line, you'll slowly close the book of meow. The crowd below let out a long sigh of relief. They weren't exactly tired, but holding back laughter had been agonizing. Alright, the cat god has heard your praises and felt your devotion. Now, please join me in completing the final ritual. As soon as Yul spoke, a wry smile instantly appeared on the faces hidden beneath their masks. But intimidated by Yul's entity powers, they had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, the nature of the ritual was somewhat more tolerable. Yul walked over from a corner and brought out a large tray. On the tray were fish skewered on wooden sticks. Stepping before the group, he distributed the fish among them. All you need to do now is place the offerings over the sacred fire to roast them. Let the sacred fire serve as the medium to offer the sacrifices to the great cat god, and the ritual will be complete. Come on, follow me. Amid the crowd's bewildered stares, Yul led the way, holding his fish, toward the stone platform where the sacred fire blazed fiercely. Once in front of the stone platform, he placed the large fish on the skewer over the fire, turning them over from time to time. This just grilling fish? Wow! What a unique way to have a meal. I was wondering why there was always fire coming out of there. Turns out it's a grill. Come on, let us go grill some fish too. The crowd, having let down their guard, immediately gathered around. Each person took a fish and began grilling it over the roaring flames spewing from the stone platform. Archbishop, could you turn the fire down a bit? It's too hot, the fish will burn. Sure, no problem. Do you have any oil? Dry grilling isn't very tasty. We do. Do you have a knife? I want to score the fish so the flavor penetrates better. Would scissors work? Sure. I'd like to add some cumin. We don't have that, but we have chili powder. I can't handle spicy food. I'm from Eastern Guangdong. Is this really the Holy Communion of the Holy Flame Meow Meow Church? Is this saltwater fish? I'm allergic to seafood. It's freshwater fish. Before long, the aroma of grilled fish began to waft through the hall. So engrossed in the joy of grilling, everyone had almost forgotten what they were actually doing. Until the fish in their hands was grilled to a golden brown on both sides. It's ready! Chen Kursen looked at the grilled fish in her hands with eager anticipation. But just as she was about to tear a piece of flesh from the fish, Yul's voice suddenly rang out. Wait, the ceremony isn't over yet. We can only distribute the Holy Communion after the true God has partaken of the offering. With that, Yul knelt on one knee before the stone altar under everyone's astonished gaze, raising the grilled fish high above his head with both hands. Great cat god, please manifest your true form and bestow your blessings upon your devout followers. This sudden scene left everyone momentarily at a loss. Archbishop, what are you up to now? Come on, stop fooling around. If we don't eat the grilled fish now, it'll get cold. Hee, we want to do just like you. I'll join in too. Once they caught on, the crowd immediately began laughing and joking as they mimicked Yul's actions, kneeling before the stone platform and raising their grilled fish high above their heads. Great cat god, this is the fish I grilled for you. It smells so good. Would you like a bite? Cat god, have mine. I didn't add any seasoning. Up until this point, none of them had taken it too seriously. However, just as they were all kneeling before the stone platform, holding up their grilled fish, an extraordinary meow suddenly rang out from above their heads. Meow. Deep and mysterious, imbued with a sense of the entity. It echoed endlessly through the silent hall. Hearing the sound, everyone instinctively looked up. At a single glance, their expressions changed, their minds went blank, and countless complex emotions flashed through their eyes. Shock, confusion, fear, bewilderment. Following their gaze, they saw a giant black cat crouching atop the 2-meter-tall black cat deity statue. A pair of golden eyes looked down upon them. Bathed in the light of the sacred flame, it appeared so mysterious, so majestic, and so awe-inspiringly sacred. As the flames flickered, its shadow fell precisely over the spot where the crowd stood. Before they could recover from their shock, it opened its mouth once more and let out a deep, resonant meow.
Meow.
Hearing this, Yulu, who was kneeling at the very front, immediately bowed his head even lower.
The next second, he shouted in a slightly trembling voice. We welcome the cat goddess descent. Great Night King, your followers have prepared offerings for you. We implore you to come before us and bestow your blessings upon us. No sooner had he finished speaking than the giant black cat atop the statue transformed into a cloud of black mist. As the black mist drifted toward the crowd, it instantly materialized into a life-sized black cat. It stood quietly on the steps before the sacred flame, its emotionless eyes scanning every person present. During this process, the crowd inexplicably felt as if a massive mountain were pressing down on them, causing their hearts to race and leaving them slightly breathless. Fortunately, the black cat's gaze did not linger on them for long. Meow. With another meow, the black cat elegantly placed its right front paw on Yule's head. The crowd, looking up at this scene, breathed a sigh of relief while also feeling a tinge of curiosity. Could this black cat really be the cat god? Just as this doubt crossed their minds simultaneously, a cloud of black mist suddenly billowed from the cat's body. In the blink of an eye, the black mist spread throughout the entire hall. The originally dim hall instantly plunged into pitch darkness, so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Even though the sacred flame was not far ahead of them, it gave off not a single ray of light. At that very moment, it was as if they had fallen into an endless night. A sense of panic spread uncontrollably through their hearts. But this situation did not last long. Meow. With a single meow, the endless darkness was torn apart by a massive paw. Under the fearful gazes of the crowd, a gigantic black cat, large enough to block out the sky, appeared overhead. The surrounding scene shifted at that moment. The Villa's grand hall instantly transformed into a vast, boundless wilderness. They knelt on the grassy plain, the colossal cat dominating the entire night sky. Its black fur was deeper than the night itself, and its golden eyes shone brighter than the stars. An unprecedented sense of oppression and fear made them tremble all over, their faces turning pale. Especially when they looked directly at the black cat in the night sky, that fear grew even more intense. Gradually, their consciousness began to grow hazy, and their minds started to wander. It seemed they were about to lose their sanity. At that very moment, all the illusions vanished. The dim hall reappeared before them, and the blazing sacred fire brought a hint of warmth to their chilled bodies. The black cat standing before the stone platform was once again the same normal-sized black cat as before. Chapter 65, Blessing, the Cat Goddess Strength. Before they knew it, everyone was drenched in sweat, their undergarments completely soaked. Fear was etched on the faces hidden beneath their masks. Even the most thick-skinned among them now knew that the black cat before them was no ordinary cat. Especially when they inadvertently locked eyes with it, the illusion that had just appeared resurfaced. Terrified, they quickly lowered their heads. Just then, Yule's voice suddenly rang out from the side. Great Night King, please partake of the offering. Hearing these words, everyone instinctively turned their gaze in that direction. Under their astonished stares, the black cat, which seemed to be the cat god, slowly extended its front paw, then used it to tear off the most tender piece of flesh from the fish's belly. At that moment, it resembled an elegant gentleman, using its paw holding the fish as if it were a knife and fork. He slowly brought it to his mouth and began to savor it. Once he had finished the piece of fish, a look of satisfaction spread across his face. Meow. It tastes quite good, I like it very much. It is my honor. Facing Linus praise, Yule wore an expression of flattered surprise, then turned to address the crowd behind him. Hurry over and offer your sacrifices. As soon as he spoke, the crowd didn't hesitate for a moment. They hurriedly knelt before Lin, mimicking Yule's posture, bowing their heads and holding the grilled fish high above their heads. And just as before, Lin used his claws to pluck the most tender piece of flesh from the fish. Meow. This one's a bit charred. Next. The Great Night King says your fish is a bit burnt,
but overall it's not bad.
Meow. It's grilled okay. The Great Night King is very satisfied. Meow. It's not cooked through. Grill it for a few more minutes. The Great Night King wants you to go grill some more.
Soon, Lin had tasted the grilled fish from everyone's hands, and most of them tasted pretty good. No sooner had he finished than Yul pulled a napkin from his pocket and thoughtfully wiped the seasoning and grease from the corners of his mouth, then cleaned his right front paw. After doing all this, he turned to the crowd and said, "The Night King is very pleased with your offerings. Now you may enjoy the remaining food in your hands." The crowd. Eat up. This is a blessing bestowed upon you by the gods. After exchanging glances, the crowd hurriedly removed their masks, baring their mouths, and began devouring the fish they had grilled in big bites, not daring to show the slightest hesitation. Yul did the same. Soon, the only sounds in the hall were those of chewing and swallowing. As for Lin, after yawning, he lazily sprawled out on the steps, watching the others eat their fish. Today, Yul had dragged him here for rehearsals without even letting him take his afternoon nap. Just for a single, stylish entrance, he de-rehearsed at least a dozen times before finally settling on the version they just performed. During that time, he also endured mental torture from the crowd, listening to them chant for half an hour. It could be said that no other deity was as dedicated as he was. The result was obvious: these people were now completely awestruck. In fact, they were far more than just awestruck. If, before entering, they had merely regarded this as an ordinary cat lovers gathering and approached it with a sense of fun, they had now fully accepted the existence of the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult. They even strongly suspected that Yul's earlier cat genesis was true. Lin was the cat god recorded in the Meow Meow apocalypse, otherwise, there was simply no way to explain everything that had just happened. At this thought, their moods grew incredibly complicated as they ate their fish. It seemed they had unwittingly joined a formidable organization and even encountered a deity. I hope it's not some kind of evil god, though the odds of that seem pretty slim. That was what everyone was thinking. After all, Lin's entrance had been downright eerie. 20 minutes later, everyone had finished the fish in their hands. Even Chen Kursen, who usually felt full after just a couple of vegetable leaves, forced herself to polish off the grilled fish weighing nearly 3 pounds. After finishing the fish, they all stood motionless, waiting for Yulu's next instructions. Yulu, meanwhile, turned his gaze toward Lin. "Night King, would you like to say a few words?" Hearing this, Lin, who had been taking a quick nap with his eyes closed, immediately shot him a withering glance. "Are you crazy? They wouldn't understand a word I say anyway." "You're right, I overlooked that. In that case, let us move on to the next item. Please, Night King, bestow your blessings upon them and make them true followers of the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult." As he spoke, he stood up and addressed the crowd. "Next, please step onto the hexagram over there. The Great Night King will bestow divine power upon you." At these words, the crowd's expression shifted, and a hint of unease crept into their hearts. One of the chubby boys raised his hand after a moment's hesitation. "Archbishop, this isn't some kind of evil ritual, is it? Will it harm our bodies? Do we have to sacrifice our kidneys or something?" Hearing the boy's question, the others remained silent, but their eyes betrayed the same concern. "Rest assured, it's merely a simple blessing. The Night King will bestow upon you the divine power of the cat god, and from this day forward, you will become beings just like me." As if to convince the crowd, Yula spread his hands wide. The next second, a ball of black flame erupted from his palm. As the black flame appeared, the crowd shuddered involuntarily. They sensed a powerful aura of evil emanating from it. "It's over. He really is a demon god." At that moment, everyone began to lose their nerve. But just then, Lin slowly stood up. The moment he stood, an even more terrifying aura filled the entire hall. With a single glare, the crowd who had been hesitating just moments ago immediately and obediently took their places at the points of the hexagram. Accepting the blessing might turn them into unknown evil monsters, but refusing it would turn them into corpses. Seeing that everyone was in position, Lin walked slowly toward them with an elegant stride. Under Lin's scrutiny, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, though only the petite Chen Kursen wore a look of excitement on her face. Perhaps sensing her excitement, Lin leaped lightly onto her shoulder. Then, under the terrified stares of the crowd, he opened his mouth, baring sharp fangs, and bit viciously into her slender, pale neck. As expected, Lin's sharp fangs pierced the skin on her neck and sank deep beneath the surface. In an instant, Chen Kursen's pupils dilated to their limit. Immediately, countless streams of black energy coursed through her veins, spreading throughout her entire body. Soon, black meridians began to emerge on the surface of her skin. Yet she felt no pain. Instead, she experienced an indescribable sense of comfort. Under these circumstances, her body was being strengthened at an unimaginable speed. Whether it was muscle density, bone strength, or metabolic rate, everything was significantly enhanced. A strange form of strength even began to emerge within her. It was the strength that had originally belonged to Lin, now taking root and sprouting within her. Meow. After an involuntary cat-like meow escaped her lips, Chen Kursen's pupils turned the green of an entity, her nails grew to over an inch in length, faintly glinting with the cold light, and the ears hidden beneath her hair began to sharpen. Chapter 66, Supernatural, Miraculous Transformation, Inheritance of Strength. Watching Lin sink his teeth into Chen Kursen's neck right before their eyes, the crowd nearly wet themselves in terror. It's over, it's over. We're going to die. This cat is going to eat us. A demon god, it must be a demon god. Why did I ever come here? Just as everyone was kicking themselves for coming, Lin jumped down from Chen Kursen. Looks like nothing happened. No sooner had they thought this than Chen Kursen, who had her back to them, began shrugging her shoulders, seemingly in extreme discomfort. Then, under the worried gazes of the crowd, Chen Kursen suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. As her laughter grew louder, the group gradually sensed something was off. Until Chen Kursen slowly turned to face them. Only then did they realize that the Chen Kursen before them was no longer the same person. The previous Chen Kursen had been petite, with a cute, innocent look. She resembled an underdeveloped elementary school student, the delicate, petite, little lowly type. But now, Chen Kursen had not only grown several centimeters taller, but her figure had also become incredibly striking. Of course, the most obvious change was in her face. Before, due to prolonged use of electronic devices, her eyes had been somewhat lifeless, and her cheeks still carried a hint of baby fat. Now, her eyes were bright and lively, like gems, and paired with her green irises and black eyeliner, they drew people in the moment they looked at her. Add to that her now defined facial features and sharp jawline, and her beauty has skyrocketed. She has transformed from a young, innocent girl into a stunning young beauty. Seeing this change in Chen Kursen, everyone was both dazzled and a bit baffled. They couldn't figure out why a single bite from Lin had made her look as if she'd had plastic surgery. No wonder she was smiling so happily just now. Could it be that this demon god is a cosmetic surgeon? Just as their minds were racing with speculation, Chen Kursen suddenly held out her hands. As everyone stared in astonishment, her pink cat eye umber nails suddenly extended outward, gradually transforming into the shape of cat claws, and a pair of fangs emerged from her mouth. Combined with her current appearance, her delicate charm was tinged with a hint of wildness. But that wasn't all. After baring her claws, she suddenly burst into laughter, and as she laughed, her form vanished into thin air. This. Where did she go? My God, she has gone. How did she do that? Could this be the divine power bestowed by the cat god? The shock the crowd felt at that moment was no less intense than when they had seen Lin bite Chen Kursen's neck earlier. I'm right here. Just then, Chen Kursen's voice suddenly came from above their heads. The crowd instinctively looked up and realized that Chen Kursen had silently appeared on a pillar right beside them. She hung upside down from the pillar, clinging tightly to it like a cat. Meow. After letting out a cat's meow, she landed steadily on the ground, the entire process silent. Her display left everyone's faces pale once again. Judging by the ability she had just demonstrated, she was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. Only Lin's expression remained unchanged. The strength of a bloodline descendant increases as his own strength increases. Given his current strength, even if Chin Kursen had inherited just 1/10 of it, it would still be terrifying. By his estimation, Chin Kursen's current strength was no less than that of the former Yugu, at least tier C, and possibly even C+. The only thing that surprised him was that Chin Kursen had not only inherited the physical strength of his body but also his invisibility ability. At that moment, the crowd, having regained their composure, hurriedly gathered around Chin Kursen. Sun Weilan, being a girl herself, took a good look around and her eyes practically lit up.
Wow, even your skin looks so much better now. Come on, it's nothing special. I'm just a few shades fairer than before. Is that eyeliner permanent too? That is so cool. Really? I can't even see it myself. Your figure has actually gotten so great too. I remember you used to have a little belly. No way, you're mistaken. I've always had a six-pack. Your chest has gotten bigger too.
You were laughing so loudly just now, it must be because of that.
Ahem, you're making that up. I haven't tea. I've always been pretty well endowed. Chen Kursen tried to puff out her chest. Did Cat Goddess bite her just now? No, not at all. It actually felt kind of nice.
While everyone was asking questions, Chen Kursen also demonstrated the strength she had just gained. One moment she performed a difficult parkour move in front of everyone, and the next she lifted the chubby boy from earlier with one hand. It was clear from her display that she had undergone a comprehensive transformation after being bitten by Lin. This suddenly filled the crowd, who had been anxious, with anticipation. Almost simultaneously, they all turned their gaze toward Lin.
The next second, the chubby boy who had previously expressed concern dropped to his knees before Lin with a thud. Lord Cat God, please bestow strength upon me. I will be your loyal servant from now on. Having said this, he voluntarily exposed his neck.
Seeing this, Lin didn't hesitate to sink her teeth in.
Mum. After a slightly perverse moan, the chubby boy wore an expression of pure ecstasy.
At the same time, his body underwent a series of changes, just like Chen Kursen had before. His previously plump figure gradually became muscular. His potbelly turned into six-pack abs, and his round face transformed into that of a male model. His pupils turned green, just like Chen Kursen's. An indescribable strength took root and blossomed within him. By the time the transformation was complete, he had become a strikingly handsome man with a brooding aura. Of course, in addition to his physical transformation, he had also gained extraordinary strength. His strength, speed, vision, hearing, sense of smell, and reaction time had all been enhanced across the board. The only difference between him and Chen Kursen was that he hadn't inherited Lin's invisibility ability. Instead, he inherited his bloodthirsty assault. The moment he activated bloodthirsty assault, his eyes turned blood red, and his fingernails glowed with a crimson light. Just as he was excitedly taking in his new abilities, Lin's voice suddenly came from nearby.
Remember to wash your neck from now on, Stinky.
Hearing this, a hint of guilt flashed across the chubby boy's face.
Yes, Lord Cat God, I'll definitely be more careful next time.
As soon as he said that, it dawned on him.
Wait a minute, I can actually understand Lord Cat God's words now. Ha, that's great. Ha. So becoming a bloodline has this effect too. Lin seemed somewhat surprised as well. At the same time, the remaining 8 people looked at Lin with eager anticipation.
Having witnessed the miracle that happened to Chen Kursen and the chubby boy, they were practically offering their necks to Lin. Lin didn't hold back either, biting each of them in turn. Chapter 67, Everyone's Imagination Runs Wild, A Talented Crowd. 10 minutes later, all 10 members of the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult had completed their transformation, becoming Lin's direct bloodline descendants. Without exception, while their appearance and demeanor underwent drastic changes, they also gained extraordinary strength. The abilities they inherited varied. 2 inherited Lin's invisibility ability, just like Chen Kursen. 3 inherited the bloodthirsty assault ability, just like the chubby guy. Of the remaining 3, 1 inherited Ghost Step, gaining the ability to shift into a spectral form. 1 inherited Bullet Time, and the last, somewhat uniquely, inherited Lin's ability to summon cat ghosts.
Though their abilities differed, it did nothing to dampen their overwhelming excitement. It took quite a while before they finally calmed down. By then, Lin had stepped onto the dais. His stern and authoritative gaze swept over everyone present once more. I have bestowed divine power upon you. From this day forward, you are no longer mortals, but members of the Great Holy Order. You will also bear responsibilities far greater than those of ordinary people. Therefore, I hope that in the future, unless absolutely necessary, you will not reveal your strength in front of ordinary people, and certainly not reveal your identity as members of the Holy Order. Faced with Lin's words, the crowd nodded repeatedly. Having become Lin's bloodline, they had reached a point of unconditional obedience to his commands. Moreover, they had already realized that this world might not be as simple as they had once believed. Just then, Chen Kursen suddenly asked with a respectful expression. Great Cat God, may I ask what the duties of the Holy Order are? Could it be that the evil you defeated and sealed away has broken free once more to wreak havoc upon the world? It must be so. Therefore, as members of the Holy Sect, our duty is to combat those evil forces lurking in the dark corners, isn't it? No sooner had she finished speaking than the crowd who had just become official members of the Holy Flame Meow Meow sect lighted up with excitement. Fighting evil forces, saving a world ravaged by darkness, what could possibly excite this group of teenage delusion sufferers more than that? That must be it. I've sensed something was off in this world for a while now. A week ago, everyone in a village near us vanished. The official report said it was a mudslide, but I don't think it's that simple, a young man said with conviction. Right, I noticed that too. There's a scenic area near us where, overnight, every single tree was snapped in half. Someone even found a scale bigger than a wash basin, but the official report claimed it was just a prank. Another follower spoke with equal seriousness. It seems this world has long been infiltrated by darkness. Ordinary people just don't know it yet. The Holy Church's emergence must be meant to restore world order and crush those evil forces. After a brief discussion, the group immediately reached a consensus and independently formulated the Holy Flame Meow Meow Cult's action plan. Watching the crowd's fervor, Lin had originally intended to say something, but decided against it. But just because he wasn't speaking didn't mean you'll wound tea. That's right, everything you've said is correct. In the dark corners of this world, many evil entities do indeed lurk. They are known as entities. They possess strength far beyond that of ordinary humans and can control those with evil intentions in their hearts. And it is the duty of our holy cult to eradicate these entities. This is also what the Cat God expects of us, isn't it, Cat God? As he spoke, Yul turned his passionate gaze toward Lin. Lin. Fine, whatever you say goes. But actually, this sounds pretty good. Let them help me find those weaker entities and bring them to me to devour. That way, my evolution points will skyrocket. Realizing this, Lin quickly nodded. Exactly, that's exactly what I meant. By the way, to make things easier, you'd better find a way to move to Jinghai. Upon hearing Lin's words, everyone present immediately reacted. I'm fine with that. I'm a freelancer anyway, it's all the same to me wherever I go, replied a young man who worked as a comic artist without hesitation. I'm fine too. My family is getting our house demolished, so I've got a little cash saved up, said another young man with dyed yellow hair, looking completely unconcerned. I can move here too. I don't want to spend another day in that crappy class anyway. Me too. I'm a member of the Holy Church now. That 3,000 yuan a month job isn't going to keep me here. I used to work at the zoo. Worst case scenario, I'll just switch to the zoo here. Shouldn't be a problem? Most people said it wouldn't be a big deal. Only Chen Kursen and the chubby guy from earlier seemed a bit hesitant. I'm still in school. Moving here would be a bit difficult. Me too. If I drop out, my dad will break my legs. However, no sooner had they finished speaking than a young man in his early 30s stepped forward. I can help solve your problems. I have some connections and can arrange for you to transfer to a university in Jinghai. What do you think of Jinghai University?
As soon as the young man spoke, not only did Chen Kursen and the chubby boy's eyes light up, but even Lin wore a look of surprise.
Looks like he's no ordinary person.
Realizing this, Lin immediately addressed everyone present.
I don't know your basic information yet. Please give me a brief introduction.
Naturally, no one objected to his request, and they quickly laid all their cards on the table. Lin had assumed that most of the people Yulu had invited this time were ordinary folk, but after listening to their self-introductions, he realized that Yulu had actually recruited a group of talented individuals for him. Take the young man from earlier, for example. His name was Luo Chang, and he was the head of a publicly listed company in Jinghai, primarily engaged in biomedicine, with assets exceeding 100 million. As an orphan suffering from cancer, he had adopted many cats, and through a stroke of luck, had been invited here by Yul. Then there was Sun Weilan, who in real life served as the chief designer at a certain jewelry design firm. Among the 10 of them were also a renowned comic artist, a paleontology enthusiast, a zookeeper, a collector of both cold and hot weapons, and a science fiction writer.
Even the chubby Li Ku is a seasoned hacker, one ranked internationally. However, the one who surprised Lin the most was Chen Kursen.
Aside from being an ordinary freshman in college, she is also a superhuman, more precisely, a micro-power user. Just like Yulu, she woke up one day to suddenly discover she had gained a special ability.
Moreover, her micro-power was quite unique. She could sense danger and foresee events that would occur within the next 2 seconds.
This was why everyone else had been so terrified, while she remained completely unafraid. After Lin transformed her into a bloodline, her ability was significantly enhanced, and her foresight extended from 2 seconds to 10 seconds. Lin suspected that her superpower was also linked to mental strength. After assessing everyone's situation, Lin suddenly realized that if she could fully harness their strengths, the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult might actually have a chance to grow and become powerful. Of course, it was only a possibility.
Chapter 68, The Night King's Mission, the Meow Meow cult's internal struggles.
Once everyone had introduced themselves, Lin spoke again.
I am now fully aware of your circumstances.
Now that you have all become members of the Holy Sect, you must help one another and fulfill your duties as members.
I am now assigning you your first task.
At these words, everyone immediately knelt on one knee, their expressions turning serious, with a hint of anticipation in their eyes. Find a way to uncover the movements of all entities hiding in Jinghai, and report back to me. Oh, and besides our Holy Flame Meow Meow cult, there is another official organization in Jinghai called the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs. They also possess extraordinary strength, and their mission is to investigate entity-related incidents. You must not let them detect the Holy Cult's existence, nor should you have any contact with them. As you command, Great Cat God, the group replied in unison. They showed not a shred of hesitation regarding Lin's orders.
Also, from now on, don't call me the Cat God. Just call me the Night King, Lin added.
Yes, Lord Night King. Very good. I am quite satisfied with your performance.
If any of you demonstrate exceptional merit in the future, I will consider promoting you to the rank of Guardian.
At these words, their eyes lit up instantly.
Seeing their reaction, Lin was taken aback. They buy into such empty promises?
He had no idea just how much hope these people, suddenly exposed to the supernatural, had for the future. In their hearts, the Holy Flame Meow Meow sect was already the greatest sect in the world, a savior organization.
Just then, Luo Chang suddenly spoke up.
Lord Night King, I don't know if other contributions count, but I've accumulated a modest fortune.
Since you've cured my cancer, I'm willing to donate 100 million to the Holy Sect to support its development.
Of course, I'm not using filthy money to insult you. I sincerely wish to express my respect to the Holy Sect. His words immediately drew sidelong glances from the other 9.
Holy shit, you can do that? He is cheating. Exactly. What is he trying to do, farm contribution points? Damn pay to win player. Lord Night King, I'd like to donate as well.
This completely caught off guard by Luo Chang's move, Lin was momentarily stunned. After a moment's thought, he finally decided to accept Luo Chang's gesture. You'll make a note of this. Believer Luo Chang has made an outstanding contribution to the Holy Church's development. Give him priority consideration for the next promotion to Dharma Protector.
Hearing Lin's words, Yul nodded repeatedly. Yes, Lord Night King, I've noted it.
The Holy Church will never forget the devotion and sacrifices of its followers. What the hell kind of sacrifice is that? Everyone thought to themselves.
Alright, I'll leave the rest to you.
I must continue monitoring the mortal realm, so I'll be taking my leave. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin soared into the air. Mid-flight, he seemed to remember something. He opened his mouth and spat out 10 black cat keychains. Take these. If you encounter a foe you cannot defeat, pray to it with all your heart, and I shall sense it. Hearing Lin's words, the crowd's eyes immediately lit up with delight as they looked at the keychains in their hands. Clearly, they hadn't expected these seemingly unremarkable keychains to possess such power.
Thank you, Lord Night King. No need to thank me. I'm off. With that, Lin's figure vanished in the blink of an eye.
After he left, the crowd in the hall remained transfixed for a long time. It wasn't until several minutes had passed that they finally spoke, their voices filled with emotion. Lord Night King truly works tirelessly, not only maintaining the world's order but also constantly monitoring the movements of evil. Yes, perhaps it is precisely because of his protection that our world has not completely fallen into darkness. But from now on, we can help Lord Night King shoulder some of that burden. While the others were reflecting on this, Luo Chang's face, however, wore a different expression. Even now, he still found everything that had just happened somewhat unreal. But as he felt his unprecedented surge of physical strength and his clear-headed mind, he knew this was no dream, it had truly happened. He had truly joined a special sect possessing extraordinary strength. He had met a true god. And after being bestowed strength by the true god, his cancer had been completely cured, not only granting him a healthy body, but also endowing him with extraordinary abilities beyond those of ordinary humans. Therefore, compared to the others, his reverence for the Holy Flame Miao Miao sect and Lin was even more intense.
Equally intense was his ambition.
As a business prodigy who had built a massive fortune from scratch after more than a decade of battling in the business world, he possessed extremely keen insight. During the recent events, he had vaguely sensed that this world was gradually changing, and that the future might be reshuffled. And as a supernatural power, the Holy Flame Miao Miao sect would inevitably become a major force in the future world, perhaps even dominating it. After all, the Holy Flame Miao Miao sect was backed by a true god. He had now boarded the Holy Flame Miao Miao sect's ship if he could climb to even greater heights in the future. At this thought, a fierce flame seemed to ignite in his eyes. Yet he was far from the only one harboring such ambitions. Standing not far behind him, Sun Weilan's mind was also racing with thoughts.
Coming from humble origins, how could she fail to realize that joining the Holy Flame Miao Miao cult was her chance, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? She had even already figured out how to leverage her strengths and resources to complete the task entrusted to her by the cat god and rapidly rise through the ranks of the holy cult. Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, Eula suddenly spoke up. Everyone, the initiation ceremony is complete. Now, please follow me to the nearby hotel to rest.
Hearing Yulu's words, the group immediately snapped back to reality. After nodding in agreement, they followed Yulu to a resort hotel located on the outskirts of Red Maple Village. They then went to their respective rooms.
But not long after, Luo Chang emerged from his room and knocked on Li Ku's door. When Li Ku opened the door, looking puzzled, a faint smile appeared on Luo Chang's face.
Li Ku, I need you to do me a favor.
What kind of favor? Help me hack into the Jinghai City Public Security Bureau's police system.
What?
Don't you want to finish the task Lord Night King assigned us as soon as possible? I think we might be able to find clues about entity through the Jinghai City police system.
Really? Okay, I'll get started right away. Just as Luo Chang found Li Ku, Sun Weilan also found Shen Kursen. An hour later, 10 members of the Holy Flame Miao Miao cult began leaving the hotel in small groups and heading off in different directions. Standing on the hotel rooftop, Eula watched them with a puzzled expression.
What are they all doing? Why are they in such a rush? But then again, if they're all so competitive, and I'm just sitting around doing nothing, might my position as Archbishop be in jeopardy? Oh no! They aren't after my position as Archbishop, are they? Do you think that's possible, little orange? As he spoke, Yul picked up a chubby orange cat from the ground beside him. The chubby orange cat shot him a disdainful glance. Bro, you stink. Huh? Do I? I guess I do a little. Never mind. Instead of going on a mission, I'd better figure out how to curry favor with the Night King. I'll go back later and revise the Meow Meow Apocalypse. And I'll write up the Meow Meow Church's rules. It'd be best if we could draft a 5-year development plan for the Holy Flame Meow Meow Church and recruit some new followers while we're at it. Perfect. I almost forgot, tomorrow I'll bring Lord Night King some tasty treats. Hee, my position as Archbishop is secure. With that, a delighted Yul stretched out on a lounge chair on the rooftop to bask in the moonlight. Meanwhile, Lin, who had returned to school some time ago, was also lying on the rooftop, yawning. Recalling the events that had unfolded not long ago, a thoughtful expression crossed his face. I wonder if they're reliable. I wonder if they can actually help me. Never mind. I can't expect too much from them. I'll just let things take their course. If even the Anomaly Guild couldn't handle it, how could they possibly manage it? After giving himself a facial, Lin slowly closed his eyes. Before long, he drifted off to sleep. In his dream, countless humans dressed in the black robes of the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult knelt before him, offering him all sorts of delicacies. Unconsciously, a drop of drool fell from the corner of his mouth. Hee. 6 updates done. Barring any surprises, there'll be 6 more tomorrow. I even got interrupted by an evil cat in the middle. What a thoroughly satisfying writing session. Once again, I'm shamelessly asking for some free gifts. Chapter 69, The Meow Meow Cult's First Operation. The Man Bear. Li Ko, are you sure there's an entity lurking in that Wangzhuang village you mentioned? On the Jinghai 3rd Ring Road, a black minivan was speeding along. Luo Chang, dressed in plain clothes, asked the question while keeping his hands on the steering wheel. Hearing the question, Li Ku, sitting in the back seat, immediately nodded and opened the laptop he carried with him. I'm certain. I just hacked into the Jinghai Municipal Public Security Bureau's police system and used my homemade AI tool to scan the police reports from the past 2 weeks. About 2 weeks ago, someone from Wangzhuang village reported that their livestock kept disappearing. When they found the animals, they were mostly just skeletons. Also, a week ago, a local animal welfare organization reported an incident where a wild leopard was killed by an unknown creature on Jiguan Mountain, about 5 kilometers from Wangzhuang village. 3 days ago, several anglers had their catch stolen by an unknown creature while night fishing at Dalong Reservoir in Wangzhuang village. No sooner had he finished speaking than a young man standing beside him, slightly tanned and nearly half a head taller than Li Ku, chipped in. I looked into the wildlife distribution in Jinghai City. Here, leopards are essentially at the top of the food chain. Theoretically, they have no natural predators, so whatever killed that leopard definitely wasn't a normal creature. So I support Li Ku's view, this is definitely an entity incident. The young man speaking was named Zhou Tao. Before joining the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult, he had been a zookeeper and possessed extensive knowledge of wildlife. He was also one of the squad members Luo Chang had managed to recruit. The method he used was straightforward. Luo Chang paid him and Li Ku 100,000 yuan a month as a salary. With the two of them backing him up, a flicker of excitement crossed Luo Chang's eyes. Good. Looks like we'll be taking the credit for this one. Li Ku, open that briefcase I just handed you. Oh. Hearing Luo Chang's words, Li Ku immediately opened the black briefcase in front of him. Click. As the lid sprang open, several items that took Li Ku by surprise appeared before him. 3 light blue syringes and a black handgun. Seeing these items, Li Ku couldn't help but freeze in surprise. But soon, a look of excitement spread across his face. Bro, how did you even get your hands on stuff like this? So that's why you left just now to grab these things? By the way, what's in these syringes? Curiously picking up one of them,
Li Ke cast a questioning glance at Luo Chang. Zhou Tao, sitting beside him, did the same.
Luo Chang simply replied nonchalantly. Adrenaline. If you encounter danger later, you can inject yourselves with one. It'll give you a massive boost for a short time.
For ordinary people, there might be some side effects, but for us right now, I think the side effects should be negligible.
Do you know how to use it? I know. I know exactly how. Li Ke nodded excitedly. Good. As for that gun, you can use it for now.
In a while, I'll figure out a way to get some more powerful weapons.
Bro, you're so awesome.
Li Ke said with admiration.
Put the stuff away. I'm going to step on it.
Got it, bro. No sooner had Li Ke closed the briefcase than Luo Chang slammed his foot down on the gas pedal.
In an instant, the minivan's speed shot up to its limit.
For an ordinary person, this would be extremely dangerous, but for Luo Chang, whose physical attributes had been significantly enhanced, such speed was nothing. Besides, in his eyes, the car didn't even seem to be going that fast. 15 minutes later, the van gradually left the city's main thoroughfares and entered the mountainous region of Jinghai City's outskirts. Although the mountain roads were rugged and lacked streetlights, it didn't affect Luo Chang's driving in the slightest. He found an open area and turned off the engine.
Get out. Dalong Reservoir is 500 meters ahead. To avoid drawing the attention of that entity, we'll walk there.
Pulling the key from the ignition and locking the car, Luo Chang led Li Ke and the other man to the roadside. By now, all three had donned the Holy Flame Miao Miao cult's signature black robes and white cat masks. The night breeze caused their robes to flutter in the wind. Gazing at Dalong Reservoir, where white mist was rising in the distance, Luo Chang was the first to move. With a powerful push off the ground, he leaped over 10 meters and landed on a pine tree as thick as a man's waist, clinging to it like a large cat. Seeing this, Li Ke and the other man quickly followed suit. Soon, the three were moving silently through the woods beside the reservoir. 2 minutes later, they reached the reservoir's edge. Perched on the branches of a tree over 10 meters tall, they had a clear view of the entire area around the reservoir. To their surprise, even at this hour, there were still 3 fishermen casting their lines by the water's edge. Wow, no wonder these anglers keep running into all sorts of weird and strange things. They're truly devoted to their hobby. Hugging the tree trunk tightly, Li Ke remarked. Bro, what if that entity doesn't show up today? Hearing this, Luo Chang furrowed his brow slightly. Before he could speak, Zhou Tao answered first. I think it's highly likely to show up. Based on the information you gave earlier, its habits are similar to those of large carnivores. It has a regular hunting cycle and prefers to be active at night. Plus, this is the only water source within a few kilometers, making it an excellent hunting ground. No sooner had he finished speaking than Luo Chang made a shushing gesture, then pointed his finger toward the eastern side of Dalong Reservoir. At first, Li Ke and the others didn't quite understand what he was pointing at. That is, until they looked in the direction Li Ke was indicating. There, on the eastern side of the reservoir directly across from the group of anglers, a figure was faintly visible through the white mist. He appeared to be holding a fishing rod, and even made motions as if casting it. Ha! How come another angler just spawned over there? I don't remember seeing him just a moment ago, Li Ke muttered, looking puzzled. But Luo Chang shook his head. That's not an angler. Take a closer look. Not an angler? Hearing Luo Chang's words, Li Ke immediately looked over again. As his eyes glowed green, the previously blurry scene instantly became crystal clear. Not even the white mist could obscure it. Now he could finally make out the figure of the fisherman on the opposite bank of the reservoir. At a single glance, every hair on his body stood on end. That wasn't a fisherman at all. It was clearly a massive black bear standing on its hind legs. This black bear stood on the shore mimicking human posture, holding a long bamboo pole in its hands, and occasionally casting the fishing rod just like a human would. Just as Li Ke was breaking out in goosebumps, the upright black bear suddenly waved its hand toward the opposite side of the reservoir. Chapter 70, The Terrifying Human Bear, The Hunt Begins. Damn it! What is going on tonight?
Not a single fish.
By the reservoir, a scruffy man in his 30s muttered under his breath as he stared at the calm water ahead. After cursing, he reached for the cigarette pack beside him, intending to light one up. But as soon as he picked up the pack, he realized it was already completely empty. His mood, already sour, soured even further.
Bro ma, do you have any cigarettes left? Give me one.
Hearing this, a middle-aged man sitting to his left immediately wore a wry smile. I've gone 2 months without my living allowance just to come fishing. I've been scrounging bait off you guys, how could I possibly have money for cigarettes?
Well, do you have any, bro Wang?
Seeing that the middle-aged man had none either, the man with the bushy beard turned his hopes to a pot-bellied middle-aged man sitting to his right. The pot-bellied man glared at him the moment he heard this.
I've got lung cancer already, why the hell would I smoke? You've got lung cancer?
Why are you still so picky? The man with the bushy beard retorted defiantly. Just think of smoking as my chemo. That makes sense, but unfortunately, I've spent all my pocket money on bait and fishing gear. The pot-bellied man shrugged, looking helpless.
Ha! How sad, really sad.
2 grown men controlled by their wives like this. It's different for me when I say I'm going fishing. My wife doesn't even dare to say a word. No sooner had he finished speaking than his phone in his pocket rang. Startled, he quickly set down his fishing rod, pulled out his phone, and answered it as fast as he could.
Honey, why are you calling me at this hour? I'm still working overtime.
Work is moving a bit slowly today, I still haven't figured it out.
Fishing? Honey, you're joking. I quit that a long time ago. Good night. Get some rest. I'll probably be back tomorrow morning. It's not hard work, not hard at all.
By the time bearded man hung up, the 2 men beside him were nearly laughing out loud.
Seeing this, bearded man tried to force a denial. But just then, Brother Wang on his right suddenly pointed across the river with a look of surprise on his face. Look, isn't there someone over there waving at us?
Hearing this, bearded man and Brother Ma immediately turned their gaze to the opposite bank. Sure enough, they saw a figure waving at them. I didn't expect anyone besides the 3 of us to know about this fishing spot. But then again, maybe we haven't caught any fish because we picked the wrong spot.
There might be more fish over there.
Right, that must be it. Otherwise, not catching a single fish all night would be way too strange.
Let us just go over there.
I'll ask him for a cigarette while I'm at it, bearded man suggested.
Hurry up. I'm craving a smoke too.
As they spoke, the 3 grabbed their fishing gear, hoisted their rods, and picked up their empty fish baskets, then turned and headed toward the opposite side of the reservoir.
Completely oblivious to the danger closing in.
By the time they had walked halfway along the reservoir's edge, they could already make out the other guy's figure in the dim light.
Why is this guy wearing all black for a late-night fishing trip? Yeah, and he is even wearing a Nike jacket. Plus that cute hat, he is clearly a youngster. He has gotta have some cigarettes. Hey, buddy, how is the bite over there? Caught anything yet?
As they chatted, the 3 drew closer and closer, their faces still beaming with smiles. It wasn't until they were less than 10 meters away that their smiles finally faded. Not only were their smiles gone, but their expressions had turned absolutely ghastly. By the faint moonlight, the fellow angler they'd been eyeing finally revealed its true form. A massive black bear, standing over 2 meters tall, with a physique like a fitness trainer and a cruel grin on its face. Upon seeing the fear on the trio's faces, the bear waved at them once more, then charged toward them at full speed. The 3, already petrified with fear, turned and fled without a word. Even as they ran, they couldn't bring themselves to abandon their fishing gear and tackle boxes. So, before long, the massive black bear blocked their path. The next second, under the trio's eyes filled with sheer terror, the bear opened its massive jaws and let out a laugh that sounded almost human.
It seemed to be mocking the trio's stupidity.
This scene nearly scared the shit out of the 3 of them.
We're done for. How the hell is there a black bear here? You think it's a black bear? Don't you guys think it looks a lot like a person? What the hell is this thing? We're not going to die here today, are we? Just as despair was taking hold of the three of them, the massive black bear, standing on its hind legs, suddenly wiped the smile from its face and turned its gaze to the side. Its eyes, gleaming with malice, were filled with wariness. Seizing the moment, the man with the bushy beard quickly tugged at Brother Wang and Brother Ma beside him. "Let us go." Though they weren't sure what the black bear was on guard against, they knew this was their only chance to escape. The three didn't have time to think about it, they turned and fled as fast as they could. To their surprise, the entity like black bear didn't give chase. Realizing this, they ran even faster. Carrying their tackle boxes and gear, they ran faster than a 100-meter sprinter. Only after reaching what they considered a safe distance did they curiously look back. Soon, they witnessed a strange scene. They saw that, at some point, three strange figures clad in black robes had surrounded the terrifying black bear. They didn't seem afraid of the bear at all. Without a doubt, these three strange figures in black robes were none other than Luo Chang and his crew. At that moment, they were staring at the massive black bear before them with excitement written all over their faces. It really is an entity. I can smell that distinctive scent on it that Lord Night King mentioned. Our luck is just too good. But then again, what exactly is it? It looks part human, part bear. A bear man? A human bear? Who cares about that? Let us take it down. Then we'll bring it back as a tribute to Lord Night King. No sooner had the words left their mouths than all three entered combat mode simultaneously. Their pupils turned green, their nails grew longer, and sharp fangs sprouted from the corners of their mouths. Meow. After an excited meow, the trio launched a preemptive attack on the entity before them. The bear man, clearly not expecting any creature to dare attack it first, flew into a rage instantly. Roar! After a roar that echoed through the mountains and forests, black mist began to emanate from its body. Its frame, originally over 2 meters tall, instantly swelled to 3 meters, resembling a primordial beast. Whoosh! But just as it finished transforming, Li Ke, who had already launched a bloodthirsty assault, slashed at its chest with a single claw. In an instant, 3 terrifying gashes appeared on its chest. In pain, the man-bear raised its millstone-sized paw to swat at Li Ke, but it had clearly underestimated his speed. Before its paw could strike, Li Ke's figure vanished. At the same moment, a figure appeared on its shoulder. Shush! Another sharp sound of metal slicing through flesh echoed, and blood gushed from the humanoid bear's face. Its vaunted strength was completely ineffective against the agile trio of Luo Chang and his companions. Before long, its entire body was covered in wounds. Though none were fatal, they caused it immense pain. At that moment, it finally realized it was no match for the three before it. So it quickly made a decision: to flee. The next second, under the astonished gazes of Luo Chang and his companions, the humanoid bear instantly shifted into its bear form and charged headlong into the nearby forest, knocking down countless trees in its path. Li Ke, his hands covered in blood and a glint of excitement in his eyes, saw this and hurriedly said to Luo Chang beside him, "Bro, it's running away. What do we do now? What else can we do? Chase it. We have to kill it today. First thing tomorrow morning, we'll roast its bare paws and offer them as a sacrifice to Lord Night King." "All right. Kill it." As they spoke, the three of them charged deeper into the woods at an even faster pace, leaping and darting from tree to tree like agile cats. Meanwhile, the bear man darted this way and that, like a mouse being toyed with. When this scene fell into the eyes of the three fishermen, they were all dumbfounded. After exchanging glances, they saw shock in each other's eyes. If the appearance of the man-bear had shocked them 100%, then the subsequent actions of Luo Chang and his two companions shocked them 10,000%. Who on earth are they? Chapter 71, Slaying the Man-Bear and the Ghost Leopard. In the pitch-black forest, the man-bear charged through like a heavily armored tank, nothing able to stand in its way. Boom! With a thunderous crash, it effortlessly snapped a centuries-old cypress tree in two. The violent impact left it dizzy, yet it dared not pause for even a moment. For not far behind it, three figures resembling large cats were hot on its heels. Beneath their pitch-black cloaks,
Three pairs of glowing green eyes never took their gaze off the man bear.
Bro, this entity doesn't seem all that powerful, does it? That's normal. It's probably just a low-level entity.
The powerful ones have likely already been killed by Lord Night King.
Makes sense. Alright, it's about time we took care of it. Alright. Let me kill it.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Ku suddenly sped up.
Whoosh!
As a black shadow sliced through the night sky, Li Ku touched down with both hands and feet simultaneously, landing steadily right in front of the bear man. His sudden appearance startled the bear man. With no time to think, the man bear came to a halt and spun to face another direction, but it was always a step behind Li Ku.
Meow.
After a slightly frenzied cat's meow, Li Ku pounced directly onto the man bear, locking his legs in place while his hands snapped out claws, blood glinting between them.
SSH. 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 Roar.
Li Ku's hands moved so fast they created afterimages, and the human bear's already battered body was now covered in even more horrifying wounds. 5 minutes later, as Li Ku ripped out the human bear's windpipe, it fell completely silent.
Thud.
The massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, then, under the watchful eyes of the three, gradually shrank back to the size of a normal black bear. Li Ku, his face covered in blood, leaped down from its back. Gazing at the humanoid bear's corpse on the ground, he felt his blood boil with excitement, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Once, he had been nothing more than a shut-in who spent all day cooped up at home, despised even by his own parents. Now, he had become a holy order warrior, fighting against evil and safeguarding the Order of Blue Star from the shadows.
How could he not be thrilled? Just then, Luo Chang's voice rang out from the side. Li Ku, good job.
You have a natural talent for combat, though your fighting techniques could use some work. Once you move to Jinghai, I'll arrange for a few martial arts masters to teach you hand-to-hand combat. That should significantly boost your combat effectiveness. Also, I think we should design a combat suit better suited for battle. As it happens, I have a few friends who specialize in polymer materials. At those words, Li Ku's eyes lit up instantly.
Really, bro? You're my real brother. Can you design the combat suit to look cool?
Preferably a tight-fitting black one.
No problem. He.
As they spoke, all three of their gazes turned simultaneously toward the dead man bear on the ground. To their surprise, wispy strands of black mist were rising from the humanoid bear's corpse. In the blink of an eye, the black mist had completely dissipated.
Once the mist was gone, the entity aura emanating from the humanoid bear vanished as well. What on earth was that just now? Never mind that. Let us haul its body back first. Come on, give me a hand.
With the combined effort of the three, they slowly lifted the bear, which weighed a good few hundred pounds. No sooner had they lifted the bear's carcass than something rolled off it. It was a small, delicate rattle. The tinkling sound it made upon hitting the ground immediately caught the attention of Luo Chang and his companions. With a hint of curiosity, Luo Chang picked up the rattle. The moment it touched his hand, a chill emanated from it.
What is this? How did such a thing end up on the bear? Let us take it back to Lord Night King. It might be some kind of evil artifact, Li Ku suggested from the side. Hearing his suggestion, Luo Chang nodded.
You're right. We shouldn't dispose of this unknown object carelessly.
Let us go.
We'll take this entity's corpse back to headquarters. Lord Night King will surely reward us. Soon, the three of them left the scene, carrying the humanoid bear's corpse on their shoulders. They hadn't gone 500 meters when Zhou Tao suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes fixed on a corner not far ahead. Following his gaze, they saw a corpse lying starkly beside a large tree. The corpse of an adult leopard. Judging by the bite marks on its body, it had likely been killed by the man bear earlier.
What's wrong, Brother Tao?
Seeing Zhou Tao suddenly stop, Li Ku, who was walking behind him, asked curiously. There's a dead leopard over there.
A dead leopard? Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. The next second, under the puzzled gazes of Luo Chang and the others, Zhou Tao walked over to the leopardess carcass, his face beaming with excitement.
A minute later, a phantom leopard materialized behind him. The spectral leopard not only perfectly inherited the strength it possessed in life but had also become even more ferocious. When Zhou Tao brought it over to Luo Chang and Li Ke, envy immediately flashed across their faces.
Wow!
Brother Tao, I had no idea your ability was this awesome.
It feels way cooler than mine. Not really.
My close combat skills definitely can't hold a candle to yours, Zhou Tao said modestly.
By the way, Brother Chang, what exactly is your ability again?
Li Ke suddenly turned his gaze toward Luo Chang.
However, Luo Chang didn't answer directly.
Instead, he teased with a smirk. I pay your salaries.
Alright, your ability is still the most badass.
In high spirits, the three of them soon returned to their car with the bear's carcass and vanished into the vast night. At the same time, on the other side of the city in the old industrial zone of Jinghai City, Sun Weilan appeared outside an abandoned factory with Chen Kursen and another girl. After standing at the factory gate for a moment, Chen Kursen nodded.
Sis Lan, this must be the place.
I get an extremely unsettling vibe here. The closer we get to the factory gate, the stronger it gets. Hearing this, Sun Weilan nodded and immediately said with a serious expression.
It seems there really is something wrong here. The legends about this place were likely caused by the entity hiding in here.
Everyone, stay on high alert.
Don't worry, Sister Lan.
I have precognitive abilities, Chen Kursen said proudly. I'm fine too, added another girl with a ponytail and black-rimmed glasses, her expression equally serious.
Alright, let us go in now. If there is any danger, we must escape as quickly as possible.
No sooner had she finished speaking than Sun Weilan was the first to leap over the 3-meter-high wall.
Chen Kursen and the girl with glasses hurried to follow. The three of them slipped silently into the abandoned factory. Chen Kursen, who possessed the ability to turn invisible, immediately activated her invisibility and crept deeper into the factory.
Soon, she reached the factory's core area. She had expected to see some terrifying scene, but when she peered through a crack in the roof of the central factory building, the sight before her left her completely dumbfounded. Inside the empty factory hall, two groups of people, dressed in vastly different styles, were engaged in some kind of illicit transaction below. One group's black briefcase was filled to the brim with brand new 100 yuan bills. The other group's briefcase was filled with bags of white powder.
This isn't what I expected, Chen Kursen said, scratching her head in confusion.
But what happened next made her eyes widen in shock. She saw that the group of men in suits on the left, after receiving the goods from the other side, showed no intention of paying. The flashily dressed men on the right took immediate offense at this sight. Some drew machetes, others pulled out guns. It looked as though the two sides were about to clash. But just then, the leader of the group on the left suddenly waved his hand.
The next second, countless giant rats with glowing red eyes burst out from the corner.
In less than 30 seconds, these giant rats had devoured the group, leaving only their skeletal remains. Chapter 72: The Giant Rats, and the Rat King driven to his death by rage. In just a few short minutes, the situation had flipped several times, and Chen Kursen, who had been peering down from the rooftop, watched as her expression shifted repeatedly. She had thought she'd stumbled upon an illegal transaction, but it had turned into a case of one criminal gang turning on another. And it wasn't just a simple case of one gang turning on another. The man who had just summoned the rats was clearly no ordinary person.
Chen Kursen could sense something different about him.
Instantly, a look of excitement flashed in her eyes, and she instinctively let out a cat's meow.
Meow.
This sudden meow immediately caused everyone below to look up in unison. What was striking was that their eyes were all red. The man leading the group had eyes so red they were almost purple.
Seeing this, Chen Kursen immediately sensed something was terribly wrong.
She fled the scene as fast as she could and returned to Sun Weilan and the others.
Kursen, what do you think? Are there any entities inside? Hearing Sun Weilan's question, Chen Kursen first nodded, then shook her head. So, are there any or not? There are. Chen Kursen nodded again. But there are also a lot of Mickey mice. Mickey mice?
Before Sun Weilan could process what she meant, a massive commotion erupted from inside the factory.
The next second, under their stunned gazes, countless rats with glowing red eyes surged out from every corner like a tidal wave.
In no time at all, they had covered the entire factory floor. Then, the rats closed in, surrounding the three of them. This sudden turn of events instantly turned Chen Kursen and her companions' faces pale. Just then, 5 figures emerged from the factory. They were the very people who had previously stolen the other party's goods through a double cross. I never expected it to be 3 delicate young ladies. What a surprise! A man with a snub nose and sunken cheeks, exuding a sleazy aura, stepped slowly out of the shadows, his lecherous eyes scanning the girls from head to toe.
Are you reporters, or from the Public Security Bureau? No matter who you are, since you've discovered this king's secret today, we can't let you live. Boys, eat them.
No sooner had the sleazy man finished speaking than the rats began converging on Chen Kursen and her 2 companions. Faced with this scene, the 3 had no time to be afraid. They immediately shifted into combat mode. Their nails grew wildly long, fangs sprouted from their lips, their pupils turned green, and their ears transformed into cat ears.
Meow.
The 3 let out a fierce, cat-like meow in unison. As the meow echoed, the red-eyed rats who had been so menacing just moments ago froze in place as if struck by a spell. Their tiny eyes were filled with terror. This unexpected outcome left the 3, who had been preparing for a desperate battle, momentarily stunned.
Until Sun Weilan spoke up. Right. We're cats, and they're rats. Why should we be afraid of them? They're the ones who should be afraid of us.
Those words snapped them out of their daze. Chen Kursen and the other girl instantly came to their senses, their expressions shifting from terror to delight.
That's right. We're cats. Why should we be afraid of these stinky rats? With that, Chen Kursen let out another fierce cat-s meow. Meow.
In an instant, the rat pack went into a frenzy, each one turning and running in the opposite direction.
Meow. Meow. Meow.
Under the barrage of cat yowls from the 3 of them, the rat pack was routed. In no time at all, they had all retreated to the corner, huddled together and trembling. In fact, it wasn't just them. Even the 5 burly men in black suits following the sleazy guy were trembling uncontrollably after hearing the cat cries.
Met your nemesis, didn't you? Evil monsters, face the judgment of the Holy Order.
After making this over-the-top declaration, Chen Kursen immediately went into stealth mode and charged toward the sleazy guy and his crew. Sun Weilan and the others weren't about to be outdone. They sprang into action and joined the fray.
But what happened next was even more unexpected.
The 5 burly men in black suits hadn't even exchanged 2 blows with them before they suddenly collapsed to the ground, their bodies shaking violently.
Squeak, squeak, squeak. After foaming at the mouth, they actually transformed into giant rats the size of fat pigs.
With a final kick of their legs, the 5 giant rats keeled over and died on the spot. They had actually been scared to death.
After the 5 rats died, the sleazy man's expression shifted repeatedly.
Finally, his eyes darted around, and he dropped to his knees with a thud.
Ladies, please spare my life.
As long as you spare my life, I'm willing to hand over all my possessions. Hearing his words, the 3 exchanged glances, and finally, Sun Weilan spoke up.
First, tell us exactly what you are.
Your ladyship, I am the Great Rat King.
The Great Rat King?
Hearing this unfamiliar name, the 3 were instantly intrigued. Immediately, they began grilling the man standing before them. Only after questioning him did they realize, to their surprise, that this shifty-eyed man was actually the village chief of a certain village. He had been targeted by the giant rat because of his excessive greed. He possessed no special abilities of his own aside from an insatiable greed. His only skill was controlling rats. Ladies, over the years I've amassed quite a fortune. I'm willing to hand it all over to save my life. The Rat King spoke up again. Upon hearing this, Sun Weilan paused to think for a moment, then nodded. Tell us how much you have.
If it's enough, we might consider sparing your life.
I do.
I have plenty. Over the years, I've saved at least tens of millions, and I have over 100 pounds of gold. I'll take you there right now. The Rat King feared that if he hesitated even a moment, the three women would kill him. Just as the Rat King was about to lead the three women to his treasure trove, Chen Kursen scampered over and picked up the briefcase that had previously been held by one of the rats. Young lady, the money in here is all counterfeit. You don't need to take it. Ha? Counterfeit? You never intended to make a deal with them in the first place? Chen Kursen looked at the suitcase filled with cash in her hands, her face full of astonishment. Of course not. This king's money only ever goes in, never out, the Rat King said proudly. You're quite the greedy one, aren't you? As they spoke, the Rat King led the three of them to a car. After driving for about 20 minutes, the group of four arrived at an apartment building next to Jinghai University. Opening the door, the Rat King respectfully ushered the three women into the apartment. Once inside, he first turned on the living room lights, then headed straight for the refrigerator. Ladies, I've got some gold bars stashed in here. I'm sure these should be enough to buy my life back. With a grin, the Rat King opened the refrigerator door right in front of the three women. The moment the door swung open, however, his smile froze on his face. Because there were no gold bars inside the refrigerator at all. Where are my gold bars? Where did my gold bars go? Which damn thief stole my gold bars? I've been saving them for so many years. After saying this, he seemed to think of something else and hurried toward the bedroom. Once there, he immediately flipped up the mattress. The cash that had once been piled high was now reduced to a small heap. Seeing this, the Rat King's eyes immediately turned red. Every penny and every gold bar here had been saved up bit by bit. He hadn't spent a single penny all these years. He had always been the one stealing from others. Now, however, he had been the one robbed. The very thought of it sent a wave of excruciating pain through his heart. My gold bars, my money. After letting out a feeble, agonized scream, he collapsed onto the floor. He stretched out his legs and, to everyone's shock, died of sheer rage. As a cloud of black smoke rose from his body, his human form gradually transformed into that of a hideous giant rat. In the end, his greed had been his undoing. Sun Weilan and her two companions, who had witnessed the entire scene, were left completely dumbfounded. What on earth just happened? Chapter 73, What is a Surprise? The Rat King had led them here in a daze, and then, just as confusedly, had driven himself to his death. It truly left Sun Weilan and her two companions completely baffled. Once they realized the Rat King was dead, they hurried over to his side. After kicking him once, Chen Kursen immediately frowned and said, "He is actually dead? What is going on? He killed himself just because someone stole his money? How greedy can he be? Someone like him is actually an entity?" Hearing Chen Kursen's words, Sun Weilan also took a closer look at the Rat King lying on the ground. Don't underestimate him. A corrupt official driven by deep greed can be just as harmful to society as an entity. Anyway, he is dead now. We can take his body back to report our success. With that, she prepared to leave with the Rat King's corpse. But just then, Chen Kursen flashed a mischievous smile. Turning to Sun Weilan and the other girl, namely Sirong, she said, "Sislan, Rongrong, since all this ill-gotten money was obtained through illegal means, why don't we just take it all? We'll hand over a portion to the Holy Order, and use the rest as funding for our operations. Fighting evil costs money, don't you agree?" Upon hearing this, Sun Weilan thought it over carefully before nodding. Kursen has a point. We do need funds for our activities. Since that is the case, let us go ahead and gather up everything of value here. We'll hand most of it over to the Holy Order tomorrow, and keep a small portion for our own expenses. Sounds good. As they spoke, the three of them sprang into action. It took them a good 10 minutes to pack up every valuable item in the room. This included large sums of cash, luxury watches and handbags, various jewels and jade, as well as premium cigarettes and fine wines. All told, the total value was easily in the tens of millions.
If it weren't for their extraordinary physical strength, they might not have been able to move at all. While they were carrying the Rat King's corpse, they stumbled upon something unexpected. It was a foul-smelling pouch made of some unidentifiable leather. When Sun Weilan touched it, she could still feel a faint chill emanating from it.
What is this? Did we loot some gear? Huh, it stinks so bad. Who knows what it's for? We'd better leave it for Lord Night King to handle.
They casually tossed the leather pouch in with the loot, then the three of them hoisted the giant Rat King's corpse onto their backs and left his house. Fortunately, it was already the early hours of the morning, and since the neighborhood was sparsely populated to begin with, no one noticed them. Soon, they successfully loaded their spoils into the giant Rat King's car and sped out of the neighborhood.
The night passed in the blink of an eye.
Early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Lin, who was lying on the rooftop, was awakened by the sunlight. After yawning lazily, he went through a quick set of stretches. Watching the sun rise slowly on the horizon, he couldn't help but exclaim. So big, so bright, and so hungry. Time for breakfast. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he licked his paw, giving himself a quick grooming session. He wiped the sleep from the corners of his eyes, smoothed his whiskers, and, satisfied that he still looked handsome, began to descend the stairs of the academic building with an elegant stride. All along the way, he saw early rising college students and stray cats just waking up.
Good morning, Blackie. Want a steamed bun?
A guy holding a steamed bun and soy milk hurriedly crouched down when he spotted Lin. I bought these for my crush, but she said she'd already had breakfast.
So, Blackie, do you want one? Ha!
After giving the guy a puzzled look, Lin quickly ran off.
Spending too much time around people like that makes me drool. Not long after leaving the guy, a cute freshman girl walked by.
Upon seeing Lin out for a stroll, a look of delight instantly lit up her face.
Good morning, Blackie. Oh, by the way, I've got something yummy here. Ha! Lin, who had almost walked past, slammed on the brakes. Meow.
After letting out a feigned meow, Lin rubbed against the girl's calf. The girl quickly pulled a cat treat out of her bag, thoughtfully tore it open, and held it to Lin's mouth. Seeing this, Lin naturally dug in without hesitation.
How's that, Blackie? Do you like the cat treat? Meow, delicious. Hee hee, baby, did you see that?
If you don't eat your food properly from now on, I'll feed all your snacks to the stray cats outside. As Lin stood there frozen in shock, the cute freshman took a cat carrier off her back.
Inside the carrier, a tiny munchkin cat was staring blankly at Lin through the transparent lid.
Also, you're not allowed to keep running off like this anymore. If you run away, you'll end up like Blackie, a stray cat. Holding a cat treat in one hand and gently patting the carrier with the other, the freshman looked at him with a serious, earnest expression.
Oh no, I've become a cautionary tale. Wait a minute, what the hell do you mean by that? You look down on stray cats, don't you?
I'll tell you this much, your cat treats are disgusting.
They taste like shit. I wouldn't eat them for anything.
Put. And you're such a show-off.
You're not cute at all.
With that, Lin turned and walked away, but halfway there, he turned back to pull a face at the short-legged munchkin inside the cat carrier.
The little guy immediately started yowling in fright.
Humph. The younger students these days have no manners. No sooner had Lin finished his rant than a dark shadow darted out from in front of him. It startled him so much he nearly jumped 2 meters into the air. It wasn't until he got a clear look at the shadow's form that he finally breathed a sigh of relief.
It's you, kid. Why are you dressed up like this again?
Hearing this, Yul, who was covered head to toe in black, even his mask and hat, gave a sheepish grin.
Hee hee, isn't that just to emulate you, the great Night King? If circumstances allowed, I'd even change my skin to black. That's unnecessary. I'm a cat, not mud, brother. What brings you here?
I have an important matter to report to you, Night King, Yul said with a serious expression.
Oh? What is it?
Lin asked, slightly puzzled. It concerns the members who joined the cult yesterday.
Them? Did something happen to them? Not exactly.
Last night, following Your Majesty the Night King's orders, they personally went to the entity's lair, killed 3 entities, and brought back their corpses.
They've already been delivered to headquarters. What? Hearing Yul's reply, Lin's expression froze in shock. They killed 3 entities? Are you sure? There's no mistake. I inspected them personally, they were definitely entities. Yul nodded earnestly. This.
Deeply shocked, Lin was momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment's thought, he finally leaped onto Yul's shoulders.
Let us go. Take me to see them. Yes, Your Majesty.
I've also prepared a sumptuous breakfast for you, which is already in the car.
Oh? You've done very well. I'm quite satisfied. It is my honor. With that, the man and the cat got into a black sedan. Chapter 74, Human Skin Drum, Woodlouse Bag, and Freebie Evolution Points.
Half an hour later, guided by Yul, Lin returned once more to the headquarters of the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult. By the time he entered the villa, Luo Chang, Sun Weilan, Chen Kursen, and the others had already been waiting for quite some time.
Upon seeing Lin standing on Yul's shoulder, they immediately dropped to one knee. We welcome Lord Night King.
Rise, all of you.
Leaping lightly from Yul's shoulder, Lin walked solemnly toward the group.
Upon hearing his words, they all hurriedly stood up. Lord Night King, as per your orders, we investigated several entity incidents in Jinghai City through the night yesterday.
We ultimately tracked down the entity's whereabouts and, using the divine power you bestowed upon us, successfully eliminated them.
Luo Chang, clad in a black robe, was the first to step forward.
Bowing slightly, he spoke respectfully.
Lord Night King, please look.
This is the entity that I, along with my fellow believers Li Ku and Zhou Tao, have slain.
As he spoke, he gestured for Lin to look to the side. Following the direction he indicated, Lin soon saw a giant black bear lying there. Upon seeing the bear's corpse, his pupils dilated slightly.
He could naturally tell that this black bear was no ordinary animal.
They actually managed to hunt down an entity on their own that is truly beyond my expectations. Just as Lin's mind was racing with thoughts, Luo Chang continued to explain the details of how they had hunted down this man bear the previous day. After finishing, he held out the rattle he had picked up yesterday with both hands toward Lin.
Lord Night King, I found this while moving the human bear's corpse.
I could sense the lingering evil strength on it, so I didn't dare dispose of it on my own. Hearing this and looking at the rattle before him, Lin's expression shifted slightly. Just moments ago, while examining the human bear's corpse, he had already sensed that the resentment within it had completely dissipated. This meant the corpse was of no value to him. Just a moment ago, he had felt a touch of disappointment, but he hadn't expected Luo Chang to surprise him so quickly.
You did the right thing. The object you hold is called a cursed item. It is the core of the entity.
Even if you kill the entity, as long as the cursed item remains, it won't be long before the entity reappears in another form.
Now, I shall purge the evil aura from it.
With that, he placed his forepaw on the rattle.
As expected, a prompt popped up. Cursed item, human skin drum detected. It retains the primordial resentment of a human bear. In 4 days, it will give birth to a new human bear. The bearer of this drum will gain the power of a human bear. Do you wish to absorb the resentment energy? Looking at the prompt, Lin didn't even hesitate before selecting yes.
The very next second after making his choice, the icy aura within the rattle was drawn into his body and converted into energy reserve.
Absorbed the primordial resentment of the human bear.
You have gained 500 points of energy reserve, and your strength attribute has increased by 5 points.
Lin? What is going on? 500 points of energy reserve is one thing, but why no new skills? Just a 5-point boost to strength?
This was the first time Lin had ever encountered such a situation. After mulling it over, he could only think of one possibility: the human bear was just too weak and didn't possess any special abilities to begin with. He asked Luo Chang about it, and it turned out to be exactly that.
Alright, 5 points of strength is equivalent to 10 evolution points.
That's not bad, it's free, after all. Just as Lin was muttering to himself, Luo Chang and the others suddenly felt a surge of heat appear out of nowhere within their bodies. Immediately afterward, they sensed that their strength had increased not by much, but it was very noticeable. Could this be a blessing from Lord Night King?
It must be.
Luo Chang and the others exchanged glances, seeing the same look of delight in each other's eyes. This only strengthened their resolve to continue fighting and sacrificing themselves for the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult. Meanwhile, seeing Luo Chang take the initiative to report their achievements, Sun Weilan and her two companions were not about to be outdone.
Lord Night King, we also successfully killed an entity last night. Here is its corpse.
Saying this, they led Lin over to the giant Rat King's corpse and began recounting their experiences from the previous night. Oh, and Lord Night King, besides killing this entity yesterday, we also seized a large amount of loot from his lair. In front of everyone present, she pulled out a large bag from the side. Then she dumped the cash and various jewels and jewelry inside the bag onto the ground, scattering them all over the floor, leaving the others present staring in astonishment. Also, we heard from that big rat that he apparently didn't originally have just this much treasure. It seems someone stole the rest. Chen Kursen seemed to have thought of something and added another remark.
Ahem, never mind those details. You've done well.
As for this ill-gotten gain, I shall have Archbishop Yifeng consolidated into the Holy Church's treasury to cover the Church's operational expenses. Oh, and you mentioned finding a pouch earlier.
Bring it out for me to see.
Yes, Your Majesty. Upon hearing Lin's request, Sun Weilan immediately produced the leather pouch she had retrieved from the Rat King the previous day.
As expected, it was another special cursed item.
The moment Lin placed his claw on it, a prompt popped up.
Cursed item, Woodlouse pouch detected. It retains the primordial resentment of the giant rat.
In 6 days, it will give birth to a new giant rat. The bearer of this pouch will gain the ability to summon and control swarms of rats.
As long as food is plentiful, the number of rats is unlimited. Do you wish to absorb the resentment energy above?
Looking at the two prompts that popped up, a hint of surprise flashed briefly in Lin's eyes.
Such a tiny pouch could actually summon an infinite swarm of rats.
Rats may be weak creatures, but once their numbers grow, they become truly terrifying. Of course, for him, this ability was still pretty useless except for providing a free all-you-can-eat buffet for his feline brothers. So, without hesitation, he chose to absorb it.
The next second, a new prompt appeared.
By absorbing the source of the giant rat's resentment, you have gained 600 energy reserve points and acquired a new special skill, Gluttony. Detected that you already possess a skill of the same type, Devour Essence.
Do you wish to merge this skill into the existing one? The appearance of the second prompt took Lin completely by surprise.
He hadn't expected that the giant rat, which seemed even weaker than the man-bear, could not only grant him a new special skill but also merge it with the Devour Essence skill. After all, Devour Essence was already at the intermediate level. Upgrading it further would elevate it to the advanced level, just like the Fear Gaze skill.
Instantly, a flicker of delight and anticipation welled up within him.
He was eager to discover what kind of qualitative leap the Devour Essence support skill would make once it reached the advanced tier.
Chapter 75, The Yin-Yang Grinder, Ghost Radio.
Driven by curiosity and anticipation, Lin immediately chose to integrate the Gluttony skill into Devour Essence. The very next second, the attributes of Devour Essence changed. Soul Devourer Advanced, your digestive capacity has greatly increased, allowing you to absorb and digest most objects. Additionally, a dimensional space has formed within your stomach, where objects can be stored. Special Effect 1, Telekinetic Absorption. You can draw objects into your stomach without touching them.
Activation range, 50 meters. The object must not exceed 100 times your own size. Special Effect 2, Yin-Yang Great Grinder generates a brand new dimensional space. Within this new space, Yin and Yang energies will be generated.
After sucking enemies into your body, you can use these energies to turn them into blood, from which you can obtain a certain amount of energy reserve. Seeing the Swallowing Spirit's new transformation, Lin's eyes lit up instantly. Previously, he had merely used the swallowing spirit as a spatial pouch. Now, with the addition of the yin-yang great mill effect, this support skill has effectively become an offensive one. Any creature no larger than 100 times his own size can be sucked into his body and then transformed into blood by the yin-yang great mill. Now, even if an elephant were placed before him, he could suck it into his belly in a single gulp.
Brilliant!
And it can be directly converted into energy reserve.
That means I don't have to eat things that are hard to swallow, I can just swallow them whole. For example.
At this thought, his gaze unconsciously drifted toward the corpses of the man-bear and the giant rat lying nearby. Earlier, he had been wondering how to dispose of the corpses of these two entities.
Now he knew.
Let us see just how effective this is. With a single thought, Lin opened his mouth wide in front of everyone.
Instantly, a powerful suction force emanated from his mouth.
Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the massive corpse of the man-bear flew toward his mouth. As it neared, the corpse shrank bit by bit, until it was finally swallowed whole by Lin.
The entire process took only a few seconds.
Looking at the vanished corpse of the humanoid bear, then at Lin's stomach, which showed no sign of having grown, the crowd was momentarily at a loss for words to describe their current state of mind. Meanwhile, Lin shifted his attention to the dimensional space within his stomach.
Unlike before, there were now two-dimensional spaces inside him.
One was for storing items and had now expanded to the size of a basketball court. The other was a chaotic void, filled with the black and white yin and yang energies. The two energies constantly collided and frictioned against each other, like grinding millstones. Under their terrifying power, the humanoid bear's corpse was gradually being melted into a pool of blood. One could only imagine how hopeless it would be for an enemy to be swallowed into such a belly. As the man-bear's corpse was steadily eroded by the yin and yang energies, notifications appeared one after another. You have consumed the man-bear's flesh and blood.
Energy reserve plus 10.
Though the gain was small, it was sustained. A conservative estimate suggested that by the time the man-bear's corpse was fully digested, it would provide him with at least 1,000 energy reserve. While delighted, Lin's gaze also turned to the giant rat's corpse on the other side. Without hesitation, he opened his massive jaws once more and devoured the giant rat's corpse right before everyone's eyes. After finishing, he didn't forget to explain to the crowd. The corpses of these entities cause immense pollution to the environment. Only by swallowing them into my belly and purifying them with my own strength can I prevent the spread of evil.
Upon hearing this, a deep sense of admiration welled up within the crowd.
The Night King is truly magnificent, using himself as a crucible to purify the world of evil.
We must strive even harder as well.
Just then, another follower stepped forward. Like Luo Chang and Sun Weilan, this tall, slender girl had also formed a small squad with 3 other followers. Lin also had some recollection of her, as she was the only follower among them who had inherited his ghostly glide technique. If Lin's memory served him correctly, her name was Yen Shiyun. Her primary profession was a high school physical education teacher, but she also had another identity, a traditional martial arts enthusiast who loved all kinds of cold and hot weapons. Lord Night King, our squad also found an entity last night, but the one we found seems a bit different from theirs.
Different? How so? Hearing Yen Shiyun's words, Lin asked curiously. By the way, what happened to the entity's corpse?
It doesn't have a corpse.
To be precise, there is something a bit off about its corpse. As he spoke, Yen Shiyun pulled something out of the backpack on his back.
When Lin got a clear look at the object, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. No matter how he looked at it, the thing Yen Shiyun had pulled out resembled an antique radio.
Yet he could smell the scent of an entity emanating from it.
We found this at a scrapyard. The owner happened to mention it to someone on the side of the road, and we immediately realized this radio might not be an ordinary one.
Oh? Is there something wrong with it?
According to the scrapyard owner, this radio can still produce sound even with the batteries removed. And it often broadcasts some strange content. As if to prove his point, Yen Shiyun flipped the radio's switch.
The next second, static filled the air.
Hiss, 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 hiss. After about 10 seconds, a gentle female voice came through the radio. At 1:50 p.m., at the Academy Road intersection, a man was accidentally struck by a runaway sedan while crossing the street. He was pronounced dead at the scene after resuscitation efforts failed during transport to the hospital. Hiss, 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 hiss. After broadcasting this seemingly random statement, static filled the radio once more.
Hearing this, Lin remained utterly bewildered until Yin Shiyun spoke up to explain. The radio is broadcasting death incidents that will happen in the future. I already heard this last night. The forecast back then said a homeless man would fall into a sewer and drown this morning. I just saw the related news report. Is that even possible? Staring at the unremarkable radio in front of him, Lin's face was filled with skepticism. To get to the bottom of it, he casually placed his hand on the radio. New cursed item detected: ghost radio. In 4 days, it will spawn the ghost radio entity. This entity will hunt its target by issuing death warnings. Smear blood on the device to gain the ability to control this cursed item, become the new master of the ghost radio, and acquire the death warning ability. Do you wish to absorb the primordial resentment above? Reading the prompt that popped up, Lin suddenly had a revelation. So that's how it is. I never expected their luck to be so extraordinary. They actually managed to find a cursed item that had just been born and hadn't yet spawned an entity. And it looks like this cursed item's ability is pretty powerful. In that case, should I absorb it or not? Chapter 76, Death Announcement, Holy Order Development Plan. Lin was torn. The ghost radio's ability was undeniably powerful. It even had a hint of a concept skill about it. According to the Anomaly Guild's entity ranking system, it was at least a B-rank entity. Anyone who could harness it would instantly become a powerful B-rank ghost tamer. At the same time, it could provide intelligence. Perhaps he could even uncover clues about entities from those future death prophecies. It would be a bit of a waste to absorb it right away. Waste my ass. This kind of unorthodox crap isn't even worth my time. Absorb it. After hesitating for less than 10 seconds, Lin had already made up his mind. He raised his hand and chose to devour its source of resentment. The next second, a piercing female voice rang out from the antique radio, seemingly crying for help. But the sound didn't last long before vanishing without a trace. At the same time, 2 notification messages popped up in front of Lin. Absorbed the source resentment of the radio ghost. You have gained 1000 energy reserve points and acquired the special ability Death Proclamation. Death Decree Basic, cast a death chant to declare the target's death. Has a 1% chance to instantly kill the enemy target. Cooldown, 1 hour. Seeing this new skill, Lin felt a mix of emotions. Trading an extremely promising cursed item for a skill that looked impressive but was actually trash. He wasn't sure if he'd come out ahead or lost out. If the chance of instant death had been even 10%, he would have considered it a win. But at just 1%, it was hard to judge. If this probability existed in the Mafu game from his past life, it would be practically 0. Maybe once I level up the skill, the probability will increase. Never mind. If I say it's a win, it's a win. Who knows, maybe it'll trigger someday. After all, he didn't specify what level of enemy it affects. That means as long as I manage to hit that 1% chance, even a god would have to die. Thinking this, Lin immediately felt much better. Taking his hand off the antique radio, Lin turned his gaze back to the group gathered there. You all did very well this time. I'm quite satisfied with you, but from now on, you must always prioritize your own safety. Even if you discover information about the entity, do not act on your own. The entity's methods are bizarre and unpredictable. Even if they aren't particularly powerful, you could still end up in serious trouble. Hearing Lin's words, everyone present felt a warm glow in their hearts. After all, this was concern coming from a divine being. In the future, if you discover any information regarding the entity, you must report it to Archbishop Nightwind immediately. He will assess the situation and make the necessary arrangements. Yes, Lord Night King. Yul nodded from the side.
I will develop an encrypted communication app exclusively for our Holy Order shortly. Once you investigate and report on the entity, you will be awarded corresponding contribution points. Oh, and Lord Night King, this is the internal contribution point system and the reward and punishment measures for Holy Order members that I spent all night drafting last night. Please take a look. Under Lin's astonished gaze, Yul pulled out a tablet and opened a spreadsheet on it.
It clearly listed the ways Holy Order members could earn contribution points, such as donating supplies or money to the Holy Order.
Other methods included providing intelligence on entities or defeating them. It even included a clause stating that pleasing the Great Night King would grant 5,000 contribution points directly. Upon seeing this, the look in Lin's eyes toward Yul changed. He suddenly realized that no one was more suited to be the Archbishop of the Holy Flame Meow Meow Church than Yul. He even considered appointing Yul as the Pope. It was simply too thoughtful. Just then, Li Ke volunteered.
Your Eminence, this is right up my alley.
I majored in software development in college.
Leave this to me, I guarantee I'll handle it perfectly.
Alright, Brother Li Ke, I'll leave this to you. I don't have many other requirements, but the app icon must feature His Majesty the Great Night King, Yul said with a serious expression.
Yes, sir. You can count on me. After a brief discussion, the two quickly finalized the development details for the Holy Flame Meow Meow Church's internal communication program. The others present watched in stunned silence.
No way, I have to prove my worth too, everyone thought simultaneously. The very next moment, one by one, they began to propose their own ideas.
Your Eminence, I don't think setting up headquarters here is very discreet.
I just acquired a plot of land in Jinghai recently. It's in a fairly remote area with not many people around, Luo Cheng suggested. Additionally, I believe that in addition to our current uniforms, the Holy Order should have combat gear and standardized weapons for battle. I can set up a dedicated R&D lab to provide support for the Holy Order. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yen Shiyun quickly chimed in. I have some proficiency in hand-to-hand combat and martial arts. I can compile a combat manual for the Holy Order, and I can also provide corresponding training to everyone free of charge.
That sounds great.
We'd be grateful for your help, Sister Yen, said Yulu, his eyes lighting up.
But the best was yet to come. I have access to many wealthy individuals.
Many of them are facing various health issues, and they have a strong desire for a longer lifespan. If the Holy Order can meet these needs, I believe they would be more than willing to become part of the Holy Order and provide all kinds of support for its development. This time, it was Sun Weilun who spoke up. As a renowned jewelry designer, she indeed moved in high society circles, and her words were entirely true. Upon hearing this, Yulu immediately nodded in agreement. I can certainly help them with that.
Never mind a longer lifespan, I could even grant them eternal life.
But the prerequisite is that they must embrace the Holy Church and revere Lord Night King as their sovereign.
He wasn't exaggerating. As a green-eyed zombie, a single bite from him could transform anyone into a low-level white-eyed zombie. Once turned into a zombie, isn't that essentially eternal life?
The two hit it off immediately and quickly drafted a plan to recruit peripheral members of the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult. Although the others didn't contribute as much to the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult's growth as Luo Chang and his two companions, they each played their part. Through their discussions, a 5-year development plan for the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult, a document thick enough to fill dozens of pages, was soon drafted. Lin, who had witnessed the entire process, suddenly felt as though things were spiraling out of his control.
Oh well, whatever. I don't believe they can pull off anything major anyway.
With that thought, he yawned widely while lying on the Holy Flame stone platform, then strolled leisurely toward the exit of the villa.
Yul, I have matters to attend to. You lot can continue your meeting on your own.
Hearing this, Yul and the others immediately knelt on one knee, watching him depart.
Yes, Lord Night King.
Please rest assured in safeguarding the world's peace. Leave the development of the church to us.
Suit yourselves. Bye.
After softly uttering those words, Lin soared into the air. Once he was gone, the group slowly rose to their feet.
Watching his receding figure, they couldn't help but sigh. Lord Night King truly works so hard.
All we can do is handle these small matters to lighten his burden.
That's right. He guards the world at night and purifies evil by day. We need to work even harder.
As they spoke, they gave themselves a pep talk.
Meow. I'm so tired.
I ate too much this morning, I feel a bit queasy.
Let us hurry back for a nap. I slept all night, and now I have to rest during the day. It's really not easy being this king.
Flying through the sky, Lin yawned as he headed toward Jinghai University. Just as he was about to reach the university, a crossroads below suddenly caught his attention.
Wait a minute, this looks like the Shuiyuan Road intersection. According to the warning on the ghost radio just now, doesn't that mean something S about to happen here?
Realizing this, he quickly glanced at the large clock atop Jinghai University's main academic building in the distance. It was now 1 p.m., just 15 minutes before the 1:15 p.m. time mentioned in the death warning. On one hand, he wanted to hurry back for his nap, on the other, a car accident was about to happen.
Lin ultimately decided to stay and watch the spectacle.
If he could save them, he would. If not, he would simply have to respect their fate.
Chapter 77, The Death Livestream, The Entity Murder Case.
Hiding in a flower bed at the intersection, Lin peered out cautiously, scanning the passing crowd. Just then, a large white dog, accompanied by 3 puppies, trotted gleefully toward the crosswalk. One of the black puppies seemed to spot Lin and approached with curiosity and sniffed at him. Seeing this, Lin immediately glared at it and huffed sharply.
Get lost.
The next second, the puppy named Blackie scurried away in a panic, and its 3 little companions followed suit in a flash. At the same time, a young man wearing a blue shirt, glasses, and carrying a backpack was walking over from the direction of Jinghai University. Upon reaching the crosswalk, he first glanced at his phone, a look of anxiety crossing his face.
He then looked at the traffic light across the street.
After confirming it was green, he prepared to cross the road. What he didn't notice, however, was that just as he stepped onto the crosswalk, the traffic light above him suddenly began to flicker. The red light, which had originally had 8 seconds remaining, instantly turned green. At the same time, a driver in a sedan waiting at the traffic light on the other side noticed this. A look of confusion flashed across his face, but he still released the brake and pressed down on the accelerator. Whether by coincidence or not, just as his foot touched the gas pedal, a newspaper happened to drift onto his windshield. In an instant, his vision was blocked, and he failed to notice the young man in the blue shirt who had already stepped onto the crosswalk. Although he slammed on the brakes immediately, the distance was simply too short. There wasn't enough braking distance. Just as the front of the car was about to collide with the young man in the blue shirt, an invisible force suddenly yanked him aside. Caught off guard, the boy plopped down onto the ground, narrowly missing the car by a hair's breadth. Even so, the boy was left drenched in cold sweat. The driver who got out of the car was just as shaken. Looking at the newspaper on the windshield, then at the boy sitting on the ground, he wiped the sweat from his brow and apologized profusely.
Sorry, young man, I really didn't notice. Are you okay? Why weren't you paying attention to the light?
Hearing his words, the still shaken young man finally snapped out of it. I saw the green light and crossed.
It was clearly you who didn't look at the light.
I saw a green light too, the driver said, looking completely baffled.
Never mind, never mind.
I'm in a hurry, I don't want to argue with you. After getting up from the ground, the young man continued walking toward the other side of the street. And this entire scene was witnessed by Lin, who was hiding in the flower bed. If he hadn't activated his suction power just in time to pull the young man backward, the boy would likely be dead by now.
I've truly done a great deed, he muttered to himself as he prepared to head back to school.
But just as he turned around, the sound of screeching brakes made his face pale.
No way.
With a sense of foreboding, Lin quickly turned back to look.
The next second, he witnessed a scene that made his scalp prickle.
Across the street, a small cargo truck had come to an abrupt halt right in front of the crosswalk. And about 10 meters in front of the truck, a familiar figure lay sprawled on the road. In the blink of an eye, bright red blood began to flow from his body, forming a sizable pool. His body twitched twice, then went completely still. The owner of that figure was none other than the young man whose life Lin had just saved. Having narrowly avoided being struck by the car, he had ultimately met his end on the other side of the road. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Lin's expression shifted repeatedly.
What on earth is going on?
I already saved him, how could he still die, and so suddenly at that?
Could it be the influence of the ghost radio? No, that can't be right.
I've already devoured the ghost radio, there is no reason it should still be harming people. The probability of a person being hit by a car twice in a row is extremely low. Moreover, Lin had just noticed that the boy had indeed crossed the street on a green light, and the driver had also claimed he had a green light. Under normal circumstances, traffic lights rarely malfunction like this, unless. As soon as a possibility crossed his mind, Lin immediately crawled out from behind the flower bed and headed toward the other side of the street. By the time he reached the scene of the accident, the area was already crowded with people. There were passers-by, as well as students who had come to gawk. The driver of the small truck was staring at the body on the ground with a look of sheer panic, seemingly unable to believe he had actually killed someone. At that moment, Lin activated his invisibility ability and walked over to the boy's body. As soon as he got close, he sensed something was wrong. On the boy's face, whose eyes were still open, he saw a layer of lingering black mist.
It seems his death isn't as straightforward as it appears.
Just as he was pondering this, the boy's cell phone, which had fallen nearby, suddenly caught his attention. He didn't know what brand the phone was, but despite the impact, only one corner had cracked. Something was still playing on the screen. When Lin leaned in for a closer look, his expression immediately turned serious. Following his gaze, he saw a blood-red exclamation mark staring back at him from the screen, with a chilling word beneath it: death. As the exclamation mark flickered on and off, the word death stood out starkly. Below it, a line of text was visible. Please run naked around the entrance of Jinghai Medical University by 1:15 p.m. Reward for completing the task, 50,000 cash.
Punishment for failing the task, eradication. Current mission status, failed.
Looking at the entity-infused text on the screen, then at the male student's lifeless body, Lin confirmed his earlier suspicion. This was no isolated incident, someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. As for how he had caused the student's accidental death, the mechanism remained unclear for now, but it was most likely some kind of cursed item.
With that thought, he casually pocketed the boy's phone.
Since everyone's attention was focused on the boy's corpse, no one noticed the phone vanishing into thin air. Before long, officials from the relevant authorities arrived to secure the scene. To Lin's surprise, he spotted an old acquaintance among them. "Captain, we're still too late." A young man in plain clothes, wearing a baseball cap, said with a helpless expression after glancing at the boy's body lying on the ground. Hearing this, another young man in athletic wear, carrying a crossbody bag, let out a soft sigh. He was Shin Panlong, captain of Team Number 1 of the Anomaly Guild in Jinghai City. He is already the 5th victim.
I wonder how many more will be affected. Still can't trace the IP address of that livestream? No, we can't.
It's as if the stream just appeared out of thin air. We can't find any information on the host at all. But one thing is certain, as soon as someone accepts the task posted by the host, the stream goes live. All we can do now is wait for the next stream to start. Hopefully, with these cautionary tales, the people who come after won't be swayed by him anymore.
By the way, check the victim's phone. There might be clues in there.
Okay. Lin, who had been eavesdropping on their entire conversation, immediately wore a pensive expression.
Chapter 78, The Missing Campus Queen, Ghost Ship?
Based on what he'd just seen on his phone, combined with the conversation between Shin Panlong and the others, Lin gradually pieced together the whole story. If he wasn't mistaken, someone who had mastered the power of the entity had set up a livestream and would issue a specific task within it. Completing the task would yield a corresponding reward. Failure to complete the task meant certain death. That boy from earlier was a challenger who had accepted a task. However, for some reason, he ran out of time, which led to his tragic death.
Once he understood this, Lin's curiosity was immediately piqued.
Of course, he wasn't too curious about the incident itself, but rather about the entity ability wielded by the mastermind behind it all. Being able to make someone die at will, if that ability could be integrated into Death Decree, it would be absolutely awesome. With that thought, his gaze turned once more to Shin Panlong and the others. I hope they can track down the mastermind behind this. With that, he quickly left the scene. A few minutes later, he appeared on the campus of Jinghai University. Looking at the campus brimming with youthful vitality, the slight gloom in his heart vanished without a trace. That was precisely why he loved spending time on campus so much. However, just as he was marveling at the beauty of the campus, a tiny figure suddenly caught his attention. At a single glance, his eyes widened in surprise. Holy meow, how did it get out again? Blackie, why aren't you looking after your baby again? What kind of dad are you? As Lin stood there looking completely bewildered, a girl walked up to him holding a little white kitten, then set it down beside him. The moment it was placed on the ground, the kitten immediately rubbed its little head affectionately against Lin's chin. Meow. That's right, this little white kitten was the very same one he previously sent to Xiao Lingyin to take care of. For some reason, it had managed to sneak out again. Looking at the innocent-looking little white cat in front of him, Lin couldn't help but remark. You really are a born stray cat, aren't you? But then again, knowing Xiao Lingyin's personality, she wouldn't have let you get out in the first place. Even if you did escape, she would come looking for you right away. At that thought, Lin suddenly sensed something was off and looked down at the little white cat in front of him. Little guy, how did you manage to get out? Meow. Where's your new owner? Meow. Lin. Clearly, the little guy was too young, his intelligence hadn't developed yet, and his language skills were a complete mess. Never mind, asking you won't get me anywhere. I'll just go check it out myself. With that, Lin set off toward the faculty dormitory where Xiao Lingyin lived. The little white cat trotted along behind him. Unable to stand its snail-like pace, Lin once again grabbed it by the scruff of the neck and darted swiftly through the campus. Before long, Lin, still carrying the little white cat in his mouth, arrived at the faculty dormitory. Looking at the tightly closed door in front of him, he first set the little white cat down on the ground, then gave it a serious warning. Don't move a muscle here, you hear me? If you move, some pervert will snatch you away. Perverts love little noses like yours the most. As if it had understood Lin's words, the little creature immediately sat obediently on the doormat, its pair of yellow and blue heterochromatic eyes fixed intently on Lin. Seeing this, Lin nodded in satisfaction. The next second, he turned into a wisp of black smoke and slipped through the crack in the door into the house. The little white cat, who had witnessed the entire scene, immediately wore a look of shock on its face, then began frantically scratching at the door crack with its two little paws, as if trying to dig Lin out from inside. At the same time, Lin, who had transformed into a ghostly form and entered the room, began to look around. The room was as messy as ever, looking no different from usual. The bed in the bedroom was also in disarray. Apart from Xiao Lingyin's absence, nothing seemed amiss. Finally, he walked into the guest bedroom. There, he saw the cat food and litter Xiao Lingyin had bought for the little one, along with an automatic feeder and an electric water dispenser. The bowl in front of the feeder was completely empty, yet the machinist's container was still full of cat food. This indicated that Xiao Lingyin had indeed prepared food for the little one, but for some reason, she hadn't had time to use the mobile app to dispense it remotely. Given the kitten's appetite, it would take at least 2 days to finish such a large bowl of food. This meant that during those 2 days, Xiao Lingyin hadn't refilled the food or returned to the house. To confirm this, he went to take a look in the kitchen. The rice in the rice cooker was already showing signs of spoilage. Just as I thought, she hasn't been back here for 2 days. Lin immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Xiao Lingyin wasn't just his first owner, she was his lifesaver. If she hadn't taken him in back then, he probably wouldn't even know what he'd have been reincarnated as by now. I hope nothing bad has happened to her. Muttering this to himself, Lin immediately began searching the room for useful clues. His attention quickly shifted to a computer in the room. He expertly pressed the power button, entered the password, and logged into a messaging app. After a quick search, he found a chat log. The log showed that 2 days ago, Xiao Lingyin had chatted with someone listed as Manager Gao. It appeared Xiao Lingyin had accepted a commercial performance booking from this Manager Gao. The performance required Xiao Lingyin to sing 2 songs live, and the other party had offered a fee of 8,000 yuan. Faced with such an offer, Xiao Lingyin had quickly agreed. The other party then sent the venue, time, and instructions for the performance. What caught Lin S' attention was the venue for this performance, a luxury cruise ship named Revelation. The performance was scheduled for last night. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Lingyin should have already returned to school by now. It seems the problem must lie with this cruise ship. Could someone have kidnapped her? With that thought, he hurriedly opened his search engine and typed in the 4 characters Revelation. However, when the search results appeared, his expression immediately changed. The very first related report on the screen was a news story about the sinking of the Revelations. What struck him as even more baffling was that the date on the article was from a year ago. This meant the Revelations had sunk a year ago. According to the report, the Revelation had sunk to the bottom of the Pacific Ocean after encountering a massive storm, and its wreckage had yet to be found. That can't be right. How is that possible? Maybe it's just a coincidence with the same name, or perhaps a new cruise ship has taken on the name Revelation. With this thought in mind, Lin hurriedly searched again. But the results left him even more confused. From start to finish, only that one luxury cruise ship had ever been named the Apocalypse. No new cruise ship had been named the Apocalypse. So, a cruise ship that sank a year ago has suddenly reappeared a year later? This must be a ghost ship. At this thought, Lin S' heart sank. Chapter 79, Clues about the Apocalypse. Sensing that something was amiss, Lin didn't dare to delay. After returning the little white cat to Xiao Lingyin's home and leaving enough cat food for it, he hurriedly left Jinghai University and returned once more to the headquarters villa of the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult. The moment he stepped through the villa's front door, the scene before him left him speechless. In the center of the once empty hall, a long table had been set up at some unknown time. 11 figures clad in black robes, their bodies shrouded in darkness, sat on either side of the table. Not a single light was on in the hall, only the candlesticks on the table cast a dim glow. If a food delivery person had accidentally wandered in, they would probably have wet themselves on the spot. What a sinister cult gathering this was. Perhaps sensing Lin S' arrival, the 11 figures in black robes immediately rose from their seats and knelt on one knee. Lord Night King, why have you returned? We were just discussing how to further expand our holy cult's intelligence network. Hearing Yil's words, Lin walked toward them while asking curiously, why didn't you turn on the lights? It's so hard on the eyes. Have you been meeting non-stop since I left? Yes, Lord Night King. We've been discussing the future of the Holy Order, they replied in unison. You've really been working hard. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. We're not tired at all. After exchanging pleasantries with the group, Lin hopped directly onto the table and walked to the other end of the long table. As he slumped down onto the table, he stated the purpose of his visit. I've come here today to assign 2 tasks to you. At these words, the group's eyes immediately lit up. Is there a major mission to assign? Or has a powerful entity appeared? Lord Night King, please give us your orders. Clearly, after yesterday's events, everyone had grown fond of their current way of life. Seeing their enthusiasm, Lin immediately pulled out the cell phone he found at the crossroads not long ago. He then briefly recounted the events surrounding the death livestream. That's the gist of it. I suspect someone has obtained a special cursed item and is using it to select targets online to achieve their own hidden agenda. This cursed item is extremely dangerous and possesses incredible power. I want you to track down both the item and the person manipulating it behind the scenes as soon as possible. After listening to Lin's account, everyone nodded in agreement. Li Ku, a seasoned hacker, volunteered. Lord Night King, leave this matter to me. I'll find a way to track down this so-called death livestream through the internet. Very well, then you'll be in charge of this. Your primary task is to uncover relevant clues for now, avoid direct confrontation with the death livestream.
Yes, Lord Night King. Li Kun nodded earnestly. Additionally, there is an even more urgent matter. A ghost ship named Revelation has reportedly appeared in the waters surrounding Jinghai.
For certain reasons, the Holy Maiden of our Holy Flame Meow Meow cult is trapped aboard this ghost ship. I hope you can find the ghost ship's location and rescue the Holy Maiden. The group, who had just moments ago been disappointed at not receiving a mission from Lin, immediately perked up upon hearing his next words. At the same time, a hint of curiosity arose in their hearts.
Your Majesty, who exactly is this Holy Maiden?
Hearing Yule's question, the others also turned their curious gazes toward him. Seeing this, Lin immediately made up a story on the spot. The Holy Maiden was a servant of this king in a past life. After I returned to this world, she was also reincarnated here. However, she has not awakened her memories from her past life, so she is unaware of her true identity. I see, the group exclaimed, their faces lighting up with understanding. In that case, our most urgent task now is to rescue Her Highness the Holy Maiden. Everyone, try to find out what you can about the revelation, Yule suggested. Hearing his suggestion, the group nodded in agreement and immediately began searching through various channels. Within just a few minutes, Li Ku was the first to uncover relevant information.
Lord Night King, according to my findings, the apocalypse sank on April 18th of last year. It marked exactly 1 year ago a few days ago.
It sank in the waters off Jinhao Island, less than 50 nautical miles from the Jinghai Chuanshan Pier. There were a total of 392 people on board, including crew and passengers, and not a single one survived.
I also found something interesting.
As he spoke, he turned the computer screen toward Lin. This is a video filmed by a fisherman last night near the waters off Jinhao Island. In the video, you can see a massive luxury cruise ship heading toward them, but just as it was about to collide, the ship suddenly vanished. As he spoke, he captured a still image of a segment that appeared in the center of the screen.
Under his manipulation, the originally blurry image gradually sharpened.
Finally, he pulled up a photo of the revelations found online. Clearly, this massive luxury cruise ship that suddenly appeared and then vanished is the Revelations. Many netizens think they encountered a mirage, but after hearing what you just said, Lord Night King, I don't believe it was a mirage at all, it was a ghost ship.
After hearing Li Ku's analysis, Lin nodded.
It seems the apocalypse is likely somewhere near the waters of Jinhao Island. But no sooner had he finished speaking than Sun Weilan shook her head in disagreement.
Lord Night King, I don't think it's in a fixed location.
I just found a photo in my social media feed.
A photo? Under Lin's puzzled gaze, Sun Weilan zoomed in on the image.
In the photo, a man and a woman were posing together on a yacht, and in the background, the silhouette of a massive cruise ship was faintly visible. Though blurry, the familiar emblem on the bow was identical to that of the apocalypse. I just checked the Revelation's previous route. It was a domestic voyage, sailing from Jinghai all the way to Magic City, and that photo was taken in Magic City. So I suspect it's retracing the route it took before it sank.
That makes sense.
Just as Lin was marveling at everyone's intelligence analysis skills, Luo Chang, who had remained silent until then, delivered a major surprise. Lord Night King, I just found someone on social media claiming to have received a message from a friend who has been dead for a year. That friend was one of the victims who perished on the apocalypse a year ago. I've also found a list of all the victims who were on the apocalypse a year ago. Under Lin's curious gaze, Luo Chang opened a spreadsheet. When Lin saw the information for one familiar victim, his expression immediately changed. Gaudingting, female, 32 years old, agent for the Black Swan Performing Arts Troupe, graduate of Jinghai University. Chapter 80, a rank cursed item, the Anomaly Guild's scheme. Looking at the victim's information before him, Lin immediately recalled the chat log he had seen on Xiao Lingyin's computer not long ago. In the log, Xiao Lingyin had referred to manager Gao as senior. The two must have collaborated in the past. With that, everything fell into place. Moreover, based on what Luo Chang had just said, Xiao Lingyin wasn't the only one across the entire network to receive such a message. What exactly is this ghost ship trying to do? Could it be looking for stand-ins for the dead on board? For a moment, Lin wasn't entirely sure, but the one thing he could be certain of was that this matter was undeniably connected to the entity.
Lord Night King, there's another update regarding the apocalypse.
Just as Lin was lost in thought, Chen Kursen approached with a look of surprise on her face, holding her phone. I was scrolling through Zaya Hongshu just now and saw a girl say she'd been scammed. She said someone used her best friend's account who passed away a year ago to send her a message, inviting her to come play on the cruise ship.
And it happened to be today. Huh? Is it that easy to track down?
Hearing Chen Kursen's words, Lin's face was filled with astonishment. He immediately turned his gaze to the screen of Chen Kursen's phone.
Soon, he noticed the time and location written on one of the chat screenshots.
April 21, 2024, 11:30 p.m., Jinghai Chuanshan Pier.
I saw one too.
At that moment, another person looked at their phone in surprise.
I saw it as well.
The message is almost identical, and this person even plans to go check it out.
In just a few short minutes, the group found no fewer than 10 similar posts online.
All of them had received messages from friends or relatives inviting them to board a ship at 11:30 p.m. tonight. Without exception, these friends or relatives had all sunk to the bottom of the ocean a year ago along with the revelation.
Netizens dismissed this as a new form of phone scam and laughed it off. However, there were those who refused to believe it was a hoax.
For instance, a netizen with the username Ms. Buqi Xiangkai volunteered to confront the scammers and even planned to livestream the encounter. Her remarks immediately drew significant attention from other netizens. Everyone, now that we've uncovered information about the apocalypse, let us take action tonight. Let us go confront this ghost ship and rescue Her Majesty the Saint. Eula suddenly stood up and said. Hearing his words, everyone present nodded in agreement. Though their faces were masked, the excitement in their eyes was unmistakable. Lin couldn't quite understand what exactly they were so excited about. However, after witnessing their reaction just now, he had to admit that there really is strength in numbers. With that in mind, he immediately stood up from the table as well. In that case, let us do as Archbishop Nightwind suggested, a full-scale operation. Our primary mission is to rescue the Saintess, and if possible, take out that ghost ship while we're at it. At these words, the crowd's blood began to boil. And just as Lin was leading the Holy Flame Miao Miao cult and discussing matters related to the ghost ship, a meeting was also taking place at the Anomaly Guild's Jinghai City branch, less than 20 kilometers away. Branch Director Xiong-jin and Deputy Director Tu Gang sat side by side at the center of the conference room. Dozens of the branch's key personnel sat below them. Behind the two directors stood a massive projection screen, displaying a massive ocean liner.
Is everyone here?
After scanning the room, Director Xiong-jin spoke first. Hearing this, Tu Gang, seated beside him, nodded. Everyone is here, except for the 5 members of Team Tian No. 1 who have been sent to the Imperial Capital for training. All other teams are present.
Very well.
Since everyone is here, I want to beat around the bush. The reason I've gathered all the teams here today is that we've discovered a newly born Class A entity in the waters off Jinghai. And this entity is the cruise ship you see on the screen. As soon as Xiong-jin spoke, the room erupted into a murmur of whispers. Since the discovery of the first entity 2.5 years ago, the Anomaly Guild had catalogued no fewer than 1,000 different types. It could be said they had seen every kind of strange and bizarre entity imaginable. But a malevolent spirit in the form of a ship like this was truly something they had never seen or heard of before. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Xiong-jin was not surprised.
I know what you're thinking. In fact, the variety of entities far exceeds our imagination.
A week ago, across the ocean in America, they discovered a driverless ghost car, so theoretically, the appearance of a ghost ship isn't impossible. According to the intelligence we've gathered, this ghost ship is the Revelation, a luxury cruise liner that sank a year ago. It's highly likely that the lingering resentment of the tourists who died unjustly on board has transformed the ship into a ghost ship.
Because it's so newly formed, its consciousness isn't fully developed yet, it's acting purely on instinct.
If we locate it now and find a way to control it, our branch will acquire a powerful great accursed item, which could in turn produce a great ghost tamer. At the mention of Grade A Ghost Tamer, the eyes of everyone present immediately lit up. The Jinghai branch had long ranked in the lower middle tier among the nation's many branches. The reason was that they had no A-rank Ghost Tamer stationed there, nor did they possess any A-rank cursed items. Even Xiongjin, the branch's strongest member, was merely a Tier C Ghost Tamer. And now, a newly formed A-rank cursed item was right before their eyes. How could they not be excited? Chief, what are we waiting for? Let us act today. I've had enough of being held back by other branches for the past 2 years. Shin Panlong, captain of squad number 1, was the first to stand up. The other squad captains then voiced their opinions one after another. Once they had all spoken, Xiongjin announced his plan. To ensure we successfully capture this ghost ship this time, I've decided to lead the team personally. And all of you squad captains will accompany me. Upon hearing that Xiongjin intended to lead the team personally, a look of surprise flashed across everyone's faces. Director, there is no need for you to lead the team yourself. This ghost ship is merely a newly formed Class A entity. It shouldn't be particularly aggressive, Shin Panlong said, looking puzzled. Unless there are others who also have their sights set on this ghost ship, Shin suddenly interjected. You're right, Joe. There are indeed others with their sights set on this ghost ship. The Shanghai branch already boarded it last night, led by your old friend Yi Tianlong. Him? Hearing Yi Tianlong's name from Xiongjin, Chen's expression shifted slightly. All right, everyone, get ready. This time, we must beat the Shanghai branch to the punch and secure this ghost ship. As soon as Xiongjin finished speaking, everyone in the Anomaly Guild meeting room immediately perked up. Chapter 81, The Ghost Ship Arrives, Boarding. It was 11 p.m. Due to the weather, both the sky and the sea were pitch black, and the Chuanshan Wharf in the Lingang district of Jinghai was shrouded in this absolute darkness. As an old pier that had been abandoned for years, on ordinary days, aside from the occasional angler coming for sea fishing, hardly anyone ever came here. However, at this moment, Chuanshan Pier was unusually bustling. Not only were there over a dozen cars parked there, but there were also quite a few people milling about. These people included men and women, young and old, numbering in the dozens. Every now and then, more people would walk over from the direction of the coastal highway. In no time at all, the crowd swelled to over 100 people. Without exception, upon reaching the pier, every single one of them fixed their gaze on the pitch-black sea ahead, as if waiting for something. And among this crowd of over 100, a group of young people dressed in unremarkable attire stood beside a dilapidated fishing boat. One of them was dressed entirely in black, with a cat carrier strapped to his back. Inside the carrier, a pair of golden eyes peered out, scanning the surroundings. What is going on? Why are there so many people here? Did they all receive an invitation from the apocalypse? Probably. Otherwise, who would come here in the middle of the night? Night King, what do you think that ghost ship is up to, gathering all these people? Yulu, dressed in black, idly picked at the rust on the old fishing boat as he whispered to Lin behind him. What else could it be? It's definitely going to eat all these people to boost its strength. Before Lin could answer, Chen Kurson blurted out her response. You agree, don't you, Lord Night King? Maybe. No sooner had Lin finished speaking than another group of people arrived at the pier. As soon as he got a clear look at them, a strange expression crossed his face. They VE come too? This is going to get interesting. Following his gaze, he saw a burly man leading 8 men and women slowly toward the pier. Among the 8, Lin recognized 2. One was Chen, and the other was Shin Panlong. Though he didn't know the others, he didn't have to think twice to realize they were definitely members of the Anomaly Guild. The man leading the group was most likely their leader. Upon spotting them, Lin immediately whispered to Yul. Yul, keep an eye on that group at your 1 o'clock position there from the Anomaly Guild. Once we're on board, stay away from them. Hearing this, a look of surprise flashed across Yul's face. After stealing a quick glance in the Anomaly Guild's direction, he nodded urgently. Yes, Night King. Just as Lin spotted the Anomaly Guild members, Xiongzhan and the others also scanned the crowd on the pier with their eyes. Director, it seems the ghost ship has big plans this time. It's brought so many people. That's normal.
As a newly born entity, it desperately needs a large amount of flesh and blood to accelerate its growth. That's the instinct of all entities.
Once you board the ship, keep an eye on these civilians.
Do your best to prevent any casualties. Understood, Director. That said, young people these days really do have a strong sense of curiosity. They know something's off, yet they still came here on purpose.
Look at that group over there. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were here on vacation. A squad leader from the Anomaly Guild looked helplessly in the direction of Yule and the others. Hearing his words, the others glanced over as well.
Yeah, this group must be college students. They're all pretty good looking. What good is being good looking?
The entity won't spare you just because you're attractive.
Enough chatter. It's almost time. As the Anomaly Guild members fell silent, the scene grew quiet once more.
The time to board was drawing ever closer. It was almost 11:30, yet there was not a single sign of movement on the water. Not only was there no ship in sight, but not even a single plank of wood could be seen. Some of the invitees immediately started to get worked up.
What's going on? It was supposed to be 11:30. Why aren't they here yet? Could this be a scam? I knew it was a scam. Now I've wasted my time coming all this way. Those damn scammers.
I was even planning to livestream their scam for my followers, but they stood me up.
What's the point of this? Just to play a prank on us?
Probably saw there were too many of us here, so they didn't dare show up.
That's really despicable, using a dead person's name to pull a prank. Forget it, I'm heading back. It's way too cold out here by the sea.
Just as everyone was complaining and feeling like they'd been duped, a ship's horn suddenly blared out from the sea.
The deafening blast instantly captured everyone's attention.
As they looked in the direction of the sound, a cloud of white mist suddenly rose from the previously empty sea. The mist spread across the entire surface of the water in the blink of an eye. Then, a bright beam of light shone out from within the mist.
The intense light was so blinding that no one could keep their eyes open.
As the light gradually dimmed, a look of stunned disbelief spread across their faces. Following their gaze, they saw that a massive 10,000-ton vessel had suddenly appeared on the previously empty sea.
The colossal ship cut through the waves at full speed, rapidly approaching the Ship Mountain Pier.
Before long, it had docked at the pier's berth. The massive hull, over 200 meters long, loomed across the berth like a mountain. The superstructure on the deck, standing over 30 meters high, was divided into more than 10 levels, each adorned with dazzling lights. From a distance, it looked as if a 5-star hotel had been transported out to sea. The people on shore looked like ants in the presence of this colossal cruise ship. Add to that its dramatic entrance just moments ago, and it was no wonder everyone was in awe. It took quite a while before the crowd finally snapped out of it. They pulled out their phones to check the time. It was exactly 11:30 a.m.
My goodness, this is the apocalypse, the ship that was once hailed as a palace at sea. It's truly massive.
No wonder a ticket back then sold for over 10,000. Gazing at the colossal vessel before them, Yula couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Yeah, I heard they spent billions building this cruise ship back then. I never thought I'd get the chance to see it in person while it was still afloat, but now that it's sunk, I actually have the opportunity to catch a glimpse of it. Such a luxurious cruise ship, and now it's turned into an entity.
What a shame. Look, there seem to be people up there.
Just as the crowd was whispering among themselves, figures began to appear on the deck of the Revelations. Under their guidance, a massive gangway connecting the cruise ship to the pier was slowly lowered. Immediately afterward, melodious music filled the air, and a band emerged on the gangway.
Accompanied by the music, several people dressed in crew uniforms descended the gangway.
One of them, a middle-aged man who appeared to be the captain, bowed politely to the crowd on shore and said,
"Welcome, distinguished guests, aboard the Revelation. We are about to embark on a week-long voyage. Please gather your luggage and follow me onto the ship. I wish you a pleasant journey in advance."
Hearing his words, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Lin, who had been hiding inside the cat bag, had somehow ended up perched on Yula's shoulder. From his vantage point, both the captain and the crew were emitting black smoke from their bodies, their faces as white as paper. Clearly, they were not living people, but ghosts, a group of ghosts living aboard a ghost ship. And they were about to board this ghost ship, which was teeming with ghosts. This is so freaking thrilling. A sudden flash of excitement flickered in Lin S. eyes. Chapter 82, Midnight arrives, the night parade of 100 ghosts. With the appearance of the ghost ship, everyone present reacted differently. Most ordinary people had already begun to feel afraid by this point. They desperately wanted to flee, but soon discovered that whenever they tried to escape, a white mist would appear behind them. After passing through the mist, they found themselves back exactly where they started. After several failed attempts, they eventually gave up. The members of the Anomaly Guild, however, reacted differently. As soon as the crew appeared, they pulled out a small device and began scanning them. Director, they're all entities, but not very high level, only around D rank. They're likely ordinary entities attached to the ghost ship. Shin Panlong spoke after running a scan with the device. In that case, there is nothing to worry about. Let us board. As he spoke, Xiongjian led the 8 squad leaders of the Anomaly Guild toward the gangway, and before long, their figures disappeared up the ladder. Seeing others take the lead, the rest gained a little courage. Some of the bolder ones followed right behind. Once nearly half the group had boarded, Lin turned to Yul and said, "Let us go. We'll head up too." No sooner had he spoken than Yul led the members of the Holy Flame Meow Meow sect up the gangway. The remaining hesitant people, seeing there was no escape, finally steeled themselves and boarded the ship. They had expected something terrifying to happen once they were on board, but they soon realized they had been mistaken. Everything on the ship seemed perfectly normal. Led by the crew, the group made their way to a luxurious ballroom. The ballroom was brightly lit and decorated as if for a cocktail party. In a corner, a band was performing soothing music live. As soon as the group entered the hall, waiters immediately brought them drinks. All of this made them wonder if they had come to the wrong place. This certainly didn't look like a ghost ship. Just as everyone stood there looking bewildered, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit and bow tie, with a distinguished air about him, slowly walked out from the other end of the hall. The moment he appeared, a steward handed him a microphone. "Welcome aboard the Apocalypse. I am Captain Lu Bo of the Apocalypse. I'm sure you're all very curious as to why we invited you here. Now, I'll reveal the answer." No sooner had he finished speaking than figures began emerging from the passageways on both sides of the ship. Upon seeing these people, many of the newly arrived guests immediately lost their composure. "Mom! What are you doing here? Auntie? Is that you, Auntie? Holy shit, Gangzy, didn't you die a year ago? Auntie, you really are my auntie. That message I got yesterday, you really did send it to me." In an instant, the banquet hall turned into a massive family reunion. Not only was there nothing terrifying about it, but the atmosphere actually became somewhat heartwarming, especially when those people saw their long-lost relatives and were moved to tears. As this scene unfolded before Lin and his group, their expressions shifted repeatedly. What is going on? How did they all end up recognizing their relatives? So the ghost ship sent a message to bring those people aboard just so the deceased on board could meet their living relatives and friends? Did we misunderstand the ghost ship? For a moment, everyone was at a loss. Only Lin remained serious. The heartwarming scene before him did not cause him to let his guard down. He just felt that something wasn't quite right. The members of the Anomaly Guild shared this same feeling. "Chief, this plot twist doesn't add up. How could this be? Yeah, could it really be that the ghost ship's sole purpose is just to help the dead fulfill their final wishes? No, if that were the case, where did the group that boarded yesterday go? We haven't seen anyone from the Magic City branch either." Chen raised a crucial point. Hearing this, everyone's guard was immediately raised. Just then, the ship's whistle sounded again, signaling that the apocalypse had set sail once more. Watching the pier recede into the distance, the group decided to wait and see. Once the family reunion ceremony concluded, the music in the hall shifted.
A girl dressed in a black evening gown slowly took the stage, and soon, an ethereal voice filled the hall.
But upon seeing the girl, Lin let out a long sigh of relief. For this girl was none other than Xiao Lingyin, who had been abducted to the ghost ship and had been missing ever since. She seemed to be in fairly good condition at the moment, uninjured and with a perfectly normal expression, not at all like someone who had been kidnapped by the entity. Yet the more she appeared this way, the more perplexed Lin became.
Could it be that this ghost ship truly harbors no malicious intent? Night King, what should we do now? Should we go check out other places? Yula's voice suddenly rang out.
Upon hearing this, Lin paused to think for a moment, then shook his head.
Don't wander around for now. Did you see that girl over there?
Once her performance is over, take me with you and follow her.
Is she the Holy Maiden? Yes. Understood, Night King.
10 minutes later, Xiao Lingyin finished her performance. After bowing to the entire audience, she turned and walked toward an aisle. Seeing this, Yul quickly scooped up Lin and hurried after her. In no time, he found himself in a hallway. Just as Xiao Lingyin was about to push open a door and step inside, Yul stepped in front of her. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Xiao Lingyin froze for a moment, then a look of wariness flashed across her face.
Who are you? What do you want? But no sooner had she spoken than a familiar meow caught her attention. Meow.
She looked down, and her face immediately lit up with delight.
Mimi. What are you doing here? Mimi? Hearing Xiao Lingyin's words, Yula couldn't help but freeze.
When he looked down, he saw Lin glaring at him with a fierce expression.
I didn't hear a thing.
And I certainly won't say a word about this. Hearing his assurance, Lin finally averted her gaze. Just then, Xiao Lingyin seemed to think of something and hurriedly glanced at the watch on her wrist. Once she saw the time, her expression changed instantly. She quickly took Lin from Yulu's arms and pulled him into the cabin. As soon as they entered the cabin, she immediately locked the door from the inside. Only after doing this did she let out a long sigh of relief.
Faced with her strange behavior, both Lin and Yul looked utterly bewildered. Perhaps sensing Yula's confusion, she hurried to explain. It's almost midnight.
The moment the clock strikes 12, if we aren't inside the cabin, something truly terrifying will happen.
What kind of terrifying thing? Yul asked urgently. But before Xiao Lingyin could answer, the lights in the room suddenly went out.
Immediately afterward, the entire cruise ship plunged into total darkness, as if someone had pressed a power button. Seeing this, Yul quickly pulled out his phone and noticed the time was exactly 12 o'clock. He turned on the flashlight and was immediately stunned by the scene before him. The once luxuriously decorated cabin had become completely dilapidated, with the walls overgrown with seaweed and shellfish. The bedding and sheets on the bed looked as if they had been soaked and rotted by seawater, and water was dripping continuously from the ceiling.
How could this happen?
Just as he thought things couldn't get any scarier, a series of blood-curdling screams suddenly echoed from outside the cabin. Hearing the screams, Yul hurriedly peered out through the porthole in the door. Soon, he witnessed a scene that made his hair stand on end. In the hallway outside the cabin, several women dressed as cabin crew were pushing carts.
As they walked, seawater kept flowing out from behind them.
Above them were their pale, swollen faces, bloated by the seawater. These weren't humans at all, they were clearly drowned ghosts. He could now imagine what the scene must be like in other parts of the ship, and finally understood what Xiao Lingyin had meant earlier. At this moment, the ship had likely already become a parade of ghosts. And the reality was exactly as he had imagined. As midnight struck, the people who had been on the ship earlier all revealed their most terrifying sides. The luxury cruise ship had instantly turned into a living hell, filled with the wails and screams of the damned.
Chapter 83: The Underestimated Ghost Ship.
Inside the ballroom, as the lights went out, everything revealed its true form. The once glittering lights were gone, replaced by utter chaos.
In the pitch-black darkness, unlucky souls were occasionally dragged into the shadows by entities. However, the members of the Anomaly Guild were clearly not among them.
As the guild director, Xiongjian summoned the headless ghost he commanded, holding his own head in one hand and a blood-dripping ghostly broadsword in the other. With a single swing of the greatsword, he cleaved a ghost charging toward him in two. Not a single entity was a match for him. The other squad leaders also displayed their skills, summoning their respective ghostly familiars. Shen Panlong, captain of Squad Earth 1, had his lantern ghost continuously spewing ghostly flames. Wherever the flames touched, entities were instantly incinerated, their souls and bodies utterly destroyed. Song Fei, captain of Team Earth No. 2, summoned a chainsaw ghost. With a pull of the rope, he transformed into a human chainsaw, slicing vicious malevolent ghosts into pieces. Chen, captain of Team Earth No. 3, summoned an even more unique spirit, a rare dragon horse. With a single neigh, he summoned a dragon horse shrouded in ghostly flames, and mounted on its back, he began to charge recklessly through the battlefield. Those entities, which were only D-rank themselves, had absolutely no power to resist in their hands. In less than 10 minutes, over 100 entities had fallen at their hands. And just as they were wreaking havoc, the members of the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult, hiding in a corner, witnessed the entire process. Is this what a ghost tamer is? It doesn't seem that impressive. I actually think they look pretty cool. Cool? I bet they're paying a price to control those entities. Didn't you notice they all look anemic after summoning them? That is for sure. Maybe they're draining their own life force. Forget about them. We need to get moving too. I just noticed that the entities they killed actually resurrected pretty quickly. I suspect they're bound to the ghost ship. As long as the ghost ship doesn't die, they'll keep coming back endlessly. So our mission now is to find the ghost ship itself and take it out. I agree with Brother Chang. Since that is the case, what is there to discuss? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Luo Chang and the other 9 donned the black cloaks of the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult. As they slipped on their white cat masks, green light flared in their eyes. Let us move. Whoosh! The 10 split into 5 groups, each heading off in a different direction to search. If they encountered an entity along the way, they didn't flinch, they went straight in for the fight. Perhaps inheriting Lin's demon repelling attributes, their attacks dealt massive damage to the entity's ethereal forms. With just a few swipes of their claws, they could tear the entities to shreds, their killing efficiency far surpassing even that of the Anomaly Guild members. However, just as they had analyzed, the entities attached to the ghost ship were simply indestructible. Even if torn to pieces, they would quickly reappear from elsewhere. There was simply no end to them. The members of the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult were doing fine, their attacks didn't consume much strength. But the Anomaly Guild members were starting to struggle. Every time they launched an attack using ghost control, it drained a portion of their vital energy, and the more powerful the move, the more energy it consumed. By the 20th minute of the battle, their faces had turned even paler than those of the zombie like Yule. A squad leader with a massive mouth protruding from his abdomen was the first to reach his limit. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he sent the starving ghost he was controlling back into the cursed item. Director, I can't go on. My vital energy is completely depleted. If I keep fighting, the starving ghost will turn on me. As he spoke, he pulled a vial of potion from his pocket and poured it into his mouth. After swallowing the potion, a hint of color finally returned to his face. Following him, a squad leader controlling a long-tongued ghost also sent his entity back. I can't go on either. It feels like these entities are endless. Watching his teammates drop out of the battle one after another, Xiongjian sliced the entities in front of him in half with his ghost-headed broadsword while pulling out a vial of potion and downing it. It's not that they're endless, it's that they keep respawning. We underestimated the ghost ship's power. It's not just an ordinary A-class entity, it's at least A-class, maybe even A+. It's already awakened the embryonic form of a ghost realm. The entire cruise ship is its ghost realm. We have to find its true form. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his blade at the cabin wall beside him. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as he sliced a massive hole right through the cabin. But soon, a phenomenon typical of entities occurred. The cabin seemed to possess a life of its own. After a series of writhing movements that looked almost flesh-like, it instantly returned to its original state.
This outcome indirectly confirmed what Xiongzhen had just said. The ghost ship's power had indeed exceeded their expectations. Let us go. We can't stay here and keep fighting them. We need to find the ghost ship's core. I suspect it's in the engine room below. With that, Xiongzhen led the Anomaly Guild members in a retreat while fighting their way down to the engine room beneath the deck. At the same time, the members of the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult had also finished searching the upper decks of the cruise ship at breakneck speed. Team 2, we VE searched the entire upper deck and found nothing suspicious. Team 1, we haven't found anything here either, just some ordinary entities. Same here, nothing out of the ordinary. Looks like the only place left is the engine room at the very bottom. It seems the ghost ship's main body must be hiding in the engine room. Everyone, meet on the first floor deck, then we'll head to the engine room together. Roger that. As they spoke, the 10 members of the Holy Flame Meow Meow sect rushed toward the first deck at top speed. The entities along the way posed no obstacle to them. Often, a flash of cold light would appear, and an entity would be torn to shreds. Just as they were preparing to head down to the engine room, the members of the Anomaly Guild had already beaten them there. The moment they entered the engine room, they sensed something was wrong. The vast space was littered with bright red flesh and blood vessels. Even the floor felt spongy. Stepping on it was like stepping on fatty tissue. Boom! 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 In the distance, they could faintly hear a series of muffled, thunderous booms, like the sound of a heartbeat amplified 1,000-fold. Upon seeing this scene, Xiongzhen's expression instantly turned grim. It has actually mutated to this extent. If we give it any more time, it won't just develop consciousness, it will likely transform into an entirely new form of life. We can't let it grow any further. As he spoke, a murderous intent was clearly visible on Xiongzhen's face. Wielding his ghost-headed broadsword, he strode forward. Just then, a sudden, terrifying transformation occurred. One after another, entities radiating a terrifying aura surged forth from the surrounding flesh and blood. Then, like a tidal wave, they surged toward them. Before Xiongzhen and his companions could react, these entities devoured one another, ultimately coalescing into 3 colossal monsters. A giant octopus, a rotting ghost shark, and a massive sea serpent over 10 meters long. Each of the 3 monsters radiated an aura of power no less formidable than Xiongzhen's. Faced with this scene, the members of the Anomaly Guild immediately sensed that something was terribly wrong. Chapter 84, The Anomaly Guild's Total Annihilation, A+. The appearance of the 3 colossal monsters completely threw the Anomaly Guild off balance. Director, what do we do now? The ghost ship actually has the ability to combine monsters. While keeping a wary eye on the newly formed 3-headed monster, Chen turned his inquiring gaze toward Xiongzhen standing beside him. Hearing this, Xiongzhen first glanced behind him, then clenched his teeth and said, "There is no turning back now, but the appearance of these 3 behemoths confirms our earlier theory. The ghost ship's core is definitely in the engine room. I'll find a way to hold them off, and you guys go destroy the core." Director. The moment they heard Xiongzhen plan to take on the 3-headed monster alone, the members of the Anomaly Guild's expressions changed. "Don't worry. I have ways to protect myself. Even if I can't defeat them, I won't die." After saying this, Xiongzhen tossed his head to them. "Take my head with you. Don't lose it under any circumstances." Seeing how resolute Xiongzhen was, the others had no choice but to comply. They grabbed Xiongzhen's head, its eyes already closed, and ran toward the engine room. Meanwhile, Xiongzhen's headless body swung his ghost head greatsword and engaged the 3-headed monster in battle. As the only Tier C ghost tamer in the Jinghai branch, he was no slouch. Though the 3-headed monster was no less powerful than him, he managed to withstand several rounds of its attacks. It wasn't until his vital energy was completely depleted that the ghost head shark bit off half his body in one gulp and swallowed it whole in a matter of seconds. But soon, Xiongzhen's mangled corpse fell out of the ghost head shark's rotting belly. Immediately, the 3-headed monster turned and gave chase after the Anomaly Guild members. The moment it was gone, the members of the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult, who had been hanging upside down from the ceiling of the hold, silently leaped down. Looking at Xiongzhen's corpse on the ground,
they looked on with a mix of pity and disbelief.
See?
I told you the ghost tamers were no good. Their strongest member is dead, and I don't think the rest will last much longer.
Thank goodness we didn't rush in right away.
Otherwise, we'd probably have ended up just like him.
Why don't we wait a bit longer? Let us wait until they've worn the monsters down a bit, then we'll strike from behind. That's a good idea.
As they spoke, they exchanged a knowing smile and then silently followed behind.
Meanwhile, the members of the Anomaly Guild didn't dare to waste a single moment.
Sprinting at full speed, they soon reached the engine room at the very back of the lower deck. The moment they entered the engine room, the scene before them left them utterly stunned.
Not far ahead of them, where the cruise ship's engine should have been, there now sat a heart as large as a 3-story building.
This crimson heart beat relentlessly, emitting a series of thunderous roars. Each beat sent shivers down their spines and left their mouths parched.
Is this the core of the ghost ship?
It's hard to fathom a massive steel vessel weighing tens of thousands of tons has actually transformed into a flesh and blood creature.
What is it thinking? Why would it willingly turn itself into a flesh and blood being when its ghostly form was perfectly fine? We don't have time to think about that now. We must destroy its core immediately. That's the only way to kill it completely. Let us move.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the members of the Anomaly Guild sprang into action, each preparing to unleash their unique abilities to deliver a fatal blow to the entity's heart before them. However, before they could act, the floor beneath their feet began to writhe, and countless tentacles emerged, surrounding them completely. The more they struggled, the tighter the flesh and blood tentacles gripped them. Even if they summoned their spirit-taming beasts to destroy those tentacles, new ones would keep sprouting from the ground, the walls, and the ceiling. At first, they still had the strength to resist, but as the tentacles tightened around their necks, their consciousness grew increasingly hazy, and their ghost commanders began to misbehave. Just then, the 3 terrifying monsters from earlier caught up to them. Once those 3 monsters arrived, they feared they would be completely wiped out. Yet just as they thought their doom was certain, the tentacles did not strangle them outright. Instead, they flung them up onto the ceiling. Once on the ceiling, they quickly discovered a scene that filled them with unspeakable horror. Above the engine room, countless humans just like them were suspended upside down by flesh and blood tentacles. Some of their bodies had already fused completely with the ceiling. Others had fused only partially. Clearly, these were the people who had been lured aboard the ghost ship earlier. They finally understood where the flesh on the ghost ship had come from. The thought that they too would soon become part of the ghost ship only intensified their despair. But this despair didn't last long. Their brains, engorged with blood from being suspended upside down and drained of energy, began to grow hazy. Their vision also gradually blurred. Just then, 10 dark figures suddenly appeared in the engine room. These figures moved as swiftly as the wind, dodging the flesh tentacles constantly emerging from the floor while grappling with the 3-headed monster. Although the monster's attacks were powerful, they couldn't keep up with the speed of these figures. Instead, they were occasionally wounded by the figures' strikes. These things are so annoying. Why do they keep growing? Yeah, they're disgusting. They're all slimy too. I don't want to get touched by them. These 3 big guys are pretty tough too. They're different from those entities we faced before. I feel like if I get hit by one, I'll lose at least half my health. That's what makes it exciting. That heart over there must be the ghost ship's core. It looks like a whale's heart to me. I suspect it's trying to evolve into a whale. This isn't good. We might not be able to handle this. What should we do? What else can we do? Call for backup. Calling Archbishop Nightwind. We've located the ghost ship's core, but we can't handle the monsters here. We need backup. We need backup. At the same time, Yul, who was hiding in the ship's cabin, suddenly heard the voice coming through his headset, and a look of excitement instantly flashed across his face. The next second, he crouched down in front of Lin. Night King, Luo Chang, and the others have found the ghost ship's core. Lin, who had been dozing with his eyes half closed in Xiao Lingyin's arms, opened his eyes the moment he heard this. He then wriggled free from her embrace and leaped onto Yul. Let us go.
Take me there. Got it.
As he spoke, Yul prepared to lead Lin to the engine room.
But just then, Xiao Lingyin suddenly stood up. Mimi, where are you going? It's dangerous for a little kitten like you to go outside.
Yul, who had been about to leave, froze in his tracks, glancing from Lin on his shoulder to Xiao Lingyin.
Why are you looking at me? Figure out a way to fob her off yourself.
As soon as Lin spoke, Yul immediately did something he never expected.
He raised his hand like a blade and struck Xiao Lingyin squarely on the back of the neck. Thud. With a dull thud, Xiao Lingyin collapsed onto the bed. You damn cat.
I told you to solve the problem, not to take her out. I had no choice, this was the most effective way. With that, Yul, looking anxious, apologized to Xiao Lingyin on the bed. I'm sorry, Your Holiness.
I meant no offense. I had to resort to this desperate measure for your safety. Let us go. You've already knocked her out, so why bother with all this talk?
Hurry up and take care of things down below first. No sooner had Lin finished speaking than Yul led him at top speed toward the engine room. But not long after they left, Xiao Lingyin, who had been in a state of unconsciousness just moments ago, opened her eyes.
Rubbing her aching neck, she wore an expression of pure curiosity. The next second, she tiptoed out of the room.
As it turned out, a blow to the neck wasn't enough to knock someone unconscious. 2 minutes later, just as the followers of the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult were running out of steam, 2 dark figures, one large, one small, appeared at the heart of the engine room. Looking at the enormous heart before him, Lin's eyes lit up.
A beast this big, just think how much energy we'll get from digesting it. Perhaps sensing the immense threat Lin posed,
the 3 monsters that had been battling the group moments earlier suddenly stopped. To everyone's astonishment, they devoured one another, eventually merging into a terrifying, monstrous fish over 10 meters long, with 6 pairs of wings along its sides. The moment the monstrous fish appeared, an unprecedented aura of terror swept through the entire lower engine room. It was also the strongest entity Lin had encountered so far. Feeling its aura, the members of the Anomaly Guild hanging upside down from the ceiling felt a chill run down their spines. The intensity of this aura had completely surpassed Grade A, reaching a terrifying Grade A+. Chapter 85, The Ghost Ship's True Ace Up Its Sleeve. It had been 2.5 years since the entity first appeared on Blue Star. To date, there have been fewer than 10 incidents involving S-rank or higher entities on Blue Star. With neither S-rank entities nor Tier C entities present, an A+ rank entity is the strongest entity in existence. The appearance of an entity of this rank is nothing short of a natural disaster. Not only would the Anomaly Guild members currently present stand no chance, but even if the entire Ginghai Anomaly Guild branch were to muster all its combat strength, it might not be enough to take it on. At this moment, the members of the Anomaly Guild were already beginning to regret why they had acted so rashly. At the same time, however, not a trace of panic could be seen on Lin's face, only anticipation and excitement. His strength had grown rapidly in recent times, and by now, he didn't even know how powerful he had become. He desperately needed an opponent to test himself against. And this massive creature before him was clearly an excellent opponent. With that thought, he immediately shouted to the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult members present. You all step back. Leave this to me. Hearing his words, the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult members didn't hesitate for a moment. They instantly stepped back. Their gazes toward Lin were filled with anticipation. Just then, the monstrous fish, the manifestation of the ghost ship, swam toward Lin and launched its attack. With a gentle flap of its wings, countless fleshy tentacles burst from the ship's hull, swarming toward Lin to entangle him. Faced with such a dense barrage, Lin didn't even bother to dodge. He simply swung his forepaws, unleashing a fierce claw wind. Wherever the claw wind struck, the fleshy tentacles were instantly sliced into pieces. Seizing the opportunity, Lin shifted into his spectral form, reappearing directly above the monstrous fish's head. His bloodthirsty claws, sharp enough to tear through alloy, ripped large chunks of flesh from the fish's head. But in less than a second, the wounds on the fish's body had healed back to their original state. Simultaneously, more flesh tentacles extended from all sides, poised to tear Lin to shreds. Unfortunately for them, these tentacles couldn't even touch a single hair on Lin's head. Lin moved like a ghost through the narrow crevices, leaving the tentacles severed inch by inch in his wake. From time to time, he would also use the soul-shattering claw skill to attack the monster fish's body. With the bonus from his spirit form, the monster fish's defenses were as flimsy as paper. However, even when he sliced its body completely in half, it could quickly regenerate. During the battle, Lin also unleashed his fear gaze skill on it. Ultimately, he discovered that the fear gaze skill was ineffective against the monster fish. After some thought, he finally realized where the problem lay. After all that trouble, it turns out it's just an idiot. Just as he said, the ghost ship had only recently come into being. Everything was driven by instinct. The malevolent spirits aboard might retain the intelligence they had in life, but the ghost ship itself did not. The ghost ship was like a newborn infant knowing nothing, fearing nothing. To be precise, it was an infant with infinite regenerative abilities. With a casual strike, he tore dozens of fleshy tentacles to shreds, then Lin's gaze fell to the ground. He saw that the severed tentacles, upon hitting the ground, were rapidly fusing with it. I see. So the key lies in this flesh. In that case, realizing the crux of the matter, a cold smile instantly spread across Lin's face. The next second, he unleashed another soul-shattering claw skill toward the front. Watching the tentacles writhing as they tried to return to the body, he immediately opened his mouth. Instantly, a powerful suction force appeared out of nowhere within the ship's hold. Before the tentacles could fuse with the main body, he sucked them into the extra-dimensional space within his abdomen, where they were then ground into blood by the yin-yang great mill. Sure enough, the number of tentacles appearing afterward decreased significantly. Hee, you're finished. Having found the ghost ship's weakness, Lin's spirit soared. Meow. With a battle cry, his figure turned into a flash of lightning once more, relentlessly attacking the tentacles. With every severed segment, he sucked it into the interdimensional space. As one side weakened and the other grew stronger, the flesh and blood in the ship's hold dwindled. Eventually, the ghost ship dared not launch any more tentacle attacks. That massive monstrous fish retreated to the side of the gigantic heart, its eyes filled with wariness. But as an A+ rank entity, how could it possibly have only these tactics? The flesh was merely its disguise, the ghost was its true form. Woo! As a ship's whistle sounded, a dark undercurrent suddenly began to stir within a 100 nautical mile radius. Viewed from the sky, countless white figures suddenly appeared around the battered apocalypse. These white figures emerged from the murky depths of the sea. Each was ragged and had lifeless eyes. Some wore modern clothing, some wore armor from the last century, and some were wrapped in nothing but a tattered piece of burlap. They were ghosts who had perished in the sea. The icy waters denied them eternal rest, leaving their resentment unresolved. For every person who had perished in these waters over the centuries, a ghost now emerged. Responding to the ghost ship's call, they surged into the ship like a tidal wave through the massive gaping hole in the apocalypse. Finally, they appeared before the members of the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult, who watched in stunned silence. These are all ghosts? Good heavens, how could there be so many? There must be thousands, maybe even tens of thousands. They must all be the souls of those who drowned at sea, and they're all pretty angry. I never expected the ghost ship to pull this off. What do we do now? Don't worry. With Lord Night King here, we'll be fine. True. Just as the members of the Holy Flame Meow Meow cult were being overwhelmed by the spectacle before them, Lin's expression was equally grim. Those sea ghosts might be weak, but there were simply too many of them, and who knew how many more were still out there, waiting to come in. Relying solely on his single target attacks, he'd probably wear his claws down to the nubs. With that in mind, he kept a wary eye on the ghosts ahead while opening his stats panel. To his delight, after digesting the corpses of the man-bear and the giant rat, as well as the flesh summoned by the ghost ship moments ago, his evolution points had actually returned to 60. This meant he could once again significantly boost his combat prowess. However, this time he had no intention of spending his evolution points on base stats. Instead, he turned his attention to the skill bar. After a brief search, he finally zeroed in on a specific skill. Battle Roar Basic emits a battle-filled roar that intimidates the enemy target, reducing their combat effectiveness while boosting that of allies.
Lasts 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Upgrading to intermediate requires 10 evolution points.
Without hesitation, he spent 10 evolution points on this skill. The next second, the skill's attributes changed. Battle Roar Intermediate emits a roar filled with battle intent, intimidating enemy targets, reducing their combat effectiveness while boosting that of allies.
Lasts 30 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Special Effect 1, Sonic Attack emits high-frequency sound waves to inflict sonic damage on enemies within range. Effective attack range, 100 by 100. Upgrading to advanced requires 20 evolution points.
Seeing the new effects added after the skill upgrade, Lin's eyes lit up instantly, but he wasn't satisfied. Looking at the remaining 40 evolution points, he didn't hesitate to upgrade this skill once again.
Chapter 86, Dazed and Confused, Demons in the Black Mist.
With the investment of 20 evolution points, the skill level of Battle Roar was immediately upgraded from intermediate to advanced, and its attributes changed once again. Battle Roar Advanced emits a roar imbued with battle intent, intimidating the enemy target, significantly reducing their combat effectiveness while greatly boosting that of allies.
Lasts 30 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Special Effect 1, Sonic Attack. Emits high-frequency sound waves to inflict sonic damage on enemies within range.
Effective attack range, 1000 by 1000.
Special Effect 2, Soul-shattering attacks are imbued with spiritual energy, capable of striking an enemy's soul.
Those with weak souls may be utterly obliterated upon exposure.
Upgrading this skill requires 100 evolution points.
Seeing the newly added Special Effect 2, Lin knew he had made the right bet. Instantly, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, the number of sea ghosts inside the cabin was growing rapidly,